a sure thing. Why? Because his ability is not only to collect chips after winning, but more importantly, his ability to take a gamble can help him win. Okay, let's play rock, paper, scissors. Lu Hao finished speaking and stretched out his hand with a fist. As Mu Ruffing was listening to Lu Hao's words, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Scissors, if you play scissors, the opponent will play paper, and you can win by playing scissors. Hearing this voice, Mu Ruffing felt inexplicably irritated. He didn't want to use the scissors at all, but directly used paper. You said scissors and I said scissors, but I said cloth, he thought to himself. As Lu Hao finished speaking, Mu Ruffing stretched out his hand and took out a piece of cloth. I won, huh? Why did you play cloth? Lu Hao, who was originally confident of victory, was shocked when he saw the cloth played by Mu Ruffing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you, a level 1 player, ignore my take a gamble ability? Lu Hao's face was full of disbelief. If Mu Ruffing was level 3, Lu Hao might be able to accept it. Even if it was level 2, it wouldn't have made him so shocked and unbelievable. But Mu Ruffing is only level 1, so it seems that his gamble should completely crush Mu Ruffing. Although there is a price to pay every time you use your ability, it is completely worth it to win 500 yuan. But now, not only did he owe Lao Gui 100 soul notes, he also had to pay for Mu Ruffing's meals in the dungeon these few days. It's really a case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. What? You are allowed to win, but I am not allowed to win, right? The meal I just ordered costs 100 yuan, give it to me quickly, Mu Ruffing said with a smile, stretching out his hand. At this time, Mu Ruffing also reacted and realized that this guy must have used his ability. This ability should be related to the mind. Coincidentally, Mu Ruffing has the ability of a strange baby, which makes him immune to mental pollution of level 3 and below. Although I don't know whether the other party will default on the debt, he is not someone to be trifled with. Lu Hao's eyes were gloomy, and he finally took out 100 yuan with a painful heart and handed it to Mu Ruffing. Well, not bad, you are quite trustworthy. If you still want to gamble, I am always here to accompany you, Mu Ruffing said with a smile. After hearing this, Lu Hao was delighted. He didn't believe that his ability would fail, and felt that something must have gone wrong just now. Just when I was worrying about having no reason to gamble again, I didn't expect Mu Ruffing to take the initiative to bring it up. He firmly believed that a small first-level contractor could not ignore his ability to take a gamble. The person who can sign a contract with a gambler is also a gambler himself. Everyone understands the mentality of a gambler. He wants to continue gambling with Mu Ruffing and doesn't feel anything is wrong with his mood. Old Ghost, use your ability this time and go all out. Lu Hao communicated with the gambler in his body and his mind. No problem, still the same rules. I want 60% of the chips after winning, Lao Gui replied. Okay, Lu Hao agreed without hesitation. If you just want to borrow Lao Gui's abilities, you only need to pay 20% of the chips. But once the old ghost takes action himself, his ability will be enhanced and will not consume Lu Hao's own ghost power, but the price is that the chips will increase to 60%. Okay, let's have another bet. This time it's rock paper scissors. If you win, I'll give you 1,000 soul coins. If I win, you'll have to give me 1,000 soul coins. The chips from last time will be void. How about that? Lu Hao said through gritted teeth. Because he didn't have the chips of 1,000 soul notes, his total assets now are only more than 700 yuan, and he won it by relying on his ability to take a gamble. However, he felt that with Lao Gui's help this time, he would definitely win, so he simply raised the chips to 1,000 yuan. Although your chips are a bit low, it doesn't matter. I agree, Mu Ruffing said. Okay. Lu Hao was delighted and immediately said, let's do it quickly. Rock paper scissors. Lu Hao stretched out his hand and took out the cloth, and a voice still sounded in Mu Ruffing's mind, guiding him out of the stone. This time the voice was softer, carrying a magical power that made people obey. But Mu Ruffing did not compromise at all and took out the scissors without hesitation. Oh, sorry, I won again, give me the money, Mu Ruffing said with a smile and stretched out his hand. Ah, impossible. How could this happen? Why did my gamble ability become ineffective? Lu Hao's face suddenly changed, totally unable to accept it. Old Ghost, what's wrong with your ability? Why did it become ineffective? Lu Hao ignored Mu Ruffing and questioned Old Ghost madly in his heart. That guy either has a higher mental attribute than you, or he has a gadget that can make him immune to my mental pollution. Kid, just accept that you have bad luck this time. Don't confront this guy head on. Give him the chips and I will owe you this money first. You know the rules, the Old Ghost said lightly. You? Lu Hao felt itchy in his heart after hearing that. I'm talking to you. Give me the 1,000 yuan we agreed on. Mu Ruffing spoke again. Lu Hao suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart. This was the ability of taking a gamble, reminding him that he must not break the rules, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. I'm still short of 300 yuan. Please lend me another 300. Lu Hao asked Lao Gui to borrow money. No problem, it's still the same old rule, 9 out and 13 back. The Old Ghost agreed readily. By the way, you still have to give him food money for the next few days. That kid seems to eat a lot. Do you want to lend him some more? The the old ghost reminded again. Okay, lend me another 500. Lu Hao swallowed and nodded reluctantly. Then he took out 1,000 soul coins and handed them to Mu Rufeng. Hey, handsome guy, this is all my belongings. Can you charge me a little less for the food these days? I was foul-mouthed before, and I sincerely apologize. Lu Hao admitted his mistake in a low voice with a sincere attitude. After all, his ability is ineffective against Mu Rufeng. If he takes action, he will be seeking his own death. In desperation, I could only admit my mistake and see if I could pay less. Ha, it depends on my mood. Mu Rufeng neither refused nor agreed. Yes, handsome guy, I have some news to tell you. If you are satisfied, can you waive the meal fee? Lu Hao approached Mu Rufeng and said in a low voice. Oh, tell me about it. If I'm satisfied, I can waive the meal fee. Mu Rufeng immediately became interested. Just as Lu Hao was about to speak, a strange old lady came over dragging a tray. Sir, this is the stir-fried beef, fried tofu, and shredded cabbage you ordered. I've got a big bowl of rice. If it's not enough, you can go to the window and get more for free. The weird ant placed 3 plates of hot dishes and a large bowl of rice in front of Mu Rufeng. The strong aroma of the food made Mu Rufeng swallow his saliva, and his stomach suddenly became even hungrier. Okay, thank you. Mu Rufeng thanked him. The weird old lady looked at him expectantly, but Mu Rufeng had no other expression except thank you. She was inevitably disappointed that there was no tip, so she had to leave with regret. Go ahead, I'm listening. Mu Rufeng picked up the chopsticks, took a big mouthful of rice, and then picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. I know that the pigs in the pig farm are transformed strangely. Even we, the contractors, can be turned into pigs, Lu Hao said in a low voice. This news would still be important if Mu Rufeng didn't know it. Unfortunately, he had already learned about it from the weird mummy. Is that all the news? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I still have to pay for my meal. Mu Rufeng responded indifferently. Ah, did you know this long ago? Lu Hao asked hurriedly when he saw his expression. Well, you know the pig that escaped? He told me, Mu Rufeng said. After hearing this, Lu Hao's face suddenly became gloomy as if he had lost his parents. Yes, the pig did tell him. You know, when the pig escaped from the slaughterhouse, Lu Hao tried to stop him because of his security duties. Although he was slapped and sent flying, he could clearly hear the pig's voice. Then how about I tell you my work principles? Lu Hao thought for a moment and continued. Well, okay, go ahead. Mu Rufeng pondered for a moment and nodded. Lu Hao then outlined his work principles one by one. Security work guidelines. 1. Daily working hours are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., lunch break from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., and from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. 2. Strictly observe working and leaving hours. 3. Do not allow other employees to enter your dormitory. 4. Do not go out after 7 p.m. unless you are working overtime, then you can go out. 5. If not necessary, please keep the pig farm gate closed. 6. During work, the pig farm must be inspected every 2 hours. 7. If you encounter someone acting suspiciously, you can approach and ask if they are a pig farm employee. If they answer yes, they will be allowed to pass. If they do not answer or deny, they will be immediately arrested and taken to the piggery. 8. If an employee loses work-related items and comes to you for help, you need to assist him in finding them. 9. If a butcher's butcher knife or a chef's kitchen knife is lost, it must be reported to the factory manager immediately. After listening to this, Mu Rufeng thought to himself, regardless of whether this security work code is true or false, the last 2 items really made his eyes light up. Article 8 says that if an employee loses any belongings at work, you have to help find them, right? Mu Rufeng asked. Yes. Lu Hao nodded, but a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. And Article 9, which states that if a butcher's butcher knife or a chef's kitchen knife is lost, it must be reported to the factory director immediately. Mu Rufeng asked again. What a coincidence. I just lost my butcher knife. If I hadn't brought a kitchen knife with me, I wouldn't have been able to butcher the pig today. You're a security guard, so please tell the factory manager to help me find the butcher knife. After all, my kitchen knife is not as sharp as a butcher knife. Look, there is a small cut on the blade, Mu Rufeng said, pointing to the cut on the kitchen knife. Oh, by the way, your information is quite timely. The meal is waived, Mu Rufeng added. Oh, okay. Lu Hao was a little confused and responded quickly. Wait, your butcher knife is lost? Lu Hao finally reacted and his face changed slightly. Well, you should have finished your meal. Go find the factory manager quickly. I have to go to work in the afternoon, Mu Rufeng said. But, the factory director took a few weirdos from the factory out to catch the pig. I don't know when the factory director will be back. Besides, the 2 weirdos who caught the pigs and sent them to the slaughterhouse have also gone with him. I'm afraid there will be no pigs to kill in the afternoon, Lu Hao said. You mean the factory director is not here? Mu Rufeng asked quickly. Yes, the factory director took away a lot of weird things, and now the ones in the cafeteria should be all of them. Lu Hao looked at the 11 weird things in the cafeteria and said, among these employees, 4 are from the pig house, 6 are from the slaughterhouse, and the remaining one seems to be a veterinarian. The pig farm operates a 24-hour shift system. A separate group of employees works the night night shift, and most of them are weird. Most of the night shift workers do not live in the pig farm, Lu Hao explained. The factory director is making such a big move. This pig must be worth a lot. Mu Ruffing touched his chin in thought. No, I've asked around. The pigs in the piggery are divided into 5 levels. The lowest is level 1, and the highest is level 5. It seems to correspond to our level. Even a first-level mature pig would cost 10 soul coins per pound. A pig weighing at least 300 kilograms would fetch at least 8,000 soul coins. The higher the grade of the pig, the heavier it is and the higher the price. The adult pig that escaped was a level 4 pig. I heard it ran into the cold storage and ate a lot of pork, so it rose to level 5. It became the most valuable pig on the farm, and I heard it sells for 160 yuan per pound. Looking at its size, it must weigh at least 6,000 kilograms. My god, that's worth millions. How could the factory director give up? Lu Hao revealed the news. Indeed, 1 million, who would let it go easily? Mu Ruffing also nodded in agreement. By the way, are the sizes of these adult pigs fixed? The higher the level, the bigger and heavier they are? Mu Ruffing asked. Well, if you raise them yourself, their size is basically fixed. A first-level adult pig weighs 1,000 pounds, a second-level one weighs 2,000 pounds, a third-level one weighs 3,000 pounds, and a fourth-level one weighs 4,000 pounds. If it is a powerful and strangely transformed pig, it will be slightly heavier and can be slaughtered faster, Lu Hao said. So that's how it is. Mu Ruffing pondered carefully. These adult pigs will kill each other, and they can level up by eating other pigs' pork. So, why doesn't the factory manager just let these pigs devour each other? Wouldn't it be possible to sell more soul notes if the pigs' levels were raised that way? But in reality, all the pigs in the pigsty are kept individually and fed separately. Mu Ruffing guessed that a first-level adult pig could not be upgraded by eating one adult pig. It would probably need to eat at least 4 pigs to increase its level. Originally, a first-level adult pig weighed about 1,000 pounds, and the soul note price was 10 yuan per pound, which is 10,000 soul notes. A second-level adult pig weighs 2,000 kilograms, and the price of soul notes doubles to 20 yuan per kilogram, which is 40,000 soul notes. There is a difference of 30,000 soul coins between the two, which means that for an adult pig to upgrade, it probably needs to devour 4 pigs? Calculated this way, the cost of upgrading one level is completely disproportionate to the selling price, which is why the pigs are kept in solitary confinement. Of course, these are just Mu Ruffing's guesses. Unforeseen situations may occur after swallowing. Only the top management of the pig farm knows the real inside story. Okay, go ahead and do your thing. I like to eat in silence, said Mu Ruffing. Okay. Lu Hao nodded, turned around and left the cafeteria without saying anything else. The other 3 had just finished their lunch. They glanced at Mu Ruffing, did not go forward to disturb him, and left the cafeteria together. Mu Ruffing opened his attribute panel while eating. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV1, 1/2. Strength, 253, 23 plus 230. Spirit, 231, 21 plus 210. Constitution, 242, 22 plus 220. Contract slot, LV2 Ghostly Infant, Mu Guiying. Ghost Power, Level 1. Title, Crazy Driver. Skill, Life and Death. Props, Bloody Bandage, Resentful Kitchen Knife, Dorm Manager's Secret Candle X2, Matches, Singing Mouth, Tian-D Bank Platinum Card, Flame Vehicle Card, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card, The Clown's Crazy Chainsaw. Soul Coins, 136991059. The cafeteria was filled with a strange atmosphere, which just happened to increase his attributes tenfold. 10 minutes later, Mu Ruffing finished all the food. It's a bit dry. Let's buy a few more bottles of water. He stood up and prepared to go to the window to buy water. Although the water price is a bit expensive, it is the only selling point there. This is the result of monopoly. Hey, do you want to buy some water? A voice suddenly came from not far away. Mu Ruffing immediately turned around and found that the sound was coming from under a piece of oilcloth. I'm here, covered with oilcloth. I have water for sale, and the price is very cheap. The voice was very low. Mu Ruffing immediately stood up and walked over. Soon, he came to the oilcloth and pulled it aside, revealing a somewhat shabby vending machine. Vending machine? Mu Ruffing raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, what are you doing? Cover me up quickly, otherwise if people in the cafeteria see me, I will get beaten again. The vending machine said hurriedly. Why did they beat you? Mu Ruffing was confused, but still covered the oilcloth again. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from behind him. Hey, butcher, what are you doing? The cafeteria auntie shouted, accompanied by the sound of the sliding door opening. Then, the cafeteria lady walked out of the window and strode towards this side. Oh, nothing, I just wanted to see what this thing is covering. Mu Ruffing replied. It's just garbage. You should have finished your meal and can leave the cafeteria. The cafeteria lady didn't seem to notice anything. She walked over and stared at him with a sharp gaze. Yeah, Mu Ruffing responded, turned around and left the cafeteria directly. The lady working in the cafeteria watched him walk away before slowly withdrawing her gaze. Behave yourself or I'll be rude to you. She warned the vending machine under the oilcloth oilcloth and left. From beginning to end, the vending machine never made another sound. Mu Ruffing left the cafeteria but did not go back to the dormitory directly. His husband looked around and saw that there was no one else outside and the cafeteria was empty. Mu Ruffing walked around and came to the side of the cafeteria, where there was a window, less than 2 meters away from the vending machine. He stood behind the window and looked around carefully again to make sure there was no one else there. Then, he flashed and disappeared into a cloud of black mist. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the oilcloth. Then, Mu Ruffing quickly lifted the oilcloth, crawled in, and leaned against the vending machine. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there was a person hiding under the tarpaulin. "Ah, you, how did you get in? Be careful that people in the cafeteria find out." The vending machine noticed Mu Ruffing and was so surprised that its voice was almost inaudible. Only he could hear it. "Are there any drinks? Give me a bottle of Nutri Express." Mu Ruffing said softly. Yes, it's 5. "No, I'll sell it to you for $4. The vending machine responded in a low voice. "Okay, give me 2 more 1.5-liter bottles of mineral water." Mu Ruffing spoke again. Okay, that's $8 in total." The vending machine nodded repeatedly. "Give me another 2 yuan for spicy strips." Mu Ruffing handed over 10 yuan and stuffed the money into the cash slot. Soon, water, drinks, and 2 bags of spicy strips appeared in Mu Ruffing's hands. He hung the spicy strips and 2 bottles of water on the bandage, unscrewed the Nutri Express, and gulped down half a bottle. "I haven't had it for a long time, and it tastes pretty good." He nodded with satisfaction. "By the way, what's going on with you?" Mu Ruffing asked. The vending machine seemed a little embarrassed to speak. Here is 1,000 yuan. I'll top up a VIP card for you. From now on, when I buy something, you can just use it to deduct the money." As he spoke, he took out 1,000 yuan and stuffed it into the coin slot. 1,000 yuan? The voice of the vending machine suddenly increased several degrees. We don't have VIP card service here." The vending machine stuttered. "It's okay, just remember it," Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Okay, I'll remember it." The vending machine agreed quickly. "By the way, tell me, what's going on with you?" Mu Ruffing asked again. The vending machine slowly explained its situation. "It is a vending machine invested by the pig farm. It is installed in the pig farm canteen and sells some goods. The business is pretty good. But one day, something happened at the pig farm, and the former director sold his shares to the former deputy director. The former factory director took the money and left, and the deputy factory director took over, who is now the weird pig-headed factory director. Because the two of them hold more than 30% of the shares combined, they hold a certain amount of power in the pig farm. He then arranged for his people to contract the canteen. Although free food is still provided to employees, the taste and quality are worlds apart. The money for purchasing food ingredients every day is fixed according to the number of employees. The people in the cafeteria naturally cut costs and put the money saved into their own pockets. At the same time, some goods are sold at high prices. The lady in the cafeteria not only sells the contractor's goods at high prices, but also those weird goods at outrageous prices. For the sake of business, she even covered the vending machines invested in the pig farm with oilcloth to prevent employees from buying things. As for why no one smashed or even robbed the vending machine, it was because it was equipment invested by the pig farm, and even the factory director did not have the right to dismantle it, let alone rob it. So even though the pig farm provides free accommodation and meals, some employees still choose to live outside. This vending machine has been in the pig farm for 5 years. It has not sold a single item since it was covered with oilcloth by the cafeteria lady a year ago. As a vending machine, if it wants to become stronger, it not only needs sufficient ghost energy, but also needs to sell goods to improve its strength. If you don't sell anything for a long time, your level and strength will gradually decline, and the goods you can get will also decrease. You know, it used to be a level 2 vending machine, able to purchase goods at low prices and a wide variety of products. But now it has been downgraded to level 1. The purchase price has become the highest, and the number of goods purchased has been cut in half. In addition, since it has not sold any goods for such a long time, many of the goods it imported have expired, and it has to bear all these losses itself. If I hadn't had some savings before, I would have been fired by the pig farm by now. Although being fired from the pig farm will not starve to death, once you leave the pig farm, you will definitely be targeted by the aunties in the cafeteria and will be eaten up in minutes without leaving even a trace. Right now, his savings are almost gone. Fortunately, Mu Ruffing suddenly appears, allowing him to hold on for a while longer and wait for a turnaround. So that's how it is. This factory manager is such a bastard, Mu Ruffing said angrily. Yeah, what a jerk. The vending machine nodded solemnly. Mu Ruffing asked, then why don't you resign and leave while they're at work? That way they won't be able to keep an eye on you. No, I've thought about it before, but no matter when you resign, you have to finish your shift for the day. Only after you finish your shift can you completely resign. And once they resign, the canteen staff won't leave, but the night shift security guards will start working. That security guard is their man, a level 3 creep. I can't beat him at all. The vending machine said helplessly. Well, I see. I have a way here. I can help you find a job somewhere else and arrange for someone to pick you up. Moo Ruffing suddenly spoke. Ah, really, really? The vending machine was in disbelief for a moment. Ever since the canteen was contracted out to a client with connections, life has been like torture, and he wants to get out every minute and every second. I have some connections in Scarlet Optimal and can help you find a job there, Moo Ruffing explained. Of course, I'm not helping you for free. I want to take 30% of your daily profit. How about it? Moo Ruffing said. Thank you, sir. I do. The vending machine agreed immediately without hesitation. 30% may not sound like a lot, but considering that the purchase cost, sales and labor costs are all borne by the vending machine, it is actually quite a big pressure. He is a shareholder of Scarlet Yuxian, so it is no problem for him to set up a vending machine in Yuxian to sell things. You wait here first, it should only take a few days, Moo Ruffing instructed. Okay, Mr. Moo, thank you so much. Do you need anything else? I'll treat you. The vending machine suppressed its inner excitement and said politely. Although it had suspected that Moo Ruffing was in collusion with the cafeteria lady, it was now desperate and chose to believe him. Then give me some more bread and spicy strips, Moo Ruffing said. Okay, Mr. Moo. Not long after, Moo Ruffing left the cafeteria with a lot of things. He still did the same thing as when he came in, secretly lifted a corner of the oilcloth, looked outside through the window after confirming that no one was there, and then teleported to appear outside the cafeteria. Looking around, Moo Ruffing still didn't see anyone, so he walked towards the dormitory in a swagger. After returning to the dormitory, he locked the door, lay on the bed, and thought about how to deal with it next. Time flies, and it is already 1 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Moo Ruffing stood in front of the gate of the slaughterhouse. Besides him, there were 6 weird people standing outside. The door was closed for some reason. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the bell rang and it was time to work. At the same time, the short man pushed open a small door and walked out of the slaughterhouse. Manager Fong, what's going on? We've already started work. Why isn't the door open yet? Someone asked strangely. The short man looked up at everyone, and his gaze finally fell on Moo Ruffing. Something happened today, I think everyone knows. A class 4 pig escaped from the slaughterhouse and ate 2 pigs in the cleaning and processing area. It then went into the cold storage room and ate all the class 4 pigs we had in stock. This has caused huge losses to our pig farm. If the adult pig hadn't escaped, the losses could have been made up, but now he has run away. Butcher, why didn't you kill him on the spot, but let him escape instead? When Manager Fong finished speaking, his eyes fell on Moo Ruffing again, and his tone was so cold that it was almost bone-chilling. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their strange eyes to Moo Ruffing. That's right, a level 4 adult pig actually ran away, and the butcher was unharmed. How could one not be surprised? Oh, that pig was really powerful. I had already hidden in the garbage vent before it broke through the iron cage. Then I heard the pig inside thrashing around, and then suddenly it stopped. I quietly opened the garbage can and saw that the portal had been destroyed. Manager Fong, you also said that it was a level 4 adult pig, and I am only a level 1 contractor. What should I do if I have to slaughter a level 4 adult pig as a level 1? Moo Ruffing sighed, with helplessness in his tone. No matter what level you are, even if you are a pig, it is your duty. If you make a mistake, it is your responsibility. You have to give an explanation for this loss. Manager Fong responded coldly. Explanation? What explanation do you want to hear? Honestly, this isn't my fault at all. The slaughterhouse's facilities weren't strong enough, so the adult pig escaped. So many employees weren't able to stop it, and the pig ended up escaping. Can I be blamed for this? Want compensation for the losses? No problem. Just call out those employees who neglected their duties. If they are willing to compensate, I am willing to share the responsibility with them. Moo Ruffing said lightly. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? Manager Fong snorted coldly. Ha, Manager Fong, I remember you were in charge of the slaughterhouse. Where were you when the pigs escaped? Where were you when the adult pigs went to eat the pork from the cold storage? What's going on? Are you trying to shift the blame to a low-level contractor like me? Or are you just testing the waters and trying to shift the blame to all of us employees at the slaughterhouse? Moo Ruffing asked back coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the 6 weird people were shocked. That's right, when the adult pigs ran out, Manager Fong was nowhere to be seen and no one knew where he had gone. They all tried to stop the adult pig, and although they were not knocked down directly, they were injured. Even when the pigs were eating meat in the cold storage, they contacted Manager Fong immediately, but they couldn't get through to him. They wanted to find the factory manager, but according to regulations, they could not leave the slaughterhouse at all. Ultimately, this guy seems to really want to put the blame on them. Suddenly, the 6 strange expressions changed, and their eyes looking at Manager Fong were no longer friendly. After hearing what Moo Ruffing said, Manager Fong's expression changed slightly. He said hurriedly, stop messing around here. The 6 of you, go to the woods outside the pig farm immediately and join the factory director and the others in searching for the adult pig. As for you, stay in the dormitory and wait for the director to come back and deal with you. The 6 weirdos looked at each other, and finally obeyed the order and walked quickly towards the gate. Manager Fawn followed closely behind. When passing by Mu Ruffing, he said coldly, "Boy, stay in the dormitory and don't run around. Otherwise, you will die in the factory and no one will know." Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Mu Ruffing was full of confusion. So, he's off work now? Because all the monsters were trying to catch the escaped mummy monster, and no one would to catch the adult pig and send it back to the slaughterhouse, resulting in Mu Ruffing having no pigs to kill, so they gave him half a day off? Mu Ruffing was quite satisfied with this. Who wants to work when you can rest? He returned to the dormitory and drew the curtains. There was no one around, so he strained his throat and sang softly, "Yes, sir. A good spring day is worse than a dream. You carry your dreams with you. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water. And the gentle breeze blows the setting sun." After a few minutes, the singing stopped, but Mu Ruffing was still not satisfied. Then he took out his cell phone and called Lu Mei. After a while, the call was connected. "Hello, Mr. Mu, is there anything I can help you with?" Lu Mei's tone was respectful and full of respect. After all, anyone who could invest 5 billion in Scarlet Preferred, even if he was just a contractor, was not someone she could easily provoke. "I want to install a vending machine in the park," Mu Ruffing said. "No problem, Mr. Mu. The cafeteria is the busiest place. I will reserve the prime location in the cafeteria for your vending machine." Lu Mei agreed without hesitation. She has every right to make the decision on such trivial matters. "By the way, I want to ask you something," Mu Ruffing suddenly said. "Okay, Mr. Mu, please go ahead." Lu Mei replied. "Do you know Qingshan Pig Farm?" Mu Ruffing asked. "Qingshan Pig Farm? Of course I know. They used to be our supplier. Their pork is of good quality and the price is affordable," Lu Mei replied. "However, after a new factory manager was replaced a year ago, they began to sell inferior products as good ones and often supplied pork of poor quality, so we eliminated them," Lu Mei added. "Is Qingshan Pig Farm far from where you are?" Mu Ruffing continued to ask. "We've been there to pick up goods before, and it takes the truck about an hour and a half to get there." Lu Mei thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you." Mu Ruffing thanked him. No, they are just trivial matters." "You are too polite, Mr. Mu," Lu Mei responded with a smile. After chatting for a while, Mu Ruffing hung up the phone. The vending machine issue had been resolved, and he also learned some secrets about Qingshan Pig Farm. According to the information he had, the pig farm was established 5 years ago, which was exactly the time when the strange world appeared in the real world. The first factory manager was diligent and dedicated to raising pigs, and he provided good employee benefits. Even the pork supplied to Scarlet Select was high quality and had never received any complaints from customers. The deputy factory director, also known as Zutugi, secretly plotted and schemed to cause trouble. After a long time, a year ago, the pig-headed ghost finally showed his fangs and used conspiracy to buy out the shares held by the first factory director, becoming the largest shareholder of the pig farm. After owning more than 30% of the shares, he gained corresponding power and began to infringe on the interests of the pig farm. Even the big customer, Scarlet Select, which was won over by the first factory manager, was abandoned by the customer because Zutugi short-sightedly supplied inferior pork. However, in Mu Ruffing's view, these were not acts of Zutugi's stupidity, but rather showed his intelligence. He embezzled the pig farm's funds into his own pocket and disrupted the farm's operations. As long as the pig farm is unable to make ends meet, it must rely on capital injection from senior management to maintain operations. In this way, Zutugi used the money from the pig farm to buy back the shares. Once the shares exceed a certain proportion, he will have complete control over the pig farm. At that time, the rise of Zutugi was not far away. Although these are just Mu Ruffing's speculations, he feels that they are almost correct. Yawn. "I'm a little sleepy. Let's take a nap first. I might have to be busy tonight." Mu Ruffing yawned, took out his cell phone, set the alarm, then fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. "I had a very good sleep. I slept from a little after 1 in the evening until 6 in the evening, and I didn't even wake up because of the alarm clock, but woke up naturally." He is in excellent spirits now and seems to only need 5 or 6 hours of sleep a day to stay energetic all day long. After turning off the alarm clock, Mu Ruffing walked out of the dormitory. At this time, it was dark outside and the light bulbs under the eaves emitted a dim glow. The cafeteria in the distance was still brightly lit. Mu Ruffing saw that Lu Hao and the other 4 were still gathered together, wondering what they were talking about. When they saw Mu Ruffing coming out of the room, Lu Hao miraculously raised his hand to greet him. "Mu Ruffing, come here, let's exchange information," Lu Hao shouted. "Exchange information?" Mu Ruffing was a little confused, but still walked over. "What information?" Mu Ruffing asked. "My clearance conditions have been announced. They require me to catch the thief who stole the employee's belongings within 5 days. Only if I catch him before the 5th day can I guarantee a minimum clearance of 100%. Every day we complete it ahead of schedule will increase our clearance rate by 100%. Lu Hao said excitedly. Mu Ruffing was a little surprised, then glanced at Lu Hao and asked, "I say, why are you so excited? Do you really think you can catch him on the first day? It should be almost
almost done.
I have some clues and I can catch him within 2 days at the latest.
Lu Hao replied with a smile. Oh, then you are really lucky. Mu Ruffing did not ask what the specific clue was.
After all, it was someone else's business, and he was too lazy to make himself unhappy.
My clearance requirements are now available. As long as I successfully raise 10 adult pigs, I'll have met the clearance requirements.
For every additional pig I raise, I'll gain an additional 10% clearance.
I can probably raise 3 a day.
As long as nothing goes wrong and I work hard, I should be able to pass the level within 3 days.
Tang Hao said.
At this time, Luo Jing also spoke up. I'm a cleaner. The conditions for passing the customs are quite simple. I just need to fill the fertilizer tank with pig manure. Based on the speed I'm clearing today, it will be filled in about 3 or 4 days.
As for the clearance level, I guess I can only complete the minimum. My conditions are relatively simple.
As long as I maintain disease prevention and control in the pig house and no diseases occur, I can achieve 50% completion rate every day, and there is no upper limit, said Masizi.
Have you all obtained the conditions for passing the level?
Mu Ruffing frowned slightly, as his own seemed to have not appeared yet.
Ha, why didn't you receive any reminder about the clearance conditions? Lu Hao asked in surprise. Everyone else also looked at Mu Ruffing.
Did you suddenly receive it after get off work?
Mu Ruffing asked.
Yes, it came to my mind directly after get off work.
You didn't? Didn't you hear it? When I knocked on your door before, you didn't respond.
You seem to be sleeping very soundly.
Maybe you didn't hear me when I showed up?
Several people talked at once. When they went to the cafeteria to eat, they also learned from a few strange people that the pig farm was closed this afternoon.
Really?
Mu Ruffing was skeptical, silently thinking about his own conditions for passing the level. The next moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the first day of pig farm work and unlocking the dungeon return quest. Please, successfully slaughter 10 adult pigs to complete the dungeon. Note, each additional pig slaughtered will earn you 20% completion.
10? I think I killed 6 today? Mu Ruffing touched his chin and fell into thought. How is it? Have you got it? Lu Hao asked hurriedly when he saw him in deep thought. Well, my clearance requirement is to slaughter 10 adult pigs.
Each additional pig slaughtered will give me 20% clearance. As for time, I slaughtered 6 this morning.
If I hadn't had a day off in the afternoon, I would have finished it, Mu Ruffing said.
Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard this, and their eyes looked at Mu Ruffing with even more fear. As people who work in the pig house, we naturally know how powerful the adult pigs are when they are sent to the slaughterhouse. When those strange guys in the pigsty were chatting, they all said that the new butcher Mu Ruffing was not easy to deal with and that you should never offend him in the future. Everyone originally thought that after the adult pigs were caught, they would be locked in iron cages and slowly slaughtered, but they didn't expect that he would just bring a few of them over and slaughter them immediately. Congratulations, you will be able to pass the level tomorrow.
Lu Hao congratulated. Mu Ruffing didn't respond. Instead, he sighed and said, it's not that simple. You know, that level 4 pig that ran away escaped from me. Our supervisor wants to put the blame on me. Ha, then don't you want to?
Messi was slightly surprised.
Haha, how could he succeed? Don't worry, I have a way to solve it. Okay, I haven't finished my meal yet. You guys continue chatting, I'm going to eat first. Mu Ruffing waved to everyone and walked towards the cafeteria.
The 4 of them watched him leave, feeling a mixture of emotion. It is hard to imagine that a first-level contractor can perform so powerfully in this kind of copy. They chatted for a while and then returned to their respective dormitories.
In the fattener's dormitory,
Masizi returned to the dormitory. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the room was pitch black.
Click. With a light sound, Messi closed the door and then locked it.
Then she walked to the desk and sat on the chair. She raised her hand and opened the drawer, revealing 2 things. One is the fattener dormitory rules, and the other is a butcher knife that is polished to a shine and gleams with a cold gleam.
Lu Hao, security guard, have you found the thief?
Masizi lowered her head and muttered to herself with a complicated expression, not knowing what she was thinking about.
Mu Ruffing came to the cafeteria. It was already 6:10.
The cafeteria opens at 5 o'clock, but it is already empty. The cafeteria lady was sitting by the window board, her big eyes staring at the cafeteria door. As soon as Mu Ruffing entered the door, the cafeteria lady stood up immediately.
Oh, Mr. Mu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. What would you like to eat tonight? She picked up the menu, walked out of the window and greeted Mu Ruffing. Let me see the menu.
Mu Ruffing took the menu, walked to a table and sat down, and began to look through it carefully.
I'm a little hungry.
Give me 1 serving of smoked bamboo shoots and bacon, 1 serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and 1 serving of dry-fried squid tentacles. For the main course, I want a large portion of fried rice with egg and a bottle of water, he said. The cafeteria lady was delighted when she heard this and quickly calculated the bill. Smoked bamboo shoots and bacon 50 yuan, scrambled eggs with tomatoes 20 yuan, dry pot squid tentacles 68 yuan, large egg fried rice 12 yuan, mineral water 10 yuan, a total of 160 soul coins.
Here you go, 200 yuan. No need to change. Mu Ruffing threw out 200 yuan and dropped it on the table. The cafeteria lady's eyes lit up, and before the money even landed on the table, she quickly grabbed it and held it tightly in her hand. "Mr. Mu, please wait a moment, I'll cook it for you right away," she said excitedly. "We made a lot of money from this meal." A hint of greed flashed across her eyes when she looked at Mu Ruffing, but it quickly disappeared. 10 minutes later, 3 dishes and a plate of egg fried rice were neatly served on the table. Mu Ruffing also looked at the attributes of the dishes and found that they were indeed made of high quality and fresh ingredients. Although the price is high, the ingredients are not bad and the taste is good. After dinner, Mu Ruffing walked out of the cafeteria, walking alone along the muddy path. A cold wind mixed with sporadic raindrops blew, making people shiver. I don't know when it started to rain. Apart from the dim light from the old light bulb under the eaves, the surroundings were pitch black, and occasionally the howling of fat pigs in the pigsty could be heard. Back in the dormitory, Mu Ruffing took off his old apron and work clothes. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was not yet 6:50, so it was still early. I slept the whole afternoon and now I feel particularly energetic. He glanced at the strange baby in the contract slot. The little guy was still sleeping soundly. All in all, this strange baby has been sleeping for 7 or 8 days. Forget it, let's take a nap first. Although I was energetic, it was really boring. This is a weird world. I can't even read the novels I cached in advance. All the apps in the real world are gray and cannot be opened. So, Mu Ruffing lay down on the bed. Since he wasn't too sleepy, he started to let random thoughts run through his mind. It was drizzling outside, and the raindrops hit the eaves, making crackling sounds. A wonderful feeling surged into his heart, and he became increasingly sleepy, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. Time passed slowly and the rain got heavier. What started as a drizzle turned into a downpour. The sound of rain continued. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mu Ruffing didn't notice and was still sleeping soundly. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door became more rapid. A flash of white lightning streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the dark pig farm like daylight, and then returned to darkness again. After the lightning, a loud thunder roared. Mu Ruffing, who was sleeping, was suddenly awakened by the sound of rapid rain. Why is it raining so heavily? After waking up, he took out his cell phone and saw that it was already 11:30 in the evening. It's almost time. He decided not to continue sleeping. I turned off the alarm clock set at 12 o'clock and was about to get up. There was another knock on the door. Ha! Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. He remained alert and did not respond, just sitting on the bed and staring at the door. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, and the pig farm suddenly became as bright as day. Mu Ruffing's gaze instantly focused. A blurry figure was vaguely reflected on the curtains. The man seemed to be leaning on the windowsill and looking inside. The curtains blocked the view, and people outside couldn't see inside, but vague figures could be seen through the light from inside. Mu Ruffing, are you asleep? If not, open the door and let me in. A voice came from outside the door. The voice was not loud, mixed with the sound of rain, and vaguely a female voice. Mu Ruffing thought for a moment, walked to the door and stood against the wall. Who? He asked. Are you awake? I'm Messi. Open the door and let me in. The voice outside the door said anxiously with a hint of surprise. What do you want from me? Even though the rules said that the person knocking on the door was a fattener and she could be allowed in, Mu Ruffing would not open the door easily. It's not appropriate to talk here. I can't stay outside for too long. You open the door first. Messi said anxiously. Mu Ruffing didn't respond. He walked to the window, lifted the curtain a little, and looked at the door through the glass. The lights under the eaves went out at some point, and it was pitch black outside. He could only vaguely see a figure at the door. Mu Ruffing immediately activated the rule skill Life and Death. Life and Death skill activation failed. Target survived. This confirmed to him that there were no ghosts outside, but real people. After thinking for a moment, he pressed the light switch. In an instant, the lights in the house came on. He clearly saw that it was Messi standing outside the door with wet hair. Although there was a roof to block the view, the rain still flowed in unhindered when the wind blew. Ah, you, what are you doing? Why did you turn on the light? Messi was startled by the sudden bright light. Without thinking much, she turned around and ran towards her room. In the darkness, the sudden lighting of the light is likely to attract some scary things. Originally, during the night shift at the pig farm, the lights were not as glaring as during the day, but now because most of the ghosts have followed the factory director to look for mummies, the farm is completely dark. Creaky. The door opened a crack. Mu Ruffing stuck his head out and looked into the distance. Messi had already run to the door of the fattener's dormitory and was taking out the key to open the door. The door is open. Why did you run away again? What happened? Mu Ruffing asked. The rain was so loud that Messi couldn't hear his voice clearly, but she ran towards him without hesitation. Soon, she pushed the door open, slammed it shut and locked it. After a quick glance, she walked to the light switch and quickly turned it off. Shoo, be quiet. Messi squatted by the window and stuck half of her head out to signal Mu Ruffing to keep quiet. Mu Ruffing also came to the window, stuck half of his head out, and observed the movement outside. What on earth happened? He held the kitchen knife tightly in his right hand and
held the singing mouth in his left hand, ready to teleport at any time. The bandages on his body were bulging, ready to withstand attacks at any time.
Shoo, here it comes.
Messi withdrew her gaze and immediately squatted down.
Mu Roofing's eyes narrowed.
He saw a strange man in an old security uniform, holding a flashlight and an electric baton, walking towards him quickly.
Before the raindrops reached him, the surrounding black air bounced the water droplets away. The flashlight beam kept sweeping across the dormitory glass. Mu Roofing immediately used the life and death skill, and then quickly squatted down.
Life and death skill activated successfully, enemy killed, all attributes doubled, duration of 1 hour. That's a level 3 ghost. We can't be caught by the security, otherwise we will become living pigs,
Messi reminded in a low voice.
It's just a level 3 ghost, Mu Roofing thought to himself. It's not difficult to deal with it. The flashlight beam swept across the window 3 or 5 times before finally disappearing. After waiting for a while, and when the lights disappeared, they slowly stuck their heads out and looked outside. As soon as he saw it, Mu Roofing was so scared that he almost wanted to teleport. I saw a strange old face pressed against the window glass, our eyes meeting, separated only by a thin layer of glass. The next moment, a light hit the window and the security guard gave a strange smile. Messi, who was standing next to her, was also startled and took several steps back, looking nervous.
Knock, knock, knock.
The sound of the security guard knocking on the door was heard outside.
Open the door. Why is there someone else in your room? Don't you know that everyone can only enter their own dormitory?
The security guard's voice was hoarse.
Don't be afraid, it doesn't matter if he finds us. As long as we don't open the door, he can't get in. Messi comforted. Yeah, Mu Roofing nodded. He. It doesn't matter if the door is not open. The pig farm will be closed tonight.
The security guard showed a weird smile. Messi felt an ominous premonition in his heart.
Bang!
A loud noise was heard. The old wooden door shook violently.
Why would the security guard bang on the door?
Messi's face changed drastically.
Is it because they don't work at night that the security guards can ignore the regulations? Mu Roofing guessed.
It's possible.
Damn it.
Now he has us both trapped in a trap.
What are your abilities? Wait until he scores, then we'll attack together.
Messi's face looked grim, but he was still unwilling to give up.
Stand back a little. It's just a level 3 ghost. Leave it to me. Mu Roofing walked to the door.
You? Messi was a little suspicious. Before she could react, Mu Roofing stretched out a hand, and the bandages quickly extended, forming a circle at the door. Messi was slightly stunned when he saw this, then slowly took a few steps back, his expression tense, ready to fight at any time.
Bang!
The door shook violently again, and the doorframe even shifted slightly. At this moment, Mu Roofing suddenly pushed the door open. A cold wind mixed with rain rushed into the house.
He, the door is actually opened.
You guys are so good. The security guard seemed very surprised, and then his face was full of excitement.
He strode into the room.
It's been a while since I've tasted the fresh flesh and blood of a contractor. Our factory director is so stingy that he feeds us rotten pork every day. Today we're having a feast. The security guard licked his lips and gave a sinister smile.
He, it's been a long time since my bandages have tasted authentic weird blood.
Mu Roofing showed the same sinister smile on his face. The security guard was stunned.
Something is wrong. The atmosphere is completely reversed. Shouldn't these two contractors be resisting desperately or begging for mercy out of fear?
The next moment, the bandages on the ceiling, walls and ground closed quickly, and the security guard was wrapped tightly before he could react. Then, Mu Roofing kicked the security guard to the ground, and then closed and locked the door. The security guard's mouth was blocked and he could not make any sound. He could only make vague whimpers. The strange security guard kept struggling, but was firmly bound by bandages. Today the bandage absorbed a lot of blood from adult pigs and also the blood from a level 4 mummy. Although no qualitative change has occurred yet, both toughness and strength have been significantly improved. I can control a level 4 ghost, let alone this level 3 ghost.
It is absolutely under my control.
Even though the security guard tried his best and unleashed all his strength, it was still in vain. Even the electric baton in his hand emitted electricity, but it still had no effect.
Are you kidding?
Bandages are inert materials.
How can electric batons be useful to them?
After a while, 2 objects slipped out from the bandage. I walked over and picked up the 2 things.
Security guard's electric baton, an electric baton that only discharges electricity.
Please note that I don't want to be put in any strange place. Effect: pressing the switch releases a powerful electric current, instantly paralyzing level 3 and lower creeps. Note, if the indicator light turns red, it means the battery is running out.
Remember to charge it in time.
Old solar flashlight. This was created by some amazing inventor. Effect: press the switch to emit light. If it is in a bright environment, it can continue to emit light without consuming electricity. Note, if it runs out of power, don't forget to put it under light to charge.
Looking at the properties of these 2 items, I naturally put them away.
Apart from anything else, in my opinion, these 2 things are quite practical.
Are you really only level 1?
Messi next to him had a complicated look on her face.
Yes, really, I wouldn't lie to you, I replied with a smile. But he is a level 3 ghost. How could you subdue him so easily?
Messi asked in confusion, looking at the security guard struggling frantically on the ground but to no avail. It's just a level 3 trick, no big deal, not worth mentioning.
I waved my hand. Just kidding. Have you ever seen the level 9 vehicle, the burning blood train? I've used it. What about the level 9 ghost emperor? I haven't seen them, but I have spoken to them. How big of a scene is this level 3 trick? After hearing what I said, Messi was speechless. So what are you going to do now?
Kill him, she asked.
Yeah, I nodded.
Then I took out a kitchen knife, walked over to the security guard, and leaned down.
I controlled him with a bandage, revealing that strange neck.
He held the electric baton in his left hand, pressed the switch, and stabbed it into his neck.
Zzzz.
An electric current flashed and the security guard's body began to shake violently. When I retracted the electric baton, his body slowly stopped shaking and became straight. Then, I raised the kitchen knife, chopped it hard, and chopped off the head of the strange security guard. However, the expected prompt did not appear. It's not that the plug-in was not triggered, but that the security ghost did not die. His headless body was motionless, and then a fierce ghostly aura suddenly emerged from under the severed head. The bandages jumped out, and it opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards me.
Zzzz. Faye's head hit the electric baton.
The flying head, whose eyes originally emitted black light, suddenly rolled its eyes and then fell to the ground with a dull sound.
Go, suck up all the blood.
I ordered the bandage, and at the same time raised the kitchen knife and chopped off the flying head on the ground. After all, compared to the pig's head, this flying head is still far inferior, and I chopped it into pieces in a few strokes.
Killing monsters will make you stronger.
If triggered successfully, you will gain 1 point of strength and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%. The security guard was weird and finally died. At this time, the blood in the security guard's headless body was also absorbed by the bandage, and the color of the bandage became brighter and brighter.
Okay, now tell me, why did you look for me at night?
I stood up, patted the non-existent dust on my body, and asked,
"This is your butcher knife."
Messi did not beat around the bush and directly pulled out the butcher knife from her work clothes behind her.
Butcher knife? How did my butcher knife end up in your hands? Or, you took my butcher knife?
My tone suddenly became cold. Without a butcher knife, you can't kill a pig. If I didn't have a kitchen knife, there would be no way to kill those pigs in the slaughterhouse. But I soon realized something was wrong. We clearly came in together. Believe it or not, I found the butcher knife in the desk drawer when I entered the dormitory after I started working, said Meshizi.
Ha, you mean, this butcher knife was placed in the fattener's room long before we started working there? Moo Ruffing asked. Yes, Messi nodded. Okay, I'll believe you for now, but why did you return the butcher knife? And why did you knock on the door at night? Are you afraid of being discovered by Lu Hao? Moo Ruffing asked.
This is my dormitory rules, take a look. Meshizi did not argue, but took out a booklet from her pocket and handed it to Moo Ruffing. Moo Ruffing took it, turned on the flashlight and looked at it carefully.
Fattener dormitory rules.
1. Daily working hours are 8 to 12 o'clock in the morning, 12 to 1300 hours for lunch, and 13 to 1700 hours in the afternoon.
2. Please strictly abide by the working hours. 3. Other employees are not allowed to enter the dormitory. 4. It is strictly forbidden to go out after 1900 hours. 5. If someone knocks on the door at night, please ignore it. 6. If a butcher's butcher knife or a chef's kitchen knife is found in the room, it must be returned to the butcher on the same day. 7. Never let any employee other than the butcher, especially the security guard, find the butcher knife in your room. 8. If you enter the butcher's room at night, you will get a hidden rule. So, you came knocking on my door because of Article 6? Moo Ruffing confirmed. Look at the 8th rule again. You entered my room at night. What is that hidden rule? He stared at Messi curiously. Turn to the back of the page.
Messi pointed to the book in his hand.
Turn to the next page? Moo Ruffing turned a page. Hidden rules of pig farms.
1. When there is no work at the pig farm at night, you must never turn on the lights to avoid being discovered by patrolling security guards.
This hidden rule seems to be useless.
Moo Ruffing glanced at the body of the security guard who had long been dead next to him and said with a wry smile,
"Yes." Messi also looked at the security guard's body and nodded in agreement. "Give it to me."
Moo Ruffing stretched out his hand and said. Without saying anything, Messi walked over and handed the butcher knife to him. Butcher's pig-killing knife, a pig-killing knife that has been used to kill countless pigs. Effect, tough and sharp, damage to pig creatures increased by 100%, sharpness to bones increased by 30%.
It's indeed a good knife for killing pigs. Moo Ruffing nodded with satisfaction after looking at the attributes.
If I had this knife in the morning, killing the pig would have been a lot easier.
Okay, you can go back, Moo Ruffing said.
Now that he had the butcher knife, understood the hidden rules, and knew the regulations of the fattener's dormitory, he could naturally send Messi away.
So what are you going to do with this security guard? Messi asked. Don't worry about it, I will take care of it, Moo Ruffing replied. Okay.
Messi nodded, then opened the door and left the room.
The rain outside is getting heavier.
Moo Ruffing closed the door only after confirming that Shizi had returned to her room. Then he looked at the body of the security guard. Then he took out his cell phone and glanced at the time. It was already 11:50. Wait another half an hour. Mu Ruffing murmured to himself, lying back on the bed, quietly waiting for time to pass. Soon, half an hour passed. Mu Ruffing stood up at the right time. He walked to the security guard's body, carefully took off his security uniform, and put it on himself. Then he wrapped the body with bandages and carried it on his back. He walked to the window and looked out. It was pitch black outside, with only the sound of rain falling. Mu Ruffing flashed and quickly appeared outside, rushing towards the septic tank. It only took him a few minutes to reach the septic tank. A strong stench hit my nose. Even heavy rain could not cover up the pungent stench. The septic tank is buried underground, but the entrance is much higher than the ground, and there is a shed on it to block rainwater. Mu Ruffin walked over and threw the body behind him directly into the septic tank without hesitation. Then he quickly turned and walked towards the pigsty. The pig house was not far from the septic tank. After walking for a few minutes, Mu Ruffing arrived there. However, he did not enter through the main door, but went around to the side window. It was raining heavily outside, and the raindrops hit the roof, making a noisy sound. The faint cries of pigs can still be heard in the pigsty. Mu Ruffing took out a flashlight and shone it into the dark interior of the pigsty. In an instant, the scene inside the house came into view. The pig house is quite large, with iron cages dividing the two sides from left to right. There is a pig in each iron cage. The pigs are of different sizes, and grade labels are affixed to the front of the iron cages. The pig house also seemed to be divided into different areas. Mu Ruffing didn't care about this. The only thing he cared about was the number of pigs. Soon, he dodged and went straight into the pigsty. His appearance did not cause any commotion among the pigs. Most of the pigs were sleeping, only a few were howling constantly, but it did not affect the rest of the pigs at all. Mu Ruffing carefully inspected the area from left to right. He found that the pig house was divided into 4 areas, graded from level 1 to level 4, and the pigs corresponded exactly to these areas. The higher the level, the smaller the area and the larger and stronger the cage. However, there wasn't a single pig to be seen in the level 4 area. There are quite a few level 3 pigs, more than 30 in total. There are the most level 2 pigs, over 100. There are quite a few first level pigs, about 70 or 80. It seems that the main adult pigs in this pig farm are mainly level 2 pigs. It's a dark and windy night, perfect for slaughtering pigs. Let's start with level 1. Level 1 pigs are the weakest and the quickest to kill. Just as Mu Ruffing was about to take action, he suddenly remembered the conditions for passing the level for Mei Shizi and others. Mu Ruffing's killing of the pig had little impact on Lu Hao and Mei Shizi, but it had a great impact on Tang Hao and Luo Jing. Tang Hao is a breeder and must successfully raise 10 adult pigs. Luo Jing is a cleaner and can pass the test by filling the septic tank with pig manure. If Mu Ruffing slaughtered all the pigs tonight, Tang Hao would not be able to raise adult pigs, and Luo Jing would not be able to fill the septic tank with pig manure. He sighed and said, "Forget it, let's just deal with the adult pigs first. There's plenty of time anyway. After all, we are all fellow travelers struggling in the dungeon world." Adult pigs and piglets are easy to distinguish, and name tags are affixed to the iron cages of adult pigs that can be slaughtered. Those without labels are piglets and cannot be slaughtered yet. Mu Ruffing took a quick look at the number of adult pigs and found that there were about 30 first-level adult pigs. He then checked the second and third level areas and counted the total number of adult pigs at 91. After confirming the number, Mu Ruffing did not delay any further and walked to an iron cage in the first level area. He stretched out his hand, and the bandage quickly stretched out, suddenly wrapping up the sleeping pig. The pig woke up instantly, but was bound by bandages and could not move or make any sound. Mu Ruffing pulled it to the iron cage, picked up the butcher knife, and cut off the pig's head with one stroke. The butcher knife is so sharp. He was slightly surprised as he looked at the pig's head that was easily chopped off. Although this may be related to the weakness of the first level pig, the power of the pig killing knife should never be underestimated. Kill monsters to become stronger. Successfully trigger, gain 1 point of strength and increase the total amount of ghost energy by 1%. I almost forgot. We need to stack the attributes first. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. Life and death, skill activated successfully, enemy dies, all attributes doubled, lasting for 1 hour. Soon, the attributes were multiplied tenfold. Strength 275, 25 plus 250. Spirit 231, 21 plus 210. Constitution 242, 22 plus 220. Feeling the surging power in his body, Mu Ruffing quickly launched his slaughter plan. Kill monsters to become stronger. If triggered successfully, gain 1 point of physical fitness and increase the total amount of ghost energy by 1%. Killing monsters will make you stronger. If triggered successfully, you will gain 1 point of spirit and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%. When the 91st adult pig, the last one, had its head chopped off by Mu Ruffing, he slaughtered all the adult pigs in the pigsty, leaving only some piglets that had not yet been slaughtered.
Mu Ruffing glanced at the piglets and finally resisted the urge to kill them. He opened his property panel. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV1, 1/2. Strength, 693, 63 plus 630. Spirit, 528, 48 plus 480. Constitution, 517, 47 plus 470. Contract slot, LV2 Ghostly Infant, Mu Guaying. Ghost Power, Level 1. Title, Crazy Driver. Skill, Life and Death. Props, Bloody Bandage, Resentful Kitchen Knife, Dorm Manager's Secret Candle X2, Matches, Singing Mouth, Tion D Bank Platinum Card, Flame. Vehicle Card, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card, Clown's Crazy Chainsaw, Light Energy Flashlight, Security Guard's Electric Baton. Soul Coins, 136989849. At this moment, his attributes changed dramatically. Killing 91 adult pigs contributed 91 attribute points to him, plus 91% of his ghost energy. The actual value is higher than this, increasing gradually. These 91 attributes are broken down as follows. Strength, 39 points. Spirit, 27 points. Constitution, 25 points. The tenfold attribute increase allowed Mu Roofing's strength to reach 693, which is 69 times that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person can punch with all his strength and exert a force of 100 kilograms, then Mu Ruffing can reach 6,900 kilograms. And this is simply because ordinary people cannot fully exert their muscle strength. Mu Roofing's physique is also extremely strong, and he is able to fully utilize his muscle strength. In this state, the power he unleashes is definitely not limited to this. It's a pity that it's not so easy to stack attributes in the real world. He felt a little regretful. It's already past 1 o'clock. It's time to go back to bed. I'm afraid tomorrow's work will be extremely busy. He glanced at the pigsty, which was littered with corpses. If these pigs are found tomorrow, they will definitely not be abandoned. They will be sent to the slaughterhouse, cleaned and processed, and then sold. Just because it is not cleaned and refrigerated in time, the quality of the meat may be a little worse. As a butcher in a slaughterhouse, these pigs are naturally his targets. Then, Mu Ruffing walked to the window and looked outside. The heavy rain has stopped at this moment, but it is still pitch black all around. There was no sound from outside. He dodged and instantly appeared outside the pigsty. Soon, he returned to the door of his dormitory. Oh, I almost forgot. He suddenly remembered something, hesitated for a moment, walked around the living area and came to the other side. There were more than just a few of them living in the living area. The strange creatures that live in the pig farm also live here. Mu Ruffing checked quietly and found that all the weird people in the dormitory were gone. They were probably following the factory director to catch pigs. He glanced at the room number, peered through the window, and then teleported inside. A few minutes later, Mu Ruffing left. Ring ring ring. In the butcher's dormitory, the alarm rang. Mu Ruffing was woken up and turned off the alarm clock as soon as he woke up. It was already 7:20 in the morning. There are still 40 minutes until work time. After washing his face with mineral water and rinsing his mouth, Mu Ruffing put on his work clothes and apron and walked out the door. It was still quiet and empty outside. There was some movement in the cafeteria. Mu Ruffing walked into the cafeteria and saw Lu Hao and 3 other people sitting at a table in the corner. The 4 of them probably woke up before 7 o'clock and came out as soon as it was 7 o'clock. So they were gathered together at this moment, and Mu Ruffing, probably knocking on the door didn't wake him up. In addition to Lu Hao and the other 3, there were a few strange people eating breakfast in the cafeteria. As soon as Lu Hao saw Mu Ruffing come in, he immediately stretched out his hand to call him over. Judging from his posture, it was obvious that he had a lot of information he wanted to share with him. Mu Ruffing nodded at him and then walked to the window. Mr. Mu, you're here? Look, what would you like to eat this morning? The cafeteria lady handed over a menu with a smile on her face. Give me a bowl of beef waffle rice noodles, a bowl of fish noodles, 5 fried dough sticks, and 5 big meat buns. Mu Ruffing said, no need for change. He took out 100 yuan and put it directly on the counter. The cafeteria lady was about to start talking about the bill, but she immediately took it back and took the 100 yuan bill. Thank you, sir. Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. After ordering, Mu Ruffing walked to Lu Hao's table and found an empty seat next to him and sat down. I found a clue. Maybe we can get through it today. Lu Hao spoke excitedly, almost without waiting for Mu Ruffing to sit down. Oh, have you found any clues? Mu Ruffing asked. The security guard, the one on night shift, he knows where your butcher knife is and who stole it. He lives over there. I'll go find him later, Lu Hao said excitedly. Looking at Lu Hao's excited face, Mu Ruffing inexplicably liked his previous arrogant and annoying appearance. At least it was real then. The harmonious atmosphere among everyone made Mu Ruffing feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, Mu Ruffing nodded. How do you know which security guard knows this information? Messi suddenly asked, obviously very interested in this matter. There was no way, since the butcher knife appeared in her dormitory, she naturally paid attention. But she was not panicked. After all, the butcher knife had been returned to its original owner, and the witness Lu Hao mentioned had been dealt with. I found the night security guard's duty log, Lu Hao said proudly. security duty log? Messi repeated softly. Yes, it was written by the night security guard himself. It records that an employee secretly stole a butcher knife and hid it somewhere. As long as I ask the security guard, I can identify the thief. Today is only the first day, and the clearance rate has reached 500%. Haha, Lu Hao laughed. Then why do you think you can get the information you want from the security guard? Messi asked again. Have you forgotten my abilities? Lu Hao smiled faintly. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized, yes, the gambler's ability is quite effective in finding out information, but the prerequisite is that you have to win. By the way, something big happened in the pigsty last night. Tang Hao suddenly interrupted. Big thing? What big thing? Mu Ruffing asked curiously. According to those weirdos, it seems a lot of pigs died. Yeah, at least dozens of them. It seems the factory manager is back. Well, we didn't catch the adult pig that ran away, and now there's another problem with the piggery. I heard the factory manager is almost mad. Several people echoed. The management is in a meeting now. We estimate that our work will become more difficult in the future, so everyone should be careful. Once you complete the task, return immediately. Don't be greedy, Mu Ruffing warned. After hearing this, Mei Shizi and the others didn't say anything, but just nodded heavily. Indeed, the accident in the pig house had a significant impact on them. In addition to Lu Hao, Mei Shizi and the other three would also be implicated. Messi prayed in her heart that the pig's death was not caused by an epidemic. At this time, the cafeteria lady came over with the fish noodles, beef waffle noodles, big meat buns and fried dough sticks ordered by Mu Ruffing. Mr. Mu, please enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, please let me know. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded, then turned his gaze to Mei Shizi and others. Come, I ordered a big meat bun and a fried dough stick for each of you. Eat quickly. Mu Ruffing said. Really? Luo Jing was a little unbelievable. Of course they crave fried dough sticks and big meat buns, but 10 yuan for a fried dough stick and 10 yuan for a big meat bun are too expensive for them to afford. After all, there is free white porridge and pickles here. Although the taste is light, it is still difficult to fill your stomach. Because the supply is limited, each person only has one bowl of porridge and a small plate of pickles. Therefore, their eyes were fixed on the two large meat buns and fried dough sticks in front of Mu Ruffing. Of course, eat it, you're welcome, Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Ha, thanks, brother. I won't be polite then. Lu Hao was already very hungry. He grabbed a big meat bun in one hand and a fried dough stick in the other and started to eat them voraciously. The same was true for several other people. At this moment, several people felt that the porridge in the bowl had become more delicious. 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone finished their meal and prepared to go to the pig house together to check on the situation. Even Mu Ruffing wanted to know what happened next. When everyone arrived in front of the pig house, they found a truck parked at the door. 7 or 8 weirdos were busy loading the pigs whose heads had been chopped off last night onto a truck. Next to the truck, the pig-headed factory manager stood with a gloomy face. Behind him were Manager Bai and Manager Fong, both with stern expressions. There were many employees who were not at work and were watching. At this moment, Director Zhu Tu was in a very bad mood. When he saw Mu Ruffing and others coming, his face became even gloomier. He turned to Manager Bai and Manager Fong and said coldly, remember, if you make a mistake again next time, you two will be put in an iron cage and become pigs. Yes, Director, the two responded tremblingly. Then, the pig-head factory manager turned to Mu Ruffing and said, the incident with the adult pig escaping wasn't your fault, nor was it any of the employees' fault. It was my fault as the factory manager. To make up for the losses, I decided to use my savings to buy a batch of pigs that were about to be slaughtered, to ensure that our pig farm's performance this month meets the target. This way everyone's bonus won't be deducted. Thank you, Director. Director, you are so kind. Woo. The factory director is so nice. The words of the pig-head factory manager made all the employees around him burst into tears of gratitude. After all, their monthly bonus averages at least 2,000 yuan per person. 2,000 yuan is already a very high sum of money for them, so you can imagine how they felt when their bonus was not deducted. You guys, work hard. Today's workload may be heavy. Butcher, your mission is especially important, the pig-head factory manager warned. Okay, Director, I promise to complete the task. Mu Ruffing agreed. Okay, stop gathering here and get to work, shouted the pig-head factory manager. Upon hearing this, the monsters immediately dispersed. Some went to rest, and some returned to their posts. Mu Ruffing walked into the slaughterhouse. There's still some time before work starts. There were a few slaughterhouse employees standing scattered around. They looked at Mu Ruffing with pity and regret in their eyes. The pity is that Mu Ruffing might not survive today, or even the morning. Unfortunately, they probably won't have the chance to taste the fresh flesh and blood of Mu Ruffing, the contractor. It is estimated that they will eventually be raised as meat pigs. Mu Ruffing knew very well what the factory director meant. The purpose is simply to make him make mistakes during high-intensity work so that he can be easily controlled. Then they squeeze out all his value and finally send him to the pigsty to be used as meat pigs. Regardless of whether he can hold on or not, the pig-headed factory director will definitely put obstacles in his way. But Mu Ruffing was not panicked. He had already prepared a plan to deal with it. Ring, ring, ring. The work bell rang. Moo Ruffing walked into the slaughterhouse. The heavy door slowly closed. What surprised Moo Ruffing was that when he left yesterday, the slaughterhouse was extremely messy, with feces and urine all over the floor, and blood splattered everywhere. He even smeared pig's blood all over the glass. But the slaughterhouse at this moment was almost exactly the same as when he first came in. Even the damaged tables and chairs were miraculously restored to their original state. In other words, it was not restored, but newly added. Almost at the moment the bell rang, the entrance to the iron cage slowly opened. Immediately afterwards, pig carcasses were thrown into the iron cage one by one. Soon, the entrance was piled up and the entire iron cage was filled to the brim. However, only 20 pig carcasses were put in. Hey, what are you still dawdling about? Get the pig carcass into the slaughterhouse right now. Can't you see it's too full here? A strange voice suddenly shouted. Moo Ruffing did not respond when he heard this, but walked forward and opened the iron cage. Then he began to move the pig carcasses into the slaughter room. The two weirdos kept throwing pig carcasses into the slaughterhouse. It took more than half an hour, and all 91 headless pig carcasses were piled into the slaughterhouse. Even the 91 pig heads were put in. After all, the value of a pig's head cannot be underestimated. Looking at the crowded slaughterhouse, Moo Ruffing lamented his miserable life. After much difficulty in transforming himself from a backbreaking loader into a government employee with a job, he now comes to a pig farm to slaughter pigs. After complaining, Moo Ruffing started working. Because he was holding a butcher knife and the pig carcasses were bloodless. Not only is the processing speed much faster, but it is also much easier. An adult pig can be processed in a few minutes. Cleaning the internal organs is a little more time-consuming, but chopping it in half is still very easy. As time passed, a layer of black aura suddenly emerged from the ground of the slaughterhouse. Looking closely, the black air seemed to be emanating from the pig carcass. At first, Moo Ruffing didn't care because there were too many pig carcasses. Moreover, he did not open the portal after processing one pig. Instead, he processed 10 adult pigs at a time before opening the portal one after another. Half an hour later, Moo Ruffing sent the first batch of adult pigs away and only then noticed something strange on the ground. What is this? He raised his foot and swept it a few times, but felt something was wrong. When he was transporting the second batch of adult pigs, he finally discovered that the black aura was emanating from the adult pigs. But Moo Ruffing didn't care about it because he didn't feel any discomfort. He continued to focus on his work. 3 hours passed quickly. At this moment, Moo Ruffing was sitting on a chair beside him to rest. Half of the pig carcass was still left. He did not work too hard, but took a short rest when he felt tired. Are you kidding? There is no one in the dungeon who wants him to work so hard. It's unrealistic to think about it. At this moment, Jutu factory manager and supervisor Fong appeared outside the slaughterhouse at some point. Why isn't he affected? When the pighead factory director saw Moo Ruffing who was taking a rest, his face became extremely gloomy. Well, director, I don't know what's going on. Look, there's a layer of air on the ground, but he's still full of energy. Manager Fong said, pointing to the floor of the slaughterhouse. It seems that this kid has some kind of prop that can make him immune to mental pollution. He is really rich. The pighead factory director showed greed on his face. After a strange death, the body will disappear directly, except for some special death methods. Under normal circumstances, a body will be left behind after a strange death. Whether it is the security guard or these adult pigs, they are all examples of this. The so-called special way of death, for example, in the first copy, Moo Ruffing used zombie teeth to suck the blood and energy out of Miss Bandage's body, killing her and turning her into ashes. In the strange world, if the corpse left behind by a strange death is not dealt with for a certain period of time, it will emit a strange aura. This aura gathers and does not disperse, especially in closed spaces, where its pollution ability is even stronger and can pollute everything. If the contractor is polluted to a certain extent, he will be directly transformed into a weird person. If the weirdness is contaminated, it will lose its self-awareness and become a tyrannical and bloodthirsty being. Of course, the degree of this pollution varies. For example, after a first-level strange death, only the first-level contractor can be contaminated at most. Moreover, in order to cause pollution quickly, a large number of strange corpses must gather. The corpses that have turned into pigs have a polluting power that cannot be underestimated precisely because they are concentrated together. Even the few weirdos in charge of transporting the corpses did not dare to stay on the truck for long. So, when those weird people stared at Moo Ruffing, they showed that expression on their faces. Of course, as long as the processing area is cleaned, these pollutants can be completely removed and these corpses can be turned into real food ingredients. If nothing unexpected happens, the pigs in the pig house that have not yet been slaughtered will also be contaminated. However, the weirdness itself is quite resistant to pollution and is not as fragile as human contractors. In addition, these pigs have been vaccinated, making them less likely to be contaminated. Props that can resist mental pollution are also rare in the weird world. The fact that Moo Ruffing, as a small first-level contractor, could stay here for 3 hours without any harm speaks volumes. Director, Director, what should we do now? Although 91 pigs is a lot of pigs, that guy will definitely be able to finish processing them before the end of get off work today. Manager Fong stared at Mu Ruffing and said. At this moment, his eyes suddenly fell on the butcher knife on the table, and his eyes flashed slightly. Because a major incident happened today, I decided to cancel the night shift tonight and give everyone a day off to relax, the pighead factory manager said with a smile. However, in order to prevent theft, security guards still have to stay at their posts. But old Zhang hasn't shown up all day, and I don't know if something happened to him. The pighead factory manager's face suddenly darkened. Yes, there was such a big incident in the pig house last night. He didn't see anyone, so he guessed that they were killed by the thief. When Manager Fong heard this, he immediately understood what the factory director meant, and then remembered what happened last night and hurriedly said. He didn't answer the phone and he wasn't in his room. I think it's almost certain. Forget it, I'll work harder tonight and act as a security guard. I'll just keep an eye on the thief and see if he dares to come. The pig-headed factory director looked tough. Yes, director. Manager Fong responded quickly. After giving a few instructions, Director Zhu Tu left the slaughterhouse and walked towards the gate. The big client he has been looking forward to should be arriving soon. Because those 91 adult pigs had been dead for quite some time, although they could still be sold, the quality of their meat had greatly deteriorated, so the price was naturally much lower. So, he used his connections to find a big customer and prepared to dispose of this batch of pork at one time. Soon, Director Zhu Tu walked into the living area. Suddenly, he saw a contractor in security uniform standing stealthily in front of the door of old Zhang, who was suspected to be dead. Lu Hao, what are you doing? The pig-headed factory director recognized the contractors in the factory and immediately shouted. Lu Hao was startled. Seeing that the person coming was the pig-headed factory director, he became even more panicked. However, he reacted quickly and adjusted his mood. Hello, director. Uncle Zhang didn't hand over his shift to me when I came to work this morning. I wanted to ask him about some work matters, so I came here, Lu Hao explained. But I was afraid of disturbing his sleep, so I hesitated whether to knock on the door, he added. Old Zhang didn't hand over the shift to you? The pig-headed factory director only cared about this fact. Yes, director, Uncle Zhang didn't come to the security booth to hand over the shift. Look, the handover book hasn't even been written yet. Lu Hao took out a booklet, which was the one that needed to be signed and confirmed when handing over the shift. The pig-headed factory manager stepped forward, snatched the booklet, and after checking, found that there was indeed no handover record. You should know that pig farms have clear regulations that security guards must write down the handover details and sign them when changing shifts. The only reason there was no signature was that old Zhang was unable to come and sign, which meant that the suspected death had become a confirmed death. Old Zhang is old and retired yesterday to go home for his retirement. Don't think too much about it, just go on patrol. The pig-headed factory director waved his hand and walked quickly towards the gate. When Lu Hao heard old Zhang's intention to retire and go home to enjoy his retirement, he was stunned. Why did he retire? He couldn't believe it was true. It's over. Without any news about this guy, let alone finding the thief today, I'm afraid we won't be able to find him even on the 5th day. Lu Hao's face suddenly turned gloomy and full of worry. Damn it, looks like I have no choice but to take a risk and try out my previous idea. In the end, Lu Hao decided to take a gamble. Suddenly, he remembered something and immediately chased after the pighead factory manager. Director, I have something else to tell you. Lu Hao shouted as he ran. What's the matter? The factory director stopped and turned to look at him. Director, the butcher's butcher knife is missing. He asked me to help find it yesterday, but you were not in the factory last night. I just remembered it and hurried over to tell you. Lu Hao explained. The butcher's butcher knife is missing? Are you sure? How did he slaughter the pig yesterday without the butcher knife? A hint of doubt flashed in the factory director's eyes. This, Mu Ruffing told me yesterday. I don't know whether it's true or not. As for butchering, he has his own kitchen knife. Lu Hao hesitated and didn't dare to confirm directly. He has his own knife? But you might have been fooled by him. I just went to the slaughterhouse and saw that the butcher was holding a pig-killing knife, not a kitchen knife, said the factory director. What? His butcher knife is not lost? Lu Hao was shocked and angry, but he quickly suppressed his anger. This is too weird to believe completely. Lu Hao said, it seems he lied to me. Thank you, director. I will go on patrol first. Yeah. The pighead factory manager nodded slightly. Mu Ruffing glanced at the time and saw that there were still 10 minutes until the end of get off work. He stood up and stretched. The originally crowded slaughterhouse had been mostly cleared out, with only 20 pigs left to be processed. Mu Ruffing was going to process these 20 pigs in the afternoon. What a good knife. Mu Ruffing touched the butcher knife in his hand and wondered if he could bring this knife back to the real world. If nothing unexpected happens, this butcher knife will be able to go back with him. After all, the attributes don't say that you can't take it back, and it's not a scene-specific prop or anything. He inserted the butcher knife into his apron, then into his belt, and waited quietly for the end of his shift. 10 minutes passed in a flash. The door to the slaughterhouse
slaughterhouse opened in due time.
A few minutes later, Mu Ruffing walked into the cafeteria. Because the pigsty was closer to the cafeteria than the slaughterhouse, he was the last person to arrive among the contractors. In the corner, Lu Hao and his group of 4 were eating and chatting with their free meals. They didn't even notice Mu Ruffing's arrival. Mu Ruffing walked to the window first, ordered 3 dishes as usual, paid, and walked towards them. Everyone is so happy today. Did something good happen?
Mu Ruffing asked with a smile as he looked at Luo Jing and Tang Hao, who were smiling brightly. As he spoke, he sat down next to them.
Well, I should be able to complete the task and go back today, Luo Jing said with a smile. I'm almost there too. I should be able to finish it in the afternoon, Tang Hao also said. Although Messi didn't say anything, the envy in her eyes was hard to conceal. Oh, what's going on? You said yesterday it would take 2 or 3 days? Mu Ruffing asked in confusion. Luo Jing immediately explained. Do you remember what the factory director said when we went to the pig house this morning? Of course I remember. Mu Ruffing nodded. You mean?
Yes, the director of the pig head factory said that he planned to use his savings to buy a batch of live pigs that were about to be slaughtered. The batch of pigs has arrived, a total of 100 heads, half of which are first level and half are second level pigs, and there are no third level pigs at all.
Tang Hao continued. Oh my god, this batch of pigs must be worth several million, right?
But after all, they are not adult pigs, so the price should be cheaper.
Lu Hao took a breath. Millions? This isn't RMB, it's millions of soul coins.
In this morning, I have already slaughtered 5 adult pigs, and only 2 are left to meet the mission target. In the afternoon, I will work harder and raise a few more pigs so that I can have more clearance points when I return,
Tang Hao said. Such a good opportunity, don't you plan to wait for a day? Wouldn't it be better to sell a few more cows tomorrow? Messizi suddenly asked. Forget it. I just want to clear the level quickly and don't want to take risks. This is the 3rd dungeon of my level 2 level. After this, I will be promoted to level 3, and I can enter the dungeon only once every month.
Tang Hao showed a satisfied smile on his face.
Obviously, he didn't want to enter the dungeon frequently.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Tang Hao with some envy.
Once a month, how enviable. Congratulations, this is only my first dungeon at level 2. I still have to keep going.
These pigs eat a lot and poop quickly.
2 hours is equivalent to most of yesterday's day. We should be able to fill up the septic tank in the afternoon and return, Luo Jing said. By the way, Messi, you should be almost done today, right?
You increased by 50% yesterday, so you should be able to reach 50% completion after get off work today.
Tang Hao looked at Messi and said.
Well, but I'm still a little worried that there might be problems with the pigs that have just entered the pen.
Messi nodded.
In fact, 4 of the 5 of them can return today, especially Mu Ruffing, who can return at any time. Because he killed 91 adult pigs last night, he has met the conditions for passing the level.
Ding!
Detected that the player has successfully slaughtered 97 adult pigs, meeting the requirements for clearing the dungeon.
Do you want to submit?
This information appeared in Mu Ruffing's mind last night, and he naturally rejected it directly. 97 pigs is not the end, but a new beginning.
So now, the one who suffers the most is Lu Hao. Mu Ruffing should be able to pass the level today, right?
You killed 6 pigs yesterday. I heard from manager Bai that the pig carcasses are almost processed and will be sent to the slaughterhouse for you to kill in the afternoon,
Tang Hao said again. Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded without saying much. It looks like the 5 of us can go back today, Lu Hao said with a smile. Has the thief been found? Luo Jing asked after hearing this. Before we get into that, let me ask you a question, Lu Hao said, his eyes fixed on Mu Ruffing. You said you lost your butcher knife. Today I went to see the factory manager, and he said you used that same knife to butcher the pig today. Your butcher knife wasn't lost. Why did you lie to me and say it was? Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment, then explained, oh, last night that security guard tried to kick the door down and break in, but I killed him. I found a butcher knife on him. I didn't think about it this morning, so I didn't tell you. Did you kill that security guard? Lu Hao's face changed drastically after hearing this. The factory manager told him that old Zhang had retired, but then he thought, what a lie, how could he really retire? Moreover, that security guard ghost was a level 3 ghost, and even the level 3 gambler in him didn't dare to say he could beat it. Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded. How is it possible? That security ghost is a level 3 evil ghost, and you are only a level 1 contractor. Even if you have contracted a level 2 ghost, it is too unbelievable. Lu Hao couldn't believe it. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Mu Ruffing smiled faintly. It seems that I still underestimated you. Lu Hao adjusted his mood. Then he began to talk about his plan to pass the level. His plan was simple, which was to make a bet with Ghoul. If Ghoul wins, Lu Hao will give it 500 soul coins. If he wins, he will let Ghoul steal something in the cafeteria. Whether it's pots and pans, ingredients, chairs, or chopsticks, it's all fine. During the morning patrol, he had already locked on to the target and the trick. And he won that trick. Now we just have to wait for that ghost to steal something. His conditions for passing the level are not as simple as helping Mu Ruffing retrieve
retrieve the butcher knife and catch the thief. As long as a thief is caught, no matter whose things he steals or what he steals, as long as he is caught, he can complete the mission and return. After hearing this, Mu Rufang and the others immediately understood. With that said, all 5 of them are expected to return safely today.
I think this copy is too simple. Mesizi suddenly spoke.
After hearing this, everyone fell silent. It is indeed simple to say the least. After all, today is only the 2nd day and they will be able to return. Although it is not as fast as those dungeons that can be returned in a few hours, as a work-type dungeon, it usually takes 3 to 5 days to complete.
To be honest, the task is indeed a bit tricky for some people.
However, the changes that happened last night made everything suddenly become unusually easy. I just hope nothing goes wrong with that batch of pigs.
Messi sighed again.
She was indeed worried. After all, these pigs were bought from outside. What if she bought sick pigs? In that case, her progress in clearing the level would be ruined, and if the pig remained sick, she might even be trapped in the dungeon, with her life hanging by a thread.
Ha! What are you doing? How dare you come to the cafeteria to steal things? Are you looking for death? Just then, an angry shout suddenly came from the door.
I saw the cafeteria lady standing at the door, picking up a thin weirdo with one hand and holding him high up. The other hand tightly pinched the strange left hand, which was holding a soup spoon. Oh, sorry, I forgot to put it back. I just finished drinking the soup and subconsciously put it in my pocket.
The thin and weird man hurriedly explained. Forgot? Why don't you forget that I am your mother? The auntie in the cafeteria kept pestering.
Oh, in the past, students brought their own bowls and chopsticks to the cafeteria. I'm used to it, so I subconsciously put them in
my pocket. Give me a chance,
the thin and weird man said, taking out 10 yuan and stuffing it into the hand of the cafeteria auntie.
Forget it this time.
If I catch you again next time, it won't just be $10, it'll be at least 10 times more.
The cafeteria lady snorted, left him and turned away.
The thin and strange man stood up, patted the dust off his body, turned to look at Lu Hao inside, and moved his lips slightly, as if to say, our bet is complete. After saying that, he left the cafeteria. On Lu Hao's side, his expression instantly darkened.
He didn't have time to think about it.
He immediately stepped forward and shouted to the cafeteria lady, Auntie, that guy just stole something from the cafeteria.
I'm going to arrest him right now.
As he said that, he pulled out his electric baton and chased after the strange person outside.
Hey, what are you doing? Which eye of yours saw him stealing? Also, you call me auntie? I'm not that old.
The auntie in the cafeteria stared at Lu Hao coldly, with a sinister look in her eyes.
A strange third-level aura emanated from her, causing Lu Hao's heart to tighten.
Unexpectedly, this little cafeteria lady turned out to be a third-level evil spirit.
No, sister, I was wrong.
Lu Hao quickly changed his words.
Poof. The cafeteria lady snorted coldly and turned away. Lu Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat back in his seat. Damn, the plan failed. Looks like I can only find the next target. His face was gloomy. I think your plan will be even more difficult to implement.
I estimate that this matter will spread throughout the pig farm soon.
Luo Jing pointed at the weird people who were whispering.
After these words were spoken, Lu Hao's face became even uglier.
Mr. Mu, the dishes you ordered are here.
The cafeteria lady came over with a tray and placed the dishes in front of Mu Ruffin one by one. At this moment, the cafeteria lady had a warm smile on her face, completely different from the ferocious-looking woman just now.
Thank you. Mu Ruffing thanked softly. Mr. Mu, take your time eating.
I'll go get busy first, the cafeteria lady said and turned to go to the window.
Mu Ruffing did not order food for the others. After all, he was not their parent.
Lu Hao, I have a way for you to complete the dungeon mission today, or even before the end of lunch break. Mu Ruffing took a bite of rice and said slowly.
What? Do you have a way to help me complete the dungeon mission? What is the method? Lu Hao was shocked when he heard this and asked quickly.
Mu Ruffing did not answer immediately, but continued to eat slowly.
Seeing this, Lu Hao understood instantly.
He knew that Mu Ruffing was waiting for him to show his chips first.
They are adults now, no longer children playing house.
It is absolutely impossible to expect others to help them unconditionally. After struggling for a while, Lu Hao finally spoke slowly. I'll use a prop in exchange for this method.
Props? What kind of props? Mu Ruffing raised his head and looked at Lu Hao curiously. Lu Hao didn't say anything, and a dice suddenly appeared in his palm. He placed the dice in front of Mu Ruffing. Dice?
Mu Ruffing reached out and picked up the dice with some curiosity. Gambler's dice. This is a dice of a veteran gambler. The original owner almost always lost every time he used it to gamble. Unfortunately, after a devastating defeat, the owner lost both hands. Effect: if the displayed number is 2, add 2 points to your luck.
3 adds 3 points, and so on.
If it is 6, add 6 points. If it is 1, subtract 6 points.
This effect lasts until midnight the next day. Note, the luck value of ordinary people is 5 points, and they can only roll once a day. Increase luck value?
Mu Ruffing narrowed his eyes slightly.
You are actually willing to exchange this item? Mu Ruffing suddenly became alert. The gambler's dice are not ordinary props, but very precious.
Precisely precisely because it was so valuable. Mu Ruffing didn't believe that Lu Hao was trading it just to clear the dungeon. After all, it was only noon of the next day, and Lu Hao still had enough time to try the previous plan. Even if the news spreads, as long as there are enough chips, those weirdos will still flock to gamble with him. Actually, I don't want to trade it, but I have no other choice. Lu Hao sighed. Wait, could it be that you rolled a point when you rolled the dice today? Mu Ruffing suddenly thought of it and asked hurriedly. You guessed right. I rolled one today, and my luck value directly decreased by 6 points. I think that's why the security guard was killed by you and the clues were cut off. And the weird one that just appeared. Lu Hao said with a wry smile. That's not right. Your luck value has decreased by 6 points, and even become negative. Then how can you still win when you bet on that weird time? Messi asked doubtfully. That's right. Tang Hao also nodded in agreement. Sorry, this involves my special abilities, so I won't go into too much detail. I just want to get through the level quickly. Lu Hao said. Really? Mu Ruffing lowered his head and thought for a long time. After a moment, he looked up and said, okay, I'll take your dice. It's easy to pass the level. Go find the butcher on night duty in the room next to old Zhang and ask him if he's lost anything. And the lost thing is in the room next to his. Of course, it's not next to old Zhang, but another next room. Mu Ruffing explained. Is it that simple? Lu Hao was a little bit unbelievable. Believe it or not, I have already accepted the things. Mu Ruffing put the dice away without hesitation. Okay. Seeing the props being taken away, Lu Hao didn't say much and immediately stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Let's go and take a look. Tang Hao stood up immediately. Luo Jing and Mei Shizi quickly stood up when they heard it and glanced at Mu Ruffing before leaving. You go first, I'll be there later, Mu Ruffing said, pointing to the half-eaten plate of food. Several people nodded and left quickly. Mu Ruffing also quickened his eating pace. A few minutes later, he finished all the food in no time and walked towards the living area. When he arrived, he saw Lu Hao arguing with a strange man at the door. It was said to be an argument, but in fact the weirdo was just scolding Lu Hao roughly. You just lost your things and that's it? Who do you think you are? You're just a bug. How dare you disturb my sleep? Are you really tired of living? Get out of here, go away now. The weird man yelled at Lu Hao with impatience on his face. Sir, seriously, please check it out. You really have lost something. This morning when I was on patrol, I saw an employee sneaking around your door. As soon as he saw me coming, he immediately ran back to his room. Lu Hao said hurriedly. Okay, then tell me, what exactly did I lose? Asked weirdly with a sneer. This, I didn't see it clearly. Lu Hao hesitated. He sneered strangely and was about to say something else when Mu Ruffing suddenly interrupted him and said, I'll give you 100 yuan. Go and check if the thing is lost. Before he finished speaking, Mu Ruffing took out 100 soul coins. Gigi's originally sneering expression suddenly changed slightly, and then he sneered again. He grabbed the $100 bill and said lightly, okay, you are stupid and have a lot of money. Since you have money, I will play the game of cops and robbers with you. After saying that, he returned to his room strangely, left the door open, and started rummaging around. There was nothing unusual elsewhere, but when he opened his drawer, his expression changed slightly, then darkened again. You said you saw an employee acting suspiciously. Are you referring to the guy next door to me? A strange and deep voice pointed to the room on the right. To his left is old Zhang's room. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao glanced at Mu Ruffing and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I hope what you said is true, otherwise, I will make you die miserably, he said strangely and coldly, then walked straight to the next room. Open the door quickly, Gigi shouted while knocking on the door. Who is it? You disturbed my sleep. Do you want to die? An angry voice came from inside the house. Soon, the door opened and a burly and strange figure walked out. Why the hell are you knocking on my door? The burly and strange man glanced at the person outside the door, then stared at him angrily. My butcher knife is missing. Did you take it? Gigi said slowly. Ha, your butcher knife is missing? Looking for me? You don't really think I stole it, do you? The burly and weird man kept making excuses. I know you have always coveted my butcher knife and thought it was much better than yours, but you shouldn't have stolen it from me, he said strangely in a cold voice. What a joke. You want to steal just because you want to? What evidence do you have? The burly man sneered strangely. The security guard saw you sneaking around in front of my door. Who else could it be but you? He asked strangely. I'm just passing by. Why are you acting so sneaky? The burly man snorted coldly and stared at Lu Hao. Stop arguing. We'll know if it's stolen or not if we search. Lu Hao was not afraid and tried to mediate. Heh, you search just like that? Who do you think you are? The burly and weird man didn't take Lu Hao seriously at all. It seems that it is really in your room, Ji said slowly. Well, let's make a bet. If you don't have his butcher knife, I'll pay you 500 soul coins. If it's there, you'll just follow me to find the factory manager. Lu Hao activated his ability without hesitation. Okay. The burly and weird man agreed readily. Although Lu Hao's ability is limited to rock paper scissors, he has contracted a gambling addict, so his ability will be useful in anything related to gambling. Rock paper scissors is the best way to utilize his ability. After the burly man agreed strangely strangely, he turned and went into the house, and everyone immediately gathered at the door.
Look carefully, I'm going to start searching now. Ghost Fox, you should also look carefully to see if I have your butcher knife.
The burly and strange man began to rummage through the drawers. There was no butcher knife on the bed, nor under the bed, and no trace of it could be found in the desk or drawers. Instead, he saw his own butcher knife.
This is my butcher knife. What? Do you think it's yours? The burly and weird man looked at the excited expressions of several people and couldn't help but mock them. The Ghost Fox, who was originally somewhat tempted, clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. Okay, now there is only one wardrobe left. If it's not here, the $500 will be mine.
The burly and weird man had a smile on his face and a sense of pride in his voice. At this time, Lu Hao's nervousness became more and more obvious. If the butcher knife was really here, he would win.
As long as he brought Weird to see the factory manager, the latter would recover immediately.
If not only would he lose $500, but he would also offend the two butchers at the pig farm. More importantly, he had no soul notes left, so he had to borrow the 500 yuan from the old ghost in the contract within his body. According to the algorithm of 9 out and 13 back, if 500 yuan is lent, 9 out, loan is equal to 500 by 90% equals 450 yuan, 13 back, repayment is equal to 500 by 130% equals 650 yuan.
650 minus 450 equals 200. These 200 soul coins are the interest, and it must be repaid within the specified period. If you exceed the time limit, the interest will be even more terrible. This rule of 9 out and 13 back is so annoying just thinking about it. Creaky. With a sound, the burly and strange man opened the wardrobe door. Ha, it seems that your 500 yuan is mine.
The burly man took a strange look at the things in the closet. There was only the work clothes he threw in yesterday. With a smile on his face, he turned and stared at Lu Hao. The wardrobe door faced everyone, and everyone standing at the door could see clearly. Apart from the work clothes, the cabinet was clean and there was nothing else.
Impossible.
Lu Hao's face changed instantly and he quickly looked at Mu Ruffeng. At the same time, the ghost fox standing beside was strange and exuded a terrifying aura. At this moment, Mu Ruffeng said calmly, "Please take out your clothes."
Maybe the thing is under the clothes. Everyone was stunned when they heard this.
The burly man laughed strangely. "Okay, I'll take off my clothes. I had a lot of fun playing with you guys today, and I also earned 500 yuan.
He laughed and lifted his clothes.
But the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly. A flash of cold white light came into view. It was a butcher knife that flashed with a cold light. The second butcher knife appeared.
"Okay, Big Bear, it turned out that you stole my butcher knife." The ghost fox roared angrily, with ghost energy surging, and suddenly pounced on Big Bear. Big Bear's face changed and he quickly dodged to the side.
I thought the ghost fox would continue to attack, but unexpectedly he rushed straight to the wardrobe and grabbed his butcher knife.
On the other side, Da Xiong also took the opportunity to take out his butcher knife from the drawer.
Only then did he remember that violence was not allowed in the pig farm. "Ghost fox, listen to me, I definitely didn't steal your knife, and I don't understand why it appeared in my closet."
Big Bear held the knife and argued with a grim expression. "Do you think I will believe it?" The ghost fox's face was frighteningly gloomy.
"If it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't have known you stole my butcher knife."
Big Bear's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he turned to Lu Hao. "Bug, was this you?" "Security, you won the bet. Does he want to go with you to see the factory manager?"
Ghoul stopped attacking and turned to look at Lu Hao and asked.
"Yes, you lost, and you have to come with me to see the factory director." Lu Hao responded quickly. Meeting the factory director? So what if I lost? I want to go back on my word." Although he lost the bet,
he still wanted to go back on his word. Faced with Lu Hao's pressure, he might be a little hesitant, but if he really went to see the factory director, it would be a big trouble.
Lu Hao is just a small second-level contractor, so he is not afraid even if the other party is a third-level gambler.
As everyone knows, the third-level gambler's actual combat ability is not strong, so he is not afraid at all.
"Ghost Fox, I really didn't take your knife, so I'm in trouble this time. You make a request, and I promise to give you a satisfactory answer."
Big Bear ignored Lu Hao and said to Ghost Fox.
The Ghost Fox stared at the Big Bear but did not make a move. Boom boom boom.
He also knew that violence was prohibited in the pig farm. If they broke the rules, the factory manager would never let them off just because they were butchers. Butchers could be hired, but pigs were a big business.
"Okay, I can't beat you. I'll go find the factory manager right now."
Lu Hao tried to attack, but the old ghost in his body immediately stopped him.
Indeed, what Da Xiong said was right. Although he won the bet, he still couldn't defeat him even if he was suppressed.
Now he could only go to the factory manager for help.
If he wins the rock-paper-scissors game, the suppression effect will be even stronger, and Lao Gui will definitely take action. "Ghost Fox?" Big Bear shouted again.
When the ghost fox heard this, his eyes flickered. "Give me 10,000 soul coins, and this matter will be over."
In the end, the ghost fox still got the benefits. 10,000? Are you fucking crazy? Your butcher knife is only worth 10,000 yuan.
Da Xiong was shocked after hearing this. "You also said that my butcher knife is worth 10,000 yuan.
Why, you stole stole my knife. Is it too much to compensate me with 10,000 yuan? Ghost Fox responded indifferently. 10,000 yuan?
Mu Rufeng's eyes flashed slightly. He had never cared about the prices of these props in the weird world.
Looking at the Ghost Fox's knife, it seems to be better than the butcher knife in his hand, but it is only worth 10,000 yuan?
He still has more than 100 million soul coins on him.
In this way, can't he make large purchases in the strange world?
It seems I have to go find Lu Mei and ask her clearly.
Mu Rufeng thought to himself.
As a middle or senior manager of Scarlet Preferred, Lu Mei must be very familiar with the prices of the items.
Maybe I can get some good stuff from her. 1,000 yuan. Big Bear said. 1,000 yuan? Do you think I'm a beggar?
Boy, you'd better go find the factory manager.
Ghost Fox said to Lu Hao. Okay. Lu Hao responded and turned to walk out. 5,000, that's all I have.
Big Bear gritted his teeth and took out 5,000 soul notes.
Ghost Fox pondered for a moment and nodded.
Okay, take the money. At this time, Mu Rufeng pulled Lu Hao and whispered in his ear, use my bandage to catch the Big Bear first. As for the Ghost Fox, he dare not take action easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandages on Mu Rufeng's body were transferred to Lu Hao. As long as the security guard has evidence, he can take action, and this does not violate the rules. Lu Hao immediately understood the special properties of the bandage, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face.
At the same time, he also understood why Mu Rufeng could easily kill the third-level security guard.
Then he smiled grimly. Big Bear, if you're in trouble, don't even think about bribing the victim. Lu Hao waved his hand, and the bandage instantly pounced towards the Big Bear. Da Xiong was stunned for a moment, his face darkened, and he drew his sword and slashed at Lu Hao. However, the bandage was surprisingly resilient and it suddenly lost its strength and was carried away along the path of the butcher knife without being cut by the sharp blade at all. Just as Big Bear was about to put away his knife and chop again, the bandage had already wrapped around the butcher knife. Then, the bandage was quickly wrapped around the arm, binding the Big Bear tightly. Terrifying ghost power erupted from the Big Bear's body, forcing Lu Hao to retreat repeatedly, but still unable to break free from the bandages. The Ghost Fox on the side was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that a small character like a second-level contractor would have such a powerful item. At the same time, he looked at Mu Rufeng strangely. He knew that the bandage belonged to Mu Rufeng, yet he generously lent it to someone else. You have to know that, except for some special props, there is no such thing as recognition of ownership. Whoever gets it owns it, and you have no choice but to give it back. The Big Bear struggled frantically, but the bandages were still tightly wrapped around it. Lu Hao watched from the side and became more and more shocked at the strength of the bandages. Lu Hao, is the electric baton in your hand just for decoration? Mu Rufeng suddenly spoke. Oh. Lu Hao reacted immediately, walked over and turned on the switch, and the electric baton stabbed directly into the Big Bear. The bandage reveals a gap at the right time, allowing the electric baton to hit the target accurately. Sizzle, sizzle. A strong electric current flashed, and the struggling bear's body instantly straightened up and then continued to shake. Lu Hao retracted the electric baton, but the Big Bear remained straight, occasionally shaking violently. Sizzle, sizzle. Worried about the Big Bear's strong physique, Lu Hao gave the bear several more electric shocks until the bear's eyes rolled back and foam came out of the mouth. At this moment, the bandages that bound the Big Bear suddenly loosened, and it quickly returned to Mu Rufeng like a snake, sticking directly to his body. When Lu Hao saw this scene, his heart tightened and he secretly sighed that it was a pity. To be honest, he wanted to put the bandage back into his inventory. Because they were at the pig farm, he was sure that even if he didn't return the bandage to Mu Rufeng would not dare to act rashly. As long as he took Da Xiong to the pig farm, he could return directly, and Mu Rufeng would not be able to threaten him. But he never expected that even if the prop was in his hand, Mu Rufeng could actually take it back and claim it as his master. At this moment, Lu Hao's opinion of Mu Rufeng became even more profound. After calming down, Lu Hao carefully searched Big Bear's body and finally found the 5,000 soul coins that Big Bear had taken out before. In addition to the 5,000 soul coins, there was also a Tiandi bank card, a mobile phone, and a butcher knife that fell on the ground. He ignored the bank card and mobile phone, stood up with the 5,000 soul coins, and looked at Mu Rufeng. Then, he took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to Guihu. Can you please be a witness? Ghost Fox's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a moment, he took the 1,000 yuan bill and said, okay, I'll testify. I'll go with you to see the factory director later. Thank you. Lu Hao thanked him and took out 1,000 soul coins and handed them to Mu Rufeng. Brother Mu, this is for you. I really need money, otherwise I will owe more and more. Lu Hao said. Yes. Mu Rufeng took the 1,000 soul coins without saying much. This is for you. Although it's a little, I believe you won't mind, right? Lu Hao took out another 1,000 and gave Tang Hao and the other 300 yuan each. Don't mind. Tang Hao quickly took it with a smile on his face. I didn't expect that we got a share. 300 yuan is a considerable amount of money. Luo Jing said with a smile. Thank you very much. Messi also smiled at this time. So, out of the 5,000 soul coins, Guihu took 1,000, Mu Rufeng took 1,000, Tang Hao and and the other two took 900 and the remaining 2,100 belonged to Lu Hao. Lu Hao squatted down, picked up the butcher knife and was about to put it in his inventory when he heard Ghost Fox say, "This knife is the property of the pig farm and is quite valuable. The director will definitely ask about it, so it's best not to put it in your inventory. Thank you for the reminder." Although Lu Hao felt regretful, he still responded gratefully. Then he took out an electric baton and shocked Da Xiong again to prevent him from waking up and then carried him towards the factory director's office. The Ghost Fox also followed behind. Mu Rufeng and the others did not follow. There was no need. They each returned to the dormitory and needed to rest up enough to prepare for the afternoon work. Mu Rufeng returned to the dormitory, took out the gambler's dice, and was hesitating whether to give it a try. After thinking for a moment, he decided to give it a try. Anyway, he can return at any time now. Even if he is unlucky, he can still return safely by rolling 1 point and reducing his luck value by 6 points. Do you want to roll the dice? Mu Rufeng chose yes without hesitation, then raised his hand and rolled the dice. The dice drew a parabola and rolled on the ground, making a crisp sound. Finally stopped. The points are 4, and your luck value increases by 4 points. A mysterious feeling rose from Mu Rufeng's heart. He knew that this was a sign of increased luck. I looked at my attributes and found that there was an additional item called luck value. His luck value is 10 points, and there are 4 points temporarily added in brackets, which means his original luck value is slightly higher than that of ordinary people, at 6 points. The dice bounced off the ground and flew back into Mu Rufeng's hand. At this moment, the dice has not changed at all, except that there is an additional countdown after the attribute, and it can only be used again at 2400 hours every morning. Mu Rufeng looked at the countdown and found that there were still 23 hours and 30 minutes left. He immediately understood that this cooling time was synchronized with midnight in the real world. The inventory was now full, and since the dice was small, Mu Rufeng stuffed it directly into the bandage. I have to admit, using bandages to hold things is pretty effective. Mu Rufeng then took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Mei's number again. However, strangely, the phone rang for a full minute and eventually hung up automatically, and Lu Mei never answered it. In desperation, Mu Rufeng had to use the privileges of his phone card. As a user of the black gold phone card, he has one chance every day to force a call through. As soon as Mu Rufeng used his privilege, the call was connected immediately. Then he heard some meaningful conversations. He knew that Lu Mei was in a meeting with the senior management of Scarlet Optimal and her phone was on silent mode, so she didn't answer his call. This function is really good. Mu Rufeng couldn't help but admire it. Bang, bang, bang. Afterwards, he did not say anything, but just listened to the meeting silently. A few days ago, we held a big red envelope giveaway. Although we didn't make much money, we got a lot of traffic, so it wasn't a loss. I received news that CC Yuxian and Wangling Yuxian are going to hold a promotion next Monday. It's very powerful and is obviously aimed at us. Everyone, tell me how we should deal with this. The general manager looked at the senior executives in the conference room and spoke slowly. It's really too much. Many high-quality suppliers have been snatched away by them and signed exclusive contracts. Our supply has been drastically reduced. Now they're doing this again. It's obvious that they want to kill us, so let's just fight them. A senior executive slammed the table heavily, his voice excited. Fight? What do you have to fight with? Others have more money, more people, and more high-end combat power than you. What the hell are you fighting for? Another senior executive sneered. I'm just fighting with a hammer. What do you care about me? The man hit back unconvinced. All right, stop arguing. It's really embarrassing. The general manager interrupted unhappily. It's no longer possible to escape their siege in the strange world. Our only way out is the real world. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. I have decided to mobilize all the resources of Yuxian and vow to break through the real world, the general manager said firmly. But it's not that easy to break through in the real world. Even groups with more funds than us can't do it. Someone shook his head strangely. You're right, but we are different. Don't forget who the second largest shareholder of the group is. If we want to open up channels in the real world, we may have to rely on the help of that contractor shareholder, the general manager said slowly. Contractor? The contractor who spent 5 billion to buy shares? When the senior executives heard this, they were slightly shocked. How can he help? One asked. I can't disclose the specific details, but as long as the shareholders agree, the probability of success is not small, the general manager replied. Everyone remained silent. Okay, the meeting is over. Everyone can go about their business. By the way, we need to plan an event as soon as possible, and it must be more powerful than theirs, said the general manager. With the 5 billion yuan injected by Mu Rufeng, they finally overcame the difficulties. Now they are rich and powerful, and organizing activities is not a problem at all. Soon, the senior executives left one after another, leaving only Lu Mei and the general manager in the meeting room. Lu Mei, you have a good relationship with Mu Rufeng. Give him a call and use the speakerphone, the general manager instructed. Okay. Lu Mei nodded and took out her cell phone. But as soon as she took out her cell phone, a strange look appeared on her face. No need. The call is connected. I didn't expect expect that Scarlet Optimum would reach this point. Mu Roofing's voice came from the phone.
General Manager, this. I don't know how the call was connected.
Lu Mei explained in a panic. I am a black gold card user of Ghost Communications Group. I can use this privilege once a day to forcibly connect to the other party's call.
Don't blame Lu Mei, Mu Ruffing said lightly.
Black gold card user? The general manager was shocked after hearing this. How rich is this guy? Who would be stupid enough to top up 100 million in phone credits just to force a call through?
If I recharge 100 million, wouldn't that just be giving money to Ghost Communications Group for free?
Well, with Mr. Mu's investment of 5 billion, the situation has indeed improved a lot, but if we don't find a way out, these 5 billion will not last long, said the general manager.
Then how do you plan to open up a channel to the real world? You know I'm from the real world and I absolutely don't want the weird to invade reality.
Even if I can do it, I must sign a series of rules and contracts, otherwise it will be impossible,
Mu Ruffing said in a firm tone.
As a living person, he will never allow the weirdness to interfere with reality, otherwise he will bear the greatest crime in the human world.
Please rest assured, Mr. Mu, the channel I'm talking about will never allow the weird to enter the real world. Moreover, even you contractors cannot enter the strange world through this channel. The general manager added. Then what exactly is this so-called channel? What is its use? Mu Ruffing asked doubtfully. You can think of it as an item teleportation array.
It can transport real objects to the strange world, but due to the restrictions of the rules, this transmission is one way, just like the contractor entering the strange world. The general manager explained.
Oh, is that so? So you mean that you want me to provide you with fresh flesh and blood?
Mu Ruffing said with a gleam in his eyes.
That's right.
Fresh flesh and blood are very popular in the strange world,
but I definitely won't let you take living people.
Ordinary pigs, cows, and sheep will suffice. These flesh and blood are definitely much more popular than the clones produced by the cloning company, said the general manager.
Clone company? Clone people?
Mu Ruffing murmured to himself with a hint of doubt in his heart. Yes, most of the human flesh and blood you see in the strange world are actually clones. Although they are in human form, they have no souls, taste extremely bad, and their flesh and blood do not have special energy,
the general manager admitted. Soul? Mu Ruffing couldn't help but be secretly surprised, and suddenly understood a big secret. Since the channel is like this, it is feasible. But how can this channel be opened up? How should I cooperate? Mu Ruffing asked. It's simple.
You hold over 7% of Scarlet Preferred shares, making you the company's second largest shareholder. When you're in danger, you can invoke your privilege and summon Scarlet Preferred. At that time, Scarlet Optimum will be able to break the barriers of the world and temporarily transfer power to the real world. As long as the power of Scarlet Optimum reaches reality, it can use its own power to open up a channel to allow real objects to be transmitted to Scarlet Optimum in the weird world, the general manager explained.
Mu Ruffing recalled the equity agreement he signed.
The agreement clearly states that Scarlet Optimal can be summoned in times of distress. As a 9th-tier group, Scarlet Optimal is extremely powerful.
Even the gluttony crews will be suppressed by the Scarlet selection.
With this trump card, Mu Ruffing can survive almost any desperate situation.
However, this ability can only be used once a year.
Mr. Mu, I know the privilege can only be used once a year, but we really have no other choice.
As the second largest shareholder, I'm sure you don't want the group to go bankrupt, right?
We will definitely give you satisfactory compensation, the general manager said earnestly.
But how can I ensure that there will be no unexpected consequences after the Scarlet Optimum becomes a reality? Mu Ruffing was still worried.
He was afraid that strange forces would invade the real world. Mr. Mu, you should be familiar with the Scarlet Train, the Gluttony Cruise, the Strange Bus and the Ghost Plane, right? Asked the general manager.
I know. Mu Ruffing nodded.
After returning to the bloody train copy, he looked up a lot of information about the Gluttony Cruise in the relevant department database. We also learned about the existence of strange modes of transportation such as strange buses, ghost planes, and strange taxis. These vehicles can descend into the real world, but look, what impact do they have? They can't stay for long. After selecting a contractor, they will quickly return to the strange world. The situation with Scarlet Optimal is similar. Once they use their power, they will be repelled by the world's power and quickly return to the strange world. We can also sign a series of rules and contracts to protect the aspects you mentioned. The general manager slowly spoke. As for compensation, I plan to give you a rule-based item, as well as some invisible compensation. As for the share of the flesh and blood you offered, we can make some appropriate concessions.
Rule-based props? Mu Ruffing whispered to himself.
In fact, he was not interested in the concession on profit sharing. After all, he was not short of money at all. What he really lacks are powerful props, especially rule-based props.
What kind of rules and props? He asked.
This is a blind box of regular props, and you need to draw it yourself, the general manager replied.
Oh, I'll think about it and give you an answer within this week, Mu Ruffing said.
Okay. A look of joy appeared on the general manager's face.
As long as it was not a direct rejection, there was still hope. Mr. Mu, you just called Lu Mei. You must have something to talk to him about.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first, said the general manager.
Yeah, Mu Ruffing responded.
The general manager quickly left the meeting room, leaving only Lu Mei alone.
Mr. Mu, do you have anything to talk to me about?
Lu Mei hadn't been able to get a word in before, but now that the person had left, she breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I want to know the prices of those props in the weird world, especially the rule-based props. Mu Ruffing suddenly spoke. The price of the props depends on the properties of the props.
Lu Mei replied.
The lowest prices range from tens to hundreds of yuan, and some are even given away for free but no one wants them. The highest is several thousand, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and there are also many that are over 1,000,000. As for rule props, even the worst and most useless ones cost 100,000 soul coins.
A slightly useful one can cost hundreds of
thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. A few years ago, an extremely powerful rule prop sold for over 100 million soul coins. Of course, most of the rule props are not put out for sale at all.
Even slightly better props will hardly appear on the market.
After all, our strange world is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and everyone will try their best to become stronger.
Lu Mei said. I see that we don't have any items for sale? Mu Ruffing asked.
The sale of props is handled by a special group. We have an agreement with them and we cannot sell props.
Lu Mei explained. A specialized group? What kind of group is it? Mu Ruffing suddenly became interested.
The Baibaolo group is one of the top groups in the strange world, possessing the most abundant props and rule props, including some special materials, food ingredients, and even skill cards can be bought there.
Lu Mei said. Oh, where is Baiba Tower? Mu Ruffing asked. Baibaolo has many branches.
There is one in Qingshan City, located at 808 Yagu Avenue, but it seems you can't go there.
Lu Mei replied. Qingshan City.
Mu Ruffing murmured softly in his heart, then smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. By the way, please send me a semi-trailer to Qingshan Pig Farm tonight.
Mu Ruffing said. Qingshan Pig Farm? What's the matter? Mr. Mu, are you at Qingshan Pig Farm now? Lu Mei asked in surprise. That's right. Mu Ruffing replied. What time do we leave tonight?
Well, you said yesterday that it would take 2 hours to get here, so let's leave at 8 o'clock and call me when you arrive.
Mu Ruffing instructed. Okay, Mr. Mu. Lu Mei nodded. The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Mu Ruffing was in a very happy mood after hearing the news about Baibao Tower.
Needless to say, as long as he went to Baibaolu, he would definitely buy himself a complete set of props and take a few regular props, and it wouldn't matter if he spent all his money. If things get worse, Bloody Train can still get back 20 million. Mu Ruffing glanced at the time and saw that there were only 7 minutes left before the afternoon work start time.
He immediately got up from the bed and left the dormitory.
When passing by the pig house, I happened to see Tang Hao and the other two standing at the door, waiting for the start of work. There are a few weird creatures next to them, also waiting for the time to go to work. When the three saw Mu Ruffing coming, they all greeted him. By the way, brother Mu, Lu Hao has completed his mission and returned. Mu Ruffing was about to leave when Mei Shizi suddenly spoke. Oh, back? That's normal. You should be careful this afternoon. It would be best if you can all pass the customs and return smoothly today.
Mu Ruffing gave a reminder, then turned and left.
After hearing this, several people looked at each other and vaguely felt that Mu Ruffing seemed to have something important to do. Mu Ruffing came to the slaughterhouse, picked up the butcher knife, and began to gut the remaining pig carcasses. He didn't rest much this time. In just 1 hour, he had processed all the remaining pig carcasses, sent them into the conveyor belt, and transported them to the cleaning and processing area. He sat on a chair, crossed his legs on the table, chewing spicy strips, looking very comfortable. In this way, Mu Ruffing waited and waited until the end of get-off work time, but there was no sign of the adult pig.
It doesn't matter. There will be another big wave in the evening anyway.
Mu Ruffing didn't care about it and got up and left the slaughterhouse. When I was about to go to the cafeteria, I met Messi on the way. At this moment, Messi looked relaxed. It was obvious that she had completed the copy mission and could return at any time.
Why are you here? Where are Tang Hao and Luo Jing? Mu Ruffing looked at them and asked. They completed their mission in the afternoon.
They didn't stay here for long and returned directly.
Messizi replied. You should have finished it by the time you got off work. Why didn't you come back and instead came to find me? Mu Ruffing asked. I came here to thank you. This is my phone number. If you need help in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you.
Mei Shizi handed Mu Ruffing a piece of paper with a number written on it.
Okay. Mu Ruffing took it and put it into the bandage.
Well, goodbye. As soon as the words fell, a black mist rose and enveloped Messizi. The black fog dissipated and Messi disappeared with it. At this moment, Mu Ruffing was the only contractor left in the entire pig farm copy. This dungeon is really easy. All 5 of them survived.
Mu Ruffing sighed.
This is his 3rd copy. After returning, he will be able to upgrade to LV2, and his strength will definitely increase greatly. You can also contract new weirdness.
I need to think about it carefully. The 2nd contract is weird. Mu Ruffing touched his chin and fell into deep thought.
As he was thinking, he came to the cafeteria. cafeteria. As usual,
We ordered 3 dishes and sat at the table in the corner. Mr. Moo, Mr. Moo.
Suddenly, a whisper came from the window. Moo Ruffing naturally knew who was calling him.
Don't worry, the person has been called. It will be around 10 o'clock. He responded softly. Really? Mr. Moo, that's great.
The vending machine cheered. Noticing the sound was a bit loud, he quickly covered his mouth.
When you get off work tonight, if you ask to resign, can you just leave directly? Moo Ruffing asked again.
Yes, the vending machine answered firmly.
That's good, just wait patiently. Moo Ruffing said. Yeah.
The vending machine responded and stopped talking.
Half an hour later, Moo Ruffing finished his meal and returned to the dormitory.
There were still about 4 hours before he could take action. There was no point in waiting, so he decided to take a nap first to get enough rest and then do his best in the evening. He killed 91 adult pigs last night, and the pig head factory manager added another 100. So, the number of pigs in the pig house not only did not decrease, but increased by 9. Tonight, there will be another bloody storm.
9:30 p.m.
The gate of the pig farm slowly opened.
A staggering figure walked in.
Looking closely, it turned out to be the pighead factory manager. At this moment, Director Zutu felt a little dizzy and smelled strongly of alcohol, as if he had just finished a social event. This damn guy spent tens of thousands on food and drinks, and he still kept the prices so low. The pig-headed factory director muttered and cursed. But, at least we got rid of all those dead pigs, so it's a bit of a return on investment.
Fong Tiandun and Bai Kong didn't call me either, which means the thief didn't come tonight.
That's perfect. Let's go deal with that contractor now and see how much money we can squeeze out of him. Thinking of this, a greedy look flashed across the face of the pighead factory manager. When he was on the bloody train, he saw Moo Ruffing spending lavishly and knew that the other party's deposit was definitely no less than millions. You know, even his own savings have just exceeded 1 million, and this is only maintained by swallowing up a lot of profits from the pig farm. Now, because of the thieves, he had almost used up all his savings to buy this batch of pigs. Soon, the pighead factory director appeared outside Moo Ruffing's dormitory door.
Boom! There was a loud noise. The pig-headed factory director kicked open the door of the dormitory.
At this moment, Moo Ruffing, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sudden noise. He opened his eyes and vaguely saw the tall figure at the door through the moonlight. That person was none other than the pighead factory manager.
Bug, I didn't catch you on the bloody train, and now you run to my territory. Let me see how I deal with you.
The pig-headed factory director said coldly with a grim smile on his face.
Factory director? This pig farm. Moo Ruffing was a little surprised. He. You want to ask me why I can break the rules and hit you?
It doesn't hurt to tell you. As long as you don't work the night shift, the rules are meaningless. The pighead factory director was already full of confidence. He couldn't wait to see Moo Ruffing's horrified expression. However, to his surprise, Moo Ruffing's face showed only surprise, without any panic or fear.
We have a long night ahead of us. Tell me, where did you get your money?
On the blood train, you easily offered a bounty of hundreds of thousands to me, old pig, and you're just a first-level contractor. The pig-headed factory director exuded a strong murderous aura.
Moo Ruffing also felt that strong sense of oppression. However, he was not panicked.
First of all, he has completed the dungeon clearance mission and can return at any time. Secondly, he has the rule props in his hand. Even if the pig-headed factory director is a level 5 evil spirit, he cannot escape his rule of singing a song.
Where does my money come from? Do you really want to know?
Moo Ruffing took out his singing mouth as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he immediately activated his life and death skill. His attributes doubled instantly, and the feeling of oppression was alleviated a little.
Of course I want to know.
After all, I made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from those losers. The pighead factory manager licked his lips and said,
Waste?
Someone managed to escape and ate a lot of pork.
I'm afraid you suffered heavy losses? 1 million? Or 2 million? Moo Ruffing asked doubtfully. Bang!
With a punch, the pighead factory director directly smashed a hole in the eaves above the door. You're right, he's not a loser. His actions have cost me over 1 million.
But it doesn't matter. You are here. I believe that I can recover all my losses from you.
After saying this, the pighead factory director strode towards Moo Ruffing. Please specify the target audience and the song you want to sing.
Designated target, pig farm manager. Designated song, pig song.
A red light flashed and penetrated into the body of the pig-headed factory director. He originally had a sinister smile on his face, but his expression instantly became extremely terrified. He felt the power of rules. Suddenly, his frightened expression gradually eased and a gentle look appeared on his face. Then, a cheerful song came out of his mouth. Your nose has 2 holes, pig. When you have a cold, you still have snot hanging from your nose. Pig, you have dark eyes.
I look and look, but I can't see the end.
Pig head, pig brain, pig body, pig tail. A good baby who is never picky about food. Sleep until the sun rises 3 times a day. Never brush your teeth, never fight. Pig, why is your belly so bloated? Director, you sing very well and dance very well too.
Moo Ruffing praised.
At this time, the pig-headed factory director's eyes bulged out, but his expression
condition was still kind. He smiled happily and kept singing the pig song. Mu Roughing tentatively used bandages to try to control the pighead factory manager. However, before the bandage could get close, the pighead factory director actually left the dormitory and ran outside to dance. If it was in a narrow place, there might still be a chance, but now the area is open, and with the pighead factory director's level 5 strength, the bandages cannot restrain him at all. It can be said that the pighead factory manager's dodge buff is now full. Seeing this, Mu Roughing did not delay any longer and immediately ran towards the pig house. There are a lot of pigs in the pigsty. With the help of their tenfold attributes, Mu Roughing's strength will definitely increase dramatically. He drove at full speed and reached the pigsty in just 1 minute. But before he could get close, a figure suddenly jumped down from above the pigsty and pounced on Mu Roughing. Looking closely, it turned out to be Manager Fong. "It was you who killed the pig last night, Bug. You are dead." Manager Fong had a sinister look on his face and a terrifying aura. This guy is actually a level 4 ghost. The next second, Mu Roughing suddenly disappeared from where he was. Manager Fong missed and turned around as soon as he landed and saw Mu Roughing approaching the wall of the pig house. Just as he was about to continue the pursuit, Mu Roughing disappeared again and then appeared in the pigsty. He could clearly see Mu Roughing's figure through the window. What kind of ability is this? Being able to teleport regardless of obstacles? Manager Fong was shocked. "Damn it, the pigsty door is closed at night and I can't get in." It seems that the credit can only be attributed to Bai Kong. Fong Tiandun was a little annoyed, but he was not discouraged, thinking that Mu Roughing might escape and then he would still have a chance. But who is singing over there in the cafeteria? It sounds really bad, and it sounds a bit like the factory director's voice. Fong Tiandun looked into the distance. As soon as Mu Roughing came in, he immediately activated his life and death skills. In an instant, his attributes increased tenfold, and he seemed to be reborn. Strength 693, 63 plus 630. Spirit 528, 48 plus 480. Constitution 517, 47 plus 470. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Roughing. "Thief, I caught you." A hand suddenly grabbed Mu Roughing's wrist. "Ha!" Mu Roughing was slightly startled. He didn't expect that there was such a strange thing in the pig house. He subconsciously swung his arms hard and easily broke free from the strange hand. "Ha! What a strong force." Bai Kong was slightly surprised, but didn't care. He reached out and grabbed Mu Roughing's arm again. This time, Bai Kang's hands became as sharp as a monster, with claws of terrifying power. Mu Roughing punched him without hesitation. Bai Kong raised his hand to block, but was shocked by the powerful force and his face changed drastically. He immediately let go of Mu Roughing's arm and unconsciously stepped back. It didn't stop until it hit the iron cage, making a loud noise. Only 1 minute. Mu Roughing was anxious. After teleporting several times, he suddenly appeared beside Bai Kong. He grabbed Bai Kang's arms and quickly bandaged them while he was frightened. A powerful ghost power erupted, forcing Mu Roughing to let go. "Play with him slowly with the bandage. I'm going to kill the pig first and stack the attributes." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Roughing dodged and entered the iron cage. He took out the butcher knife, and with a flash of cold light, the pig's head fell to the ground while it was sleeping. Killing monsters will make you stronger. If triggered successfully, you will gain 1 point of spirit and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%. Mu Roughing began to use instant movement to shuttle between each iron cage. To be honest, this way, Mu Roughing saved a lot of precious time. Moreover, his attributes are now tenfold, and with the bonus of the pig killing knife, no matter what level of pig the opponent is, he can kill him with 1 blow. Therefore, Mu Roughing's attributes are constantly improving. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed. "Mu Roughing, you're looking for death." A deafening roar echoed throughout the pig farm. "Is it time?" Mu Roughing slowly put away his knife and whispered to himself. The next moment, the red light ignored the building and flew straight back into Mu Roughing's hand. That guy shouldn't be able to get in, right? Mu Roughing didn't think much about it and continued to slaughter the pigs. At the same time, the battle on Bai Kang's side was also extremely fierce, and the entanglement with the bandages reached a white-hot stage. The bandages have completely wrapped around Bai Kang's lower body and are attacking his upper body. Bai Kong used his great strength to tear off the bandage bit by bit. For now, it seems as if the bandage has the upper hand. However, Mu Roughing could feel that the bandage would soon collapse. Because Bai Kang's legs are so strong, if his upper body was restrained, he might have the advantage. Mu Roughing guessed that Bai Kang's legs had undergone a mutation and gained more powerful strength. Mu Roughing came to a place not far from Bai Kong, teleported behind him, and without waiting for the other party to react, chopped down his head with a knife. Bai Kong was extremely alert. The moment the knife flashed, a wave of palpitation surged in his heart and he subconsciously leaned forward. The butcher knife slashed across the back of his head, cutting off a tuft of hair. Without having time to think, Bai Kong kicked his legs, bursting out with terrifying power, and leaped more than 10 meters. The bandage almost broke apart due to the jumping. Seeing this, Mu Roughing stretched out his hand and the bandages in the air instantly dispersed and quickly returned to his side. He patted the bandage and let it absorb blood to restore its strength.
The bandages happily sucked the blood from the dead pigs. After landing, Bai Kong gasped for breath, his face pale.
The previous blow was extremely exhausting, and he was still in shock.
If he hadn't dodged, the knife would definitely have chopped off his head. Mu Ruffing glanced at Bai Kong, ignored him, and continued his pig-killing business. Meanwhile, outside the pig house,
the pig-headed factory manager appeared with a strong evil aura.
"Where are the people?" asked the pig-head factory director coldly. Factory director, he used his ability to enter the pig house.
"It's time to get off work now, and I can't get in." Fong Tiandun replied quickly. "Where is Bai Kong? Isn't he in there?"
"Has he been caught?" asked the pig-head factory director.
Factory director, that stink bug is really weird. Even Bai Kong is no match for him.
He has killed a lot of pigs,"
Fong Tiandun said in a low voice. "Waste, all of you are waste."
The pig-headed factory director slapped Fong Tiandun hard in the face. A layer of skin and flesh on Fong Tiandun's face was scraped off, but he didn't say a word and endured it silently.
"Damn it, I'm going to kill him."
The pig-head factory manager pulled out a butcher knife and smashed the window of the pig house with one stroke. He then jumped into the pigsty through a broken window. "A strong smell of blood hit me in the face, and all I could see were corpses lying in iron cages." This scene made the pig-head factory director furious.
These are his assets.
The adult pigs are slaughtered and can be processed quickly to maintain their value. But to be honest, doing this undoubtedly saved Mu Ruffing a lot of time. Moreover, his attributes are now tenfold, and with the bonus of the pig-killing knife, no matter what level of pig the opponent is, he can kill it with one blow.
Therefore, Mu Ruffing's attributes are constantly improving. In the blink of an eye, a minute has passed. "Mu Ruffing, you're looking for death." An angry roar echoed throughout the pig farm. "Is it time?"
Mu Ruffing slowly put away his knife and whispered to himself. The next moment, the red light ignored the building and flew straight back into his hand.
"That guy shouldn't be able to get in, right?"
Mu Ruffing ignored him and continued to slaughter the pig. At the same time, the battle on Bai Kang's side was also extremely fierce, and the fight with Bandage entered a white-hot stage. The bandages had completely wrapped around Bai Kang's lower body and were attacking his upper body, but Bai Kang relied on his own powerful strength to gradually tear off the bandage bit by bit. Judging from the current situation, it seems that bandages have the upper hand. However, Mu Ruffing could feel that the bandage was about to reach its limit. Bai Kang's legs are so powerful that if the bandage was first tied to his upper body, perhaps the situation would be more favorable for him.
Mu Ruffing guessed that Bai Kang's legs might have mutated and possessed even greater strength.
Mu Ruffing came to a place not far from Bai Kang, and with a teleportation, he appeared behind him in an instant. Before he could react, he chopped off his head with a knife.
Bai Kang was extremely alert.
The moment the blade attacked, a palpitation surged in his heart and he subconsciously leaned forward. The butcher knife slashed across the back of his head, cutting off a tuft of hair. Without time to think, Bai Kang kicked his legs hard, a terrifying force burst out, and he leaped more than 10 meters into the air. The bandage almost broke apart due to the sudden shock. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing stretched out his hand, and the bandages in the air instantly dispersed and then quickly returned to his side. He patted the bandage and told it to suck blood to recover. The bandages immediately and happily began to suck the blood from the dead pigs. Bai Kang gasped for breath after landing, his face pale. The previous attack was extremely exhausting, and he was still in shock. If he hadn't dodged in time, the knife would have really chopped off his head. Mu Ruffing glanced at Bai Kang, not caring at all, and continued his pig-killing business. Meanwhile, outside the pig house, the pig-headed factory director appeared here with a strong evil aura. "Where are the people?" asked the pig-head factory director coldly. Factory director, he used his ability to enter the pig house.
"It's time to get off work now, so I can't get in." Fong Tiandun replied hurriedly. "Where is Bai Kang? Isn't he in there?"
"Have they caught him?" asked the pig-head factory director.
Factory director, that stink bug is so weird that even Bai Kang can't defeat it.
He has killed a lot of pigs.
Fong Tiandun lowered his voice. "Waste, all of you are waste."
The pig-headed factory director slapped Fong Tiandun hard in the face. A layer of flesh was scraped off Fong Tiandun's face, but he didn't even make a sound and endured it.
"Damn it, I'm going to kill him."
The pig-head factory manager pulled out a butcher knife and chopped it towards the window of the pig house, breaking it directly. Then he jumped into the pigsty through the broken window. "A strong smell of blood hit me in the face, and all I could see were a large number of corpses lying in iron cages." This scene made the pig-head factory director extremely angry.
These are his assets.
Moreover, if the adult pigs are slaughtered and disposed of in a short period of time, their value can be maintained. However, if those pigs that have not been sold are slaughtered prematurely, even if they are grade 3 pigs, the meat quality will be far inferior to that of grade 2 adult pigs.
You're dead today."
The pig-headed factory director was so angry that he almost exploded.
"You are welcome to come and kill me."
In the distance, Mu Ruffing had a smile on his face. Then, he appeared outside the iron cage and threw the pig head in his hand towards the pig-head factory manager.
"This is a gift for you.
It's a pig's head, and you're also a pig's head.
You're a good match." "Ha?" Mu Ruffing laughed. laughed. A cold light flashed, and the flying pig head was instantly split in half and fell to the ground. The pig-headed factory manager raised his hand, brandished the butcher knife, and pointed it at Mu Ruffing. "Today, I will let you taste what it feels like to be slaughtered like a pig." Mu Ruffing sneered, looked at him indifferently, and continued his work of slaughtering pigs. At this moment, Mu Ruffing had slaughtered 1/3 of the more than 200 pigs in the pigsty. As a result, his attributes increased by 73 points. These three attributes are Strength 30 points, Spirit 22 points, and Constitution 21 points. Although there are only 73 points, Mu Ruffing's strength has already changed dramatically under the effect of 10 times superposition. Strength 990, 90 plus 900. Spirit 781, 71 plus 710. Constitution 770, 70 plus 700. Facing the pressure from the pighead factory director, Mu Ruffing no longer felt anything. He even felt that he could easily defeat the pighead factory director now. However, Mu Ruffing still did not take action, but walked to another iron cage and slaughtered another pig. Killing monsters will make you stronger. If triggered successfully, you will gain 1 point of strength and the total amount of ghost energy will increase by 1%. Mu Ruffing suddenly felt something strange. A mysterious feeling rose from the bottom of my heart, and at the same time a strange power surged in my body. The player's strength attribute exceeds 1,000 points and successfully comprehends the skill. Ghost Den. Ghost Cave? What's going on? Mu Ruffing was shocked. At this moment, a terrifying sword energy suddenly attacked, directly breaking through the iron cage and slashing towards Mu Ruffing with unstoppable force. Instinctively, Mu Ruffing activated the ghost's ability. The next moment, he entered a very special state. The sword energy in front of him suddenly became extremely slow in Mu Ruffing's eyes. He felt he could easily avoid it. But Mu Ruffing did not avoid it. Instead, he moved his hands gently with a thought. I saw that the knife energy actually cut off the head and flew towards the pig-headed factory director. When the pighead factory manager saw this scene, his face changed drastically. He reacted quickly and immediately swung his knife to fight back. Ding! A sound was heard. The pighead factory manager took several steps back, looking confused. How could the sword energy he had slashed out suddenly counterattack? After a while, he felt the special fluctuation from Mu Ruffing. Ghost Den? Impossible, you are only level 1. How could you possibly possess a ghost den? The pig-headed factory director was extremely horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. What a fuss! Aren't you also a level 5 ghost? Don't you have a ghost den? Mu Ruffing had a smile on his face, and then he checked the attributes of the ghost den. Ghost den, a special domain power that possesses incredible abilities within the range of one's own ghost den. After reaching level 5, there is a certain probability of comprehending it, and it can be obtained by exceeding 1,000 for a single attribute. Effect, Rebound. It can deflect enemy attacks and rebound within the range of its own ghost cave. Applicable levels 1 to 5. The effect is weakened above level 5, so the ability of the ghost cave is to rebound attacks. This skill made him almost invincible in his confrontation with the pighead factory manager. Unless the pighead factory manager bursts out with power far beyond level 5. Do you think the ghost den is so easy to obtain? How could a mere level 1 contractor like you possibly possess the ghost den? You must be hiding a big secret. It's definitely a big secret. The pig-headed factory director looked crazy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body was swelling up. The terrifying ghost power was released from his body, causing the living pigs around him to howl in fear. Before he finished speaking, the pighead factory director swung his knife again. A black blade energy attacked instantly. Mu Ruffing was slightly startled, but quickly relaxed. His ghost cave once again successfully bounced back the sword energy. However, this time, Mu Ruffing did not let the sword energy chop towards the pighead factory director, but turned to Bai Kong on the other side. Bai Kong had no time to react, his face changed drastically, and he was cut in half by the terrifying sword energy. Trigger successfully, Spirit +1, Ghost Chi +1%. Ha, I didn't expect that this could also be considered my victory. Mu Ruffing originally wanted to try whether he could control the direction of the rebound attack, but he didn't expect to get an unexpected gain. Ha! The pig-headed factory director's face suddenly became more ferocious when he saw Bai Kong die tragically under his sword energy. Bounce back, right? This time I want to see how you bounce back. The pig-headed factory director kicked his feet and rushed towards Mu Ruffing like a tiger out of a cage. At the same time, he raised the butcher knife and stared at Mu Ruffing. Judging from his actions, he did not intend to fight back with sword energy this time, but wanted to use the sharp butcher knife to directly counterattack. Mu Ruffing was shocked, unsure if his ghost cave could withstand the attack, but he knew that he would never know the result unless he tried. He retreated quickly, and just as the pig-headed factory director rushed into the ghost den, everything around him seemed to slow down. After entering that strange state, Mu Ruffing tried to move the blade of the pig-headed factory director. The blade was indeed deflected. This isn't a true rebound, but rather a way of deflecting the attack so it doesn't hit you. This may be the limit of rebound ability. However, Mu Ruffing was satisfied. After all, it was worth coming
to this den of ghosts. What's more, he now has 3 attributes exceeding 1,000. His strength has already exceeded 1,000, and now he has obtained the ghost cave.
What will happen if his mental and physical strength also exceed 1,000? Will the power of the ghost cave be further enhanced? Will it gain new ghost cave skills? Or will 3 layers of ghost cave be superimposed? Mu Ruffing was full of anticipation and decided to give it a try himself.
So, he ignored the Pighead factory manager's relentless pursuit and used his ability of teleportation to move back and forth in the iron cage. Every time he appeared, he would instantly kill a piglet and then disappear immediately. Even if the Pighead factory manager predicted Mu Ruffing's whereabouts and attacked first, Mu Ruffing can still rely on the power of the ghost to rebound or deflect the attack. In this way, Mu Ruffing chopped the piglets while dealing with the attack of the Pighead factory director. After he had killed countless pigs, the mysterious power emerged from his body again. His ghost power suddenly skyrocketed, and he gained a brand new ability. Ghost Den, a unique territorial power, granting incredible abilities within the range of one's own Ghost Denver.
After reaching level 5, there's a chance to obtain it. Ghost Den can be obtained when a single attribute exceeds 1,000.
Effect 1, Rebound, can deflect enemy attacks and rebound within the ghost range. Effect 2, Illusion, powerful illusions can be performed within the range of the Ghost Den.
Note, the above effects apply to levels 1 to 5 and will be weakened after level 5. Illusion?
A gleam of light flashed in Mu Ruffing's eyes. At the same time, he discovered that his spiritual attributes had also exceeded 1,000 points.
Strength corresponds to rebound ability, spirit controls illusion, so what does physique bring? He tried to cast an illusion.
Soon, he saw the Pighead factory manager holding the corpse of a pig and laughing wildly. Ha, you're just a first-level contractor. So what if you're powerful? How long can your ghost power last?
Run? You want to run? Why don't you run anymore?
As he said that, the pig-headed factory director chopped off the pig's legs with a knife. It was as if he mistook the pig corpse for Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing looked at the pig carcass that had been brutally ravaged, and couldn't help feeling a little pity. Immediately, he continued to slaughter the pigs in the house. The range of his ghost den is not large, only 10 meters in radius, which cannot completely cover the entire pig house. In this way, if the pighead factory manager wants to slaughter pigs farther away, he will be out of the range of the ghost. However, Mu Ruffing was not worried, as this problem was easily solved. The next second, the pighead factory manager gave up the pig corpse in his hand and turned to chop at another pig corpse a few meters away.
Ha, you can still run with only 2 hands left? You're amazing.
This time I'll chop off your hands too, and see how you can still escape. The pighead factory manager laughed and swung his knife, chopping off the 2 front limbs of the pig corpse. With the power of the ghost, Mu Ruffing easily controlled the pig-headed factory director, and it didn't take long before he slaughtered all the pigs in the pig house one by one. At the same time, his physical fitness also broke through 1,000 points, and Ghoul, who obtained the third ability.
Demon.
Effect 1, Rebound, can deflect enemy attacks and rebound within the range of one's own ghost den. Effect 2, Illusion, you can cast powerful illusions within your own ghost range.
Effect 3, Strengthen.
Within the range of the ghost, you can double the strengthening of a contract ability.
Note, this effect is applicable to levels 1 to 5 and will be weakened after level 5.
The strengthening ability of Effect 3 is quite good, and can double Mu Ruffing's contract ability. For example, before the enhancement, the teleportation distance was only 2 meters, but after the enhancement, it was expanded to 4 meters, which doubled. For example, it was originally immune to mental pollution of level 3 and below, but after being strengthened it can resist mental pollution of level 4 and below.
As for the weakening after level 5, it is also reasonable.
After all, this is just a primary ghost den, and the level is at most level 5. I believe that when the ghost den becomes more powerful, the effect on high levels will also be improved.
Mu Ruffing had just slaughtered all the remaining pigs.
He counted and found that there were still 142 pigs left, which meant he had gained 142 attribute points. The specific improvements are as follows:
Strength plus 45 points, Spirit plus 50 points, Constitution plus 47 points.
Therefore, his attributes are already extremely powerful at this moment.
Strength 1485, 135 base plus 1350 growth. Spirit 1331, 121 base plus 1210 growth. 20 minutes later. Constitution 1287, 117 base plus 1170 growth.
In addition to this strong physique, Mu Ruffing's total ghost energy has also increased several times.
Even the ghost power in the body of an ordinary third-level weirdo is far inferior to his.
He glanced at the pig-headed factory director who was still madly torturing the pig corpse, and a hideous smile appeared on his face.
Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing withdrew the power of the ghost.
Almost at the moment when the ghost retreated, the pig-headed factory director immediately woke up. He glanced at the pig corpse that he had tortured to a horrible state, then looked at Mu Ruffing not far away, and his whole face twisted.
Illusion? The power of ghosts? What's going on? Has the ghost energy been exhausted?
The pig-headed factory director stood up with a terribly gloomy face. The anger in his heart was being suppressed tightly. The moment he explodes, he will become the most tyrannical existence.
That's right, my ghost energy is exhausted, so I want to have a hand-to-hand fight with you. You should have no objection, right? Mu Ruffing said. Hand-to-hand combat? Ha 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 ha.
Then you have to ask my sword master if he agrees first. The pig-headed factory director sneered and stepped on the ground, causing it to crack instantly.
He rushed over as fast as a cannonball.
The sharp blade pointed directly at Mu Ruffing's legs. Even though the movements were so fast, they seemed slow in Mu Ruffing's eyes. He didn't even dodge, but instead took out his butcher knife and faced the pig-headed factory director's blade head-on.
Ding!
A crisp sound was heard.
Mu Ruffing's butcher knife suddenly broke.
As for the pighead factory manager, he was only pushed back a few steps by the terrifying force.
The knife is so hard. What a strength!
The two of them exclaimed almost at the same time. The former was amazed and the latter was shocked.
You are definitely not a first-level contractor.
The pighead factory manager's face was gloomy at this moment, revealing a terrifying look.
What brand is your butcher knife? It's so sharp? Mu Ruffing looked at the broken butcher knife and felt a little regretful. This is a good knife.
I have helped him kill so many pigs. I didn't expect it to be retired like this.
It's really a pity.
Who are you? The pig-headed factory director moved slowly, and it was obvious that he was ready to attack again.
Did you buy this butcher knife at Baibayalu? How much did it cost? Mu Ruffing asked back. Are you fucking deaf? I'm asking you a question, and look at what you're saying.
The pig-headed factory director's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. So, where did you buy your butcher knife?
What brand is it? Forget it. Once I kill you, your butcher knife will be mine. Mu Ruffing waved his hand. Die.
The pig-headed factory director swung his knife suddenly, and the butcher knife flew out of his hand, flew over 10 meters in an instant, and landed in front of Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing raised his eyebrows and his figure suddenly disappeared.
His figure reappeared from not far away. The knife was extremely fast, but fortunately he reacted very quickly and easily avoided it. Mu Ruffing frowned slightly, quickly took out a kitchen knife and chopped backwards. Ding! A crisp sound followed.
The kitchen knife in Mu Ruffing's hand broke just like the butcher knife before. On the other hand, the butcher knife in the pig-head factory manager's hand was also chopped off by Mu Ruffing. The blade pierced into the hard wall, leaving only the handle hanging in the air.
Sword controlling skills? That's quite impressive.
Mu Ruffing glanced coldly at the flying butcher knife, then looked at the pig-headed factory director, with a hint of contempt in his tone. The pig-headed factory manager remained silent. He stretched out his hand and a black aura emerged, pulling the butcher knife on the wall out quickly. The blade passed through the wind and slashed towards the pig-headed factory manager's hand, and he quickly grasped it again.
You were able to dodge the attack. Your reaction is quite quick.
The pighead factory manager said with a sneer.
You've ruined my kitchen knife too.
Mu Ruffing looked at the half-broken kitchen knife in his hand, sighed, and threw the broken knife away.
Without your knife, no matter how strong you are, what can you use to fight me?
The pighead factory director was full of confidence at this time and was sure of victory.
However, the next second, Mu Ruffing took out a very intimidating electric saw from his arms.
Buzz buzz buzz, the chainsaw started up, making a terrifying roar that shook the air. Come on, let's see whether your butcher knife is more powerful or my chainsaw is more powerful. Mu Ruffing strode towards the pighead factory director.
Chainsaw? Humph. Watch me split your chainsaw in half.
The pig-headed factory director showed no sign of weakness and went forward to meet him. The two men gradually approached each other, swinging their weapons at each other, and then collided violently.
Boom!
The crisp sound of impact filled the air.
A powerful energy suddenly burst out.
Unsurprisingly, the pig-headed factory director was directly knocked back. His strength was far less than Mu Ruffing's 10 times of strength. Moreover, due to the amazing cutting power of the electric saw, the butcher knife in the pig-headed factory director's hand was chopped off and flew away. The butcher knife was actually knocked away by the window that was smashed by the pig-headed factory director and disappeared into the darkness.
He. Without the knife, are you tougher or is my chainsaw sharper?
Mu Ruffing grinned, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the broken window. The chainsaw in his hand chopped down suddenly, chopping off the flying butcher knife again. The distance had already widened, and Mu Ruffing didn't believe that the pig-headed factory director could still call back the knife. He not only wanted to stop the butcher knife from flying back, but also wanted to block the retreat of the pig-head factory director.
Didn't you say you wanted to fight hand-to-hand? Then come on.
The pig-headed factory director shouted sternly.
Ha! You have no weapons now and you want to fight me in hand-to-hand combat? Mu Ruffing asked provocatively.
Well, I won't take advantage of you.
I'll put this chainsaw away. Mu Ruffing generously put the chainsaw into the inventory.
To be honest, although this chainsaw can knock away a butcher knife, it is not very useful for killing people.
It can't even kill a mouse.
It can only smash it to death at most. The pig-headed factory manager was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. He thought it was just a casual remark and didn't believe that Mu Ruffing would put away this electric saw that was more powerful than his butcher knife.
Unexpectedly, this human contractor actually did this. Is it stupidity, or does he have enough confidence confidence. Ah! The pig-headed factory director suddenly roared to the sky. Immediately afterwards, his body expanded rapidly and instantly turned into a 3-meter-tall giant pig monster that appeared in front of Mu Ruffing. The ferocious fangs protruded from its mouth, and smelly saliva dripped from the corners of its cracked mouth. His blood-red eyes flashed with ferocity, and his thick nostrils continuously exhaled black air. This amazing transformation brought a huge shock. A strange force erupted from the pig-headed factory director's body. Thick black fog gushed out, instantly covering an area of 10 meters and also surrounding Mu Ruffing. Ha! The power of ghosts? This guy's power has exceeded 1,000? Mu Ruffing was shocked. Ah! The pig monster howled again, and its body suddenly turned into a black light and appeared in front of Mu Ruffing in an instant. Mu Ruffing was shocked by the speed and quickly raised his hands to block. A huge force hit his arms, and he took several steps back to steady his body. Mu Ruffing's strength was over 1,400, and he could withstand a hasty block without getting hurt. Ayo! The pig monster howled again and rushed towards Mu Ruffing. The speed was still so fast that Mu Ruffing couldn't react completely. However, he subconsciously threw a punch. The two fists slammed together. Mu Ruffing's body retreated slightly, but the pighead factory director was directly shocked and flew backwards. In terms of power comparison, Mu Ruffing still has an absolute advantage. Mu Ruffing knew in his heart that the strange ability of the pighead factory director was to greatly increase his speed. However, the pighead factory manager's status of over 1,000 also brought obvious side effects. His IQ seemed to plummet. In this state, the pig-headed factory manager had no idea how to avoid the attack. Even though he knew that his strength was not as good as Mu Ruffing's, he still kept rushing forward. Just like now, he had just been knocked away, but he actually wanted to launch a sneak attack with his terrifying speed. Mu Ruffing's figure disappeared in an instant, and the pig monster's fist hit nothing. Before he could come to his senses, Mu Ruffing had quietly appeared beside him. A huge fist hit the pig monster's waist hard. Ah! The pig monster screamed and was suddenly knocked away. Boom! There was a loud noise. The pig monster crashed through a wall of the pigsty, and broken tiles from half of the roof fell down, covering him. Mu Ruffing was just about to step forward to end the fight when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Lu Mei calling. Well, what? You guys arrived? Already outside the door? Oh, noise? Nothing much, just some pigs being killed, and that made a lot of noise. You guys wait outside first, I'll be out soon. Mu Ruffing nodded and hung up the phone. Lu Mei actually followed the truck driver to Qingshan Pig Farm. This was completely beyond his expectations, but it's no big deal. Soon, Mu Ruffing approached and carried the pighead factory director, who had recovered but was still unconscious, out of the ruins. At this moment, the pighead factory director was seriously injured, his ghost power was exhausted, and he had completely lost the ability to resist. Mu Ruffing's mind moved, and the bandages were quickly wrapped around him, wrapping him tightly, leaving only his face exposed. At the same time, just in case, he pushed the bandage deeper into the wound to absorb his blood. Keep the pighead factory manager in an extremely weak but not dead state. I don't know if I can transfer his shares to my name. Mu Ruffing muttered to himself, his eyes falling on the unconscious pig-headed factory director. Forget it, I'll ask Lu Mei later and see if she has any solution. After saying that, Mu Ruffing hugged the pig-headed factory director and walked out. Oh, I almost forgot, there's also a butcher knife. Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered the butcher knife. That is an extremely powerful tool that can easily cut through his kitchen knife and butcher knife. It must not be thrown away. Following the trajectory of the butcher knife, he came to the wall of the pig farm. He took out a flashlight, shone it on the wall, and began to search carefully. Soon, he found a deep dent in the wall. At first glance, you can tell that it was the result of a sharp object being inserted and then pulled out. Ha! Someone took it away? Mu Ruffing's face suddenly became gloomy. This butcher knife was his trophy, and it was actually stolen? The short man Fong Tiandun immediately came to his mind. Bai Kong had been killed by him, and Fong Tiandun was outside the pigsty at the time. Probably because he saw Mu Ruffing had the upper hand, he immediately rushed over and ran away with the butcher knife. Damn it, I must catch you. Mu Ruffing gritted his teeth. This guy must have run far away. It's impossible for him to still be in the pig farm. As for chasing him, it's impossible, because he is busy completing the copy mission and cannot leave here. Forget it, I can only get Guehu's butcher knife first. Mu Ruffing sighed and turned to walk towards the door. After a while, he arrived at the gate. He opened the lock directly and slowly pushed open the door of the pig farm. Almost at the moment the door was opened, a biting cold wind blew in, making people shiver. But at this time, Mu Ruffing's physical condition had reached its limit, and this little bit of cold wind was nothing to him. At this moment, a terrifying will suddenly descended, making Mu Ruffing feel cold all over. At the same time, a powerful force began to invade his body. In an instant, Mu Ruffing's mind lit up and he immediately understood. He quickly pulled out a stack of soul notes from his pocket and said in a firm and loud voice, "Let's talk it over. I will compensate for the public facilities I damaged." The next second, the force was obviously weakened a lot. Soon, the 10,000 soul notes bolts in Mu Roofing's hand disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, the invading force and the descending will dissipated together. Ha! Mu Roofing gasped heavily. This feeling was really terrifying. Fortunately, he had money and could pay compensation, otherwise, he would have been punished by the rules of the pig farm, turned into a pig, and locked up in a pigsty. Mu Roofing secured the heavy iron door firmly, then took out his cell phone and dialed Lu Mei's number. Manager Lu, you can ask the driver to come over. Yes, the door is already open, just drive in. Okay, I'll wait at the door. After saying that, Mu Roofing hung up the phone. Not long after, the roar of a truck was heard. A ray of light shot out from the darkness, illuminating the way ahead. About 2 minutes later, a large truck slowly drove up to the door. Mu Roofing stepped aside to make way, and the truck drove smoothly into the pig farm. Immediately, he closed the gate of the pig farm again and locked it. After the truck stopped, the door opened and a beautiful figure jumped out of the car. Mr. Mu. Lu Mei walked forward and greeted him first. Manager Lu, I didn't expect you to come here in person. I thought you just sent someone. Mu Roofing responded with a smile. Of course I have to handle the matter you asked me to do personally. Lu Mei also said with a smile. Just then, a strange-looking man came from the other side of the car. He was holding 2 people in his hands. Mr. Mu, this is our Scarlet Select's most powerful driver, Lin Chen, who has a level 6 combat power and can unleash the strength of level 7 when driving a truck. Lu Mei hurriedly introduced. Hello, Mr. Mu, I'm Lin Chen, nice to meet you. Lin Chen's voice was low and heavy. I'll have to trouble you again tonight. By the way, these 2 people you are holding are. Mu Roofing's eyes fell on the 2 people in Lin Chen's right hand. Oh, these 2 guys were caught while they were waiting for your notice outside. The guy with the butcher knife just ran over here, and I caught him. I also caught the other sneaky one. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he threw the 2 men to the ground. One of them was Fong Tiandun, who escaped with a butcher knife. Mu Roofing didn't recognize the other person, but since he appeared stealthily so late at night, he might be the real thief of the pig farm. The pigs in the pig farm attracted a lot of strange covetousness, and there were always people who were bold enough to take the risk and steal. I thought this guy had run away, but I didn't expect you to help me so much. Mu Roofing walked forward with a smile, grabbed Fong Tianduan's neck and lifted him up. Lin Chen also withdrew his strength immediately, and Fong Tiandun woke up instantly. You are so brave that you dare to touch my spoils? Mu Roofing patted Fong Tianduan's face and sneered. No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have picked up the butcher knife. Please let me go and spare my life. Fong Tiandun recognized Mu Roofing. His face changed drastically and he quickly begged for mercy. Mu Roofing didn't say much, but instead cut a wound on Fong Tianduan's body. The bandage was applied immediately. Soon, Fong Tianduan's body began to shrivel and he became weak. Trigger successfully, Constitution +1, Ghost Chi +1%. Mu Roofing discarded the corpse and turned to look at the thief who was already frightened silly. I was just passing by, really just passing by. The thief swallowed, his voice trembling. You can only blame your bad luck. Trigger successfully, Spirit +1, Ghost Chi +1%. Lu Mei and Lin Chen showed no surprise at the situation in front of them. It was obvious that in this strange world, this kind of thing had become commonplace. Lu Mei walked forward and took out a bottle. The bodies still need to be dealt with, otherwise it will be very troublesome later. As she said this, she poured a little powder from the bottle and sprinkled it on the 2 bodies. In an instant, the corpse reacted violently, rotting rapidly, and finally turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. What is this? Mu Roofing was slightly startled and asked hurriedly. Corpse powder is very easy to handle. Of course, you can also use ghost power to directly destroy the corpse. Lu Mei explained. Mr. Mu, take it. This is a good knife. Lin Chen pulled out a butcher knife from behind and handed it to Mu Roofing. Thank you. Mu Roofing took it and thanked him repeatedly. Ferocious butcher's knife. Evolved from the butcher knife, it is not only used to chop pigs. Effect, extremely tough and sharp. Damage increased by 50%, damage to pig creatures doubled, and sharpness to bones doubled. Mu Roofing couldn't help but sigh after reading the knife's attributes. No wonder it could cut through his butcher knife and kitchen knife, and even increase damage to all creatures by 50%. With this knife, facing the enemy would undoubtedly be a great help. The pig house is just ahead. There are more than 200 pigs in it. I think this truck can't fit them all. Mu Roofing looked at the truck and said, more than 200 pigs? Lin Chen was slightly surprised, then continued, it really can't fit. Even if I use iron bars to widen the truck for overload transportation, it will still take 2 trucks. Besides, it takes me 4 hours to go back and forth, and the pigs need to be processed first, otherwise the quality of the meat in the second truckload will be compromised. The first truck is fine. My truck has a refrigeration function, which can keep the meat fresh and tender. Lin Chen added, that's easy to solve. I'll ask the farm workers to process the pork first. But I'm just an ordinary employee now. Unless I become a shareholder of the pig farm, I can start the pig farm equipment and direct the employees' operations. Manager Lu, do you know any way to transfer Director Judo's shares to me? Mu Roofing asked Lu Mei. Lu Mei pondered for a moment and said, generally, there will be a
share contract for equity transfers. As long as we find the contract, there will be a way to make him transfer the shares to you, she said. Mu Ruffing glanced at the unconscious pighead factory manager and nodded. Let's go to his office first. Lin Chan, please help load a truck of pork and send it to Scarlet Optimum.
No problem, leave it to me, Lin Chan responded.
However, before that, the factory director has to sign a sales contract.
Lu Mei reminded. Sales contract? Mu Ruffing looked at Lu Mei in confusion.
These pigs are the farm's assets. 1 or 2 pigs wouldn't be a big deal, but with so many, the farm won't let us take them away directly.
So you have to sign a contract. However, unlike a shareholding contract, a sales contract is relatively flexible.
All you need to do is find the pig farm's official seal and press their hand to sign.
The contract will just have a minimum selling price.
This means that we can make some money, but we can't get it for free. We have to pay a minimum price.
It's good that the deal can be made. Mu Ruffing smiled. Not long after, he took Director Zhutu and Lu Mei towards the office. The office is not very close, located between the slaughterhouse and the living area, and is an independent 3-story building.
The factory director's office is on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor is his living area.
The 1st floor is the residence of Manager Fong and Manager Bai.
Mu Ruffing brought the pighead factory manager to the office on the 2nd floor and searched carefully, but found nothing. Then they went up to the 3rd floor living area. Finally, a secret compartment was found behind a painting in the bedroom. When I opened it, I found a safe hidden inside.
This is a safe made by the Blacklight Security Group. We can't open it with our strength,
Lu Mei said with a frown.
This is not difficult. Just ask this guy for the password. Mu Ruffing put the fat pig on the ground and then woke it up. Director, come here and tell me, what is the password to your safe? Mu Ruffing asked condescendingly.
Director Zhutu was still a little dazed at the moment, but he soon understood his situation.
Bug, want to know the password to the safe? Haha, kill me.
The pighead factory manager responded with a laugh.
Aren't you afraid of death? Mu Ruffing put the butcher knife directly on his neck. Die? I died once already. Do you think I would be afraid of death? I wish I could have killed you right on the train,
the pighead factory director said viciously.
He's quite a tough nut to crack. Mu Ruffing retracted his knife.
He knew that this guy wouldn't speak no matter what.
My knife is very sharp. It should be able to cut it open, right?
Mu Ruffing asked, gesturing with the butcher knife in his hand. Lu Mei was about to speak when she heard the pighead factory manager sneer. Although your knife is sharp, you want to open my safe? Even if the blade is several times sharper, it is impossible.
Bugs are indeed bugs. It's really a fantasy.
Before he could finish his words, I saw a smelly rag being stuffed into the pig-headed factory director's mouth with a bandage.
It's so noisy. Mu Ruffing snorted coldly and put away his butcher knife. He's right. This safe is worth 10,000 soul coins. Unless we know the password, we can't open it, Lu Mei said. Lin Chen can't open it either? Mu Ruffing asked.
No, you need the power of at least a 7th level ghost general, and even with a 7th level ghost general, it will take more than an hour to open it, Lu Mei said. Lu Mei's level is not low either. Like the pighead factory director, she is a level 5 evil spirit. For a safe worth 10,000 soul coins, does it have a function that allows it to be forcibly broken open, which would destroy the items inside? Mu Ruffing asked. No, if it had that function, it would be in the 20,000 yuan range, Lu Mei said. That's good. Mu Ruffing breathed a sigh of relief and took out the clown's chainsaw. Just kidding, his chainsaw is no ordinary thing. It can cut through anything, except buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw started, and Mu Ruffing placed it on the safe. A harsh sound of metal friction was heard. Lu Mei was quite surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't expect Mu Ruffing to use an electric saw. Mr. Mu, although the electric saw has strong cutting ability, it can be sawed in a short time, huh? Lu Mei's words were suddenly choked, because she saw that the chainsaw had penetrated deep into the safe. The electric saw is so sharp, how could it cut through it so quickly? Lu Mei was shocked. The pig-headed factory manager standing by was also stunned. In less than a minute, Mu Ruffing had completely sawed open one side of the safe, and all the items inside were revealed in front of him. Of course, my chainsaw is a treasure. Mu Ruffing put away the chainsaw with a smile. Then he carefully counted the contents of the safe. There aren't many things in it, only 4. First, there are soul coins. I counted them and there are about 60,000 of them. Second, it is the official seal of the pig farm. Third, it was a contract, which was exactly the shareholding contract that Mu Ruffing needed. Fourth, it's a boat ticket. Ha! Tickets for the gluttony cruise? Mu Ruffing's expression changed slightly as he held the ticket. Ticket, this is a ticket for the gluttony cruise. The ticket holder can board the gluttony cruise. Note, every September 1st, the gluttony cruise will appear at sea, and ticket holders can know the location of the gluttony cruise on that day. September 1st? You can even know the location of the gluttony cruise on that day? Ha ha! Mu Ruffing sneered and then put the ticket away. Yes, this contract is for the shares of the pig farm, 40% of the total shares. With such a high share, there are naturally many rights, including the right to work night shifts at the pig farm, said Lu Mei. Let's get the sales contract done first. Lu Mei picked up the official seal and began began to work on it. After a while, a sales contract was freshly produced. After the sales contract was finalized, Mu Ruffing turned his attention to the share contract.
Manager Lu, can you tell me how to operate this contract so that the shares can be transferred to my name? Mu Ruffing asked. It's actually quite difficult to seize it by force. As long as the other party is unwilling, the shares will not fall into your hands for nothing, Lu Mei explained. But for you, it's much easier. As long as you have enough money, you can change the name on the contract to yours, she continued. So simple? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned.
Yes, that's why many people keep their share contracts in banks to ensure they are not lost or stolen, said Lu Mei. Fortunately, the stupid factory manager actually left the contract in the pig farm.
Mu Ruffing secretly rejoiced.
How much would it cost to change it to my name? He asked. The market value of Qingshan Pig Farm is about 10 million. For a 40% stake, you only need to pay 4 million.
Lu Mei replied. 4 million? Mu Ruffing waited secretly.
However, Mr. Mu, you killed all the pigs in the pig farm before, and their value has shrunk greatly.
Now the only thing left is the equipment that still has some value. I estimate that you should spend much less, Lu Mei added. Oh, my action can actually bring about such an effect? Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing followed Lu Mei's instructions and successfully changed the name on the contract to his own. The operation cost less than 1.2 million.
The moment he signed his name, he vaguely felt that his connection with the pig farm had become closer. At the same time, he automatically became the director of Qingshan Pig Farm. As the factory director, Mu Ruffing now has many powers. One of them is to enable a pig farm that is resting at night to immediately enter working mode. He walked to his desk and pulled out an old bell from a drawer, pressed it without hesitation. Ring, ring, ring. As the button was pressed, crisp bells rang throughout the pig farm. Mu Ruffing was very familiar with this ringtone. It was the signal to go to work. Half an hour later, lights in every corner of the pig farm lit up one after another, especially the cleaning and processing area, which is brightly lit. Faced with the sudden overtime work, the employees had no complaints at all. After all, those who had complained had already been turned into pigs in the pigsty by that pig-headed factory director. By the way, take this 60,000 yuan and split it with Lin Chen as your reward for tonight. Mu Ruffing took out 60,000 yuan from the safe and handed it to Lu Mei. Okay, then I won't be polite either. Lu Mei nodded in acceptance without refusing. 60,000 yuan is a considerable income. After becoming the factory director, Mu Ruffing learned a lot of information. For example, he must ensure that the pig farm operates normally, otherwise there will be terrible consequences. He had killed all the pigs in the farm and had to buy a batch of live pigs within 3 days to fill the pig house. Otherwise, the pig farm will turn all employees into pigs, including him, the factory director.
As for running out of employees, don't worry, the pig farm can still recruit contractors from the real world as employees. As for the factory director being gone, that's nothing to worry about.
The shares have already been taken back and the pig farm will be reorganized.
Manager Lu, I wonder if you can help me find a professional manager.
You also know that I have to go back after completing my mission and I can't keep managing this pig farm.
Mu Ruffing looked at Lu Mei and asked. I do have a candidate, Lu Mei said after thinking for a moment. Who? Mu Ruffing asked anxiously.
It's the previous director of the pig farm.
Lu Mei replied. The previous factory director? Was he the guy who was driven away by Pighead's trick? Mu Ruffing asked.
Yes, it's him. He has good pig raising skills, but he doesn't understand those complicated methods, so he was plotted against. I have worked with him before. He is a good person and is fully qualified for this position,
Lu Mei said. Oh, where is he now? Can you contact him? Mu Ruffing continued to ask.
Well, he is working in our Scarlet Optimal now.
I introduced him there, Lu Mei replied. That's great, Manager Lu.
Thank you so much.
Mu Ruffing immediately smiled after hearing this.
I'll call him tomorrow.
I'm sure he'll be very happy too.
With him here, you don't have to worry about the pig farm, Mr. Mu. By the way, you can also reach a greater cooperation with us,
Lu Mei said. Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded. As for the employment contract, leave it to me, Lu Mei continued. Then I'll have to trouble Manager Lu. Mu Ruffing replied with a smile. It's not hard.
Lu Mei smiled slightly and then began to prepare the contract.
Bang, bang, bang.
She wasn't actually worried that the former factory manager would refuse the job. Time passed by little, the hands jumped, and the number 1159 became exactly 12 o'clock.
Ding!
It has been detected that there are no live pigs in the current pig farm.
This dungeon mission is over. Ding!
Detected that the player has slaughtered 10 adult pigs, meeting the dungeon clearance requirements.
Return countdown 179, 178, 177, 176. P.S. You can also return immediately.
Just as Mu Ruffing was thinking about whether to buy another batch of live pigs tomorrow to continue to improve his clearance and plug-in attributes, several prompt sounds suddenly rang out.
What the hell? You didn't get tested before, but you're only getting tested now? Mu Ruffing was completely confused. No. no. What followed was a wave of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have kept a pig, so that he might be able to brush up on the clearance level and cheat attributes. But when I think about it carefully, I find it unlikely. How could he be given such a big loophole? Maybe the weird world will be fixed with this patch the next day. Manager Lou, is the contract ready? My mission is completed and I will be forced to return soon. Mu Ruffing asked. Okay, you can check this rules and contract first. Lu Mei said quickly. This contract is so long, I don't quite understand it. Mu Ruffing frankly said that he was not good at reading contracts. Don't worry, you can use your authority as the factory director to let the pig farm rules help you review the contract. If the contract is not in your favor, the pig farm will inform you. Lu Mei explained. Oh, so magical? Mu Ruffing tried it immediately. Sure enough, the rules of the pig farm came into being and loomed over the contract. Soon, the light faded without any warning, indicating that there was no problem with the contract. Mu Ruffing immediately stamped the pig farm's seal and only needed to wait for the director's signature to become the deputy director of the pig farm and fully manage the farm's affairs. Of course, this is just a position without shares. He will just be paid a salary. If he develops well, he will receive corresponding dividend shares in the future. The contract was made in triplicate, one copy each for the pig farm, Mu Ruffing, and the former factory director. Mr. Mu, I will bring him here to sign the contract tomorrow. With the pig farm rules in place, nothing will go wrong, Lu Mei said. Okay, thank you for troubling Manager Lu. Mu Ruffing glanced at the countdown. There was about 1.5 minutes left. It's not a trouble. It's not a trouble. Mr. Mu, please tell me if you have anything in the future. Lu Mei said with a smile. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. There is a vending machine in the cafeteria. When you go back, please help bring it back to Yuxian. Mu Ruffing remembered this. Okay, I'll take the vending machine back. Lu Mei nodded in agreement. By the way, I'm leaving first. To make it easier for you to move around, I've added a security guard identity for you, Mu Ruffing said. Soon, the countdown for Mu Ruffing's return ended and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only Lu Mei sitting alone in the office. As for that stupid factory manager, he was dealt with quickly and efficiently as soon as Mu Ruffing signed the contract. Time flies and it is 5 o'clock in the morning. The morning in the strange world is still gray. A large, slightly dilapidated truck was approaching from a distance. The gate of the pig farm was also opened in time. The truck drove into the pig farm and stopped in the open space in front. The gate then closed again. Lin Chen, why are you here so late? I couldn't get through to you on the phone. Lu Mei was standing in the security booth at this moment, her voice filled with anxiety. Oh, my luck is really bad. Because of overloading, I was chased by the Nether police for a long time. In the end, I was caught, fined, and scolded for an hour. Lin Chen sighed and continued. Later, the smell of pork attracted a few more guys, and it took quite a while to kill them. How much was the fine? Lu Mei asked speechlessly. I was fined 10% of the total value, but they didn't ask me to pay. They just took away the 10 pigs. This is the ticket, Lin Chen said, taking out a very formal IOU. Why are the Netherworld police station coming out to seize cars in the middle of the night? Lu Mei's face turned a little ugly. The value of 10 pigs is not low. Even if they are first-class pigs, each one is worth a lot of money. Mr. Mu is well off, so this little money won't have much impact on him. I'll tell him, so don't worry. By the way, this 30,000 yuan is the hard work fee given to you by President Mu. Lu Mei took out 30,000 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. Give it to me? Lin Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't say much and took it directly. After all, he is also a level 6 red-clothed ghost, and 30,000 yuan is considered extra income. Go to the cold storage and load the remaining pigs. Be careful this time and don't get caught by the Netherworld police station, Lu Mei warned. Don't worry, it definitely won't happen again, Lin Chen said, driving straight to the cold storage. In less than half an hour, Lin Chen came out again. The truck was piled full, and the height and length of the black fog had increased a lot compared to before. The overloading this time was very serious, which is why we were able to transport more than 200 pigs twice. Lin Chen was driving the car and Lu Mei was sitting in the passenger seat. As for the gap between the front of the train and the carriage, there was a vending machine tied tightly with a rope to prevent it from falling. The truck quickly drove out of the pig farm. However, at some point, 2 large trucks appeared outside the pig farm. There were 5 or 6 strange people standing next to the truck. Ha! Stop! Stop! A strange leader stepped forward and forced Lin Chen's truck to stop. Looking for death? Lin Chen opened the car window and stared defiantly at the strange man in a suit. Level 6? The man in the suit straightened his expression strangely and asked, Hello, is the food you're pulling pork? Get out of the way. Lin Chen responded indifferently. Although the man in the strange suit was also level 6, Lin Chen was confident in his own abilities. The man in the suit had a strange look in his eyes, but he finally stepped back and let the truck go. Watching the truck going further and further away, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Damn it, you didn't answer the phone? Who dares to snatch the pork from my mouth? The man in the suit muttered angrily. Last night, the director of the pig head factory invited him to dinner and asked him
him to help process the pork. He lowered the price but raised it on his own company's side, earning kickbacks in the middle.
Now that someone has intercepted my plan, how can I keep silent?
Manager Nyo, shall we drive in now? A driver stepped forward and pointed at the pig farm gate and asked.
Why drive in? The meat has been stolen. Let's go and steal that car.
The man in the suit said strangely and coldly, turned around, and jumped into the passenger seat.
In the real world, it's 12:03 p.m. The relevant department is located on the 4th underground floor, in secret room number 3. Moo Roofing's figure suddenly appeared inside. Congratulations to level 1 player Moo Roofing for completing the multiplayer dungeon, Qingshan Pig Farm.
The player successfully slaughtered 55 adult pigs, achieving 1000% completion, and gained the rule skill, You Are a Pig, earned the title, Pig Killer, and received 1000 soul coins.
Your level has been upgraded to LV2. Unlock the following permissions: inventory +3, contract slot +1.
The host has been detected to have cleared the dungeon, and the cheat has been uninstalled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cheat legacy. Killing monsters makes you stronger, weakened version.
I finally reached level 2. It wasn't easy.
However, I only slaughtered 55 adult pigs.
It's a bit regrettable. Moo Roofing sighed inwardly.
However, the harvest from this copy is still extremely rich. First, with the help of a plugin, he obtained a total attribute value of 313 points. At the same time, he also got a simplified version of the plugin, and even more incredible was that he actually got an extra title. Of course, what Moo Roofing was most concerned about was the rule-based skills. Become stronger by killing monsters. Every time you kill a creature in the strange world, you will have a chance to randomly gain 0.1 permanent attribute points, and your own ghost power will increase by 1000th. Pig killing maniac. This is a crazy contractor who killed hundreds of pigs in a very short period of time. His crazy performance was recognized by the rules. Effect: after wearing this title, you will have a great deterrent effect on pig creatures, and your lethality will be increased by 100%. You Are a Pig, a rule-based skill. After casting, you can designate a target to turn into a pig. The duration is determined by your own strength and the strength of the opponent.
Note, the minimum forced pig transformation duration is 1 second.
After designating 10 targets, the caster must transform into a pig for 10 minutes before continuing. Pig. Moo Roofing thought to himself that this time the reward was all related to pigs.
Apart from anything else, that rule skill is simply invincible.
Even if the opponent is a 9th level Ghost Emperor, he can be forced to turn into a pig for 1 second. What's more important is that with his title of Pig Killer and his pig killing knife, with one cut he can kill gods and Buddhas. As for the remaining plugins, the simplified version of Become Stronger by Killing Monsters can be considered a powerful plugin, providing assistance for his continued growth.
So, as long as the completion rate exceeds 1000%, we can obtain rule-based props or skills? Moo Roofing whispered to himself.
With a click, the broadcast microphone was turned on.
Mr. Moo, you're back. Zhao Dayong's voice came. Dayong? Moo Roofing recognized the voice. It's me, Mr. Moo.
Although you've just returned and may need some rest, time is running out and you must get back to work immediately. Of course, if you are injured, you can rest first.
Zhao Dayong said. I'm not hurt. What happened? Why are you guarding here? Moo Roofing asked.
After all, the 3rd and 4th underground floors are not open to the public. Except for the contractors, reserve players like Zhao Dayong have no authority to enter here.
Something big happened. Zhao Dayong's voice was extremely heavy. What's the big deal? Where are Captain Zhou and the others? Moo Roofing's face also became solemn. Time is running out. Let's talk while we walk.
Zhao Dayong said this and hung up the radio. After hearing this, Moo Roofing didn't think much about it and immediately checked his own condition and props. The inventory now has 3 more slots, making it more convenient to carry items. He thought for a moment, then put the butcher knife, the Tiandi bank card, the clown's chainsaw, the singing mouth, and the 2 share contracts into the inventory. The rest of the small items were put into the bandage and did not get in the way at all.
Moo Roofing stood up from the bed and strode towards the door.
He unlocked the door, pulled it lightly, and pushed the heavy door open.
As soon as I went out, I saw Zhao Dayong standing outside the door. Dayong? What happened? Moo Roofing asked hurriedly when he saw this.
Zhao Dayong remained silent and looked at him solemnly.
However, this expression only lasted for less than 2 seconds, and Zhao Dayong suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, brother Feng, you didn't recognize me? You are.
This voice was not Zhao Dayong's, but it was extremely familiar.
Are you Li Yaozuan, brother Cun? Moo Roofing looked at Zhao Dayong in surprise. Hey, how about it? Am I pretending to be real?
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Dayong changed his appearance and finally turned into Li Yaozuan, whom Moo Roofing was more familiar with.
It's really you, kid. What's going on? Moo Roofing couldn't help but step forward and punched Li Yaozuan in the chest. This is all thanks to the props. They are the reward I got after completing the dungeon. Li Yaozuan said with a smile. So, you joined the Wancheng branch? Not really. I actually joined the Xinsha branch.
Today I happened to come here with Captain Laohei to do some things.
It happened that you returned, so I thought of teasing you. Li Yaozuan said as he took out his ID and showed it to me. You kid, I almost believed you. Mu Ruffing finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad that nothing happened. By the way, what kind of copy did you experience? You seem to have stayed in there for so long. Mu Ruffing couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Yaozuan did not hide anything and directly told Mu Ruffing about the copy he had experienced. He entered a copy called Horror Apartment. This is a multiplayer dungeon with 10 participants. The players come from all over the world. What's interesting is that they all have the same birthday and enter the dungeon holding a black candle. There are many strange residents living in the apartment, and among them is a murderer, and the players have become his prey. There are 2 ways to clear the level. The first is to live in the apartment for 5 days, gaining 20% of the clearance every day, and you can clear the level after 5 days. The second is to find the murderer hiding in the apartment. As long as you can accurately identify the true identity of the murderer, you will pass the level without the need for a head-on confrontation. However, there are strict restrictions on identification. You must find the apartment manager. The manager is almost invincible in the apartment and can easily suppress the murderer. As long as the identification is successful, the administrator will use powerful force to directly eliminate the murderer. There is no limit to the number of times you can identify someone, but if you make a mistake, you will have to pay a fine of 100 soul coins. There will be no other consequences after paying the fine, but if you don't have the money to pay, you will be evicted from the horror apartment. The outcome of being expelled is self-evident. At first, Li Yaozuan didn't know how to find the murderer, and he was even less aware of the concept of identifying the murderer. The killer killed 2 players on the first day and 2 more on the second day. On the third day, the 5th player was killed, and Li Yaozuan became the 6th target. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he lit the secret candle made by the dormitory manager Mu Ruffing and was able to survive. When other players learned that he had the props to repel the murderer, 2 players found him and wanted to recruit him. They also told him about the identification and said that they had found a lot of clues in 3 days and narrowed down the identities of the killers to 5 people. There are dozens of strange residents living in the entire horror apartment. It is amazing that they can narrow it down to 5 people in a short period of time. The 2 also suggested that the other 2 players identify the 2 weirdos respectively, and they would test them first. After all, there are 5 people left, and no matter what, there will always be one person who can successfully pass the level. If they hadn't found the key clue today, it wouldn't be surprising that the 5 players before them had lost their lives in vain. After learning that he could identify the identity, Li Yaozuan was stunned for a moment. He stayed mostly in the apartment for the past 3 days, which contained enough supplies to survive for 5 days. He originally thought that as long as he locked the door and stayed safe, he would not be targeted by the murderer. Many players think so too. Now the 2 masters say that they have found a lot of clues and can identify the identity, and if they are wrong they will only be fined 100 soul coins. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 masters, Li Yaozuan silently took out 500 soul coins. If the murderer is really among the 5 monsters you have targeted, then I think we can pass the level, Li Yaozuan said. In the end, he was only fined 3 times, and he successfully identified the murderer and passed the test smoothly. He succeeded in identifying it on the 3rd day, reaching a 300% clearance rate, and obtained a prop that could change his shape and even his voice. You kid are really good at hiding yourself. If you knew how to identify the identity on the first day, your clearance rate would be much higher, Mu Ruffing said with some regret. At the beginning, Mu Ruffing gave Li Yaozuan a full 10,000 soul coins, enough for him to identify the identity 100 times. According to Li Yaozuan, there are only a few dozen residents in this apartment, so it is more than enough to identify them one by one. I'm just scared. If it weren't for your help, I would have really died this time. Thank you so much. Li Yaozuan thanked Mu Ruffing sincerely. It's okay, returning safely is the most important thing. Mu Ruffing patted his shoulder. I only spent 300 of this money, and after clearing the level, I received another 300 as a reward. The 10,000 soul notes were returned intact. Also, this candle is only 1/3 burned, the rest can still be used. Li Yaozuan knew how precious soul coins were. He knew that Mu Ruffing had worked hard to get these 10,000 soul coins, and gave them all to him at once. At this moment, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Mu Ruffing. You keep it. I don't need these soul coins. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and didn't take the money. But this soul note is so precious, it should be all your belongings. Li Yaozuan was a little unwilling and wanted to force the money on Mu Ruffing. I told you, keep it. I have a lot of soul coins on me. With this money, your chances of survival will be greater. You should not only think about yourself but also your family and your girlfriend. Mu Ruffing shook his head and said, okay, I will definitely pay you back later. Don't worry, I didn't tell anyone else. I just said you gave me 500 yuan. Li Yaozuan agreed. Well, let's go. I'm exhausted after working all day. I'll go home and sleep after dinner. Mu Ruffing waved his hand, said no more, turned around and walked outside. Generally, you have to write a report after you come back. For old copies, you only need to simply write about whether there are any new rules, but for new copies, you need to write a strategy guide. This is a new copy.
The pig farm now belongs to Mu Ruffing, so recruiting new players is inevitable. Therefore, he had to think carefully about how to write the strategy guide for this dungeon.
But the most important thing right now is to eat first.
I spent the whole night slaughtering pigs and wrestling with the pig's head in a weird way.
My stomach was growling with hunger. I want to invite you to get together in the evening. How about tomorrow night?
Brother Chang and the others will come to my house too,
Li Yaozuan said. Tomorrow? Sure, but haven't you moved yet? Mu Ruffing asked. From Li Yaozuan, he learned that Li Yaozuan had joined the Xinsha branch.
Just like their Wancheng district branch, they also allocate housing and provide the same benefits.
Unlike you, I can just pick up the suitcase and move. My wife and I have a lot of stuff.
Also, I've only been back for 2 days, and there were a lot of things to do, so I was delayed. However, I have already got the key to the assigned house,
Li Yaozuan said with a smile.
To be honest, when Li Yaozuan heard that he could be allocated a house and benefits, he had no intention of refusing at all. After all, workers like him are really eager for these benefits. Even if you die in the copy in the future, you can get some compensation and your family can be taken care of.
Not to mention, he doesn't have a golden finger. Maybe Mu Ruffing is his golden finger.
You need to be more careful and courageous when entering a dungeon.
Read more dungeon information and strategy guides in the department, and try to contract a monster in the next dungeon. When you reach level 2, this house will truly be yours. This will make your father-in-law look much better, Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Yes, I know. Li Yaozuan nodded solemnly.
His starting point was much higher than other players. As long as he didn't mess around, he had a high probability of contracting a strange entity.
Once contracted and becoming a formal contractor, his survival rate would be greatly improved.
Then the two of them walked to the training ground on the 3rd floor, chatting and laughing. At this moment, Chu Lianhong was training with several new players.
Chang Yulin was lying bored on a recliner beside him, watching Douyin on his phone.
Captain Zhou and Captain Lao He were nowhere to be seen, apparently discussing something in the conference room. Mu Ruffing also saw two familiar faces, Xiao Lu and Xiao Tang, whom he had met before at Li Yaozuan's house.
Hey, Xiao Mu, have you passed the level? How was it?
Were you scared by your friend?
Chang Yulin stood up immediately and said with a smile when he saw Mu Ruffing.
Brother Lin, stop staring at those long-legged beauties. You're not young anymore, so find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Mu Ruffing glanced at Cheng Yolin's phone screen and teased.
Oh, I wanted to, but the fate hasn't arrived yet. Every blind date I meet is weirder than the other. Chang Yulin sighed helplessly.
You know, the woman I went on a blind date with a few days ago was really disgusting. She brought 3 of her best friends with her and ordered thousands of yuan worth of food. She treated me like a sucker.
I just slipped away, Chang Yulin said indignantly.
Your salary isn't low, so a few thousand yuan is nothing. Others invited 3 of their best friends, so that's 4 girls.
What if one of them takes a fancy to you? Who said it wasn't?
But listen to me, 2 of those 3 best friends are actually male best friends.
Can you believe it? Chang Yulin said unhappily. Male best friend? Ah, what a disgusting woman. Li Yaozuan nodded in agreement. Be more open-minded.
Next time, let your family find you a reliable blind date,
Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Ha, you're killing me with laughter. No wonder you didn't tell me about your blind date when I asked you about it. So this is what's going on.
At this time, Chu Lianhong's loud laughter came from behind. Chu Lianhong came over at some point, covering her mouth and laughing loudly at Cheng Yulin.
Eavesdropping is not a good habit. Chang Yulin looked a little unhappy.
When he was talking about his blind date experience, he deliberately glanced at Chu Lianhong and found that he was still far away. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lianhong came closer to him.
Tisk, you're still eavesdropping? You're talking so loudly, who can't hear you? Chu Lianhong looked at Cheng Yulin with disdain. Okay, stop arguing. I'm going to eat first. I'm starving. Mu Ruffing waved his hand and prepared to go upstairs.
At this moment, Lao He and Captain Zhou walked out of a room on the far left.
Apparently they were done talking. Thank you, Lao Zhou.
I will definitely take good care of this prop.
Lao He's voice was loud, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I'm glad you can return safely. I don't know many people here anymore.
Zhou had a faint smile on his face.
Don't worry, with your prop, I will definitely be fine, Lao He said, patting his chest. Hey, Xiao Mu, you're back? Have you been promoted to level 2? Lao He noticed Mu Ruffing at this time and said hurriedly. Bang, bang, bang.
Well, Captain Zhou, Captain Loe, my friend has just joined your side. You have to take good care of him. Mu Ruffing greeted Captain Zhou, then looked at Captain Lohe.
Bang, bang, bang.
Don't worry, I will take good care of you.
Xiao Mu, you probably haven't eaten yet. Go eat first and rest in the afternoon. You can write the report tomorrow.
Captain Zhou looked at Mu Ruffing who had returned, a look of joy on his face.
Okay, Captain. Mu Ruffing nodded in agreement.
Xiao Lu, Xiao Tang, Xiao Li, we are leaving too.
Okay, Captain.
After eating lunch in the cafeteria, Mu Ruffing went straight home. After taking a shower, he did not go to bed immediately, but turned on the computer and started writing a report. He deleted some of the details about the pig farm and added some content, writing nearly 1,000 words in bits and pieces. It took him nearly an hour to to delete and revise. After checking it, he packaged the report and sent it to Team Joe's QQ mailbox. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange movement in his body. "Daddy, Daddy." The voice of the strange baby who had been sleeping came to my ears. "Xiaoying, are you awake?" Mu Ruffing noticed that the strange baby had sat on his shoulder at some point. "Daddy, I need to upgrade. I just woke up." "Want to upgrade?" "That's right, I have reached level 2, and your upper limit can also be increased to level 3. Mu Ruffing was not surprised. Xiaoying's breath was rapidly increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Xiaoying was successfully promoted to level 3. The aura also continued to grow stronger as the level increased, until it reached the peak of level 3 and then gradually subsided. "My stomach is still so full, Dad, you have to upgrade quickly," Xiaoying said expectantly, touching her round belly. Okay, I will upgrade as soon as possible." Mu Ruffing rubbed her face and responded with a smile. Xiaoying, who is at level 3, has significantly improved her abilities. Mu Ruffing felt that the distance of instant movement doubled from 2 meters to 4 meters. At the same time, his immunity to mental pollution was also upgraded from level 3 to level 4. It must be said that this upgrade was extremely powerful. What surprised him most was that Xiaoying had gained a new ability. This new ability is not offensive in nature, but auxiliary in nature. A different dimension appeared in Xiaoying's stomach, which can be used to store supplies and props. Although the space is not large, only 1 meter square, it is enough to hold a lot of things. Mu Ruffing was already worried about the small capacity of the inventory, and even though 3 new slots were added, he still felt it was not enough. Now with Xiaoying's otherworldly space, the convenience has been greatly improved. The method of collecting and taking out items is also very simple. Just let Xiaoying swallow or spit it out. "Oh, Xiaoying, you are such a big baby." Mu Ruffing held her in his arms and thought she was so cute no matter how he looked at her. He. Xiaoying laughed happily. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing couldn't wait to test Xiaoying's new ability. He took out the things on his body one by one and asked Xiaoying to swallow them one by one. To his surprise, Xiaoying didn't simply put it into her mouth but sucked it directly with her mouth. She opened her mouth and took a deep breath. The props in Mu Ruffing's hands were instantly covered by a black mist and disappeared in her mouth in the blink of an eye. The process of removal is similar. Mu Ruffing tried again to let Xiaoying collect items in the contract slot. A magical scene appeared. As long as he pointed at the prop, black mist would automatically appear, wrap the item and take it back. When taking it out, black mist is also released, which is very convenient. Although this new ability did not directly improve Mu Ruffing's combat effectiveness, he was still very satisfied with it. "It seems that the second contract is weird. We need to find one with stronger combat power," Mu Ruffing murmured in a low voice. He has now reached level 2, and his second contract slot has been opened. He is planning to think about what abilities the next contracted beast should have. Of course, with the huge improvement brought by killing pigs, his strength also leaped forward. Mu Ruffing opened his attribute panel. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV2, 0/3. Strength, 135. Spirit, 121. Constitution, 117. Contract slot, LV3 Ghost Infant, Mu Guiying/empty. Ghost Power, level 3. Title, Crazy Driver, Pig Killer. Skills, Life and Death. You are a pig. Props, Scarlet Preferred Share Contract, Qingshan Pig Farm Share Contract, Bloodthirsty Bandage, Singing Mouth, Tiandi Bank Platinum Card, Flame Vehicle Card, Bloody Train Black Gold Membership Card, Clown's Crazy Chainsaw, Light Energy Flashlight, Security Guard's Electric Baton, Ferocious Butcher's Knife, Gambler's Dice. Soul Coins, 130 million. The Ghost Power, which was originally only at level 1, has now jumped to level 3. It should be level 2, probably because the ghost energy accumulated after killing monsters has reached level 3. Likewise, each of his attributes has exceeded 100 points. Based on his physical strength alone, he can now be called a little Superman. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing checked the properties of the Bloodthirsty Bandage again. He noticed that the blood-stained bandage in the prop column had turned into a Bloodthirsty Bandage. Bloodthirsty Bandage, it was stained with blood that was filled with resentment and curses, and turned blood red. It then sucked a large amount of blood from strange pigs, becoming extremely bloodthirsty. Effect, bandages become stronger and more flexible, resistant to sharp blades and scorching flames, and even resistant to some curses. They can stretch up to 40 meters. Be careful when wrapping wounds, as they will absorb your blood, but they will also speed up the healing process. If the smelly bandage at the beginning was a second-level prop, then the bloodstained bandage was a third-level prop. As for the current bloodthirsty bandage, it has already reached the level of a fourth-level item. In fact, these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that this bandage also has growth properties. He had to admit that he got it by accident after defeating the bandage, which was a great bargain. Then, Mu Ruffing's eyes fell on the 2 share contracts again. The weirdos were used to keeping their share contracts in the Tiandi Bank, thinking it was safer. However, he did not do that. Instead, he placed the contract in the inventory, which was the safest
place. Should I reach a cooperation with Scarlet Optimum? Moo Ruffing whispered to himself.
After thinking for a long time, he decided to talk to Captain Joe. Even with the contract, with his ability, he couldn't provide a large amount of flesh and blood. It might be okay once in a while, but if you need a lot of blood and flesh every day, it will be exposed if you check it out. Therefore, if he wants to cooperate with Scarlet Optimum, this matter will definitely not be concealed from the relevant departments.
Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm sleepy, let's take a nap first. Xiaoying, go back to sleep. Daddy is a little sleepy. Moo Ruffing took Xiaoying down from his head.
Go to sleep, go to sleep.
Xiaoying is sleepy too and wants to sleep too. Xiaoying nodded and responded obediently.
Soon, Xiaoying entered the contract slot and Moo Ruffing also stood up and pulled the double curtains. In an instant, the entire room fell into darkness, with no light coming in. These are the light-proof curtains that Moo Ruffing specially had installed, which can make the room completely dark. Actually, although he has the ability to fall asleep in seconds, he actually prefers to fall asleep in a completely dark environment like this. Time flies, and it is the next morning in a blink of an eye. It was only 7 o'clock, but Moo Ruffing woke up early. I started sleeping yesterday afternoon and continued until just now, a total of nearly 16 hours, and I slept very well. He glanced at the refrigerator. The luxurious double-door refrigerator was empty. That's right, he had never thought about cooking, so naturally he didn't buy any ingredients.
Let's go downstairs for breakfast. After closing the refrigerator door, Moo Ruffing dressed neatly and left the house. He walked to the underground parking lot, rode his electric scooter out of the community, and came to the commercial street outside. The so-called commercial area is actually the row of shops outside the community.
There are all kinds of snack shops, restaurants, fruit shops, and milk tea shops, and it is very lively.
Moo Ruffing randomly picked a ginger beef noodle shop and walked in.
After ordering a bowl of beef noodles, he sat down and waited. Suddenly, he remembered something and picked up the phone to call Captain Joe 1. It took a long time before the call was connected.
Hey, Xiao Mu, what's going on? Joe 1 seemed not to be fully awake yet.
Oh, Captain, I want to take a day off to take the driver's license test.
Moo Ruffing said. Okay, but don't call me so early unless it's something important. We have a lot of freedom at work here. As long as you complete your training and keep your phone open, you don't have to be in the company every day. Moo Ruffing was a little surprised when he heard this. That's not right. When I first joined, didn't Brother Lin say that I had to work in the office? That's just for newcomers.
You're not a newcomer now, so you don't have to be so restrained.
Of course, you can stay in the department if you can. After all, it's easier to take action when there's an emergency. Okay, I'm hanging up first and going back to sleep,
Joe 1 said, and hung up the phone directly.
This treatment is really good. Moo Ruffing looked at the hung-up phone with a smile on his face.
Then he called Chung Yulin again.
Moo Ruffing, you're calling me so early in the morning. Don't you know it's annoying to disturb other people's sleep? Chung Yulin's resentful voice came from the other end of the phone. Sorry, I thought Brother Lin had already gotten up.
Moo Ruffing quickly apologized.
If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly,
Chung Yulin said with obvious bad temper.
I saw an advertisement for a driving school on your WeChat Moments, so I came over to ask about it. Moo Ruffing replied. You want to get a driver's license? Wait, you don't have a driver's license yet? Well, wait a moment.
I'll send you a number and you can call him directly. After Chung Yulin finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
In less than a minute, he sent a WeChat message. 17xxxx, this is my uncle's number. He's a driving instructor. Just tell him I'm your colleague. Okay, thank you, Brother Lin, you can continue to sleep. Moo Ruffing sent back a smiley face.
Handsome guy, your beef noodle soup is ready. At this time, the boss's loud voice sounded again.
Coming. Moo Ruffing responded quickly stood up and walked towards the boss. Moo Ruffing arrived at the gate of Tianhan Driving School 10 miles away. After parking the electric bike, he walked to a training car. Uncle Chang, hello, I'm Moo Ruffing, Brother Lin's colleague.
He stepped forward and greeted a middle-aged man in the car.
Oh, it's Xiao Mu. Brother Lin told me about you. Get in the car. I'll tell you the fare.
After some conversation, Moo Ruffing paid 2,800 yuan in tuition.
It's not expensive, hundreds of dollars cheaper than other driving schools. As for whether there are any hidden costs, it's hard to say. However, Brother Lin's uncle shouldn't cheat him, right?
First, step on the clutch for 10 minutes to get familiar with it, said the coach sitting in the passenger seat. Moo Ruffing didn't answer, and at this moment a bunch of driving knowledge quickly emerged in his mind. Even muscle memory was awakened. His sense of familiarity suddenly doubled, and his eyes became much brighter. His mind was much clearer than before. Suddenly, he wanted to do an extreme drift here. To be honest, he had a similar feeling when riding an electric scooter. Even after he dropped the title, his memories of driving remained. He wanted to deepen this memory, so he decided to take off the title and carefully study the driver's license process. After you learn how to drive, you can get a title to make your driving memory more profound. This way, please, coach, I can actually drive a little bit. It's fine to keep the clutch depressed. There's no need to depress it again.
again.
For a novice, it does take more practice to press the clutch, but he has the memory brought by the title, so he can't be considered a novice.
Oh, can you drive? Or has your driver's license been revoked? The coach frowned.
For instructors, it is more difficult to teach students whose driver's licenses have been revoked. Because they already have their own driving habits and think they can drive, they are often careless when learning and are likely to fail the exam.
Newcomers are different. No matter how you teach,
they will not refute and will listen carefully. I studied it before in my hometown, but I failed the third subject.
Later I didn't have time to take the exam, so it was delayed until the deadline. I applied for the exam again this time. Moo Roughing explained. Is that so?
Then step on the clutch and drive around here.
Let me see. Okay. Moo Roughing nodded and immediately ran along the road.
After one lap, the coach praised, not bad. After the driving practice, Moo Roughing rode his electric scooter to the relevant department.
It was already 11 o'clock in the morning.
After entering the training ground and saying hello to everyone, I started physical training. It has to be said that as his physical fitness improved, his body became stronger.
You can't see it when you're dressed, but you can feel it when you take off your clothes. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Captain Joe finally arrived at the company. Moo Roughing immediately went to the captain's office. Xiao Mu, I've read your report. It's very good.
The bonus will be deposited into your card together with next month's salary.
Joe said. Captain Joe, I have something else to tell you. Moo Roughing closed the door and walked to the desk and said, What's the matter?
Joe put down the documents in his hand and turned his gaze to Moo Roughing.
Captain Joe should know about Scarlet Selection, right? Moo Roughing asked. I know. Wasn't that the first dungeon you entered?
In recent days, many people have entered the Scarlet Preferred Dungeon.
Based on the strategy guide you wrote, the mortality rate is not high. Joe said slowly. Oh, there are new people joining Scarlet Selection? Are they from our side or from somewhere else? Moo Roughing immediately became interested. There are ones from all over the world, completely random. By the way, why did you suddenly mention Scarlet Selection? Joe asked with some confusion.
Captain Joe, I met a senior executive in the Scarlet Preferred Dungeon, and he wants to cooperate with me.
Moo Roughing said. Cooperation? What cooperation? Tell me about it. Joe didn't care much.
So, Moo Roughing told the general manager that he wanted to cooperate with him. Of course, he concealed his identity as a shareholder of Scarlet Preferred.
What? Open up the channel? Let you supply them with fresh pork, beef, and other meat? Joe's face changed suddenly after hearing this. Moo Roughing, are you sure this is true? Can you take responsibility? Joe's expression became extremely solemn.
Yes, I was also afraid of a trap, so I came to you.
Moo Roughing said frankly.
Joe pondered for a moment and said, This is not a simple matter.
Come on, follow me to find Minister Tian immediately.
He knew in his heart that he could not handle this matter on his own.
Regardless of whether it was true or false, Moo Roughing was here and could not run away. The most important thing now is to take Moo Roughing to meet Minister Tian.
He even speculated that even Tian Lin might not be able to solve the problem and would probably report it directly to higher authorities. To be honest, if this is true and there are no hidden dangers, their relevant departments will have a channel to continuously harvest soul money.
Okay. Moo Roughing nodded and followed Zhou out of the Wancheng branch.
More than 40 minutes later, Zhou and Moo Roughing arrived at the headquarters of the relevant department. The headquarters is located on the edge of the Weibo business district, where there are few people and it is suitable for office work.
This is a 7-story building with ordinary decoration. From the outside, you can't tell what department it is.
Moo Roughing stood at the gate, looking at the plaque beside him, lost in thought.
Headquarters of relevant departments of Changsha City. Yes, it is clearly written. Ha, this is my first time here, and my expression is similar to yours. Let's go. Zhou smiled and walked in first.
There was a guard at the door, who obviously knew Zhou, so he did not stop him. But when he saw Moo Roughing, he took out his tablet and glanced at him.
As if confirming his information, Moo Roughing followed him in.
Don't be fooled by the fact that our headquarters only has 7 floors.
In fact, there are 10 floors underground.
It's much better than our branch. Important equipment, props, and laboratories are all underground. However, they have more things to deal with. Every day they have to gather information from relevant departments across the country and even search for news on forums. So there are more employees here and the work is busier, said Zhou.
Yeah. Moo Roughing nodded and kept looking around the environment of the headquarters. Captain Zhou, you're here. Captain Zhou, you're looking for Director Tian, right? He's in the office.
On the way, Zhou greeted several people. It was obvious that he often came to the headquarters.
Soon, they arrived at Tian Lin's office on the 3rd floor. Why do you have time to come to me today? What's the matter? Tian Lin took a cup of wolfberry tea and took a sip leisurely.
It's a big deal, turn on the blocker first. Zhou closed the door and said with a serious expression.
Oh, okay.
Tian Lin was slightly surprised, but without further questioning, he pulled out a small device and pressed a few buttons. Immediately, strange waves began to spread, quickly enveloping the entire room.
Moo Roughing was a little little surprised when he saw this scene. Indeed, the relevant departments had a lot of good things.
Zhou Wen told Tian Lin the details of what had happened on the spot. After hearing this, Tian Lin suddenly stood up and looked at Mu Ruffing in shock.
Xiao Mu, are you telling the truth?
You have to understand that this matter has a very significant impact on the country.
Tian Lin asked solemnly. Minister Tian, I take responsibility for my words.
They are also willing to sign a series of rules and contracts with me to protect our interests and the security of the real world. Of course, I'm not sure if there are any loopholes in those rules and contracts, so I told Captain Zhou about this.
Mu Ruffing expressed his considerations frankly.
This matter is too important.
I will report it to the Kyoto headquarters immediately. Tian Lin pondered for a moment and said slowly.
Today is the 27th, and I must reply to the top management before the 30th.
Mu Ruffing added.
The 30th, there's still plenty of time. The think tank at headquarters should be able to finish their discussion.
Just stay here for a few days and relax.
If this cooperation can really be achieved, you kid will have a bright future.
Tian Lin looked at Mu Ruffing with a complicated look in his eyes.
To be honest, even if the deal is finally reached, the contract will most likely be signed by Mu Ruffing. Providing the flesh and blood of pigs, sheep, cattle, etc. is of little value in the real world, but once entering the strange world, it will definitely be in short supply and the price will naturally be high.
Mu Ruffing will definitely get a lot of the benefits. Although you may not necessarily achieve financial freedom, at least you will not be without soul coins to postpone the copy time.
As for the wealth in the real world, it is actually not very attractive to contractors like them who may die in the copy at any time.
In addition to these, the headquarters will definitely give Mu Ruffing corresponding rewards, at least a powerful item in return.
The three of them chatted for a while, and then Zhou Wen took Mu Ruffing away. After they left, Tian Lin went to the safe, opened it, took out an old push-button phone, and dialed a number. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Ruffing appeared again in front of room 601, Building 3, XX Community, Changsha County.
Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door. Coming.
Footsteps were heard and the door opened.
Brother Feng, you are here. Come in quickly. Everyone is here and we are just waiting for you.
Long Meiwan greeted him warmly upon seeing him. Hey, I thought you guys would be late because you were at work, but I didn't expect that I would be the last one to arrive.
Mu Ruffing changed into a pair of slippers and walked into the room, and saw Zhou Chang, Lin Fuding, and his girlfriend Huang Mei already seated.
I heard from Brother Cun that there was a dinner party tonight, so I skipped work and came here. Zhou Chang's face was still excited as he spoke. I'm almost there, although I'm going to be scolded by my boss tomorrow. Lin Fuding said with a smile.
Brother Feng, I mentioned some related matters to them. It should be okay, right? Li Yaozuan asked. Why are you asking me? Why not ask your captain Lao He? Mu Ruffing walked to the table and found a seat to sit down.
To be honest, today's dish is exactly the same as last time, also a big pot of spicy crayfish. In addition to crayfish, there are also several home-cooked dishes. Wow, I'm in for another treat today.
Mu Ruffing couldn't help swallowing as he smelled the fragrance.
I'm just afraid of being scolded, Brother Chang, Mr. Lin. If Brother Feng says I can tell you, I will definitely tell you something, Li Yaozuan said. Lin Fuding worked in sales and covered an entire area.
He had a good income and was the most successful among them.
Everyone jokingly called him General Manager Lin.
Brother Feng, tell me. I promised to keep it absolutely confidential.
I have signed a confidentiality agreement.
Zhou Chang came over, obviously very eager to know the details.
Yes, Zhou Chang started reading novels in junior high school, so he has been a bookworm for 10 years. His favorite novels are usually about cultivation, fantasy, urban spiritual revival, and high-level martial arts.
Now that he knew the existence of supernatural phenomena and his two good brothers had joined the relevant departments, how could he not want to know the truth?
Lin Fuding and his girlfriend Huang Mei also looked at Mu Ruffing expectantly.
Honestly, who doesn't want to know? Long Meiwan, on the other hand, seemed relatively calm.
It was obvious that she already knew a lot of things. After all, she had no choice but to tell others about the news.
Brother Cun, then tell me. Mu Ruffing picked up a crayfish and started eating while talking. Since Brother Feng has spoken, I dare to say it. You must remember not to spread it outside. Li Yaozuan straightened his throat.
Hurry up, tell us now. We will never tell anyone.
Zhou Chang listened excitedly. Not long after, Li Yaozuan told everyone some news about the copies.
The people who were originally excited fell silent after hearing this.
Obviously, the high death rate scared them. In other words, entering the dungeon is very dangerous? Then you and Brother Feng. A complex emotion suddenly surged in Zhou Chang's heart. It's really dangerous.
If it weren't for Brother Feng's help this time, I might have died in there a long time ago,
Li Yaozuan said with a serious expression. Yaozuan. After hearing this, Long Meiwan held Li Yaozuan's hands tightly. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
For the sake of our baby, I will try my best to live.
Li Yaozuan gently stroked Long Meijuan's belly with a soft voice. Yeah. Long Meiwan nodded. Ah, sister-in-law is pregnant? Mu Ruffing was shocked. You guys hit it so well. Congratulations.
Zhou Chang and others hurried
hurriedly congratulated. Yes, she's pregnant. Alas, I originally wanted Mei Wan to have an abortion and then break up with her, but she disagreed. Li Yaozuan sighed. He knew that he could die in the copy at any time, and even with Mu Rufeng's help, the danger was still great. So, he made that suggestion because he didn't want his girlfriend to be a widow. However, after long Mei Wan learned the truth about the copy, she firmly disagreed. She said that if you died, she would use the pension to raise the child herself, which would also be a way to leave you with descendants. Li Yaozuan was so moved after hearing this that he almost cried, and vowed that he would never die in the copy no matter what. Even if I am going to die, I have to upgrade to level 2 first and get the house. Don't be too pessimistic. I have already reached level 2 and have also contracted a good monster. I believe I can survive in the dungeon, Mu Rufeng said with a smile. After hearing Mu Rufeng's words, everyone's expressions eased a little. Thank you, Brother Foam. Yaozuan told me that if it weren't for the things you gave him, he would never have been able to come back safely. I'm pregnant and can't drink alcohol, so I'll have tea instead. I'll toast you a glass. Okay, I'll take this one. Mu Rufeng took the can of beer with a smile, opened it, clinked glasses with her, and then drank it in big gulps. Also, the reason I asked Brother Cun to tell you all this is mainly to give you a heads up. If you find anything strange in the future, tell me immediately and I will give you something to help you survive better. Mu Rufeng said. Ah, are you saying that we might also be selected to enter the dungeon? Huang Mei was a little horrified. Although she was interested in these things, she was very scared when she heard that the mortality rate was so high and there were strange existences, and she didn't want to be involved at all. No one can tell, but it's always good to remind you, Mu Rufeng said with a smile. He did not tell them about the increasing number of copies because there was no need to, so as not to cause panic. Brother Feng, if you say so, then why not just give it to us now? It would save us from having to go and suddenly like Brother Cun did. If we hadn't been having a dinner party at that time, you wouldn't have been able to make it to the scene. Brother Foam. Zhou Chang was particularly interested in the magical props and soul notes in the copy. Ha, I want to, too, but you have to be able to see it. As he spoke, Mu Rufeng took out his butcher knife. Can you see what's in my hand? Mu Rufeng asked. On my hand? No. Everyone shook their heads in response. I didn't see it either. Could it be that none of us could see it? Mu Rufeng asked doubtfully. Zhou Chang and others still shook their heads, and Zhou Chang even reached out and grabbed Mu Rufeng's hand. Yes, a butcher knife with a cold aura. As expected, only the contractors or players who are about to enter the dungeon can see the things in the strange dungeon. Mu Rufeng confirmed. Even the soul note can't be seen. Li Yaozuan said, taking out 100 yuan soul note and waving it in front of everyone. Everyone looked at Li Yaozuan's hand and still shook their heads to indicate that they didn't see anything. Zhou Chang could only regret not being able to see the true appearance, but he soon said excitedly, Brother Foam, you just made a contract with Wei Yi. Can you show us Wei Yi's abilities? Okay. Mu Rufeng nodded and did not refuse. Then, he activated his ability of teleportation, and the whole person instantly turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. Mu Rufeng was already sitting comfortably on the sofa. Wow, this is teleportation? That's amazing. Zhou Chang's eyes almost lit up. It's just a little trick. Mu Rufeng smiled and sat back at the table, continuing to taste the crayfish. Although it seems dull on the surface, as a young man, Mu Rufeng is filled with the satisfaction of pretending to be cool. Hee, Brother Feng has shown it to everyone, so let me show off my skills too. Li Yaozuan stood up with the intention of showing off. You have also contracted the weirdness? Let us take a look. Zhou Chang came forward, full of curiosity. I don't have a contract, but I got a good prop, Li Yaozuan said, and his body shape began to change slowly. After a while, he turned into Zhou Chang's appearance. That's awesome. Zhou Qiangda was shocked. After playing for a while, they finally quieted down and prepared to finish their meal. There was a big bowl of crayfish, and Mu Rufeng ate almost half of it by himself, which surprised everyone. Fortunately, I cooked a few more dishes and prepared a big watermelon, otherwise it would not be enough to eat. Long Mei Wan said with a smile, my appetite has indeed grown a lot. There's nothing I can do about it. Next time I'll invite everyone to my house for a good meal. Mu Rufeng said. Yes, Brother Feng, you have been upgraded to level 2 now. Is the house already in your name? Li Yaozuan asked enviously. Oh, I almost forgot if you hadn't reminded me. I will go to handle the transfer procedures tomorrow. Mu Rufeng patted his head and said quickly, I'm so envious. I have a suite right away. Alas, I also want to move in, but I'm afraid of death. I'm really conflicted. Zhou Chang looked embarrassed. After hearing what Zhou Chang said, everyone fell silent. The next day, after Mu Rufeng finished driving practice, he came to the branch to continue physical training. At the end of the training, I happened to see a few new players coming out of the mental training room. They looked pale and were obviously resistant to what was going on inside. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng became curious and wanted to see what mental training was like. He walked over and shouted, Sister Hong, I. Before he could finish his words, Chu Lianhong interrupted him. Mu Rufeng, you are 24 this year, right? I am only 22 years old and just graduated from college this year. sister. Isn't it inappropriate for you to call me Sister Hong? Then what should I call you? Shu Lian Hong? Mu Ruffing asked awkwardly. Call me whatever you want, but don't call me sister. Shu Lian Hong waved her hand. Okay, then I'll call your name. Shu Lian Hong, I want to try the mental training room. Mu Ruffing said. Oh, you want to try it? Sure, your ability makes you immune to mental pollution of level 3 and below. I guess only the highest level will have some effect on you. How about I go straight to the highest level? Shu Lian Hong also became interested. The highest level? Mu Ruffing was not very clear about the specific situation here. Your ability is immune to mental pollution below level 3, and only the highest level may be effective for you, Shu Lian Hong explained. Then please help me adjust it to the highest level. Mu Ruffing was not afraid at all and followed Shu Lian Hong's guidance into the mental training room. After entering, he looked around and found that it was empty and there was nothing inside. As soon as the door closed, the room suddenly fell into darkness, without even a trace of light. Get ready, I'm about to start. Remember, it will amplify your inner fear, so try to hold on as long as possible. It will be good for you. Shu Lian Hong's voice rang out. Well, let's start. Mu Ruffing nodded. Soon, Shu Lian Hong's voice disappeared. Mu Ruffing gathered his thoughts and prepared to face the horror that was about to come. However, after a few minutes, there was still nothing around him, which made him feel confused. After thinking about it, he decided to take out his flashlight to see what was going on. But to his shock, the bandages on his body showed no reaction at all. Mu Ruffing immediately touched the item hidden in the bandage. In an instant, his heart sank to the bottom. Everything was gone. The bandage was like a dead object, and everything that had been placed on it disappeared without a trace. He couldn't even open his inventory. He tried to use his abilities, but couldn't even activate his skills. Even the contracted ghost baby in the body cannot communicate. Mu Ruffing panicked for a moment, as if he had become an ordinary person. At the same time, he could not see or hear, and the only thing he could sense was the ground under his feet. For some reason, he seemed to have forgotten why he was here and why he had become like this. It was as if his memory of being in a mental training room had faded. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing began to grope forward. He walked for a long time but still did not reach the end. He felt like he was going crazy. At this moment, my mind suddenly became clear and my thoughts returned in an instant. I'm in the mental training room. Mu Ruffing finally remembered. The fear in my heart immediately dissipated. Just as he reacted, he found that he had sat on the ground without knowing when. He immediately felt inside the bandages and felt a flashlight. Click! He pressed the switch. A beam of light lit up in the darkness, instantly illuminating the training room. Mu Ruffing looked around. The environment was no different from before, and he was standing in the same place as before. Player's spirit is tempered. Spirit +1. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in my mind. He was slightly startled, then chuckled, and stood up. This spiritual training room is indeed quite interesting. When he reached the door, he opened it directly. He also put away the flashlight. At this time, there was no one outside the training ground. Why is everyone gone? It doesn't seem like it's time for dinner yet. Mu Ruffing took out his cell phone in confusion. 10:50, half an hour has passed. He stared at the phone screen and muttered to himself. After being inside for half an hour, he was still a little surprised. I have to admit that this mental training room is indeed not simple. Just then, Zhao Daong called. Mu Ruffing answered the call immediately. Mr. Mu, your call finally got through. Are you still underground? Come up quickly. What's wrong? What happened? Mu Ruffing asked in confusion. There is a problem with the IF Center, said Zhao Daong. IF Center? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. IF Center is located in the Wui Business District, opposite the bustling Huanxin Square. The total construction area of the project is approximately 1 million square meters. It integrates a large shopping and entertainment center, high-end office buildings, service departments, and an international platinum 5-star hotel. It is a super high-rise large urban complex with a shopping center area of about 250,000 square meters. It is a landmark building with a huge flow of people every day, not to mention that it is the peak season of summer vacation and the crowds of people are huge. Mu Ruffing had naturally been to the IF Center and visited it many times. He never expected that such an iconic building would have problems. What's going on? What happened? Mu Ruffing said as he walked quickly towards the elevator. Please get in the car first. I've prepared everything. We'll talk on the way. Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded. Time is running out, and if something happens at the IF Center, it's no joke. Soon, Mu Ruffing arrived downstairs. Zhao Daong was standing at the elevator waiting for him. At this time, there were only a few people in the branch. Almost all of them had been sent out, with only 2 or 3 people left to guard it. The two quickly got in the car and rushed to the IF Center. Zhao Daong briefly reported what happened to Mu Ruffing. After hearing this, Mu Ruffing's expression became extremely solemn. It is now July 28, 10:57 a.m. Half an hour ago, when Mu Ruffing entered the mental training room, everything was normal at the IF Center. However, less than 3 minutes after he entered, something happened at the IF Center. Just then, a black mist suddenly appeared, covering the IF Center on the L7 floor. Fortunately, it only covered the commercial
commercial area on the L7 floor, and the 90-story main building and the 65-story auxiliary building were not affected. However, it was almost noon, and there were quite a few people in the IF center, about 700 or 800.
700 or 800 people. This is the largest number of people since the advent of the strange copy.
More importantly, the blockade of the IF center has had a huge impact. Changsha is an international metropolis after all. Such a big event and every move will attract the attention of the whole country. Previous supernatural incidents were relatively small in scale and could be contained by conventional means. Coupled with confidentiality agreements and the efforts of relevant departments, they were basically unknown to the public. But this time, the situation was too complicated. After all, the IF Center is a landmark building in the city. Even if ordinary people cannot see the black fog, blocking such a landmark is definitely shocking news.
Have Captain Joe and the others gone? Mu Ruffing asked Zhao Daong on the highway. Yes, everyone went. If you weren't trapped in the training room and couldn't get out, I would definitely ask you to go with us. So Captain Joe asked me to stay outside and call you every minute. Zhao Daong replied.
Mu Ruffing nodded, took out his phone and casually browsed Douyin, but didn't see any relevant information. This is obviously the result of control measures taken by relevant departments.
Any content containing relevant information cannot be uploaded to the network within the entire city. Although the news was temporarily confined to the city, it spread quickly among a large number of local group chats.
This left Changsha in great shock, especially those living near the 500 million business district. At the same time, some tourists and passers-by who heard the news began to gather towards the IF center to see what was happening. Fortunately, the relevant departments immediately dispatched sufficient police and armed forces to block the surrounding area and strictly prohibit any pedestrians from entering. But the outside was already surrounded by people. During this period, Mu Ruffing also called Captain Zhou, but the result was a busy tone. The same was true when he called Chang Yulin and Xu Lianhong. When they arrived at the highway exit, they found that there was a long queue of cars leaving the highway and the traffic was moving slowly. Seeing this scene, Mu Ruffing knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait.
Drive the car into the green belt and we'll get out and walk over. Mu Ruffing said. Okay. Zhao Daong did not hesitate.
He turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. The car actually drove directly onto the stones on the side of the road and into the green belt next to it. The car stopped steadily in the green belt. Fortunately, the grass here is green and the trees are wide apart, so the car was not damaged.
Mu Ruffing and Zhao Daong got out of the car immediately.
Brother, what are you doing? The owner of a BMW car behind leaned out and exclaimed. Other car owners were also shocked by Zhao Daong's actions.
Hey, what are you doing?
At this time, a traffic policeman who was maintaining order hurried over. Seeing this, Zhao Daong immediately took out his ID and showed it to him.
Relevant departments, we must rush to the IF center immediately. It should be okay to park the car here, right?
Zhao Daong's voice was not loud.
No one heard it except him and Mu Ruffing next to him. No problem. Although the traffic police did not recognize this document, he knew that the IF center was blocked today and felt that the relevant department was likely real. Let's go.
Mu Ruffing shouted and quickly ran towards the destination.
After hearing this, Zhao Daong immediately followed.
At exactly 12 o'clock, Mu Ruffing squeezed out of the crowd alone and came out of the encirclement.
Zhao Daong was exhausted and fell down.
His whereabouts are still unknown. There were noisy crowds all around. A group of strong soldiers formed a human wall, isolating the crowd outside without any gaps. Seeing this scene, Mu Ruffing realized that even if he showed his credentials from the relevant department, it would be difficult for him to enter the encirclement in the chaotic crowd.
So he simply rolled sideways and fell into the encirclement. Suddenly, the surroundings became spacious. That handsome guy actually flipped right in. That's amazing. He actually did a side flip? This guy is not afraid of death. That's great, but isn't this just waiting to be shot? The witnesses were shocked. As soon as Mu Ruffing entered the encirclement, he was immediately discovered by the soldiers in the inner circle. They had grim expressions and walked towards him with guns. Don't move. Put your hands on your head.
Mu Ruffing immediately showed the ID he had already held in his hand.
I'm Mu Ruffing from the Wancheng branch of the relevant department.
I received the transfer order and came here immediately. He didn't dare to move at all for fear that if the soldier shook his hand, he would be finished. Of course, Mu Ruffing cannot be killed so easily now. A non-commissioned officer quickly stepped forward, carefully checked the documents, and then lowered his gun.
Hello, sir. The soldiers saluted. Hello, sir.
The other soldiers also put away their guns.
You've worked hard. Let's not delay any longer.
I'll go check out the situation first,
Mu Ruffing said and ran inside.
The soldiers watched him leave, then used the communicator to contact their colleagues inside and continued to stand guard. Without the crowds, Mu Ruffing only took a few minutes to reach Huanxin Square. Across the street, the IF Center was shrouded in black fog. Mu Ruffing saw the makeshift tent with many reserve players outside. He also recognized several familiar people from the Wancheng branch. There wasn't a single official player outside.
Mr. Mu, you're here? A branch staff member who knew Mu Ruffing Ruffing came forward. Well, what's the situation? Mu Ruffing walked over quickly. The situation is very bad. You go in first. Captain Joe is inside. Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded and walked into the tent.
There were quite a few people in the tent, most of whom were signed strange contractors. As soon as he came in, he immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Captain Joe, what's the situation? He saw Joe when in the crowd. Where's the minister? I didn't see him. And what about Captain Lohe? Mu Ruffing asked, glancing inside the tent. They all went in. Joe when replied.
Then, Joe when described the situation. After the black fog enveloped the commercial center, the relevant departments noticed it and rushed to the scene immediately. When Tianlin saw the building shrouded in black fog, he knew that things were beyond his expectations. He immediately dispatched a large number of personnel to block the surrounding area and the network, and reported to the Kyoto headquarters.
There is no way.
There are so many people involved this time, not to mention it is such a busy area. The message from above was very clear. The number of casualties must be minimized and this bizarre incident must be resolved as quickly as possible. As for the huge impact of this incident, we will make plans after things calm down.
Tianlin immediately summoned all the contractors and even issued a conscription order to the capital parties of the two major groups in the city. Naturally, the two major groups did not dare to refuse and each sent two third-level contractors to provide support. Tianlin did not rush into the black fog,
but took out a large number of technological equipment and tried to explore the situation inside. However, no matter what type of device it is, once it gets close to a certain range of black fog, it will freeze and become completely useless. He asked people to prepare a few cats and dogs, and led them into the black fog with ropes.
But as soon as they entered the black fog, the rope broke.
Seeing that he could not rely on equipment or animals for reconnaissance, Tianlin decided to explore the route himself. However, he was dissuaded by everyone, and finally it was Lao He who volunteered to go in first with two of his men. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, there was still no movement.
Anxious Tianlin ignored the obstruction and rushed into the black fog.
Also entering at the same time were 4 third-level contractors sent by the two capital groups, as well as contractors from some relevant departments. More than half an hour passed and there was still no news. No one knows whether this is a strange replica of reality, or if there is another hidden secret. At this moment, the person with the highest status is Zhou Wen, who is considering whether to send more people deeper.
He even wanted to request reinforcements from headquarters.
Inside the tent, in addition to the necessary personnel, there were also contractors from the two branches and the headquarters.
Sheng Yulin, from now on, you will be the commander. Chu Lianhong, Wang Tianlong, Zhao Rong, the rest of you come in with me. Zhou Wen stood up and called out the names of several people. Those named are all LV2 contractors.
There are only 3 people left at level 2, including Chang Yulin and Mu Ruffing, and the rest are mostly LV1 contractors. Captain Zhou, let Chu Lianhong take command.
My abilities are more useful than hers. Chang Yulin spoke first without waiting for anyone else to speak.
I say, your ability is more useful than mine?
Chu Lianhong immediately became angry. Chang Yulin did not refute, but looked at Zhou Wen, waiting for his decision.
Okay, Chu Lianhong, you take charge, and Chang Yulin, you come in with me.
Zhou Wen said.
Captain Zhou, Chu Lianhong was about to speak when Zhou Wen interrupted. Alright, time is running out. Keep an eye on the situation inside and try to disperse the outsiders.
Yes, Captain Zhou.
Chu Lianhong understood the seriousness of the situation and did not argue anymore. The people who were named remained silent, but their expressions seemed a little uncomfortable.
Mu Ruffing was not named, apparently due to his partnership with Scarlet Optimal. Captain Zhou, I want to go in too. Mu Ruffing immediately stepped forward and spoke. Although the 7-day cooldown period of the dungeon has not yet ended, he doesn't mind entering it again.
Other contractors try every possible way to avoid the dungeon, but Mu Ruffing is different. He has a plug-in and is eager to enter the dungeon to quickly increase his level and enhance his strength.
No, you stay here. Zhou Wen rejected his request. Captain Zhou, I have good abilities and I believe I can do it. Mu Ruffing insisted.
Zhou Wen's eyes flickered, but he finally shook his head. There is no time to lose, let's go in right away. As soon as Zhou Wen finished speaking, he prepared to set off. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing simply stepped forward to stop him.
Captain Zhou, he spread out his palm, revealing a dice. Zhou Wen was a little confused and reached out to take the dice. After checking the attributes, his expression changed slightly and he asked, what point did you roll? 6 o'clock. Mu Ruffing answered slowly. After a moment's silence, Zhou Wen returned the dice to him. Okay, you come too. Hearing this, Mu Ruffing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could have waited for Zhou Wen and the others to go in and then followed them in secretly, he still felt it would be more appropriate to go in together. Everyone was curious about the dice that Mu Ruffing took out, but when they saw Zhou Wen nod and allow him to enter, it was obvious that the dice was a pretty good prop. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the black fog. Mu Ruffing could already feel the terrifying and frightening ghostly aura ahead of him, and he couldn't help but feel nervous.
This feeling made him realize that this copy was by no means an ordinary one.
What kind of copy is this? It's so weird and terrifying, and it allows allows so many people to enter at once? Questions arose in his mind. Could it be that the strange world is really going to merge with the real world? Mu Roofing's heart was filled with uneasiness. If this is true, how will the future world evolve after the two worlds merge? There are hundreds of people entering this time. Even if only 10% can survive, dozens of them can become official players. More importantly, if so many people really died, could the relevant departments suppress the news? The combined family power of the hundreds of people behind them is a force that cannot be underestimated. When Mu Ruffing followed Zhou into the black fog, his vision was instantly obscured, and he seemed to be trapped in a state where all five senses were blocked. However, this state returned to normal in less than a second. What comes into view is an extra-long escalator leading all the way to the second floor. Except for this escalator, the entire first-floor entrance and surrounding area were shrouded in black fog. No one dared to enter the black fog rashly because the strange contracts in their bodies issued extremely dangerous warnings. Do you have any copy tips? Zhou asked everyone. No. Chang Yulin shook his head and replied. Me neither. Mu Rufeng and others responded. Without any clues, this escalator is exactly the same as the real one. Could it be that this is not a copy at all? Zhou walked to the escalator and pressed it lightly, leaving fingerprints on it. Everywhere else is covered by black fog. This escalator is the only one left. We can only go up it. Mu Rufeng said. Well, let's go. Zhou nodded, and without hesitation, he quickly stepped onto the escalator. As soon as he stepped on it, the escalator that had been stopped started slowly. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng and others quickly got on the escalator and slowly moved to the second floor. Soon, the group arrived at the second floor. They stopped in front of a glass door, seemingly contemplating their next move. Zhou glanced at everyone and finally spoke. No matter how difficult this incident is, everyone must prioritize their own safety. Don't be too aggressive and act within your capabilities. Yes, Captain Zhou. Everyone nodded in response. Let's go. They pushed the door open without hesitation and walked in. As Mu Rufeng stepped onto the second floor, his vision suddenly opened up. A strong smell of blood wafted into my nose. His eyes focused, he took a deep breath, and his expression instantly became solemn. There were a lot of corpses lying on the ground. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which was nauseating. Boom! Without exception, all of these bodies were killed by headshots. Some of the bodies were covered with various wounds, some even penetrating. Ugh! Zhao Rong seemed unable to bear it and couldn't help but dry heave a few times, but she soon regained her composure. Mu Rufeng's eyelids twitched, and he thought to himself that he had killed a lot of pigs, otherwise he would be no different from that contractor girl. There must be more than 30 dead. Chang Yolin's face was extremely solemn. Judging from their clothes, there are staff members and tourists. Mu Rufeng said. They should all be people from the Central Business District, and the contractors. Isn't that Lu Zhang, Lao Hei's subordinate? Zhou Wen's face suddenly became heavy. Lu Zhang is Xiao Lu who follows Lao Hei. He is level 2 and has experienced 2 dungeons. He can reach level 3 with 1 more. He has also contracted a powerful monster. Unexpectedly, he died here. Moreover, it seems that there is more than 1 dead contractor, but their heads were all blown up and they are unrecognizable. Zhou Wen was able to recognize Lu Zhang because he saw the watch on his wrist. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Mu Rufeng's mind. Enter the dungeon, let's play games together. Instance type, ultra-large multiplayer instance. Number of participants, 300. Audience, 577. Current surviving players, 251. Super large multiplayer copy? Did you hear it too? Zhou Wen's face suddenly turned gloomy. After hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious and they nodded. The prompts of this copy left everyone puzzled, especially the settings of the number of participants, survivors and spectators, which made them even more confused. The number of participants and spectators should be everyone in the commercial district. Looking at the name of the instance, the number of participants refers to the players who are playing the game, and the 577 spectators, as the name suggests, are those who are watching. If this is true, then at least these 577 spectators should be safe. Captain Zhou expressed his guess. It's very likely, but why are there only corpses here? Where are the other players? Where are Tianbi and the others? Where are the audience hiding? Chang Yulin also questioned. At the same time, a hint appeared in Mu Rufeng's mind again. Host detected entering the instance. Plugin loaded successfully. Host, please choose one from the following 3 plugins. 1. Modify rules. You can modify or add a rule in each minigame. 2. Eye of Truth. Your eyes can see through everything and understand hidden rules. 3. Jump, jump, jump. You can skip a level directly, but you cannot skip levels continuously. The second jump allows you to directly pass the dungeon. Mu Rufeng carefully studied these 3 plugins, each of which was extremely powerful. The first one is to directly modify or add rules. It is simply against the will of heaven. Once the rules are changed, the game will become extremely exciting. The second Eye of Truth is an even more powerful auxiliary ability that can reveal all rules without hiding them. To be honest, the existence of rules is to protect the weak, and many players died
because of violating the rules.
If players can understand all the rules, their chances of survival will definitely increase significantly. The third one is jump jump jump.
It is powerful and convenient, but it is not powerful because it has limitations and you cannot jump levels continuously.
Moo Roughing also learned a lot of copy-related information from these 3 plugins.
Combining the several dungeons and plugin options I have experienced before, most plugins are closely related to the dungeon content, like his first copy Scarlet Selection, the second copy Bloody Train, and the third copy Qingshan Pig Farm, all correspond to each other. Zombies have great strength, making them suitable for the roles of loaders and shippers. They have super brains, making them suitable for the roles of tally clerks and receivers. Purification template, he guessed, applied to everyone except the stevedores. The second copy is even more obvious, with unlimited soul coins, a 100-fold attribute bonus, and stone men all being extremely suitable. In the third copy, becoming stronger by killing monsters just fits the role of the butcher.
Now we are in the fourth copy.
Judging from the name and the plugin prompts, it should contain multiple mini-games, which need to be completed one by one.
After careful consideration, Moo Roughing finally chose the first plugin.
1. Modify rules. You can modify or add a rule in each minigame. Just as he was making a decision, Joe spoke up to remind them, let's go. Everyone, be alert and pay attention to your surroundings at all times.
The group immediately walked towards the open space in front. This is the second floor of the commercial area.
In addition to the shops around it, there is a large open space and hollow area in the middle. The originally white ground was now stained with bright red blood. When they walked to the body and were about to take a closer look, a rectangular red bloodline suddenly appeared on the ground. It was 20 meters long and about 10 meters wide, almost surrounding all the corpses and Moo Roughing and his companions.
What's going on?
Seeing this, everyone immediately activated the ghost power in their bodies and was ready to take action at any time.
Meow, meow, meow.
A crisp cat's cry suddenly sounded. Then, a fat cat doll suddenly appeared outside the rectangular circle. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Another round of dog barking was heard. Then, outside the circle on the other side, a fat pastoral dog slowly appeared. In the rectangular circle, there are cat and dog dolls on the left and right. Welcome to the first level. Let's throw sandbags together.
Sandbag throwing game rules.
1. Each dodger has only one life at the beginning, and dodgers cannot attack each other, otherwise they will be eliminated directly.
2. Please be sure to avoid being hit by sandbags, otherwise you will also be eliminated.
3.
If the dodger catches the sandbag, he can add a life or revive an eliminated player. 4.
If the puncher catches the sandbag thrown by the puncher, the dodger in the field will be restrained in place for 1 round.
5. Never attack the fighters who throw sandbags. Once you attack, you will be eliminated immediately.
Fighters are also not allowed to attack the dodgers by any means other than throwing sandbags.
6. The dodger is not allowed to leave the circle, otherwise he will be considered eliminated. 7. The game time is 10 minutes.
After 10 minutes, the player who has not been hit will win and enter the next level. 8. Cats hate being called Little Meow the most, and Wonkai hates being called Wonkai the most. Please don't try to provoke them, otherwise they will be the first to eliminate you.
Players, please get ready. The game countdown begins. 180, 179, 178.
Throw sandbags?
Moo Roughing was slightly stunned. Isn't this the game we all used to play when we were kids? I never thought it would become a dungeon now. Damn, these are actually 2 level 3 ghosts. How can they be level 3? Chang Yolin's face suddenly turned ugly. Quick, clean up these bodies immediately. Joe reacted quickly, glanced at the bodies on the ground, and immediately gave orders. Everyone reacted quickly after hearing this. Throwing sandbags is a game that everyone is familiar with.
We all know the rules. The more open the area and the fewer people there are, the harder it is to be hit by the sandbags. The corpses on the ground were obviously obstacles, seriously affecting their subsequent game.
Not long after, more than 30 bodies were dragged out of the circle by everyone.
At the same time, Joe used his ability to burn all the blood on the ground to avoid slipping on the blood.
The fighters throwing the sandbags are level 3. How can ordinary people dodge the sandbags they throw? Wang Tianlong's face was full of disbelief. This is simply a death copy that does not give ordinary people any chance to survive. How can they possibly pass it?
Joe pondered for a moment and said, it's possible that the strength of the thugs is determined by the strength of the dodgers
participating in the game. If the dodgers are just ordinary people, the strength of the thugs will be the limit of ordinary people.
And I'm already at level 3, so they are at the peak of level 3. After hearing this, everyone seemed to think it made sense and agreed with Joe's speculation.
The rules say you can't attack fighters. What a pity. Moo Roughing sighed.
He had a lot of rule props in his hands, and he could easily subdue these 2 level 3 puppet pets, but as long as you attack, you will be eliminated directly, and the consequences of elimination are obvious. The fighters in these 2 minigames already have level 3 strength. Moo Roughing doesn't believe that he can withstand the punishment of the game rules after being eliminated. Even with his singing mouth, he wasn't sure if it would count as an attack, and mentally he did didn't want to take the risk. Looking at the countdown with only 1 minute left, Moo Ruffing recalled the rules of the sandbag throwing game, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. If this idea could come true. L7 floor, open-air rooftop. Hundreds of terrified people sat neatly on the ground. Among the 3 large virtual screens in front of them, the first screen clearly displayed the image of Moo Ruffing and others on the L2 floor. Moo Ruffing's eyes flashed, and then he directly activated his plugin. Please select the rule you want to modify, or write the rule you want to add. A piece of white paper and a pen appeared in Moo Ruffing's hands. The wrinkled white paper seemed to have been crumpled by someone, and it was filled with the rules of the sandbag throwing game. In an instant, Moo Ruffing understood what he should do. Without hesitation, he immediately wrote down the rules he wanted to add on paper. 9. Moo Ruffing and Joe1 will become thugs. When Moo Ruffing wrote down the rule, the font suddenly twisted and then was quickly erased, as if it were erased by an eraser. He suddenly understood. It turns out that if the rules you write are too outrageous, the game itself will automatically erase them. Moo Ruffing immediately wrote down another rule. 9. Moo Ruffing and Joe1 will swap identities with Wonkai and the cat. However, this rule was also twisted and then slowly erased. There's hope. Seeing the erasing speed slow down, Moo Ruffing's face showed joy. At this time, Joe1 noticed that something was wrong with him. Xiao Moo, what are you doing? Joe1 asked. Moo Ruffing replied without even looking up. Captain Joe, let's talk later. This time, Moo Ruffing did not add a new rule, but modified an existing rule. 3. If the dodger catches the sandbag, they can gain an extra life, revive an eliminated player, or swap roles with the thug. Note, a maximum of 2 role swaps are allowed per game. After changing the rules, Moo Ruffing stared at the words on the white paper. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the rules were not erased, which meant that the rule modification was successful. The white paper and pen also disappeared immediately. He glanced at the countdown and saw only 20 seconds left. Moo Ruffing immediately ran to Joe1, leaned close to his ear, and whispered softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Joe1's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Before Joe1 could speak, Moo Ruffing ran away. Then, he immediately launched a rule skill against the 2 strange dolls and the corpse not far away, a fight to the death. In an instant, Moo Ruffing's attributes increased tenfold. Strength 1485, 135 plus 1350. Spirit 1342, 122 plus 1220. Constitution 1287, 117 plus 1170. Moo Ruffing is now able to open the ghost den. However, he did not use it immediately. On the one hand, he did not want Joe1 and others to find out that he could use the ghost cave. On the other hand, he felt it was unnecessary. With his current physical fitness, he can easily defeat even a level 5 ghost. These 2 level 3 dolls cannot pose any threat to him at all. Even if their strength doubled and the power of the sandbags doubled, Moo Ruffing could still easily catch it with his current physique. Once he catches the sandbag, that would be fun. So, he spoke without hesitation. Little meow meow, you are so small, can the sandbag you throw hit anyone? Wonkai, even though you're weird, I still want to ask, do you eat shit? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of Zhou1, Zhao Rong, Wang Tianlong and Chang Yulin changed drastically. Xiao Mu, what are you doing? Didn't you read the rules? You can't make them angry. Chang Yulin shouted. Before he could finish his words, angry roars came from both sides. Meow 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 meow. The little kitten's eyes were bloodshot, its body was arched to the extreme, and its hair stood up, a typical state of fur rash. Woof 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 woof. Wansai's eyes were red, his body was slightly arched, his sharp fangs were exposed, and he roared like a vicious dog. Don't worry, I know my limits. Moo Ruffing reassured them, then looked at Joe1. Captain Joe, get ready. Joe1 recalled Moo Ruffing's words, finally nodded, walked quickly forward, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Moo Ruffing, keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters between them. There are only 5 seconds left in the countdown. Others didn't dare to say anything and concentrated on preparing for the sandbag game. At this moment, the little cat with its fur standing on end is standing on 2 feet like a human. There was an old sandbag at its feet. Moo Ruffing stood in the front area near Xiao Meow Meow. The moment the countdown ended, little Meow Meow leaned over and grabbed the sandbag. Meow, meow, meow. It stared at Moo Ruffing and made several murderous meow sounds. Little Meow Meow, throw it quickly, I can't wait. Let's see if you can hit me. Moo Ruffing said with a smile. The ghost power in the little cat suddenly erupted, and the sandbag in his hand was thrown into the air. Not good, they want to freeze us. Joe Win's face changed and he immediately shouted loudly. Although the commercial area of If Center has only 7 floors, each floor is 10 meters high. The sandbags were almost clinging to the roof and flew over to the other side at a high speed. Although Joe Win could jump 10 meters high, he was fully focused on guarding against the sandbag attack and did not expect the other party to play such a trick. Not to mention, this happened when Moo Ruffing angered 2 thugs. Chun Yulin and others looked up and saw the sandbag and couldn't help feeling a little frightened. However, just when the sandbag was about to cross the bloodline, a figure jumped high into the air and grabbed the sandbag. Bang! A muffled sound. Moo Ruffing fell from above, and the hard floor tiles were directly cracked by his force. Captain
Captain Joe. Mu Ruffing glanced at Joe 1 and called out. Joe 1 reacted quickly, nodded, and immediately approached the little cat.
Before anyone could react, Mu Ruffing suddenly shouted, "I want to swap roles with Xiao Miao Miao." According to the rules of the game, as long as the dodger catches the thug's sandbag, Mu Ruffing can choose to add a life, revive an eliminated player, or exchange identities with the thug. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Ruffing suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was outside the circle, replacing Little Meow Meow's thug. At this moment, Little Meow Meow appeared where Mu Ruffing originally stood. Identity exchange successful. Little Meow stared blankly at the scene in front of him, as if he had not yet fully reacted. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, Wansai's urgent cry was heard. It seemed as if the little cat could understand Wansai's meaning. It reacted instantly and pounced madly towards Mu Ruffing's position. Unfortunately, it's too late. Mu Ruffing just threw the sandbag lightly. Less than a meter away from Mu Ruffing, Joe 1 easily caught the sandbag. The little cat ran only a few meters before it stopped and became extremely irritable. "I want to exchange game identities with Wankai," Joe 1 shouted loudly with an excited look on his face. Wansai's expression suddenly became frightened, but before he could bark, Joe 1 and Wankai exchanged positions and identities. Woof woof woof. Meow meow meow. The cat and the dog began to bark wildly. Mu Ruffing couldn't understand cat language and dog language, but he could guess the dissatisfaction in their hearts. "It's nothing more than a complaint. This isn't in the rules. We're the thugs, so how did we become the avoiders? How did the human players become the thugs? What on earth happened?" Chun Yulin screamed, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. "This, Captain Joe, what exactly is going on?" Wang Tianlong swallowed and asked. "Am I seeing things, Captain Joe? How come you and Mu Ruffing became thugs?" Zhao Rong rubbed his eyes, trying to make sure he was not dazzled. "Captain Joe, throw the sandbags over here to immobilize them. Kill these two first. Throw them hard, I can catch them." Mu Ruffing ignored everyone's questions and shouted directly. "There are only 10 minutes left in the game. Time is running out and we can't waste any time." "Okay." Joe 1 responded and threw the sandbag with force. He was very strong and had precise control, and the sandbag flew towards Mu Ruffing, almost sticking to the roof. Xiao Miao Miao and Wankai jumped up at the same time, as if to intercept the sandbag. Little Meow Meow reacts faster and jumps higher than Wankai. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Although his claws touched the sandbag, he was unable to hold on tightly. The rules stipulate that as long as you fail to catch it, even if it is just touched a little, it is considered a hit and you will be eliminated directly. Therefore, the little cat retracted its claws at the critical moment. Mu Ruffing jumped high and easily caught the sandbag in his hand. A terrifying force suddenly descended, instantly binding the legs of Chun Yulin and the other two, as well as Wankai and Xiao Miao Miao, who had just landed, firmly in place. Of course, only the legs are restricted, and other parts of the body can still move. Meow meow meow. Woof woof woof. The barking of the cat and the dog became more rapid. Mu Ruffing tossed the sandbag in his hand with a smile on his face. "Are you ready to die?" He stepped forward with his left foot, pressed down slightly, held the sandbag high with his right hand, and twisted his waist slightly. The next moment, Mu Ruffing threw the sandbag with all his strength and it was thrown out. Huff, huff, huff. A terrifying howling sound suddenly rang out. Before everyone could react, Little Meow Meow's right leg was broken. The momentum of the sandbag did not diminish at all. It smashed through the floor and sank deeply into the ground, making a muffled sound. Ding! The dodger Meow Meow was hit by the sandbag and was successfully eliminated. As the prompt sounded, the little cat's head, with a terrified look on its face, suddenly exploded. Then it fell to the ground helplessly. Chun Yulin and others nearby were shocked again when they saw this, and then became extremely excited. Woof woof woof. At this time, Wankai resumed his movement, looking at the dead little cat with anger in his eyes. Woof woof woof. Wankai opened his mouth wide, revealing his ferocious teeth. He stared at Mu Ruffing fiercely and kept barking shrilly. Mu Ruffing sneered and bent down to pick up the sandbag that had just appeared at his feet. "Captain Joe, this time it's up to you. Freeze it, and then kill it with one strike," Mu Ruffing said to Joe 1. "Okay, you throw it, and I will catch it." Joe 1 nodded solemnly, and the ghost power in his body burst out, filling his whole body without reservation. Wankai seemed to have stimulated some kind of power. An ordinary-sized pastoral dog actually became bigger than a husky. In this state, Wansai's strength, speed, and reaction are greatly enhanced. Huff, huff, huff. A violent whistling sound was heard, and the sandbag shot out instantly, but this time it did not fly upwards, but hit Wankai directly. Faced with the sudden attack, Wankai failed to react immediately. When he realized it, he immediately jumped on the spot, trying to avoid the flying sandbag. However, he was still a step too slow and was hit by the sandbag. Although it was just a minor scratch and bleeding, it was like throwing a sandbag. As expected, Wansai's head exploded before it even hit the ground. Ding! The dodger Wankai was hit by the sandbag and was successfully eliminated. "Hurry, Brother Lin, come here, let's get the resurrection armor," Mu Ruffing shouted. A sandbag appeared at his feet again, and Mu Ruffing picked it up immediately. "What? Resurrection armor?
more? Chang Yulin was a little confused, but still walked over quickly. As long as you catch the sandbag, you can revive an eliminated player. There are still 8 minutes left in the game. We must race against time to revive all the eliminated players. Mu Ruffing explained immediately. When Chang Yulin heard this, he immediately understood and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Okay, throw it away quickly. He walked forward without hesitation, stretched out his hand and shouted. Mu Ruffing immediately threw the sandbag at him. Without a doubt, Chang Yulin caught it steadily. I want to resurrect Lu Zhang, he shouted without hesitation. Ding! Eliminated contestant Lu Zhang successfully resurrected. Lu Zhang's body disappeared from the pile of corpses at some point and was replaced by Lu Zhang, who was standing in a circle of blood with a confused look on his face. What's going on? Am I dead? Chang Yulin threw the sandbag back to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing caught it and threw it to Chang Yulin. Chang Yulin continued to catch it and then shouted loudly, I want to resurrect him. As he spoke, he pointed to a corpse not far away. There were so many corpses that he didn't recognize all of them. Even the dead contractors looked familiar, but he didn't know their names. Therefore, Chang Yulin decided to try to see if he could directly identify the corpse and resurrect it. Ding! Eliminated contestant Zhang Xian successfully resurrected. The corpse that Chang Yulin was pointing at disappeared in an instant, and a living figure reappeared within the coil of blood. Time is running out and they have to race against time. Chang Yulin knew that time was running out, so he quickly started passing the sandbag with Mu Ruffing. Whenever he caught a sandbag, he would throw it back immediately, then point at the corpse and shout the name of the resurrected person again. In this way, time passed by little. Just when Mu Ruffing and the others were playing tricks. Boom! L7 open-air floor. The faces of the people who were originally frightened now became excited and they shouted loudly. This guy is amazing. How did he do it? Ha, she's resurrected. My wife is resurrected. Contractors? They seem to be contractors. Woo. Husband, you're alive. Husband, could they be the same group as those people before? If we are saved, we will definitely survive. Dad, Mom, whoa, I'm so glad you're not dead. The sandbag throwing game time is over. Congratulations to everyone for successfully completing this round of the game. You will have an hour's rest. During this time, clean drinking water and bread have been prepared for you. Please go into the restroom and enjoy them. You can also start the second round of the game at any time. Click. A sound was heard. The door of a shop next door suddenly opened. Obviously, this was the restroom mentioned in the prompt. The blood coil was already full of people. There are 37 people in total. Their faces were filled with the look of having survived a disaster. If it weren't for the bloodstains and torn clothes on their bodies, it would be hard to believe that they had just experienced death. Everyone's eyes turned to Mu Ruffing and Chang Yulin, full of gratitude. To be honest, if it weren't for Mu Ruffing and the others, this group of people would have died long ago. Everyone must be tired. Let's go to the restroom to rest, eat some bread and drink some water. Zhou Wen walked forward and shouted loudly. Hearing this, everyone nodded and then walked towards the restroom. During these 10 minutes, these resurrected people gradually got to know Mu Ruffing and his group. Knowing that they were from the relevant department and had saved him, he was naturally very obedient. Mu Ruffing, Zhou Wen and others also entered the restroom. The restroom is a large room of several hundred square meters. The center was filled with mineral water and packaged bread. Although it is simple and cheap, it is filled to the brim and is definitely enough. Mu Ruffing and his companions took some bread and mineral water and sat in the corner, directly on the ground. The resurrected contractors also gathered around and sat down. When the new players saw that they had something to talk about, they tacitly agreed not to disturb them. Mu Ruffing unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drank most of it in big gulps. At this time, Zhou Wen, who had put down the water bottle, finally spoke. Xiao Mu, what exactly happened just now? Yes, Xiao Mu, what happened just now? Why did you and Captain Zhou suddenly become thugs? Chang Yulin asked hurriedly. The others also listened attentively, especially Lu Zhang and his companions who had been resurrected. I'm lucky. I got a one-time rule-based item. Mu Ruffing pondered for a moment and said slowly. This item allows me to modify the rules within a dungeon. One-time rule props? Can the rules be changed? Several people were shocked when they heard it. They had never heard of a tool that could change the rules. But it has already happened, and although it is unbelievable, they can only choose to believe it. Don't worry, I will apply to the higher authorities to give you sufficient compensation for wasting this precious item of yours this time, Zhou Wen said. Xiao Mu, your one-time rule prop is too powerful. It can even change the rules. If it weren't for you this time, it would really be over. Chang Yulin sighed. Thank you, Mr. Mu, I'm really grateful. If you hadn't saved me, I would probably be dead now. Lu Zhang looked at Mu Ruffing with gratitude. Can you imagine the pain of being shot in the head? Lu Zhang still remembers it vividly. This seems to be more than just a small game. There are multiple game levels. Can your props be used to modify the rules of the next game? Zhou Wen raised the question that everyone was concerned about. Mu Ruffing pondered for a moment and said slowly, I'm not sure if it will work. I'll have to wait until the next game to try it out. My one-time rule item doesn't specify whether it changes the rules for the entire instance or all game levels. Is that so? Then we can only try to move forward step by step. Zhou Wen was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up and asked, Lu Zhang, what's the situation over there? Where are Lao He and Tian Bu? What about those spectators and the death toll?
After hearing this, Mu Ruffing turned to look at Lu Zhang and the other resurrected contractors.
Captain Lao He and I entered the area together.
When we came in, there were indeed bodies at the scene, but not many. Those two cats and dogs used their immobilization skills and eliminated me in the first round.
I don't know what happened afterwards,
Lu Zhang said helplessly.
Zhang Xin, what about you? You and Tianbi came in together, right?
Zhou Wen looked at another contractor who had just been resurrected. When Tianbei and I went in together, the strength of those two cats and dogs had already reached level 4. I was unlucky and was eliminated at the last moment.
If it weren't for this, Tianbi would definitely be able to revive me. As for Tianbi and the others, they passed the level smoothly, Zhang Xin said helplessly. Wait, resurrection? What's going on? Zhou Wen asked hurriedly. I only know part of it.
I don't know the situation of that audience member either.
I have to ask the newly resurrected people to find out, Zhang Xin replied. Soon, Zhang Xin revealed what he had learned.
At the same time, they also recruited those new players and started asking for more information. Combining the information from both sides, everyone gradually figured out the whole story.
These people were originally tourists who came here to travel, or employees who worked in shops in the commercial district.
Suddenly, the copy prompt sound rang in their minds, asking them to participate in the first level of the sandbag throwing game. Due to the large number of people and limited space, spectator seating was required. However, these spectators are not just watching, they are actually standby players, waiting to play in the next round. For example, one of the spectators was originally just sitting in the audience, but was called off to participate in the game and eventually died tragically. According to participants, each game requires a full 100 people to participate. One game is played every hour and each game lasts 10 minutes. If a new person enters the dungeon, he or she can join the game directly.
From the time the copy appeared to now, it has been about 1 hour and 40 minutes.
The first round of the game was played by all of these people. The cat and dog's strength was not that strong. At best it was just at the limit of human level. Although it is very fast,
it can always be caught or avoided.
In this way, 31 people were eliminated in the first 10-minute round of the game.
Afterwards, Lao He and others entered halfway and directly participated in the second round of the game. Xiao Lu died in this round,
and his death was extremely tragic. Because at the beginning of the game, Lao He used his ability to cover the blood coil with black mist, making the thugs unable to see them. Of course, because of this, no one except Lao He could see the thugs throwing the sandbags. Xiao Lu was extremely unlucky and was hit by a sandbag thrown blindly by the thugs.
Lao He was not a fool, so he naturally wanted to catch the sandbag and revive Lu Zhang, but he was not sure he could catch it. In addition to Xiao Lu, another subordinate Hu Chong was also hit by a sandbag and eliminated. Therefore, everyone speculated that the two cats and dogs might be able to find their direction in the black fog, but they just couldn't find the person with the ability, Lao He himself. In the end, Lao He became the only one who successfully passed the level. Afterwards, he went to the lounge and met the new players who were there. After comforting them with a few words, he went straight upstairs to prepare for the second level of the game. An hour later, the second round of sandbag throwing game officially began.
100 spectators in the auditorium went straight out and became participants in this round. Because there were still no contractors participating this time, quite a few people were eliminated, but it was slightly less than the first round, with only 20 people.
Afterwards, Tianbi led the team into the dungeon and started the third round of sandbag throwing.
Although the cat and dog's strength was upgraded to level 4, Tianbu's powerful strength, coupled with the assistance of another contractor, actually caught the sandbag.
And more than once.
Tabe keenly noticed the rules mentioning reviving eliminated players, and began to work on reviving everyone. As expected, Tabe is worthy of being the strongest contractor in Changsha and successfully resurrected 17 people. In other words, out of the 51 people who had died, 17 stood up again. As for why the contractor Lu Zhang was not resurrected, the reason was simple: his body was buried underground and Tane did not find it at all. It was not until the end of the game, when many people had been resurrected, that the bodies of Lu Zhang and another contractor, Hu Zhong, were exposed.
Speaking of Zhang Xin not being resurrected, it really is his unfortunate fate. Towards the end of the game, he was hit by a sandbag and was eliminated.
In this way, the time is up, and naturally there is no chance to resurrect Zhang Xin.
Then, Mu Rufeng and his team arrived and successfully resurrected all the eliminated people. Mu Rufeng's heart tightened upon learning all this, and he hurriedly said, "1 round is every hour, and the time for us newcomers doesn't count." In other words, in less than 10 minutes, the 6th round of the sandbag throwing game will begin. At this time, Zhou Wen also reacted.
100 spectators participated in the first round, and 31 of them died tragically.
In the second round, Lao He brought people to participate.
Lu Zhang and Hu Chong died tragically, and Lao He completed completed the game alone. In the third round, another 100 spectators left the stage. Combined with their previous observations, everyone had calmed down a lot and only 20 people were eliminated. The fourth round was participated by 3 members of the Tianbi clan and 2 group contractors. 17 people were resurrected, but Zhang Xian was unfortunately eliminated at the last moment. In the fifth round, Mu Rufeng and his team arrived and happily resurrected all the dead. Counting the time, the sixth round of sandbag throwing is about to begin, and this time there will still be 100 spectators. Boom! I'm afraid all the audience will have to take turns. Without them, only ordinary people will participate, and I am afraid that another group of people will be eliminated. Everyone's faces suddenly became serious. No, the thugs have been eliminated. Now only Captain Joe and I are thugs. But if we go directly to the second floor and become participants in the second level of the game, will there be no thugs in this level, causing the game to get stuck and unable to continue? Mu Rufeng's mind raced, and he immediately asked, Xiaomu makes sense. Zhou Wen nodded immediately. Not only Zhou Wen, but others also think this is very likely. I think, since they are the audience, they can definitely see our images now, and maybe they can even hear our conversation. Chang Yulin suddenly said, if you want to know, it's easy. Just ask them directly. Mu Rufeng pointed to a young man wearing branded clothes. This young man was the 5th person resurrected by Mu Rufeng, and he was originally a spectator. In response to Mu Rufeng's question, the young man named Gu Feng gave a positive answer. Whether it is the rest area or the game screen, the audience can see it. Even if we are forced to become thugs, according to the previous rules, as long as we exchange identities with the players and become participants again, we can continue to the second level of the game, and new players can also enter the second level smoothly. Zhou Wen analyzed. He believes that the first level is basically no longer a threat. However, it cannot be ruled out that the sandbag throwing game will once again arrange 2 weird guys to serve as thugs. If that's the case, there's really nothing they can do. But even so, they were still able to catch the strange sandbags, so the casualties would not be that serious. There is no time to lose. The next round of the game only lasts 6 minutes. Let's go to the second level immediately. Zhou Wen stood up with a serious tone. Well, we'll know soon whether the game is stuck or we can continue. Mu Rufeng also stood up and drank the remaining half bottle of water in one breath. Zhou Wen briefly explained a few things to the new players, then he and Mu Rufeng and the others chose to go to the second round of levels immediately. Players who want to enter the second round of game levels, please take the elevator to L3 floor. A prompt sounded in my mind. Without hesitation, the group left the lounge and came to the escalator. When they stepped onto the escalator that had been stopped suddenly started and slowly rose upwards carrying 8 people. Zhou Wen, Mu Rufeng, Cheng Yulin, Zhao Rong, Wang Tianlong, Zhang Xian, Wu Chang, and Lu Zhang, a total of 8 contractors. As they left L2 and headed for L3, 6 minutes passed quietly. L7 open air floor. There were originally 577 spectators, but the number dropped by 100 in an instant, leaving only 477. The 100 people who disappeared have appeared in the L2 blood coil. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in the minds of these 100 people. Welcome to the first level. Let's throw sandbags together. Sandbag throwing game rules. 3. If the dodger catches the sandbag, they can gain an extra life, revive an eliminated player, or even swap roles with the thug. Note, a maximum of 2 role swaps are allowed per game. 8. Cats hate being called Little Meow the most, and Wonkai hates being called Wonkai the most. Please do not deliberately provoke them, otherwise you will be the first to be eliminated. The rules for throwing sandbags are basically the same as before, except for the third rule which was modified by Mu Rufeng. The rules have really changed, someone exclaimed. Ha, there will definitely be no problem this time. Another person said with a smile. Everyone understands, right? We can be resurrected, so don't be afraid of death. Yes, don't be afraid of death. Don't hide from the sandbags. Take the initiative to catch them. Once you catch them, immediately switch identities with the thugs. After the exchange, throw it to someone else to continue the exchange. This way, the dead people can be resurrected. These 100 participants were not at all as panicked as the previous 2 groups, but were excited instead. After all, the advantage is clearly on their side. Hey, where are the thugs? Are they those big contractors, or are they new ones? Someone suddenly asked. Only then did everyone realize that there were no thugs on either side of the selection coil. Thugs, please take your positions. Thugs, please take your positions. Thugs, hands, please, take. The prompt tone suddenly stopped. Then, there was no sound. The 100 people looked at each other in confusion. Is the sandbag throwing game stuck? A newcomer asked in a low voice. It should be. It seems to be stuck, right? Not sure yet. Let's wait and see. Well, wait a minute. 10 minutes passed in a flash, and there was still no response. The blood coils on the ground also disappeared within these 10 minutes, but no one dared to step out of the scope of the previous blood coil. After some time, a brave newcomer finally stepped out tentatively. There was no reaction, no elimination, and no danger. Seeing this, everyone started moving around, even going to the restroom to eat, drink water, and even go to the toilet. The most surprising thing is that the newcomers who were originally resurrected by Moo Ruffing and others to participate in the second level were not forced to go to L2 because the game was stuck. In this way, they finally confirmed that the sandbag throwing game was completely stuck. The 131 newcomers on the L2 floor and the 477 spectators who were safe in the auditorium were all safe and sound. Of course, the possibility of restarting the game after a crash cannot be ruled out, but this possibility is extremely small.
Moo Ruffing and his group arrived at the L3 floor. The layout here is almost the same as that of the L2 layer. There were a lot of bloodstains and corpses scattered on the open space ahead. It was similar to the situation downstairs. Most of the bodies were shot in the head. After a careful count, there were a total of 20 of them.
I don't see anyone. Are they all in the restroom? There were more than 100 new players in the first 2 rounds. Chang Yulin said in a low voice. Captain Tianbi and Laohei didn't see it either. Moo Ruffing responded in a deep voice. Anyway, let's go see what the second game is. Zhou Wen looked calm and walked forward. Just as everyone stepped in, before the prompt sounded, the door of the side lounge suddenly opened and a large group of people slowly walked out. There were quite a few people, at least dozens. When they saw Moo Ruffing and the others, they were slightly stunned and then shook their heads. Some even looked at him with pity. In their opinion, it was impossible to pass the second level safely. The danger can only be offset by the advantage in numbers, exchanging the lives of a few for the survival of the majority. Moo Ruffing saw confusion, numbness and despair in these people's eyes. We are contractors of relevant departments. Have you ever seen contractors like us? Zhou Wen asked loudly. The crowd was drawn to the sound and turned to look. Someone said, I've seen 3 of them. They're incredibly skilled. They cleared the level without losing a single one. Are you also from the relevant departments? Contractors? But it's useless. We are about to go to the 3rd level. We are definitely going to die. Wow, I don't want to die. Why did I have to come here to travel? Whoa! A girl's sobbing sounded, and the atmosphere in the crowd suddenly became heavier. I believe Tianbi has told you that you are not contractors, and the difficulty of the game is only at the limit of human beings. As long as you are brave and careful, you will definitely be able to go back alive. Zhou Wen tried to comfort everyone. However, everyone just glanced at Zhou Wen again, ignored him, and continued walking forward. The crowd remained silent, but someone spoke up. Worry about yourselves first. The fewer people there are, the higher the mortality rate. What kind of game is this? Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Cheng Yulin asked. You'll know soon enough, someone replied. Soon, the group took the escalator to the L4 floor. At this moment, a prompt sounded in Moo Ruffing's mind. Welcome to the second level. Let's play the handkerchief game together. Number of game participants, 8. Drop the handkerchief game rules. 1. Participants must hold hands, sit on the ground, and maintain a fixed distance. 2. Participants cannot attack each other, let alone the person who dropped the handkerchief, otherwise they will be eliminated directly. 3. When the game begins, music plays and the handkerchief thrower circles around the other players, dropping handkerchiefs at random. The person being thrown a handkerchief must immediately notice and chase the thrower clockwise. If the thrower fails to catch the person before they return to their position, they will be eliminated. For, if the person to whom the handkerchief is thrown does not notice the handkerchief behind him, the person who threw the handkerchief can go around and touch the person to whom the handkerchief is thrown, and the person to whom the handkerchief is thrown can be eliminated directly. 5. The person who throws the handkerchief must throw it away within 3 rounds. 6. If the person whose handkerchief is thrown successfully catches the person who threw it, he can pass the level directly. 7. Every time the person who throws the handkerchief is caught, his speed will be reduced by 10%. 8. The game time is the length of a song. After 3 rounds, the surviving player will pass the level. 9. When the number of participants is less than 3, the game will be declared a victory. Players, please get ready. The game countdown begins. 180, 179, 178. At the same time, a circle of light suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. On the aperture, there is a slightly larger light mark at intervals, a total of 8, which are obviously places for them to sit. Drop the handkerchief? Moo Ruffing was slightly stunned. Oh my god, are these levels the games we played when we were kids? Cheng Yulin said with emotion. The first level is throwing sandbags, and the second level is throwing handkerchiefs. The probability is already quite high. Moo Ruffing nodded in response. Xiao Mu, can the power of that disposable rule prop still be used? Zhou Wen looked at Moo Ruffing and asked. I'll try. Moo Ruffing said, and with a thought, a piece of white paper and a pen appeared in his hand. Before Moo Ruffing could speak, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of white paper and pen indicates that Moo Ruffing's ability to modify the rules is also effective in the second level of the game. Xiao Mu, try adding a rule to the 5th rule that can revive eliminated players. Zhou Wen suggested. Moo Ruffing nodded and said, I'll try. He immediately added a paragraph after the 6th rule. 6. If the player whose handkerchief was thrown successfully catches the one who threw the handkerchief, they can directly pass pass the level, or revive an eliminated player, or become the one who threw the handkerchief. After finishing writing, Moo Ruffing stared at the white paper in silence. Joe, Win and others also came over. They could see the rules on the white paper and their eyes were fixed on it. However, to everyone's disappointment, the newly added rules began to distort and eventually slowly disappeared. Ha! Erased? Moo Ruffing frowned slightly. He thought for a while and prepared to revise the fifth rule. At this time, Joan said, the rules for resurrecting ordinary people are important, but we also have to consider that the handkerchief will be left behind after the resurrection of ordinary people. Besides, it's impossible for all 8 of us to catch the person who dropped the handkerchief. Moo Ruffing was silent for a moment after hearing this, then said, resurrection is still the most important thing. I'll try again. As he spoke, he revised the fifth rule again. 5. If the player whose handkerchief was thrown successfully catches the one who threw it, they can directly pass the level, or revive an eliminated player, but that player cannot join the game. Compared with clearing small levels, what they value more is reviving new players who have died. After all, this is their ultimate goal. Otherwise, too many people will die and the consequences will be too serious. Everyone stared at the white paper for a long time. The newly added rule only twisted slightly, then stabilized and did not move again. This means that the rules of the game recognize this new clause. Moo Ruffing also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. The next most important thing is to give everyone a chance to catch the person who throws the handkerchief. I heard from the people who went to the 4th floor before that the one who dropped the handkerchief is also quite tricky, similar to the cat and dog in the first level, and should be at the peak of level 3, and it must have its own consciousness. In this case, do you think if we put some soul notes behind it, it will make the ghost run slower? Zhao Rong suddenly suggested. It's unlikely, because Gue could have collected our money first and then thrown the handkerchief instead of throwing it away. Don't forget, he can throw the handkerchief within 3 rounds. Chang Yulin shook his head in rebuttal. You overlooked one point. The rules require us to hold hands. How can we lose money like this? Zhang Xin said. Throwing money is not difficult. We put the money in the clothes on the back and absorb it with ghost energy. When we want to throw the money, we can use the shock ghost power to shake the money out. The key is, how can we determine who the handkerchief was thrown to in the first place? Zhou Wen raised the most crucial question. Indeed, this is the most critical point. Don't worry, I have a way to solve it. Moo Ruffing said confidently. Oh, what's the solution? Everyone looked at him curiously. Moo Ruffing didn't say much. He raised his hand and a blood-red bandage slowly stretched out. My bandages can stretch quite far, completely around us. The bandage can sense who the handkerchief is thrown behind, and it will remind you then. Moo Ruffing explained. Will this really work? Won't we be eliminated for violating the rules? Everyone asked hesitantly after hearing this. After all, they are not sure whether doing so will violate the rules of the game. Ha, this is just its own action. It has nothing to do with me, right? It's not bound to me. Moo Ruffing shrugged and said lightly. The bandage seemed to understand Moo Ruffing's words, and it actually fell off his body on its own, becoming an independent entity after falling to the ground. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect that the bandage on Moo Ruffing's body was so magical. As for throwing money to slow him down, that's not necessary at all. I have other ways to deal with him. Moo Ruffing said with a smile. What method? Everyone looked at Moo Ruffing when they heard this. You will know later. Moo Ruffing kept it a secret. Okay, time is almost up. Let's get in position first. Joan said, and directly found a bright spot and sat on it. When everyone heard this, they quickly sat down in their respective spots of light. Once everyone was seated, the bandages were immediately wrapped around their backs, clinging to their buttocks. As long as the handkerchief falls behind one of the people, the bandage will immediately issue an alert. At this moment, a ball of black mist emerged out of thin air among the crowd, and eventually condensed into the shape of a child about 1 meter tall and a vinyl record player. No, this is not a child. The child's face is actually that of a middle-aged man. Apparently, this is a middle-aged weirdo with dwarfism. There are actually 8 contractors in this round of the game. How interesting. The flesh and blood of contractors are truly flavorful. The flavor of ordinary people isn't as good. The dwarf smiled strangely, as if he was savoring something delicious. Stop wasting time, you dwarf. Let's get started. Moo Ruffing urged. The dwarf's face suddenly changed, becoming frighteningly gloomy, and he stared at Moo Ruffing. What did you call me? The dwarf asked fiercely. Damn dwarf, shorty? Moo Ruffing bluntly threw out several names he knew. Chang Yulin and the others were shocked when they saw this. They wanted to speak up to dissuade them, but then they seemed to think of something, so they shut up and waited to see what would happen. Good, boy, you are really good. The dwarf laughed in anger, shouted good 3 times in a row, then jumped out of the circle. At the same time, an old red handkerchief appeared in his hand. It would be more accurate to say that it was a handkerchief stained with blood rather than red. When the countdown to the start of the game ended, the singing began. Drop the handkerchief, place it gently behind the child. Don't tell him. Hurry up and catch him. Drop the handkerchief. Place it gently gently behind the child.
Don't tell him. Hurry up and catch him. Hurry up and catch him. Lose, lose, lose the handkerchief.
A familiar and cheerful song came from the record player. The weirdo immediately started circling around the crowd with a handkerchief in his hand. At this moment, everyone's expression became extremely serious, their senses were fully mobilized, and they were always watching the movement of the handkerchief. After a while, the dwarf made a strange circle, but the bandage still did not respond. During the second circle, Gigway passed by Moo Ruffing, and the handkerchief in his hand fell quietly. Because the dwarfs were short, even when the others were half sitting on the ground, they were only half a head taller than them. Therefore, the angle at which the handkerchief fell was extremely tricky. Even Zhang Xian and others who were watching closely on the opposite side did not notice that the dwarf had thrown the handkerchief out. Even Moo Ruffing didn't notice. But just because he didn't notice it doesn't mean that the bandage under his but didn't notice it. Almost at the moment the handkerchief fell to the ground, the bandage suddenly arched Moo Ruffing. Moo Ruffing raised his hand, grabbed the handkerchief in an instant, then stood up and quickly chased after the dwarf. The dwarf quickened his pace after dropping the handkerchief, but he didn't expect Moo Ruffing to get up so quickly. However, the dwarf was not in a hurry at all, for he ran very fast. But before the dwarf could run a few steps, Moo Ruffing teleported and appeared directly in front of him, holding his head down. I caught you. Moo Ruffing looked at the dwarf with a smile on his face. You actually have the ability to teleport. The dwarf was shocked, then reacted quickly and grabbed Moo Ruffing's arm. His speed is absolutely unmatched at any level, but when faced with the ability of teleportation, he is completely blinded. It was my fault for being careless this time. You passed the level, the dwarf said viciously. However, Moo Ruffing shook his head and said, I don't want it to end so soon. I choose to revive an eliminated player. He pointed at the corpse over there and spoke lightly. Resurrect eliminated players? That's impossible. The rules don't allow that, huh? The dwarf's face suddenly changed before he could finish his words. The next moment, the corpse that Moo Ruffing was pointing at suddenly flashed with a black light. When the black light dissipated, a new living person suddenly appeared in the same place. If it weren't for the torn collar and bloodstains, no one would believe that this man had just died. How is this possible? The rules are not like this, absolutely not like this. The dwarf was shocked. Soon, a strange look appeared on his face, because when he checked the rules just now, he found that the rules had changed. Ding! Eliminated Lu Tai successfully resurrected. The man was still confused after being resurrected. When a prompt flashed in his mind, his face suddenly became extremely excited. Thank you for resurrecting me. He thanked Moo Ruffing repeatedly. But not long after, his expression suddenly changed, and he said, what's going on? The prompt tells me to go back to the first level and continue. What should I do? What should I do? I'm dead now. His face instantly turned gloomy, and the joy of resurrection disappeared. When Moo Ruffing and the others heard this, their expressions turned strange. Cheng Yulin said with a smile, then you are lucky. We have already been stuck in the first round of the game, so you don't have to participate if you go down. Once we clear the border, everyone should be rescued. The conditions for clearance are still unclear, but they have speculated that this copy will disappear as long as someone completes all the game levels. The rest of the people either cleared the level or were teleported back to the real world and were no longer considered reserve players. Of course, there is another possibility. Only those who have cleared all levels can get out alive. If this is true, then players who die in the first level may be trapped here forever. This result is absolutely hard for everyone to accept. Really? The first level of the game is stuck? The resurrected person was shocked and couldn't believe it. You'll know when you get there, Cheng Yulin said with a smile. Okay, I'll go down right away. After the man said that, he immediately ran downstairs quickly, but as soon as he took a step, he tripped and fell to the ground. Only then did he realize that he was surrounded by corpses. He screamed in fear at the corpse and rolled away in panic. But my legs were so weak that I couldn't stand up at all, so I could only slowly move downstairs. Seeing this, no one said much. After all, he had just experienced a life and death situation and was faced with so many corpses of his own kind. It would be strange if he didn't go crazy. At this time, Moo Ruffing took out $100 bill and stuffed it directly into the dwarf's strange hand. Brother, please throw the handkerchief behind me every time, Moo Ruffing said. The dwarf's weird expression suddenly became a little confused. Not only was the dwarf weird, but even Joe One and the others looked at Moo Ruffing in shock. How could he bribe this strange character so openly? Wouldn't that be against the rules? The dwarf strangely pocketed the $100 bill without hesitation, then sneered, boy, you're still a little naive if you want to bribe me. I'll take the money, but I won't leave the handkerchief behind you. He had a what can you do to me expression on his face. The dwarf knew clearly that this kid would definitely find a way to detect the handkerchief he threw at the first moment. What's more, this person has the ability to teleport, so the handkerchief must not be thrown behind him. As for the other contractors, the dwarf weird didn't believe that they had such powerful means as Moo Ruffing. You only want $100? I guess you understand. I want to resurrect those dead humans.
happens. There are 19 more people there. Each person gets 100 yuan for a total of 1,900 yuan. Do you want just the 100 yuan, or the remaining 1,900 yuan? Mu Ruffing calmly took out a small stack of soul notes and waved them in front of the dwarf. As soon as the soul banknote appeared, the dwarf's strange eyes stared at it intently. Are you sure you'll give me $100 for every time I throw a handkerchief? The dwarf was obviously tempted. He works as a temporary worker here and only earns 100 soul coins a day. This game copy only lasts 24 hours, which means that once he earns the 100 coins, they are gone. 100 yuan a day is not a lot, but it is not a small amount either. Most importantly, he can eat fresh human flesh and blood here. He was already very full after swallowing the heads of those 20 people just now. Now he could get 2,000 soul notes in one go, which was a huge profit. He was originally just a level 2 ghost. If it weren't for the special nature of this dungeon, he would never have been able to reach level 3. 2,000 soul notes was his salary for 20 days. Of course it's true. If I default on my debt, you won't dare to leave me behind next time, Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Okay, let's get started. The game only has 3 rounds, and each round lasts for 1 song. We were delayed quite a bit just now, the dwarf urged immediately. Okay. Seeing the dwarf was strangely anxious, Mu Ruffing was a little surprised and responded immediately. After saying that, he moved instantly and sat down directly in his seat. The music of dropping the handkerchief continues. The dwarf was running around in a circle with a handkerchief in his hand. As soon as she saw Mu Ruffing, she immediately threw away the handkerchief. Even afraid that he didn't notice, she waved her hand and released a ghostly energy to blow Mu Ruffing's hair. This action shocked Zhou Wen and others. Mu Ruffing naturally noticed it at the first moment, picked up the handkerchief, teleported again, appeared behind the dwarf, and grabbed his shoulders. I want to resurrect him, Mu Ruffing said, pointing at a corpse. Ding! Eliminated contestant Li Chunsheng successfully resurrected. After the resurrection was completed, Mu Ruffing returned to his seat instantly. The dwarf strangely continued to throw, still holding the handkerchief. The 3 rounds of games ended in a flash. All 20 eliminated people were resurrected and headed to L2. The dwarf took the 2,000 soul notes mysteriously and disappeared with satisfaction. The handkerchief game time is over. Congratulations to everyone for successfully completing this round of the game. You will have an hour's break, during which we will provide you with a variety of drinks and snacks. Please feel free to enjoy them in the break room. You can also start the 3rd round of the game at any time. Without further delay, let's move on to the next round of games, Zhou Wen said. Well, let's go. Everyone nodded and walked towards the escalator in unison. With the help of Mu Ruffing's sex rules props, they were not afraid of the next level at all, but were full of excitement. On the way, Zhou Wen said, Xiaomu, you did a great job this time. Don't worry, the relevant departments will give you the 2,000 soul notes, and you will definitely get a reward after we pass the level. Thank you, Captain Zhou, Mu Ruffing replied with a smile. Although he did not lack the 2,000 soul notes, he must not let others know that he did not need them at all. After all, Mu Ruffing is not a novice entering the dungeon for the first time. Apart from this time, he had already cleared 3 copies and his level was not low, so it was not a problem for him to come up with 2,000 soul notes. Soon, the group arrived at level 4. The layout here is not much different from that downstairs. However, when they saw the scene before them, they couldn't help but feel confused. In front of me, I saw 2 groups of people standing on both sides. There were only 4 people on one side, while there were more than 100 people on the other side. Both parties held a thick blood-red hemp rope in their hands, with a white strap tied in the middle of the rope. In front of them, there was a boundary line. Everyone immediately understood that this game was tug-of-war. But everyone was wondering why there were only 4 people on one side, but hundreds on the other? Logically speaking, tug-of-war competition should be fair and just, and the number of people on each side should be equal. At this time, they also noticed that there was a fat, strange creature standing over there. He had a whistle around his neck and a referee tag on his chest, and his identity was obvious. At this moment, a prompt sound rang in my mind. Welcome to the 3rd level. Let's play tug-of-war together. Tug-of-war game rules. 1. The competition adopts a best-of-3 system. The winner is the one who wins 2 games first. The winner passes the level directly, and the losers are eliminated. 2. Each round is limited to 3 minutes. If the rope does not cross the line at the end of the time, it is declared a draw. 3. There is a half-hour break between rounds. Attacking is prohibited during the break, otherwise you will be eliminated directly. 4. If 2 games are tied, the 3rd game will decide the winner. If all 3 games are tied, both teams will be eliminated. 5. Both sides may use any means to interfere with the opponent in order to win. 6. The contestants are decided by the referee and cannot be replaced after the competition starts. 7. Attacking the referee is prohibited. Violators will be eliminated immediately. If the referee attacks, you can counterattack within 1 minute. After hearing the rules, everyone looked at Mu Ruffing at the same time. He nodded slightly, indicating that he had the authority to change the rules. However, why are there only 4 people including Tianbi and Laohe, while there are so many many people on the opposite side? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Didn't you hear the sixth rule? The personnel are decided by the referee. You should ask why no one has died in this game, and why we just happened to catch up. Zhao Rong explained. Ah, there are new players here, and they are all contractors. That's great. At this time, the referee in the distance strangely noticed them and said excitedly. The referee's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone playing tug-of-war. Zhou Wen, you are here too? And, Mu Rufeng, why are you here too? Tianbu was shocked when he saw this. Especially when he saw Mu Rufeng present, he was extremely shocked. He had reported Mu Rufeng's plan to cooperate with Scarlet Optimal, and the higher-ups had clearly assigned a level 5 contractor to verify and ensure Mu Rufeng's safety. Now that Mu Rufeng is here in person, how can I not be shocked? Please, let us win. There are only 4 of you and we have over 100. Wow, I don't want to die. You are from the government. Do you want to live and kill us? I admit that you are heroes, but shouldn't heroes make sacrifices? There are only 4 of you and we have over 100. Don't you understand what's more important? If you keep going like this, we'll all die. Before he finished speaking, there were groans and angry shouts from the crowd over there. These ordinary people pulled the rope desperately, but the rope seemed to be nailed in place and did not move at all. Tianbi and Laohe looked extremely ugly when they heard what they said. The expressions of the 2 group contractors were even more stern. If Tabe hadn't been in control of the situation, they would have won with their abilities. But they were all government officials. Losing meant their death, and winning meant the deaths of more than 100 people on the other side. They absolutely cannot bear such a result. As for the 2 group contractors, they naturally didn't feel any such pressure. They had already firmly believed that ordinary people were no match for them. Faced with the shouts, curses and pleas for mercy from more than 100 people, Tianbi and Laohe's faces were full of bitterness. The 2 group contractors stared at Laohe and Tabe, and even began to consider whether to interfere with them and forcefully win the game. Time's up. This game is tied again. Okay, rest here for half an hour. Pay attention, you can talk, but don't use your hands. Otherwise, I don't mind having a snack. The fat and weird referee sat down on the ground and said leisurely. He seemed to particularly enjoy this job. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man turned to Mu Rufeng and the others and said, You guys, come over quickly and join the smaller group of contractors. The next round will decide the outcome. Will your contracted team win? Or will the ordinary people win? Or will it still be a tie and we'll all be eliminated? Ha, I'm so happy. I'm lucky today. I can be the referee in this game. The fat man laughed weirdly and was extremely excited. Just as he finished speaking, a reminder sounded in the minds of Mu Rufeng and others. You have joined the contractor team. Please go to the contractor area immediately and enjoy a half-hour break. Mu Rufeng looked at Zhou Wen, who nodded slightly. Then everyone walked towards where Tianbu and the others were in silence. Alas, you shouldn't have come. Tianbu slumped on the ground, sighing and looking at Mu Rufeng and others. Several people did not refute and sat quietly aside. Tanabe, I know you don't want those ordinary people to die, but do you think they can survive the next level? Yeah, even if they survive, what about the next level and the next level? We have just added 8 contractors. I don't believe you will really let those ordinary people win. A group contractor said coldly. Hey, you're so cold-blooded. Who said we can't survive? That's right. If you hadn't shown up, we, with so many people, would definitely have survived. You are human beings, so are we not human beings? The ordinary people once again burst into rebukes and roars. Shut up. Another silent group contractor suddenly shouted. A sense of oppression spread instantly, scaring ordinary people so much that they dared not say anything and kept silent. Tanabe, I believe you have your own judgment, and you should have made a decision. The group contractor turned his gaze to Tanabe and said slowly. Oh, Tianbi sighed deeply again. If he couldn't make up his mind before, he already had the answer in his heart after Mu Rufeng appeared. But he could never say those words. Wait, Lu Zhang, how did you survive? And Hu Chang, Zhang Xin? Lao He suddenly shouted. Ha, Tianbi finally reacted. His eyes fell on Zhang Xin, Hu Chang, and Lu Zhang. You, weren't the 3 of you dead? Zhou Wen, were you the one who resurrected them during the first level? Yes. Zhou Wen nodded. That's great. It's really great. Tianbi and Lao He, who were originally frowning, finally showed a smile on their faces. Alas, it's just that the current situation. Tianbi hesitated to speak. Mu Rufeng didn't want Tianbu to say that unspeakable word, so he quickly said, Tianbu, don't worry, no one will die this time. No one will die? How is that possible? I'm in agony. I've endured 2 games, and the next one is the 3rd. Both sides must decide the winner. Tianbu's face darkened. Tanbi, believe me, there will be no problem. Mu Rufeng glanced at the referee Gue and said again. The referee kept staring at them and seemed very interested in their conversation. Tianbu, believe in Mu Rufeng, he won't let you down. Zhou Wen also said affirmatively. What does this mean? Tianbi asked in confusion. Zhou Wen did not answer, but just glanced at the referee. Tabe reacted immediately and after a moment's silence, he said, Okay, let's wait for the game to begin. Tabe didn't ask any more questions. Obviously he knew that those words couldn't be heard by the referee. The two group contractors seemed to understand something as well. They stopped talking and sat down to rest with their eyes closed. To be honest, if they were allowed to attack the referee, they would have wanted to attack the referee a long time ago. Of course, even if they could take action, they would probably not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. After all, the referee ghost was actually a level 5 ghost. In the first and second levels, the ghosts are set according to the highest level among them. But at the third level, the upper limit of one level was actually raised. This also made them wonder, at the fourth level, would Gui be able to directly upgrade 2 levels? Half an hour passed quickly. Mu Roughing sat there with his eyes closed and did not talk to anyone. The half-hour break is over, and the third round of game competition will begin. Everyone, please take your seats. Referee Gui stood up and announced. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately stood up and picked up the hemp rope on the ground. Ready 3 2 few. As the whistle sounded, the ordinary people tried their best, as if they wanted to pull the knot through in one breath and win. But the two group contractors were well prepared, with ghost power surging in their bodies, holding the hemp rope firmly, not giving the other party any chance. I don't know what abilities they have, but they managed to pull the rope towards me little by little. Tanby, please keep your composure like you did in the previous 2 rounds. Mu Roughing loosened the hemp rope in his hand and spoke. Okay. Without saying much, Tianbi exerted force with his hands, shook off the two group contractors, and held the hemp rope alone. In an instant, the two sides were deadlocked. The other side couldn't move, and this side didn't move at all. The situation was exactly the same as the previous 2 games. Taba, what are you planning to do? Tanabe, don't you already have an idea in mind? What are you up to now? The two group contractors turned and stared at Tabe. You two shut up and watch carefully. Lao Hei shouted harshly. Don't worry, we will be fine this time. Zhou Wen smiled calmly. Yeah, Tianbi, hee. Chang Yulin agreed with a smile. Zhao Rong, Zhang Xian, and other contractors also had smiles on their faces. What are you keeping in suspense? Tell me now. Tianbu noticed something and turned to look at Mu Roughing. Xiao Mu, let's start. Zhou Wen said to Mu Roughing. Yeah. Mu Roughing nodded, silently thinking about changing the rules. The next moment, a piece of white paper and a pen appeared out of thin air in his palm. What is this? Tianbi also noticed what Mu Roughing was holding. This is a good thing. Mu Roughing smiled and began to write the rules on paper. He had already thought about what needed to be modified. Then, a brand new rule appeared on the white paper. 8. Eliminated players will be sent to level 2 to participate in the first round of the sandbag throwing game. Since no one has died in this level yet, Mu Roughing doesn't need to write any rules regarding resurrection or elimination. This rule is just right for the current situation. Mu Roughing stared at this rule closely. After a few seconds, the rules were not erased, which meant that the rules of the game recognized his changes. As the eliminated players in the game, the result is naturally death, but if they are asked to return to L2 to participate in the first level of the sandbag throwing game, which is even more terrifying than death, it is also in line with the rules. Haha, no problem. Mu Roughing showed the new rules to everyone. Okay, it's stable this time. Chang Yulin said with a smile. Mr. Mu is really amazing. He actually thought of adding this rule. Wang Tianlong praised. Zhou Wen and the others also had smiles on their faces. This rule is indeed very suitable for the current situation. If they win, they can move on to the next level. As for the 100 or so losers, they could only go to L2 to participate in the first level of the sandbag throwing game. The first level has been firmly blocked by them, and their safety is therefore guaranteed. What is this? Tianbi saw the rules clearly, but his heart was full of confusion and uncertainty. I say, Xiao Mu, you didn't change the rules, did you? Lao Hei asked, swallowing nervously. Is this true? You can actually modify the rules in the copy? The two group contractors were also in disbelief after hearing this. It's not a modification, but an addition. Zhao Rong corrected the two people considerately. That's right, even the first level of the game was stuck by us. Chang Yulin explained with a smile. Of course this is true. If you don't believe me, just look. That guy is about to attack us. Mu Roughing smiled and pointed at the referee. The referee listened to their conversation and confirmed the rules immediately. You don't know until you see it, and when you see it, you'll be shocked. The rules have indeed been changed. No, to be precise, it's not a modification, but a new rule has been added. He had never heard that rules could be changed or added to. Although the eliminated player can challenge the first level again, this is obviously against his interest. After all, the eliminated ones are his snacks. How could he be willing to watch the food that is delivered to his door slip away? Boy, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the props you used to add rules, and I'll let you leave this copy. The referee Gui stared at Mu Roughing with his huge eyes. He didn't believe that Mu Roughing was born with the ability to add rules, and there must be some rule prop hidden inside. He looked at Mu Roughing with greed on his face. If he could get such a powerful rule prop, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Give it to you? You think too much. Mu Roughing sneered and turned to Tianbu and said, hurry up and win this game. Okay. Tianbi finally reacted and prepared to tighten the knot in his hand. At this moment, referee Ghoul attacked Mu Roughing without hesitation. The referee can attack them during the game, but is not allowed to do so after the game is over. Mu Roughing looked at the fist that was bigger than his head coming at him without changing his expression, with his arms naturally placed in front of him. Bang! With a muffled sound, a strong airwave spread out, blowing everyone's hair into the air. Ha! Nothing happened? Sure enough, there is a secret. The referee retracted his fist, a ferocious expression on his face. Tianbu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone protect Mu Roughing." At the same time, Tamer pulled the hemp rope in his hand hard, wanting to decide the outcome directly. Ordinary people were horrified when they saw this and felt a huge force suddenly emerging. Many had given up long ago and barely put in any effort, with only a few pulling desperately. As soon as this powerful force appeared, those people staggered and fell to the ground. The knot of the hemp rope naturally crossed the boundary of the contractor's side. This means that the party with more people loses and the contractor wins. "You're dead, you're dead. Damn it, you all deserve to die." Those who were eliminated were suddenly terrified, then burst into anger, and some even cried out in despair. A strong ghost power suddenly burst out from the contractor. Flames, black mist, sharp threads, and biting cold power emerged one after another. Everyone attacked at the same time, including the two group contractors, and attacked the referee Ghoul. "Stop, he is attacking me. If you attack the referee, you will be eliminated directly." Mu Roughing's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly shouted. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and by the time they realized what was happening, the attack had already landed on referee Ghoul. Referee Ghoul's strength is as high as level 5. Facing the attack of the crowd, he not only did not dodge or evade, but instead took a deep breath, and his body suddenly expanded, like a balloon. When those attacks hit him, they actually dented and then bounced back instantly. Even Zhou Wen's ghost fire was bounced back. Everyone dodged quickly, and luckily they were not hit by the rebounded attack. Damn it, why did the rules suddenly change? Otherwise, you would all end up in my stomach. The referee stared at Mu Roughing with resentment on his face. "I was eliminated." Chun Yulin spoke at this time. "Me too." Zhang Xin followed. "Me too." Tabe's face was as black as coal. "This is troublesome. It seems that Mu Roughing is the only one left." Zhou Wen said solemnly. "You just said that the game on the first floor was really stuck?" The group contractor asked with a somewhat ugly look on his face. The two of them were also confused by the referee's sudden attack, and coupled with Tane's sudden order, they subconsciously launched an attack. As a result, both of them were eliminated. If the first round of the game really got stuck, they would feel a little more at ease. Otherwise, they would have to start all over again, which would be the end of them. "Of course it's true," Mu Roughing replied. "This round of the game ends. Winner, contractor team. Loser, ration team. All members are eliminated." Warning, warning, players Tianlin, Zhou Wen, Zhao Rong, Hu Zhong attacked the referee and is eliminated immediately. Please take the elevator to level 2 immediately to participate in the first round of the level game. 3 prompt tones sounded in succession. "Tianbu, you go first, leave this to me," Mu Roughing said to them. "Xiao Mu." Zhou Wen glanced at him and wanted to say something, but his mouth was blocked by his determined gaze. "Damn it, Tianbi cursed again. Please take the elevator to L2 immediately to participate in the first round of the level game." The urging voice sounded again. At the same time, a suffocating atmosphere of terror enveloped everyone, as if they would face great terror when they went to the L2 floor. In an instant, the bodies of all the eliminated people stiffened like puppets, and then they slowly walked towards the escalator like marionettes. Tianbi and others didn't even have time to say another word to Mu Roughing. 20 seconds left, that should be enough, Mu Roughing whispered to himself. 20 seconds? Ha, just enough for me to eat you. The referee opened his bloody mouth and bit directly at his head. Judging from the posture, it was obvious that he wanted to swallow him in one bite. "You are a pig." Mu Roughing suddenly spoke, and at the same time put on the title of Pig Killer. To be honest, Mu Roughing had just received this title and hadn't had time to wear it yet. Moreover, you can have more than one title, you can stack them. Just like now, he not only carries the G Pig Killer, but also the Crazy Driver. Pig? I hate it most when people call me a pig. The referee's strange aura suddenly became even more terrifying. But the next second, his expression suddenly changed. This is the power of rules. You. Before he finished speaking, he instantly turned into a normal-sized pig. How did I turn into a pig? Mu Roughing was quite surprised that the referee pig could actually speak. 10 seconds left. Time to send you on your way. Mu Roughing had already grasped a butcher knife in his right hand without him noticing. He just raised his foot and took a step forward, and a black area instantly spread out. Ghost? Ghost? Referee pig was even more terrified. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran backwards. 10 seconds. As long as he could endure these 10 seconds and wait for Mu Roughing's counterattack time to end, he could rely on the rules to leave here directly and then wait somewhere for the next round of the game to begin. However, referee pig didn't know that the direction he was running was towards Mu Roughing. It's like a pig running into a knife. It's not that the referee is stupid, but that Mu Roughing used some mysterious magic. A cold light flashed. The adult pig's body was split in in half from head to tail with a single cut. The cut was so smooth that even the hard bones didn't stop for a moment. Bang! With a dull sound, 2 pieces of pork fell to the ground at the same time. Trigger successfully, strength plus 0.1, ghost aura plus 0.1%. Moo Roughing retracted the ghost and looked at the pig carcass on the ground. He sighed and said, "It was such a good pig. It's a pity that I couldn't bring it back to the pig farm." The referee pig didn't make a sound until he died. If it was an ordinary killing method, it would be impossible for referee pig to kill with one blow. Unfortunately, he met Moo Roughing, a guy who didn't play by the rules. The title slaughtering pig knife plus 10 times the attributes, with these 3 bonuses superimposed, let alone the referee pig is only level 5. Even if it is level 6, it will end with regrets. Referee Ghoul's body began to gradually return to its original state. Then, a strange scene appeared. The referee's body slowly melted, not only the flesh and blood, but also the bones. After a while, the body that was cut in half turned into a pool of liquid and was then slowly absorbed by the ground, eventually disappearing completely. The tug-of-war game is over. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the 3rd level. You will have a 1-hour break. During this time, we have prepared a variety of drinks, bread, cakes, snacks, and fruits for you. Please enjoy them in the rest room. You can also participate in the 4th round of game levels at any time. Is there any fruit? Then let's eat some fruit first and then go to the 4th round of games. Moo Roughing immediately walked towards the restroom. Pushing open the door to the lounge, he saw a huge long table in the middle of the room. The long table was piled high with various drinks, mineral water and beer, and the food included large amounts of bread, pastries, and various fruits. Moo Roughing was not interested in bread and pastries. He walked straight to the table, grabbed the cut watermelon, and started eating it with big mouthfuls. At this moment, all players are stuck at the 1st level. In the entire copy, only Moo Roughing can continue to advance. To be honest, without any outsiders present, he could be more relaxed. The only thing that worried him was that although he had already cleared the 3rd round, he still had not seen the conditions for clearing the dungeon. Do I really have to clear all the levels to complete the dungeon? What about those who are stuck at the 1st level? Moo Roughing couldn't help but think of the worst. However, he suddenly remembered that he had heard from the resurrected novice that there were still hundreds of spectators on the L7 open-air floor. His every move had already been exposed to their eyes. I wonder if my ghost den can block the picture. Moo Roughing suddenly had an idea. But even if he could block it, he couldn't confirm it because he couldn't contact anyone else. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Moo Roughing finished the watermelon in his hand, picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, washed his hands and the juice on his mouth, then pushed open the door of the restroom and walked towards the L5 floor. As the escalator slowly rose, he arrived at the L5 floor. This floor is completely different from the other floors. It is dark and gloomy, the space is extremely empty, and there are no buildings in sight. The ground was filled with ghostly energy, and from time to time, strange-shaped objects formed by the ghostly energy gathered in the air around. At first glance, it looked like a group of demons dancing wildly. Occasionally, there are sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, as if you are in hell on earth. What the hell is going on? What's going on this floor? Moo Roughing frowned, took out a flashlight and shone it inside. When the light passed by, the strange objects made of ghost energy dissipated instantly, but as soon as the light moved away, they condensed again, which was extremely weird. Moo Roughing released the ghost den, held the butcher knife tightly in his right hand, and walked straight inside. As soon as he stepped into the L5 floor, a prompt sounded in his mind. Welcome to the final level, Spinning Top. Beyblade game rules. 1. The player will transform into a spinning top and all abilities and props will be unusable after the transformation. 2. As a spinning top, it will not be injured or killed when being whipped, but will only feel pain. 3. Only those who can persist longer than their opponents can win the game and pass the game copy. What? Playing with a spinning top? I turned into a spinning top and got hit? Moo Roughing was stunned after hearing the rules. 3 rules, just 3, but each one is shocking enough. Just kidding, although this level will not cause death or injury, the continuous beating pain is the most cruel torture. Moo Roughing never expected that the final level would be so terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the ground. He tried to stand up, but was horrified to find that he could not feel his hands and feet and could not even move at all. However, he could still see and hear. But with my eyes looking downwards, I couldn't see clearly in front of me. Only faint cheers and shouts could be heard. Suddenly, he felt someone grab his body and straighten him up. At the same time, his vision was also adjusted. What comes into view is a huge arena. The seats were packed with strange-looking spectators. In the corner, you can see quite a few terrified human spectators. Judging from their attire, Moo Roughing guessed that these people were most likely the audience on the open-air floor of L7. But, for some reason, they appeared here. Well, not bad, quite strong. It will definitely last a long time this time. A muscular man stared at Moo Roughing, the spinning top, and nodded with satisfaction. Moo Roughing wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't say anything. At this moment, he had become a paralyzed person who could
not speak, move his hands and feet, and only his eyes and ears were still usable. "Don't worry, I whip you very quickly. It may hurt a little, but you can turn longer," the weird man said, waving the bone bull whip in his hand. Snap! A crisp sound. The bullwhip cracked in the air, making a loud noise. At the same time, a human-shaped gyroscope on the opposite side was also lifted up by another strange person. Apparently, it was another spinning top. However, Moo Ruffing could clearly feel the strange aura in it. In other words, the gyroscope on the opposite side is not an ordinary human-shaped gyroscope at all, but a strange-shaped gyroscope. Bang! Another explosion came from the side. He rolled his eyes and glanced out of the corner of his eye, and found that there was also a strange thing and a strange gyroscope over there. Moo Ruffing looked around and saw 6 or 7 spinning tops just from what he could see. There must be quite a few behind him. In other words, in this Beyblade contest he was just a contestant, and the only human Beyblade at that. No, I have to find a way quickly and change the rules. I want to change the rules, he screamed wildly in his heart. Although he was panicking, he understood that his hands and feet were restrained, turning him into a spinning top as tall as a person, with his face and figure carved on the outside. As a result, he couldn't write the rules by hand at all. But what comforted him was that he could modify the rules with his mind even without using his hands. Without hesitation, Moo Ruffing immediately began to manipulate the rules. For the spinning top will switch roles with the person whipping it. However, to his disappointment, this newly added rule was twisted and then simply erased. He thought about it and decided to modify the first rule first. 1. The player will appear as a thug, and after strangely transforming into a spinning top, all abilities and props will be unusable. The modified text began to distort and the color became much lighter. Seeing this, Moo Ruffing thought that it still could not be modified this time, and felt a little distressed. But the next second, the faded font gradually darkened. The rule was modified successfully. At this moment, Moo Ruffing felt dizzy again. When the feeling faded, he found himself in human form, holding an ox bone in his hand, with several thin whips wrapped around the other end. Obviously, this is the whip used to whip the spinning top. In front of me is a strange-shaped spinning top. Looking at the carved pattern, it was strangely identical to the one Moo Ruffing had straightened up. My goodness, Moo Ruffing has swapped identities with that weirdo. This scene was discovered by the surrounding monster contestants, and they all looked at Moo Ruffing in surprise. Not only them, but even the weird people sitting in the audience seats of the arena were staring at Moo Ruffing in shock. How did that contractor become a thug? And that thug became a spinning top? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen something like this. This is really interesting. So fun. Today's Beyblade contest is absolutely fantastic. The weirdos in the audience became even more excited and crazy. Oh my, it looks like there was a little hiccup in today's Beyblade contest. However, this little episode seems to have made the game more exciting. Then I declare today's Beyblade contest officially open. Warm reminder, there are no rules in this competition. A host with black wings and wearing a white suit hovered above the stadium and directly announced the start of the game. As soon as he finished speaking, the weird people around him wrapped their whips around the spinning top. Seeing this, Moo Ruffing naturally started to learn as well. Although he hasn't played with a spinning top for more than 10 years, he still remembers how to play it. He first wrapped the whip around the indentation at the top of the top, which was the strange neck. After wrapping it several times, he pulled it hard. The moment the whip is pulled out, the gyroscope gains the power to rotate. With Moo Ruffing's terrifying power, the gyroscope spun extremely fast. Then, he swung the whip without hesitation and hit the spinning top hard. Bang! There was a crisp explosion. The gyroscope's rotation speed therefore increases rapidly. Although the gyroscope couldn't make any sound, its painful expression clearly showed that it was in severe pain. However, Moo Ruffing was unaware of this because the gyroscope was spinning so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. The sound of whips lashing could be heard all around. Throughout the arena, the sound of whips almost drowned out the cheers of the audience. Seeing that his gyroscope had entered a stable rotation, Moo Ruffing began to observe other strange situations. These strange beatings required much more effort than his. Judging from their aura, they are all level 5 weird and very powerful. Moo Ruffing counted them and found that there were 15 level 5 weird things. Each one looks extremely fierce and difficult to provoke. And he, as a second level contractor, blended in among them, like a conspicuous husky among wolves. However, Moo Ruffing doesn't think of himself as a husky. So, when a monster with a ferocious face next door swung a whip towards his head, he used the rule skill without hesitation. You are a pig. Moo Ruffing pointed at the man and shouted the spell of rules. This rule skill must be called out in order to turn the opponent into a pig. Pig? How do you know I'm a pig? The weirdo was obviously stunned. Not only was he stunned, but Moo Ruffing was also stunned. He stared at the tall, hooded figure in front of him with a strange look on his face. Is this guy really a pig head? Then, in full view of everyone, the monster actually turned into a fat white pig. How did I become like this? Is this your ability? The pig panicked and backed away repeatedly. Moo Ruffing naturally wouldn't let him go easily. He understood what the host said, that there were no rules in the Beyblade competition, and and he could kill these monsters with impunity. Holding a whip in his left hand and a butcher knife in his right hand, Mu Ruffing instantly moved to the side of the pig and slashed with the knife. The pig's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. However, what surprised Mu Ruffing was that the pig with its head chopped off actually grabbed its own head and ran away with a whoosh. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing was not willing to give up and swung the butcher knife again. The adult pig wrapped its tail tightly around the long whip and hit its own spinning top hard, forcing the spinning top to block the blade. Swish, swish, swish. Mu Ruffing's blade hit the gyroscope, but not only did it fail to hurt it, it made the gyroscope spin a little faster. Can we play it this way? Mu Ruffing secretly admired in his heart. This trick was indeed brilliant. It turns out that the spinning top can not only be used for whipping, but also for resisting enemy attacks. After all, the Beyblade cannot be killed or harmed. Damn, this guy is up to something. He can turn others into pigs. This is definitely a rule-based skill. The pig quickly retreated to a safe distance and shouted loudly at the monsters. Before it finished shouting, it put its severed head back on its neck. Good guy, what a good guy. Beheading can't even kill him. Mu Ruffing finally understood this time that after chopping off the strange head, he had to give it another blow. In an instant, all strange eyes focused on Mu Ruffing. Do you want to turn into pigs? If so, I can help you. Mu Ruffing had a smile on his face. Snap! With a crisp sound, Mu Ruffing whipped the gyroscope again. All the monsters stared at him and the murderous butcher knife with fear. Although they are powerful, what they fear most is the rule-based abilities. They are unable to resist even the most useless rule abilities. Even if the rule requires you to take off your pants on the spot, they will fall into the trap and have no choice but to take off their pants obediently. Therefore, even if Mu Ruffing was only a second-level contractor, they did not dare to act rashly. Mu Ruffing whipped the top again. Then, he glanced coldly at those strange things. Since they don't take the initiative, he will take action first. There is only one winner, no matter how early or late. There will be a head-on showdown. Finally, Mu Ruffing locked onto the monster that had been turned into a pig. There was no way. The butcher knife in his hand was still hungry and thirsty. After aiming at the target, Mu Ruffing kicked his gyroscope out with a sudden kick. Bang! There was a loud noise. The gyroscope flew out more than 10 meters and hit another gyroscope, making a deafening sound. When the two collide, the rotation speed changes immediately. Mu Ruffing was as agile as lightning and arrived in an instant. He whipped his own gyroscope again and stabilized the gyroscope that was originally wobbling. The other spinning top was held by the monster who turned into a pig. When the man saw Mu Ruffing approaching, he was a little surprised, but not afraid at all. He also waved his whip to try to stabilize his gyroscope. However, Mu Ruffing raised his hand and the bandages on his body shot out quickly, wrapping around the flying whip in the first place. Before the whip could land on the spinning top, Mu Ruffing swung his other hand suddenly, and the butcher knife flew out of the air. When the adult pig saw the butcher knife coming, its face changed and it jumped high to avoid the attack. It was this dodge that allowed Mu Ruffing to see the flaw. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the bottom of the spinning top hard. With such a huge force, the gyroscope was kicked 7 or 8 meters away. However, the wobbly gyroscope stabilized after landing. At this moment, Mu Ruffing finally understood that in order to stop the gyroscope, he had to use the gyroscope to hit the opponent's gyroscope. If you try to hit the spinning top with your fists, feet, or other abilities, it will not only be ineffective but will make it spin faster. Of course, using a whip requires less effort and produces a faster speed. At this moment, after the jumping pig landed, it immediately pounced on the embedded butcher knife on the ground. Judging from his posture, he obviously wants to snatch Mu Ruffing's butcher knife. Mu Ruffing sneered, and his figure suddenly flashed, appearing between the adult pig and the butcher knife. At this moment, he was opening the ghost den, which could strengthen one of his contract abilities. Mu Ruffing could originally move instantly within a range of 4 meters, but this time it doubled to 8 meters. Facing the adult pig flying towards him, Mu Ruffing didn't even draw his sword, but directly met it with his fists. The call was connected quickly. Chang Zhu never expected that Mu Ruffing would suddenly appear in front of him. He wanted to break suddenly, but how could he have the strength to do so now? A fist the size of a fist hit the pig's nose hard. The adult pig was blown away at several times the speed it had pounced on just now. Mu Ruffing used the bandage to pull the handle of the butcher knife, retracted it, and then swung the long whip in his hand towards the gyroscope. The huge force caused his gyroscope to hit the pig's gyroscope hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the two collided and quickly separated. Mu Ruffing's gyroscope had the advantage, and its rotation speed remained stable and rapid. On the other hand, the pig's spinning top has begun to wobble. Mu Ruffing took advantage of the situation and chased after him, whipping his own spinning top again. Once, twice, the pig's gyroscope began to shake violently. Once this happens to the spinning top, it means it is about to fall. Top, my top. The adult pigs that had just crawled up in the distance were shouting in fear. At this moment, his pig eyes bulged out and his nose was sunken from being hit hard, making him look extremely hideous. Seeing that his spinning top was about to fall, Chengju didn't care about anything else and ran towards that side frantically. As he was running wildly, his body actually changed from a pig form to into a human form, but his head still had a big pig head. At this moment, a gyroscope flew from the side and directly hit the pig's head.
Hey, if your spinning top wants to fall, then so be it. I won't let you pass.
A strange voice said with a smile. Not only him, but also several weird faces nearby had evil smiles on their faces, staring at the pig head.
Since there can only be one winner, it would be great if one could be eliminated so quickly. Damn it, you want me to die? I won't let you have it easy.
The pig head roared, pressed his hands hard on the ground, and his whole body suddenly leaned forward.
Snap! A crisp sound.
The pig head slammed its hands on the ground, and then the human-shaped body began to deform and turned into a giant pig. It was a super adult pig, similar to the large pigs in a pig farm. Judging from its size, it is much larger than the mummy that escaped from the pig farm. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from his body, the strange creatures were slightly shocked, but they were not afraid at all. The three of them looked at each other strangely, and at the same time whipped their spinning tops and crashed directly into the super adult pig. The super adult pig roared angrily, lowered its head and charged forward, rushing around recklessly. He knocked the three flying tops away with his head, but his momentum did not decrease and he rushed straight towards Mu Ruffing. Along the way, whether it was the weirdo or the gyroscope, they were all knocked away by him. What a fierce pig!
Mu Ruffing looked at the adult pig rushing towards him and was secretly amazed.
Such a pig is definitely worth more than $1 million. However, this pig is quite special. It is a pig-headed monster. Even if it is killed, only the pig's head can be considered as level 5 pork, and the body will still turn into a human form. But if we can get it to a pig farm, thanks to the special features of the pig farm, we can transform it into a real adult pig and realize the full selling price. It's a pity that he couldn't take this guy to the pig farm.
By the way, will Director Pighead's fate be the same as that of a pig in a pig farm?
This thought suddenly popped up in Mu Roofing's mind. Not only the stupid factory manager, but also the former supervisors Fong and Bai were almost the same. Manager Fong's nose has turned into a pig's nose, and Manager Bai's legs have also turned into pig's legs.
These details explain a lot of problems. I couldn't kill you with one blow just now. Now I'm going to give you another blow. Let's see if you can die.
Mu Ruffing sneered, swung the butcher knife in his hand, and rushed forward. A cold light flashed. His figure passed under the super adult pig. His blade slid from the lower neck all the way to the tail, and large amounts of internal organs and blood spilled out.
Boom!
A loud noise was heard. The super adult pig that pounced forward fell heavily to the ground. Mu Ruffing immediately put away his knife, then picked up the whip and hit the super pig's gyroscope with his own gyroscope again. The collision knocked the wobbly gyroscope to the ground, and it finally stopped after rolling a few times. Only then did Mu Ruffing turn around and look at the super adult pig. It was lying on the ground, unable to move, its entire body wrapped in bandages wrapped by Mu Ruffing. The bandages were piercing into its wounds, sucking blood madly. In such a short period of time, this huge adult pig began to look a little shriveled. Trigger successfully, strength plus 0.1, ghost aura plus 0.1%. Since the bloodstained bandage became a bloodthirsty bandage, the blood-sucking speed has been greatly increased.
Come back, Mu Ruffing waved.
Upon hearing this, the bandage immediately fell off the super adult pig and returned to Mu Ruffing's body.
Game participant Pig Lao San is eliminated.
A broadcast echoed throughout the Coliseum. The next moment, there was a burst of warm cheers at the scene.
Obviously, the audience was excited by this first-round elimination match. This human is really amazing.
That's right, a level 2 contractor actually killed Pig Third. How about we work together and take care of this guy first?
Maybe, but he has a rule skill that can turn people into pigs.
Don't worry, there must be a limit, otherwise he would have attacked us long ago.
Those weird people gathered together, locked their eyes on Mu Ruffing, and discussed in low voices.
In the end, they reached a consensus and decided to join forces to deal with Mu Ruffing. Anyone who is turned into a pig is unlucky, but as long as Mu Ruffing is still alive, no one can attack the companion who has been turned into a pig.
In an instant, 14 monsters surrounded Mu Ruffing.
They used the gyroscope as their vanguard, which was immune to Mu Ruffing's attacks and could also block him from using rule skills while trapping him inside. Faced with 14 level 5 monsters, Mu Ruffing couldn't help but feel a little nervous, mainly because of the Euro problem. If he didn't have the gyroscope, he would definitely not be afraid of this group of level 5 monsters. Everyone be careful, this contractor is very strange, and there are even ghosts in his lair. Suddenly there was a strange cry.
What? A ghost cave? Another weirdo was shocked.
That's right, I just used the ghost invasion technique but was blocked by his ghost invasion technique, said the weird one.
You actually have a ghost? You actually have a ghost? You actually...
The weirdos repeated it subconsciously.
Stop talking nonsense, let's attack together and kill this contractor first.
The ghostly creature rolled his eyes and said in a cold voice.
The ghost domain is definitely not an ordinary item. The one who possesses the ghost domain is definitely the best in the same level.
Therefore, the weirdos were surprised that he possessed a ghost realm. The strange people all had solemn expressions and stared at Mu Ruffing fiercely. In any case, killing this human contractor first would be a win-win situation for them. Facing the siege of many monsters, Mu Roughing was not panicked at all. He suddenly whipped the whip and slammed his top into a top in front of it. Bang! The two collided violently. As the attacker, Mu Roughing showed no mercy and directly knocked the opponent's gyroscope away. However, before his gyroscope could stabilize, 3 gyroscope tubes around it crashed into him. At the same time, 3 or 4 gyroscopes attacked him. The remaining gyroscopes are supporting from all sides, ready to attack at any time. Snap! Snap! The sound of whips whipping came one after another. Facing the attacking gyroscope, Mu Roughing naturally used instant movement. When he teleported next to his own gyroscope, he quickly cracked the whip and knocked the gyroscope away again. Then he used teleportation again. The whole person broke away from the encirclement and reappeared on the periphery following his own gyroscope. However, seeing this, several strange creatures on the periphery continued to whip their own spinning tops and surrounded Mu Roughing and his spinning top again. You are a pig. Mu Roughing released the rule skill on one of them without hesitation. At the same time, he took out his singing mouth and activated the skill directly. Please specify the target audience and the song you want to sing. The next second, the monster that Mu Roughing locked onto suddenly stopped whipping the spinning top and started singing loudly. One end is round and the other end is pointed. When you pull the rope, it spins. Small tops spin fast, big tops spin slow. Guess which one stops first? One end is round and the other end is pointed. When you pull the rope, it spins. A Biba nursery rhyme came out of this strange mouth, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I said, "What the hell are you doing here? Fuck, what are you singing?" Several weirdos immediately started cursing. However, the weird singer ignored them completely and even started dancing and shaking her hips. Mu Roughing took the opportunity to whip his own spinning top hard and instantly crashed into the spinning top that was singing strangely. Half an hour later, the huge impact force sent both of them flying. After landing, Mu Roughing teleported over immediately and quickly whipped the gyroscope to stabilize his position. Because the owner stopped whipping it, the strange spinning top began to shake and became extremely unstable. The owner of the spinning top continued to sing, dance happily and shake his hips. "You're still jumping? Your gyroscope is about to fall over." Someone shouted strangely from the side. "It must be that guy's prop. He can force singing even at level 5. It must be a rule prop." Rule props? How come this guy has rule props? How do we fight this? Hurry up and help him stabilize the gyroscope first. A strangely kind suggestion was made. However, no one responded. Their eyes flickered, as if they were weighing whether to stabilize the gyroscope first or kill the singing and dancing guy directly. That's right, this guy is the weird one who owns the ghost realm. In their opinion, with more than a dozen weirdos besieging Mu Roughing would be defeated sooner or later. The strangeness of the ghost realm makes them extremely fearful. I didn't dare to attack him before because I didn't want to be the first to do so. But now, being restricted by the rules and props of the human contractor is a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. A few weird people with ulterior motives exchanged glances and seemed to have made a decision. At this moment, a strange person suddenly pulled his gyroscope towards the crumbling gyroscope. "Oops, your hand is crooked. Quickly move your spinning top away," he shouted to the strange one who was singing and dancing. However, the strange thing continued to sing, veins bulging on its forehead. Bang! With a loud bang, the two gyroscopes collided with each other. The already unstable gyroscope was knocked even more wobbly. It wasn't over yet. The other two weirdos also whipped their spinning tops and attacked the guy from both sides. The situation was clear, and the two gyroscopes, one on the left and one on the right, collided directly with each other. Two crisp collision sounds were heard, and the gyroscope suddenly stopped spinning upright. These two strange moves were just right. Soon, the gyroscope fell to the ground, rolled for a while, and finally stopped. Just as the gyroscope stopped spinning, the strange head that was originally singing suddenly exploded. Red and white blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Mu Roughing reacted quickly and hid behind his gyroscope immediately, but he forgot that the top was spinning. The splatter of flesh and blood hit him perfectly. Fortunately, his bandages blocked it instantly. The red was absorbed and the white was bounced away, which made Mu Roughing breathe a sigh of relief. Game participant Catfisher eliminated. The game had just started for a few minutes when the second player was eliminated. I have to say, this speed is really amazing. In previous beating top competitions, it would take at least 3 to 5 minutes for the first player to be eliminated and 7 to 8 minutes, or even 10 minutes, for the second player to be eliminated. It would take at least 40 to 50 minutes to determine the final winner. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the weird people in the audience also cheered excitedly. Obviously, this spinning top game really excited them, especially the eliminated corpse that was headless but still dancing. A mouth appeared on the headless corpse, and cheerful singing came out of the mouth, and it was a female voice. Mu Roughing understood that even if a person died, as long as the singing time was not over, they had to continue singing and dancing. At this time, Mu Roughing quietly appeared next to the monster that he had just turned into a pig. The butcher knife chopped down fiercely, but to his surprise, the strange thing turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared without a trace. Mu Roughing frowned and looked into the distance.
distance. He didn't expect that this guy actually had the ability to teleport. Of course, he also knew that each of these monsters had unique skills. The ground under my feet was covered with a thin layer of ice at some point, making it slippery to walk on. A heat wave came from the side, and a strange creature was seen with red flames burning all over its body, accompanied by choking smoke. There was even one that strangely turned into a pool of yellow mucus, emitting a strong stench of corpse. Other weird creatures also displayed their abilities one after another. There was only one strange creature standing there without moving, but one could feel the fluctuation of ghost power in his body, and he was obviously using his own skills. There was a hint of surprise on his face, and he seemed confused as to why his ability was ineffective. Mu Ruffing sneered, clearly feeling that the other party was trying to pollute his mind. Logically speaking, his ability can only make him immune to mental pollution and curses of level 4 and below, but he now has more than 1,000 mental powers and is not afraid of level 6 weirdness. Mu Ruffing stood steadily, not moving, because there was no need to move. His ghost domain had already been deployed, and he did not forget that the ghost domain's first ability was rebound. Facing a siege from multiple people, this is definitely a super skill. Whether it was flames, the foul-smelling and highly corrosive corpse water, or the flying needles containing strong ghost energy, they were all bounced back by Mu Ruffing's ghost domain. Moreover, he did not return the attacks one by one, but gathered all the attacks together and suddenly attacked a strange entity. Unsurprisingly, the monster was reduced to ashes by a series of rebound attacks. At the moment of his mysterious death, his gyroscope stopped spinning and fell to the ground. When everyone saw this, their faces changed drastically. They never expected that their attack would be rebounded. What was even more unexpected was that the attack could be rebound to a specific location. Ghost Realm, this is the power of the Ghost Realm, someone shouted strangely. Hurry, we must kill him first, otherwise we will die. Another weirdo also shouted anxiously. Don't use long-range attacks, fight him at close range. If you have weapons, it's best to use them. After the weird man said this, he took out a sharpened steel pipe. Seeing this, the other weirdos all showed their weapons. Some people had no weapons, so they wrapped whips around their hands and grabbed one end of an oxbone as a weapon. Hand-to-hand combat? Close combat? Haha, a bunch of little losers dare to rush up? I'll be waiting for you here. Mu Ruffing laughed, gripped the butcher knife tightly, and aimed at them. Boy, you are so arrogant. Does your mother know? A tall and weird man roared. Don't waste time talking to him, just hurry up. I'll use my power to temporarily block the space so that guy can't teleport. Another one shouted strangely. Good. Everyone was delighted when they heard this. As we all know, this guy's teleportation ability has always been a headache for them. Even if the siege gyroscope is on the verge of collapse, as long as he doesn't stop, Mu Ruffing can always teleport to the gyroscope and reactivate it. 5 strange figures holding weapons quickly approached Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing sneered, a bunch of ants, waiting for me to destroy you. At this moment, he suddenly dodged to the side. Seeing this, those strange creatures changed their tactics and attacked in that direction. What excited them was that Mu Ruffing seemed unable to react in time and was hit on the shoulder by a strange axe. Then, a steel pike pierced his heart. Not only that, he was hit hard on the head by a strange thing with a cow bone. Bang! With a dull sound, his head was smashed to pieces by the cow bone. Haha, he's dead. Ghoul laughed weirdly. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed across, cutting the weirdness in half from beginning to end. Immediately afterwards, another cold light flashed, and the strange body was cut into 4 pieces. Mu Ruffing stood aside, slowly sheathed his knife, and stared at the remaining 3 weirdos with a strange expression. Trigger successfully, Constitution plus 0.1, Ghost Power plus 0.1%. Not good. This guy is not dead. He has other abilities. Illusion, it's an illusion. Quick, kill him. The 3 weirdos were terrified and immediately swung their swords at Mu Ruffing again. But what shocked them was that 2 of the strange attacks accidentally injured the third one, and the third one's attack hit the first one. How interesting. Mu Ruffing's figure flashed again, and with a wave of the butcher knife, he pierced through the 3 people almost at the same moment and cut off their heads one by one. Trigger successfully, Strength plus 0.1, Ghost Power plus 0.1%. Trigger successfully, Spirit plus 0.1, Ghost Power plus 0.1%. Trigger successfully, Spirit plus 0.1, Ghost Power plus 0.1%. Mu Ruffing's current strength is indeed not to be underestimated. All 3 attributes have exceeded 1,000, and they are not just breakthroughs. More importantly, he possesses the Ghost Domain, which combines rebound, illusion and enhanced contract capabilities into one, making it extremely powerful. The butcher knife in his hand was also extremely sharp. Ordinary level 5 monsters can be killed instantly in front of him. Moreover, this is just the blessing of auxiliary contract ability. If he activates stronger abilities, his strength will be even greater. The ability of the Ghost Domain alone gives him an advantage. Now, a simple illusion could play with them at their fingertips. With the rebound, they lost a general and did not dare to use long-range or energy attacks easily. In fact, the strength of the contractor is stronger than the average weird one, because the contractor not only has various props, but can also contract multiple monsters.
monsters. When these contracts are strangely willing to take action, it becomes a situation of many against one. The only drawback is that the level of the contracted weirdness is linked to the contractor. Once the contractor dies, the weirdness will not die, but will be seriously injured and its level will drop significantly. What's more, if the contractor dies, most of these weird things will be difficult to continue. Therefore, many monsters are unwilling to sign a contract with humans, unless the other party can offer sufficiently attractive benefits. There are only a few of you left. Tell me, how do you want to die? Moo Ruffing looked at the remaining 9 weirdos coldly. In a short period of time, 7 of the 16 contestants had been eliminated. Damn, this guy is too weird. Let's split into 5 to stop him, and the 4 of us will deal with his spinning top. In a strange moment, he came up with a not-so-complete plan and shouted loudly. They didn't need to kill Moo Ruffing immediately, they just needed to stop him temporarily. As long as Moo Ruffing's gyroscope is destroyed, he will naturally be eliminated or even die. But Moo Ruffing is not stupid. When the shout was heard, he had teleported back to the top. Snap! A crisp sound. He whipped the top faster. His teleportation ability finally returned. After defeating the monster that could temporarily block space, he was able to teleport freely. However, Moo Ruffing's ghost power is almost gone at this moment. Although his ghost power was multiplied by the plugin, become stronger by killing monsters, it ultimately only remained at the peak of level 3. He had fought fierce battles with many level 5 monsters, not to mention using the power of the ghost domain many times, and the consumption of the ghost domain was extremely huge. However, this is actually not a problem. He can directly borrow Xiao Ying's ghost power. Even though he could only use the power of the contract, this allowed Moo Ruffing to move freely with the skill of teleportation. Unfortunately, he was unable to use Xiao Ying's ghost power to activate his own ghost domain. In fact, Moo Ruffing was not afraid of these enemies. After all, after his ghost power was exhausted, his various attributes were still strong. Although if you want to completely kill a monster with brute force alone, you need to coordinate with multiple directions to finish off the monster. Snap! Moo Ruffing used all his strength to throw his gyroscope out. The target was the strange gyroscope closest to him. The strange owner's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he hurriedly whipped his spinning top, trying to dodge to the side. However, Moo Ruffing's gyroscope was extremely fast, and although it failed to hit the center, it still hit the side. The terrifying impact force directly knocked the strange gyroscope away, and then it hit another strange gyroscope. Almost instantly, the strange gyroscope that was hit hard began to stagger. The monster didn't dare to fight back, and hurriedly ran back to its gyroscope, trying to save it. Moo Ruffing teleported to his own gyroscope, whipped it hard again, and headed straight for the precarious gyroscope. At this time, several weird creatures around finally reacted and whipped their own gyroscopes, attacking Moo Ruffing's gyroscope. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds rang out one after another. Surprisingly, Moo Ruffing's gyroscope failed to break through their encirclement. This surprised him a little, but soon he felt relieved. Although these level 5 monsters are not as powerful as Moo Ruffing, their ghost energy is extremely strong. The power of the spinning top whipped by ghost power is no less than that of Moo Ruffing's spinning top whipped by brute force. Of course, compared with the two, one relies on ghost power and the other relies on brute force. The result is naturally self-evident. One's own brute force is definitely more durable than the weird ghost power. At this time, Moo Ruffing's ghost power had been exhausted, and he did not intend to kill the strange creature himself. He chose to use his brute force to whip the spinning top, using the power of the spinning top to defeat the remaining weird contestants one by one. When surrounded by many people, Moo Ruffing used Xiao Ying's ghost power to teleport away, playing the kite-flying tactic. Just like that, without any surprise, Moo Ruffing relied on the kite-flying strategy to exhaust the enemy's ghost power, and then eliminated them one by one with the gyroscope. It took less than half an hour from start to finish, and 15 of the 16 contestants were eliminated, leaving only Moo Ruffing, the contractor. Ah, the game is over. That's all for today's Beyblade contest. It's over in just half an hour, and our champion is Mr. Moo, a level 2 contractor. Let's cheer for Mr. Moo together. The winged birdman held a microphone and announced loudly. In an instant, the scene erupted in warm cheers. Of course, most people are more likely to sigh and sneer. At this moment, Moo Ruffing's consciousness suddenly became blurred, but soon returned to clarity. He was now standing in a relatively luxurious room. Behind him was a soft leather sofa, surrounded by all kinds of gorgeous food and fruits. There was a strange figure standing next to him, and that was his spinning top. The winged birdman, the host, sat comfortably on the soft leather sofa opposite Moo Ruffing. Congratulations, you have won this competition. You can pass the level, leave here and return to the real world. The host had a smile on his face and looked very happy. Ha, I won. Host, where is my reward? The weird guy next to him asked hurriedly with a smile on his face. The host glanced at him, then took out a stack of soul notes and threw it to him, saying coldly, "You are lucky today, get out of here." Hee, thank you, host. And, boy, you are pretty good too. Although you hit me and it hurt, it is precisely because of this that I won. The man laughed strangely, then nodded approvingly to Moo Ruffing
Ruffing and strode towards the door on the left. Soon, the weird creature left. Only Mu Ruffing and the host were left in the room. Here, kid, this is your share. The host took out 10,000 soul notes and threw them on the table in front of Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing didn't look at the stack of soul notes, but sat back on the sofa behind him, facing the host. Seeing this, the host smiled, took out another stack of soul notes, and said, "Boy, if you can tell me how you changed your identity to a thug, I will give you another 10,000 soul notes." Ha ha. Mu Ruffing chuckled and said, "Of course it's a rule-based prop." "Rule-based props? What do they look like?" "I'll pay you 100,000 yuan to buy your prop," the host said calmly, and at the same time threw the 10,000 soul notes in his hand onto the table. 100,000? Although I've never been to the weird world, I have some idea of the general prices there. 100,000? Do you want to get rid of a beggar? Mu Ruffing laughed. Then name a price. The host obviously didn't expect Mu Ruffing to know the value of these props. "Before we talk about this, let me ask you a few questions first," Mu Ruffing said. "You say," the host replied. "You just said I've cleared the game and can return to the real world. So, what about the human audience? And what about the players who are playing the mini-games?" The host smiled slightly and replied, "Those human spectators naturally return to the audience seats for levels 1, 2, and 3. As for those players who are currently playing mini-games, they will naturally have to start from the first level and slowly make their way through before finally reaching the final level." "You mean, in order to return to the real world, we have to clear all 4 levels?" Mu Ruffing's face turned a little ugly. "Of course, this is the rule of the game and the copy." The host nodded. "You should be clear about the situation in the game, right?" Mu Ruffing continued to ask. "Of course, as the resident host of Let's Play Games Together, I have some authority and can see what's going on in the game." "I know, you're asking about the issue of players who died in the first level being unable to enter the game, right?" The host paused, and without waiting for Mu Ruffing's response, he continued, "Your rule prop is indeed powerful. It can modify the rules of each level of the mini-game. However, the rules of the game instance are gradually overriding yours. This process will take about 10 hours, and after 10 hours the rules will return to their original state. Also, the 2 sandbag throwers in the first round will be recruited again," said the host. Mu Ruffing frowned when he heard this. The host's meaning was very clear. In other words, even if Mu Ruffing has passed the level, he can only return to reality. The spectators, including Captain Zhou, Lao He, Tianbu and others, had to start over from the first stage of throwing sandbags after 10 hours. "How long will this copy last?" Mu Ruffing asked again. "The dungeon lasts for 24 hours. During this time, anyone who enters the dungeon can play the game. After 24 hours, the copy will leave the real world. Of course, if the players fail to pass the level, they will be eliminated," said the host. Mu Ruffing was silent for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "What about the 4th level? If ordinary people reach the final level and become spinning tops, how can they compete with the strange spinning tops? Isn't your 4th level just a way to kill the players?" "You asked a good question. I can only say that you are unlucky. The 4th level of the game is actually independent and is divided into 2 types. One is weird and the other is human. Weirds can only play Beyblade with other weirdos, and humans can play against other humans. It just so happened that when you reached the 4th level, the weird Beyblade competition was short of 1 person, so they just happened to use you. Otherwise, the 4th level requires 16 players to gather before the game can begin. As for the lack of a full group, as long as there are 3 or more people, the competition can begin. If there are not even 3 people, then you can only participate in the game with weird." The host patiently explained the relevant rules of the game to Mu Ruffing one by one. Hearing this, Mu Ruffing's face darkened slightly. According to the host, 16 players participated in the game, and everyone had to tell Guyi who was the spinning top, otherwise they would be beaten by Guyi. In the end, only 1 player will emerge victorious and return to reality. As for not having enough people, that's impossible. Hundreds of people, even if a few lives are sacrificed, someone will still advance to the 4th level. Looking at the entire Let's Play Games Together copy, it is simply a bloody slaughterhouse. "Okay, enough small talk, let's talk about the price." "Sell me your rule props," said the host. "I'm afraid I'm sorry to disappoint you. That's a one-time rule-based prop." Mu Ruffing responded calmly. "A disposable rule prop?" The host's face suddenly turned gloomy. "Do you think I would lie to you?" the host asked coldly. "Whether you believe it or not is your business. It's none of my business. I explained it to my companions as early as after the first level," Mu Ruffing said in a flat tone. Okay, you dare to play tricks on me." The host stared at Mu Ruffing with gloomy eyes. "Do you think you have returned to reality and I can't do anything to you?" "Indeed, I can't do anything for you, a contractor who has already passed the level, but your companions are not so lucky," the host said coldly. Although his authority is limited and he cannot even directly interfere with the game content, but in the 4th level he can use his authority to let players directly engage in gyroscopic battles with the weirdness. Although it is not unlimited, it is more than enough for those people like Tane. "Ha, tell me, what do you think would happen if I dismantled this game copy?" Mu Ruffing asked with a faint smile. "Ha ha,
The host was stunned at first, then burst into laughter.
With you, a mere second-level contractor? Excuse me, is the level of this game copy higher or lower than Bloody Train? Moo Ruffing asked politely. Bloody Train? Haha, you also know about the Bloody Train?
The Bloody Train is a level 8 vehicle, and our game copy is only a level 7 game.
But so what?
Will the Bloody Train listen to you? The host said sarcastically.
That's enough. I don't want to waste time with a bug like you. Get lost.
The host waved his hand.
The next moment, a prompt sound rang in Moo Ruffing's mind. Ding!
Detected that the player has cleared 4 rounds of the game and met the conditions for clearing the dungeon.
Return countdown 179, 178, 177. About 3 minutes, time is almost up. Moo Ruffing murmured softly, then took out a card.
Speaking of which, since obtaining the Bloody Train Black Gold membership card, he has never summoned the Bloody Train, whether in the real world or the weird world. Since this game copy requires human lives to fill, he doesn't mind using a Bloody Train to crash it.
A strong ghostly aura suddenly spread out.
When the host saw Moo Ruffing take out the card, his expression suddenly changed. Although he had never seen the black and gold card of the Bloody Train, he could feel the aura of the Bloody Train from it. What's more, he himself also has a gold membership card of the Bloody Train. A plane somewhere in a strange world.
Whoa! A loud whistle cut through the empty plain. This is an endless grassland covered with flowers and plants.
But if you look closely, you will find that there are human heads on the tops of the flowers and plants.
Human head flowers, human head grass. This place is extremely weird. As the wind blew, the sound of human heads whispering could be heard. These heads seem to be alive. In this strange place stands an ancient city tower.
At this moment, an old platform that was originally vaguely visible outside the city wall gradually appeared and then fully displayed before our eyes. When the platform appeared, many strange creatures slowly walked into the platform from all directions. Surprisingly, these strange things turned out to be human head grass and human head flowers.
Woo woo woo. Besides, what's more?
Beyond the horizon, a train emitting a strange light gradually emerged. The train was not running on the ground, but running at high speed in mid-air, and arrived at the station in just half a minute. However, when it was about to enter the station, its speed suddenly slowed down, and it took nearly a minute to fully enter the platform and finally stopped. The door of the carriage slowly opened. The attendants walked out of the carriage with expressionless faces, waiting for passengers to come and check their tickets. Seeing this scene, the human heads and flowers staggered towards the car door. Soon, half of them had boarded the carriage. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly came from afar.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
The Bloody Train suddenly burst out with a powerful suction force, sucking the passengers and crew who had not yet checked their tickets and boarded the train into the carriage. All the doors closed instantly. Woo woo. The whistle sounded again, and a thick black smoke rose from the front of the car. Immediately afterwards, the black ghost domain quickly spread out from the train, turning into a strange road that pierced the sky. Indistinctly, the end of the road seemed to be a modern commercial shopping center.
Black gold card? The black gold card of the Bloody Train? The host was shocked. Ha! You actually know him? Moo Ruffing looked at the host with slight surprise. Impossible. How can an ordinary second-level contractor like you own the black gold card of Bloody Train? The host was shocked. It's very simple. Just charge more money and you can do it. Moo Ruffing smiled faintly. So what if you have a black gold card? Even if the Bloody Train senses your call, it will definitely not arrive in a short time. When it returns to reality, everything will be over. The host snorted coldly. Ha! How do you know it can't arrive in a short time? Moo Ruffing asked back.
The host's face darkened. It was obvious that he was not sure either.
It was just his guess. The Bloody Train must be very far away.
Even if it is a level 8 vehicle, it is impossible for it to arrive in just a few minutes, said the host. Just as Moo Ruffing was about to respond, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was the conductor of the Bloody Train. He immediately pressed the connect button.
Hello, Mr. Moo, is there something wrong with you? I see you have used the black gold card privileges.
The conductor's voice came from the phone. Well, conductor, I need help with a small matter.
It's a level 7 game copy. How long will it take you to get there? Moo Ruffing asked.
Mr. Moo, don't worry, we are trying our best to get there and will arrive in half a minute. The conductor replied. Okay, then I'll trouble you, conductor.
Moo Ruffing said.
No trouble, the signal is bad. Please wait for 20 seconds. The conductor's voice suddenly became intermittent and difficult to hear.
Okay, I'll wait, Moo Ruffing said and hung up the phone.
Did you just speak to the conductor of the Bloody Train? The host was shocked as if he had seen a ghost.
He didn't think Moo Ruffing was acting. After all, the black gold card of the Bloody Train was heavy enough. Ha ha. Moo Ruffing chuckled without saying anything. He glanced at the countdown. There were 2.5 minutes left, more than enough time.
Just as the host was about to speak, the lights in the room suddenly began to flicker.
Whoa, besides, what's more?
The sound of train whistles and the friction of rails could be heard faintly. The host was shocked. How is this possible? It's so fast, and it hasn't even arrived yet. yet, but it's already affecting the ghost zone in the game.
Moo roughing, no, Mr. Moo, please stop the train quickly. I promise I won't hurt your companions, the host said anxiously. No harm? You say that as if you can really hurt people. If you can let them pass the dungeon directly, I can consider it. Moo roughing responded lightly.
I heard recently that the bloody train was targeted by the gluttony cruise.
Although it escaped, it also suffered heavy damage. Come on, are we afraid of a badly injured bloody train in our game copy?
The host snorted coldly.
Yes, I was seriously injured. But why are you still talking nonsense here? Moo roughing retorted coldly.
Indeed, it was severely damaged, but it was the gluttony cruiser that was injured. If the gluttony cruiser's captain hadn't decisively activated his special ability, he wouldn't have been able to escape.
Boy, don't force me. Otherwise, even if it means risking being fired from the game, I will kill you. Do you believe it?
The host's face was gloomy, and the ghost power in his body instantly erupted.
In fact, he could not afford the cost of killing Moo roughing,
and these words were just to scare him. Moo roughing was overwhelmed by this feeling of oppression. His face changed slightly, and he took a step back involuntarily. This guy is a level 6 ghost, the same level as the level 6 firefighter ghost he first met.
The gap cannot be narrowed easily.
Moo roughing knew that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to defeat the opponent. After all, although he possesses rule skills and rule props, his level is too low, and Xiaoying is the only one who has the weirdness of the contract, and they are only auxiliary abilities.
It's up to you. At worst, I can just return directly.
Anyway, I can summon the bloody train in the real world.
Moo roughing shrugged, not caring at all.
That's right, he can also summon bloody trains in real life. What's more, he has now completed the dungeon, and returning to the real world is just to appear at the entrance of the dungeon.
Wait, if I go back now and come in through the main gate, can I re-enter the dungeon? Moo roughing suddenly thought of it.
If that were true, wouldn't he be able to refresh the dungeon multiple times and start leveling directly? After all, it had only been over 3 hours since it opened.
The copy lasts for 24 hours.
With Moo Roofing's ability, he can definitely complete it in a short time. As for the last level, you can ask the host to help him fight the weirdness in a Euro battle.
But that's not right. It's impossible to play the second and third levels alone.
If you add other players, they will be defeated by the difficulty of the fourth level.
In the end, only one person can survive.
But Moo Roughing changed his mind and realized that if he returned to reality after completing the game, it would probably not work if he wanted to enter the dungeon again, because the strange world would not give him this loophole.
The host's face turned ugly when he heard this. At this moment, he had no way to deal with Moo Roughing at all. Okay, in that case, then I'll just wait for the bloody train to arrive.
As soon as the host finished speaking, he turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared without a trace. Time passed minute by minute, and Moo Roughing counted down silently in his heart. He walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked outside. He saw thick fog in pitch black. Woo woo! A loud whistle sounded from a distance. The originally calm fog suddenly rolled back and dispersed in all directions.
The bloody train is finally here. Outside If Business Center.
Chu Lianhong was standing outside the tent at this moment, staring at the If Center that was under continuous blockade, feeling extremely anxious.
It was already past 2 in the afternoon. For Lao Hei, the first one to enter the dungeon, nearly 3 hours had already passed. Zhou, Moo Roughing, and the others had been in the dungeon for an hour and a half.
Such a long time has passed, and there is no movement in the copy.
This means that no one has completed the copy yet.
She knew nothing about the specific situation inside and had no idea what was happening to Moo Roughing, Tianbi, and the others. After all, she was just a second-level contractor who had just become an official player for less than a month. I started out as a reserve player and joined the relevant department more than half a year ago. Otherwise, Captain Zhou would not have let her command this operation. She had already reported the situation here to the headquarters in Beijing.
The headquarters response was simple: just wait. The level 5 expert sent by headquarters would arrive by 6 o'clock at the latest. The higher the level, the stronger the strength.
This is not just a difference in level, but also because of the weirdness of multiple copy contracts and the accumulation of props superimposed on each other.
Especially after level 5, the strength gap will suddenly widen.
That difference is what is called the Devil's Den. The 5th level expert sent by the headquarters had contracted 3 strange experts who possessed ghostly powers. A level 5 contractor can contract up to 5 monsters, but he only contracted 3. Why? Because the ones he contracts are all top-tier monsters. The weaker ones are simply not worthy of him. Or, in other words, he and the monsters he contracts look down on the weaker ones.
A contract is not necessarily stronger the more weird it is.
The key lies in what kind of weirdness the contract is.
Otherwise, if you contracted some rubbish monsters, how could you possibly compete with the powerful monsters?
For example, you contracted a level 3 monster, but you yourself are already level 5, but that monster is still level 3.
How can you fight against a level 5 monster with its abilities?
Those with low potential will not upgrade as you level up. Therefore, smart contractors will not occupy contract slots casually. After all, once a contract is signed, signed, it cannot be terminated. The settings have been changed.
After the contract is signed, it cannot be terminated. Please understand. It's 6 o'clock, and it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
There are still 4 hours left. It's really troublesome. Chu Lianhong paced in place. She even wanted to rush in directly, but as the on-site commander, she couldn't leave here.
Sister Hong, something's happening.
The instrument has detected a huge fluctuation of ghost power. At this time, Shen Xiaoi hurriedly ran out of the tent and shouted loudly. Because the situation was tense, the only special instrument was also moved here from the headquarters. After hearing this, Chu Lianhong suddenly looked up at the if center.
She didn't go in to check the equipment because it could only detect data. Soon, the surrounding contractors all looked up at the if center, wanting to see if there was anything unusual. Woo woo woo. A train whistle suddenly sounded.
Although the sound seemed to come from far away, Chu Lianhong heard it clearly.
Sister Hong, did you hear that? It sounded like a train. Shen Xiaoi asked. Did you hear it too? What about everyone else?
Chu Lianhong asked the people around him.
The contractors nodded.
At this time, a reserve player said, Sister Hong, I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it either.
A few reserve players who were doing odd jobs shook their heads to indicate that they didn't hear anything.
Impossible.
Chu Lianhong felt an ominous premonition in his heart. She was very familiar with that sound. It was the whistle of a bloody train. It hadn't been that long, and she still remembered it clearly.
No, it's impossible. How could the bloody train appear here? She was completely unconvinced. However, the next scene completely shattered her fantasy. Whoa!
A clearer whistle sounded, accompanied by a strange voice of, what's more, what's more, what's more. At the same time, on the first floor of IF Business Center, a dilapidated platform slowly emerged. However, as the platform appeared, a large amount of ghost energy gushed out from the center of IF, trying to engulf the platform. The platform began to appear and disappear.
This is a battle between demons. On one side is the train that has not yet arrived, and on the other side is the IF Center on the territory. The IF Center should have the advantage. However, the platform gradually became real, and the attacking ghost spirits were slowly dispelled. It was obvious that the bloody train had the upper hand.
Suddenly, an ethereal voice came from the IF Center.
An even more powerful momentum erupted.
The platform of the bloody train was instantly shrouded in ghost power and turned into a black mist. Obviously, the arrival of Blood Train has greatly stimulated the reaction of the game copy.
Retreat immediately, and take the equipment away quickly. Chu Lianhong did not dare to stay any longer, and shouted urgently, ordering everyone to retreat. When everyone heard the order, they didn't dare to get close and immediately acted as required.
Soon, they packed up everything, retreated a few hundred meters, and stood in a position where they could see the IF Center.
The surrounding buildings are no longer home to any ordinary residents.
Although the clearance process was somewhat difficult, thanks to the strong execution capabilities of the relevant departments, everyone was evacuated as soon as possible.
Whoa!
A shrill whistle suddenly sounded. High in the sky, a huge black vortex gradually emerged. In the center of the vortex, a hideous locomotive slowly emerged. Then, in front of the shocked gazes of many players, the bloody train suddenly crashed into the IF Center. The collision between the two instantly aroused terrifying ghost power, which spread wildly in all directions. Low objects and car models on the ground were blown away by a strong wind.
Even the glassware of the surrounding buildings shattered instantly.
Chu Lianhong and others in the distance were also shaken by the aftermath, their ghost power rolling all over their bodies. Their faces were pale and bloodless.
Ka.
The black fog shrouding the IF Center actually began to crack.
Finally, a large area of black fog was dispersed, and a dilapidated platform gradually emerged.
Then, the bloody train circled the IF Center and slowly stopped at the platform.
What is going on? Why would the bloody train appear here?
Chu Lianhong's face changed drastically when he saw the scene in front of him.
What happened here? Why did the bloody train suddenly appear?
At this moment, a voice sounded in Chu Lianhong's ears. She turned her head suddenly and found that a man wearing a crying face mask had appeared beside her.
Who are you?
Chu Lianhong took a step back, keeping some distance, his face serious. She was completely unaware of the man's presence.
Captain of the first action team of the Beijing headquarters, Xie. The clown man took out an ID and showed it to her. Beijing?
I am Chu Lianhong, a member of the Changsha Wancheng detachment. She quickly calmed herself down and responded.
Why are you the only small fry left here? Where's Tian Lin? Hasn't he come out yet? Xie asked. Thank you, Captain. No one who entered the copy has come out. Just now, for some reason, the bloody train suddenly appeared here.
Chu Lianhong was also confused. After hearing this, Xie looked deeply at the IF Center and the bloody train, remaining silent, as if thinking about something.
Captain Xie, what should we do now?
Chu Lianhong was anxious. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when people from the capital arrived.
Wait, Xie uttered a word calmly. Yes, there must be changes that we don't understand. We have to wait and see their results, he said slowly. Chu Lianhong nodded without saying anything more. The situation was dire. Rashly entering the dungeon would be tantamount tantamount to suicide. Suddenly, Xia Xian frowned and looked towards the outer area. Why haven't those ordinary people been cleared out yet and are still gathering on the periphery? He asked. Captain Xia Tianbu had already ordered the evacuation of the group. But after Tianbu entered the dungeon, those ordinary people gathered again.
There are too many people, and it is difficult for the soldiers to expel them by force, for fear of causing adverse effects, explained Chu Lianhong.
Then why not mobilize more manpower and expand the blockade? Xia Xian asked.
I don't have the authority to transfer more staff. Besides, this is the most prosperous business district in the city, and the impact will be too great, Chu Lianhong said with a wry smile.
Authority? Really? How can a small fry like you possibly be able to mobilize people? Without Tian Lin's order, I guess those people wouldn't dare to act rashly.
Xia Xian muttered softly, took out his cell phone and made a call. After a long moment, he hung up the phone and turned to Chu Lianhong, saying, I've already mobilized more personnel.
Send someone to the airport to pick up my men.
The plane is about to land.
Okay, thank you, Captain.
Chu Lianhong agreed immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lianhong immediately sent someone to the airport.
Inside the Elves Center, Mu Ruffing watched the countdown. There was only 1 minute left.
At this moment, the bloody train successfully arrived at the Elves Center. A beam of bloodlight shot out from the platform and directly locked onto the room where Mu Ruffing was. The next moment, one of the walls of the room disappeared silently, replaced by the scene of the bloody train platform.
As the car door slowly opened, a figure walked over quickly.
That man was the conductor of the bloody train.
Mr. Mu, nice to meet you again. I'm not too late, am I?
The conductor walked into the room and said with a smile.
Not late, Mu Ruffing responded.
Then please get on board, said the conductor.
There's no rush. I have something I want to ask you for help with. Mu Ruffing said. There are more than 800 humans in this game copy. Can you take them all away? Mu Ruffing requested. Take away? More than 800 people?
The train conductor was slightly surprised. He originally thought that Mu Ruffing was trapped in a level 7 copy and asked him to come to the rescue, but he didn't expect that so many people would need to be moved.
Well, Mr. Mu, it's not that I don't want to go, but there are not so many seats left on the train.
The conductor hurriedly explained. The bloody train has 10 carriages, each with a fixed capacity of 108 passengers, except for the dining car number 1 which can only accommodate 58 people. In total, it can accommodate 1,030 people when fully loaded, excluding crew members. Mu Ruffing didn't say the exact number of people, but more than 800 people definitely couldn't fit in the seats.
Because the train is now nearly half full of passengers. Why would there usually be so many people?
This was because the news of the blood train being severely damaged by the gluttony cruise had spread, and many curious people flocked to the scene, wanting to see the excitement and take advantage of it.
Mr. Mu, to take them away, there must be empty seats. I can only take away 500 people at most, and I can't help with the rest.
The train conductor said frankly.
500 people. Mu Ruffing was conflicted. He glanced at the time and saw that there were only 10 seconds left before returning.
Conductor, please take away 500 people first.
Mu Ruffing said helplessly. It's better to take away as much as you can than to be wiped out. Mr. Mu, I know you want to save them. Actually, there is another way. The conductor said. Is there any other way?
A glimmer of hope flashed in Mu Ruffing's eyes. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly disappeared from the spot.
The countdown to his return is over. Ha, what's going on, Mr. Mu?
The conductor was shocked, thinking that it was the level 7 copy causing trouble.
Just when I was getting angry, the cell phone rang.
He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Mu Ruffing calling. He answered without hesitation.
Mr. Mu, are you okay? Why did you suddenly disappear? What happened? The train conductor asked anxiously. It's okay, I just returned. Mu Ruffing explained. Return? Have you already cleared this dungeon? Well, forget it, let's not talk about this for now. You just said there is a way to save them. What is it? Mu Ruffing asked quickly.
Mr. Mu, as long as we let the bloody train crash into this level 7 game copy and cause it to crash, those humans will be teleported back to reality, said the train conductor.
Crash the system? Is it really possible? Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised. Of course you can. The bloody train is one of the top means of transportation.
It's easy for it to break through the 7th level copy. The train conductor replied with a smile. After these people are teleported back, will they be summoned back when the game copy is restarted?
Mu Ruffing asked again.
Of course not. It will randomly select a new player. Besides, if it collapses because of my collision, it will definitely not recover in a short time. The train conductor answered straightforwardly.
Okay, thank you for your help, conductor. Mu Ruffing said. Don't worry, leave it to me. By the way, Mr. Mu, you should still be nearby, right? Stay a little further away, because there will be some noise. The conductor reminded. I understand, conductor. Mu Ruffing nodded and hung up the phone.
After hanging up, he quickly ran in the opposite direction. I had just taken a few steps when my cell phone rang again. It was Chu Lianhong who called.
Mu Ruffing, you're out? Did you clear the level? What's going on in there? Bang, bang, bang.
Forget it, just come here quickly. We're right here.
Look up at the roof of the building at 2 o'clock.
Hearing this, Mu Ruffing looked up and saw Chu Lianhong waving his hands.
Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded in response.
At this moment, he suddenly felt a figure appear beside him. His heart tightened, and he didn't dare to think too much.
He immediately used teleportation and disappeared from the spot. Ha! Teleport? Xia Xian's hand stopped in midair, an interested look on his face. Not bad, kid. You can sense me even though you are only at level 2.
Xia Xian looked at Mu Ruffing, who appeared in an instant, with a hint of admiration in his eyes.
Who are you? Mu Ruffing's eyes turned cold.
The other party suddenly appeared. He was a high-level contractor and seemed to want to attack him.
He had a gloomy mask on his face and looked like an enemy. Mu Ruffing, don't do anything. It's a misunderstanding.
That's the 5th-level contractor sent by the Beijing headquarters.
Xia Xian, Captain Xia.
Chu Lianhong's hurried voice came from the phone.
Oh, someone from the headquarters? A level 5 contractor?
Mu Ruffing looked carefully at Xia Xian in front of him.
Captain Xia, I'm sorry, I thought you were an enemy. Mu Ruffing apologized immediately.
I should be the one to apologize first.
Forget it, let's go back first.
This isn't a good place to talk. After Xia Xian finished speaking, he turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Mu Ruffing raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly left.
Soon, they gathered on the roof of the building. Mu Ruffing, what exactly happened in there? Chu Lianhong asked impatiently. The situation is very complicated, and there's nothing I can do.
Mu Ruffing spoke and explained what happened inside, including how he used disposable rule props and got stuck at the first level. After hearing the whole story, Chu Lianhong was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Even the 5th-level contractor Xia Xian's face was filled with shock. No one expected that this copy would be so strange. Just as they were shocked, new movement finally came from the bloody train.
The terrifying whistle sounded again. The platform disappeared without a trace. The bloody train restarted and soared into the air.
Everyone thought it was going to leave, but it suddenly turned its head sharply, bursting out at an even more terrifying speed, and crashed straight into the If Center.
The If Center originally thought that the bloody train would leave.
After all, the levels of the two sides were not on the same level.
They were prepared to swallow their anger and let the bloody train leave.
Unexpectedly, the bloody train did not move at all, but continued to crash.
The game copy rules seemed to be angry, erupting with an extremely oppressive aura. Endless ghost fog gushed out and headed straight for the bloody train.
However, the bloody train was indestructible, and the locomotive was extremely hard, crushing the ghost fog in an instant.
Boom!
With a loud bang, a huge hole was knocked out in the center of it. Not one, but 2 blood trains crashed straight through the If Center. The terrifying energy brought by the collision whizzed past, even causing the surrounding buildings to shake slightly.
Just then, Mu Ruffing's phone rang with a text message alert.
Mu Ruffing took a quick glance and saw that it was indeed a message from the train conductor.
The message contained only 2 short words, done.
At this moment, the entire game copy suddenly fell into a downtime state. The black fog began to slowly dissipate. The If Center, originally shrouded in black fog, gradually revealed its true appearance. After a long time, the black fog completely disappeared and the If Center returned to its previous appearance.
No, that's not right.
There are still 2 huge holes caused by the bloody train, and they have not been repaired yet. And the bloody train completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. The surroundings were in such a mess that it was hard to imagine what had happened. In the distance, Chu Lianhong and Xia Xian witnessed this scene and their expressions changed slightly.
Is this, the copy disappeared?
Xia Xian took a step forward and disappeared from the spot in an instant. This time, Mu Ruffing finally saw it clearly. Xia Xian did not actually teleport, but rather blended into the shadows, using the shadows to move around.
The speed is extremely fast, almost like teleportation.
Mu Ruffing didn't say much, and immediately used teleportation to rush to the If Center. Seeing this, Chu Lianhong secretly sighed that he did not have such means. He was extremely anxious and simply used his ghost power to jump down from here. However, Chu Lianhong still overestimated himself a little. This is more than 10 stories high, over 30 meters. The moment she hit the ground suddenly roared and cracked into a small piece in an instant.
His legs sank deep into the tiles. She pulled her legs out tremblingly.
As she walked on the road, you could still see her legs trembling slightly. Obviously, she had not yet fully recovered from such a high jump. If it weren't for the ghost power protecting his body, his legs would have been crippled long ago, and he might even be disabled. When Mu Ruffing arrived at the escalator of the If Center, Xia Xian was already standing there.
Xia Xian did not rush in because it would be unwise to do so. Don't go in yet.
I'll use my ability to investigate the situation inside and then make a decision.
Xia Xian reached out to stop Mu Ruffing. Yeah.
Mu Ruffing hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although he knew the result, he could not reveal that he was the one who summoned the bloody train and had to pretend to know nothing. At this moment, several figures appeared above the second floor. Mu Ruffing looked closely and found that it was Tian Bu and others.
Tian Bu, are you okay?
Mu Ruffing shouted hurriedly.
Mu Ruffing? Xia, old Xia? Tian Bu above also noticed Mu Mu Ruffing, and was even more surprised when he saw Xie Xian beside him. It seems that there is no need to use any ability. The copy has really disappeared, Xie Xian said with a smile. Immediately organize people to bring out all the people inside and don't let them contact the outside world for the time being. Tianbi gave the order immediately. Yes, Tabe. Several members of Team Zhou responded immediately, took out their cell phones, and began to dispatch troops. Not long after, Tianlin came down from the second floor. What on earth happened? Why did the copy suddenly disappear? What's going on with the bloody train? Also, Mu Ruffing, have you passed the dungeon? Old Xia, I didn't expect you to come too. Tianlin asked a bunch of questions in rapid succession. Tianbu, is everyone okay? Chu Lianhong also ran over breathlessly. Everything is fine. Go and organize the evacuation quickly and get everyone out, Tianlin said. Yes, Tianbu. Chu Lianhong agreed repeatedly. Facing Tianlin's questioning, Mu Ruffing recounted his experience of passing the level in detail and told him everything the host had said. I didn't expect this dungeon to be so dangerous. Out of 16 people in the 4th level, only one is left alive. Thanks to the appearance of Bloody Train, the game copy disappeared completely. Although Tianlin was puzzled by the sudden appearance of the Bloody Train, the final result was good. I have a question I've always wanted to ask. As a level 2 contractor, even if you used a one-time rule item and changed your identity, can you? But how did you finally achieve victory under the siege of 15 level 5 monsters? Xie Xian asked curiously. Mu Ruffing smiled slightly when he heard this, but did not answer. It's okay. It's okay if you don't tell me. I'm just curious. No matter what, based on your performance today and the information I got from the copy, I will report it truthfully, and you will definitely not escape the credit. Xie Xian said. The relevant departments are relatively relaxed. As long as it does not involve issues of principle, most of the time they will just ask out of curiosity and will not force you to disclose details. After all, everyone has their secrets. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Let's finish the things here first, Tianlin said. That's right, the things here are the most important right now. You report to the headquarters in Beijing first, and I will also send a report over, Xie Xian said. Okay, Tianlin nodded. Mu Ruffing returned to his home. After a busy afternoon, the Center's affairs finally came to an end. There are 877 people in total, excluding Mu Ruffing and other 12 contractors. A total of 865 ordinary people were involved in this instance. Thanks to Mu Ruffing, these 865 ordinary people successfully survived. And because it was the bloody train that crashed into the game copy, these ordinary people did not complete the game and naturally did not become players. The particularity of the copy means that they have no medium to enter the copy. Therefore, these 865 people are still ordinary people, but they have just experienced a nightmare. Unless they are selected by a copy again, they will still be ordinary people. Because there are too many people entering the copy this time, the ordinary confidentiality agreement is limited in effect, and there will always be someone who leaks the secrets. So, Tianlin directly took out a prop from the headquarters warehouse. It was a one-time contract prop. After signing the confidentiality agreement, everyone had to sign and put their fingerprints on it. The content of the contract is just an ordinary confidentiality agreement, but after signing, the contract will subtly make them keep the secret deep in their hearts. Even if someone intends to leak it, it will be stopped by the power of the contract. After signing the contract, they spoke with one voice and more than 800 people dispersed. The explanation given to the outside world was also very simple. The Center building was temporarily blocked due to a gas pipeline leak and explosion. They didn't even tell the media that anyone was trapped. They just said everyone was evacuated immediately. Although some people don't believe it, most people will still accept this explanation. In this way, the public has finally been given an explanation. In addition to these, matters related to the Scarlet Optimal Cooperation were also handled. Xie Xian seemed to use some props to confirm the authenticity of the Scarlet Preferred contract. It further determines the level of enforcement strength of the contract. The strength of this contract is the highest level 9, and even the Ghost Emperor cannot violate it, otherwise he will be wiped out by the rules. Afterwards, Xie Xian contacted the Beijing headquarters and finally decided to cooperate with Scarlet Optimum. However, Mu Ruffing did not sign the contract on the spot, but was arranged to sign the contract this Sunday, the 30th, 2 days later. Although he didn't understand why he had to wait until the last day, Mu Ruffing still agreed. Oh, I've been so busy these days. I just came back from the pig farm a few days ago, and now I'm going to that game copy again. Mu Ruffing sat on the sofa and sighed. Although I was a little tired, I still gained a lot. Let's settle the rewards, he said softly. After passing customs, I was busy all afternoon and only had some free time when I got home. Congratulations to level 2 player Mu Ruffing for successfully completing the ultra-large multiplayer dungeon. Let's play the game together. Players successfully clear 4 levels, reaching 1000% completion, and receive the rule-based prop, Worn Sandbag, title, Game Terminator, and 1000 ghost coins. The host has been detected to have cleared the dungeon. The cheat has been uninstalled. Congratulations.
congratulations to the host for obtaining the cheat legacy, modify the rules.
It's actually 100% complete? Could it be that as long as I clear this game copy, I can get 100% complete? Moo Ruffing was slightly surprised.
If this is true, this game copy will definitely be able to create a large number of rule props or rule skills.
It shouldn't be possible. The clearance rate of the first 3 rounds of levels is probably fixed.
In the 4th round, I competed with that weird guy in spinning tops, so this part of the clearance rate must have accounted for the majority. Moo Ruffing guessed in his heart. Then he began to check the properties of these things. Worn sandbag, a sandbag that has been used in many games and is discarded due to damage.
Effect: hitting the target with a sandbag can forcibly restrain the opponent.
The duration depends on the strength of both parties, and is guaranteed to be at least 1 second.
Note, if caught by the opponent, the sandbag will be restrained for 3 seconds. Once thrown, if it does not hit the target or the restraint ends, it will automatically return to the user. Moo Ruffing found it difficult to evaluate this rule prop for a moment. As long as it can hit, even a 9th level Ghost Emperor can be forcibly restrained for at least 1 second and can be automatically recovered.
However, the key is to hit the target first, and most importantly, the enemy cannot catch it, otherwise they will be restrained for 3 seconds. Game Terminator, a crazy player uses his incredible ability to freeze the game, thus gaining recognition from the rules. Effect: wearing this title, there is a certain probability that the game will end directly when playing.
Game Terminator.
This title doesn't seem to be very useful, but it seems to have some effect.
However, Moo Ruffing was most concerned about the remnants of the plugin.
Modify rules. You can modify a rule in the copy, with a cooldown period of 1 month.
This simple and ordinary sentence shocked Moo Ruffing deeply. He could directly change a rule within the dungeon. Although the cooldown time was a bit long, he was already quite satisfied with it. Moreover, after level 3, you can only enter the dungeon once a month.
As long as you are not pulled into a special copy, or go looking for a special copy yourself, you can modify the rules of every regular copy.
Take a shower, you smell of sweat. Moo Ruffing got up from the sofa and walked towards the bathroom.
Soon, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. At the same time, it was accompanied by Moo Ruffing singing.
One end is round and the other end is pointed.
When you pull the rope, it spins.
Small tops spin fast, big tops spin slow. Guess which one stops first? One end is round and the other end is pointed.
When you pull the rope, it spins.
After taking a shower, Moo Ruffing lay on the bed. Take out your phone and start ordering takeout.
Spicy hot pot, let's order a set meal for 2, and a Peking duck, an extra lotus leaf pancake, chili sauce, and sweet noodle sauce.
It seems like there's something missing. Let me take a look.
Then I'll have half a fried chicken, half a grilled chicken, and a hamburger. After eating so much greasy food, I have to order 2 cups of milk tea to quench my thirst. I'll have a cup of superfruit tea, 1 liter, and a bowl of mango sago. I bought things from 4 stores in total, and used the no-threshold membership red envelopes from each store, which were the kind of coupons that can be used in combination. It was originally going to cost 189.5 yuan, but it was reduced by 29 yuan, so in the end it only cost 160 yuan.
As my attributes improve, I naturally have more to eat. Fortunately, I have money now, otherwise I would be really afraid of starving to death.
Moo Ruffing touched his rumbling stomach and muttered softly. He had planned to eat in the company cafeteria, but he had been too busy outside to have time, and he was too lazy to go back to the company, so he just went home directly. Tomorrow is the weekend, and there are still 2 days left. I wonder what I will get from the blind box of rules and props that Scarlet Optimal
gave me.
He was thinking about the blind box that the general manager of Scarlet Optimal gave him, and his heart was full of anticipation. Suddenly, Moo Ruffing felt as if he had forgotten something and stopped to recall it carefully.
Chang Feng.
He suddenly sat up from the bed. Chang Feng is the truck driver of Scarlet Optimal and the first owner of the Moo Ruffing copy medium. When Moo Ruffing asked him about the copy, Chang Feng told him all the information without reservation. His only request was simple, which was to hope that Moo Ruffing could help take care of his family when he was able to do so. How could I forget? Well, it's a good day off tomorrow, so let's go see Chang Feng's family.
Although Moo Ruffing didn't know the specific
situation of the other party's family because Chang Feng didn't tell him, he didn't care and thought of asking Zhao Daong to help check it out. Thinking of this, he immediately called Zhao Daong.
Hello, Mr. Moo, what can I do for you? Daong's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Daong, help me check the information of the deceased Chang Feng in the Scarlet Preferred copy, as well as the situation of his family.
Moo Ruffing said directly. Okay, Mr. Moo, no problem, please wait.
Zhao Daong didn't ask why, he agreed readily and hung up the phone.
In less than 10 minutes, an information document was sent to Moo Ruffing's WeChat. Mr. Moo, this is the detailed information of Chang Feng and his family. Thank you, Daong. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. That's what I should do, Mr. Moo. Moo Ruffing took a look at the information. Chang Feng is not a native of Changsha, but from Yiyang. There is a 60-year-old mother, a wife, and a 3-year-old daughter at home.
My wife has a low level of education education, having only finished junior high school, and is a full-time caregiver for our daughter and mother in the countryside. Although Chang Feng's salary is not low, after deducting expenses and savings, he earns more than 10,000 yuan a month. He only keeps 2,000 yuan for himself and gives the rest to his wife. Now that the pillar of the family has passed away, the family is almost on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, the person in charge of Yuxian determined it to be a work-related injury and compensated more than 800,000 yuan. The body has been cremated and taken home by Changfeng's wife. With this money, this family shouldn't have any major problems in the short term. I still have to go and take a look. Mu Ruffing felt uneasy and decided to go as a friend. Even if she is not short of money, she should at least leave her contact information so that she can find herself when she needs it. The next day, Mu Ruffing woke up early. After breakfast, he borrowed Zhao Dayang's car and drove towards Ziyang City. Although he hasn't got a driver's license yet, his driving skills are no less than those of experienced drivers who have been driving for decades. I looked at the navigation and saw that the distance was not far, about 100 kilometers, and it would take an hour and a half to drive there. I hope I won't be caught by the traffic police, he prayed silently in his heart. As he spoke, Mu Ruffing took out the dice and threw them. The roll score is 1, your luck value is -6. Mu Ruffing, who was queuing up to get on the highway, froze in place with his hands. He took out his phone and checked his property panel. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV2, 1/3. Strength, 135.3. Spirit, 122.3. Constitution, 117.2. Luck value, 0. Contract slot, LV3 Ghost Infant, Mu Guiying, /empty. Ghost power, level 3. Title, Crazy Driver, Pig Killer, Game Terminator. Skills, Life and Death. You are a pig. Props, Scarlet Preferred Share Contract, Qingshan Pig Farm Share Contract, Bloodthirsty Bandage, Singing Mouth, Tiandi Bank Platinum Card, Flame Vehicle Card, Bloody Train, Black Gold Membership Card, Clown's Crazy Chainsaw, Light Energy Flashlight, Security Guard's Electric Baton, Ferocious Butcher's Knife, Gambler's Dice, Worn Sandbag, Soul Coins, 130 million. Should we just turn around? Mu Ruffing looked at his luck value of -1 and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he hardened his heart, turned the steering wheel to the left, turned into the manual passage, drove straight into the opposite lane, and returned to the original route. Classmate Xiao AI, call Zhao Dayon. Mu Ruffing said, got it, I'll call you right away. Xiao AI responded quickly and the call was connected. Stop, stop. Suddenly, a traffic policeman on a motorcycle blocked the road in front and waved to Mu Ruffing to stop. Mu Ruffing's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, I can't escape this time. In the end, he stepped on the brakes. Just kidding, I can't do something like breaking through the checkpoint. Hello, sir, please show us your driver's license and vehicle registration. The traffic police saluted politely. Mu Ruffing glanced at the unanswered call, coughed twice, and explained, the driving license is here. I forgot to bring my driver's license. He took out the driving license from the small box on the lower left side and handed it to the traffic police. The traffic policeman looked through it and asked, why did you make a U-turn just now? I suddenly remembered that I didn't bring something with me, so I went back to get it. Mu Ruffing replied, this is a double yellow line. U-turns are not allowed. You can go a little further. There is a dotted line. Don't do this next time. The traffic police reminded me and did not mention the driver's license again. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. At this time, Mu Ruffing's phone rang. It was Zhao Dayon calling. Don't answer the phone while driving. Use Bluetooth. The traffic police reminded him and returned his driving license to him. I understand. Mu Ruffing nodded, took the driving license, and continued driving forward. After a while, he stopped at a traffic light 100 meters away. Almost. It seems that even if the luck value is 0, the luck is still good. Mu Ruffing breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the traffic police would find out that he didn't have a driver's license, which would result in the car and the driver being impounded. Although he could solve it with the help of his background, it was still very troublesome. Hello, Mr. Mu, is there anything wrong? Zhao Dayon's voice came from the phone. Are you free today? Drive me to Yiyang. Mu Ruffing said, I'm free, but didn't you already drive out? Why did you suddenly let me drive? Zhao Dayon was a little confused. I haven't passed the driving test yet, and I always feel uncomfortable driving without a license. Mu Ruffing explained. Okay, I'm at home, come over. Zhao Dayon agreed. Mu Ruffing immediately hung up the phone. The scorching sun and the hot air blowing in from the car window made him feel stuffy and unbearable. Oh, I forgot to close the car window. No wonder it's so hot even with the air conditioner on. He tilted his head, his left hand reaching for the window button. The next second, his face suddenly froze. There was a motorcycle parked next to him, and the traffic police on the motorcycle was holding the window with both hands, staring at him. Hello, sir, could you please show me your driver's license? He immediately got out of the car and put one hand on the window. If you don't have your driver's license, you can also report your ID card, the traffic police said. Mu Ruffing had no choice but to reveal his identity. Okay, I'm driving without a license. Please get out of the car and cooperate with the inspection.
An hour later, Zhao Daong drove the car and took Mu Ruffing back onto the highway.
Mr. Mu, I can help you go through a special channel and pass subjects 1 to 4 in one go.
You can get your driver's license on the same day, Zhao Daong said. Okay, help me arrange it tomorrow morning. Mu Ruffing agreed. Okay, Mr. Mu. Zhao Daong nodded. 10:50. Mu Ruffing walked to a yard alone.
He looked inside and saw a small 2-story bungalow. The small building has a simple structure, but it is equipped with all kinds of modern appliances. On the left is a large vegetable garden full of vegetables. There are chicken coops and duck houses on the right. There were also pig squeals coming from the back of the house. Obviously they still kept pigs there.
There was a small electric scooter parked in the yard. It seemed the owner was still at home. Is anyone there? Mu Ruffing shouted loudly. Who is it?
A woman with ordinary looks and plain clothes came out. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with a haggard face and obvious dark circles under her eyes.
Hello, sister-in-law. I am Brother Feng's friend, Mu Ruffing. Please accept my condolences. Mu Ruffing said. Hello, you are Offing's friend.
Please come in, please come in. Although the woman did not show much expression, she politely invited him into the house.
Mu Ruffing followed him into the house. Chang Feng's spirit tablet and urn were placed on the altar.
He placed the gifts he had brought on the ground.
He walked forward, took 3 incense sticks, lit them, waved his hand, and inserted them into the incense burner. Have a cup of tea.
Lu Xiaoying handed Mu Ruffing a glass and poured a cup of hot tea.
Thank you, sister-in-law. Mu Ruffing took the tea and thanked her with a smile. Mom, I'm hungry. At this time, a little girl came out from the next room.
She has a delicate appearance, but her hair is a little messy.
Obviously Lu Xiaoying had no intention of combing her braids. Xiaobao, are you hungry? Wait a moment, Mom has guests here. Lu Xiaoying patted Xiaobao's head. Okay, Mom. Xiaobao nodded obediently.
The child can't go hungry. I bought some canned fruits when I came here.
Let the child eat bananas and apples. Mu Ruffing said. You are so polite. You even brought something. Xiaobao, come and thank your uncle. Thank you, uncle. Xiaobao thanked him obediently.
You're welcome. Xiaobao is such a good boy.
Mu Ruffing praised with a smile. I'm sorry, I've been busy lately and don't have anything good to treat you at home. Lu Xiaoying looked apologetic. It's okay, I'll leave soon.
This time I'm mainly here to mourn Brother Feng, and for this matter, Mu Ruffing said as he took out 5 stacks of banknotes from his briefcase.
50,000 yuan. I borrowed it from Brother Feng before. Although he is gone, I still have to pay it back. Mu Ruffing put the money on the table.
Lu Xiaoying was slightly stunned and quickly declined. No. Brother Feng gives me his monthly salary and only keeps 2,000 yuan for himself.
How can I lend you 50,000 yuan?
Besides, Brother Feng's compensation is hundreds of thousands.
I really can't take this 50,000 yuan.
Lu Xiaoying is not a fool, so how could she believe that Chang Feng would lend him 50,000 yuan? I borrowed this money over several years, scraping it together bit by bit. Although I received compensation, the cost of sending my child to school is huge. Brother Feng has helped me a lot. Please accept this money, otherwise I will not leave today.
Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Lu Xiaoying didn't expect Mu Ruffing to insist like this. Okay, I'll take it. Finally, she took the money. Mu Ruffing was right.
Although the compensation was large, she still had elderly people and children to take care of, so it was difficult for her to go out to work. Not to mention that she only had a junior high school education, so finding a job was also a problem.
This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I will definitely help you if I can.
Mu Ruffing handed over the business card.
Relevant department?
Lu Xiaoying took the business card, looked at it, and was slightly stunned. She naturally knew the situation of the relevant departments.
She even realized that her husband's death was not normal.
Take the issue of compensation for example.
It was handled by people from the relevant departments. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to distribute the money. Thank you. Tears flashed in Lu Xiaoying's eyes.
If you have any problems, be sure to call me. Brother Feng, you really helped me a lot.
Mu Ruffing emphasized again. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing politely declined Lu Xiaoying's invitation to stay for lunch and left.
100 meters away from Lu Xiaoying's house, Zhao Daong was sitting in the car watching videos.
Seeing Mu Ruffing get in the car, he immediately put down his phone. Are we going back to Wancheng now? Well, let's go back. Everything went wrong today. It's better for me to stay at home. Mu Ruffing nodded.
When he was walking over just now, he accidentally stepped on dog poop. Fortunately, there was a stream on the side of the road, so he washed it. I have to say that it was really unlucky that I lost 6 points of luck for drawing 1 point. Led by Tianlin, Captain Zhou and others, Mu Ruffing came to a slaughterhouse in the suburbs. They have decided to locate the channel inside this slaughterhouse. A large number of pigs, cattle and sheep are sent here for slaughter every day, and the location is quite convenient.
Okay, you can sign the contract now. By the way, how will they open up the channel? Xia Xian asked. I don't know either. He just said that it's okay as long as the contract is signed. Mu Ruffing responded. Then sign it. Mu Ruffing nodded, took out the contract, took the pen handed to him by Qian Shui. carefully and quickly signed his name on it.
As soon as the contract was signed, Mu Ruffing immediately felt a thought coming from the contract. Mr. Mu, please use the Scarlet Preferred Shareholder privileges immediately. Mu Ruffing was very familiar with this idea, which came from the general manager of Scarlet Optimal. Without hesitation, he invoked his shareholder privileges. An empty warehouse of Scarlet Optimum is now filled with Scarlet Optimum senior executives.
Signed, the contract is signed.
The general manager showed joy on his face. They had been waiting here for almost a day and finally felt the signing of the contract in the evening.
It's good to sign it. It's good to sign it.
Everyone should be prepared. We will use shareholder privileges soon,
a senior executive said anxiously.
Soon, Scarlet Optimization's idea was conveyed to all senior executives. The general idea is that a certain shareholder is in danger and has to use his privileges, which requires them to immediately exert all their strength to open up channels in the real world. The monsters did not hesitate and unleashed all their ghost power.
A terrifying aura burst out instantly.
The real world, the slaughterhouse.
Why is there no response? Tianlin looked at the contract and asked.
It should take some time. Wait. Xia Xian was not impatient. At this moment, a terrifying aura rose up. A vortex of ghost energy quickly gathered in front of everyone.
Here it comes. Xia Xian's face suddenly became serious. He felt an extremely powerful force, definitely level 9.
The Scarlet Preferred Group is exactly the 9th level group.
However, Su He, the general manager of Scarlet Optimum, is only level 8.
Soon, the huge vortex in front was completely formed. However, the next second, an inexplicable force suddenly descended, as if to expel the vortex of ghost energy. In the end, the vortex of ghost energy was completely dissipated, but the door appeared there. This door is larger than an ordinary door, about 3 meters high and about 1.5 meters wide.
Click.
With a sound, the door was opened directly.
Mr. Mu, nice to meet you again.
Sui stood inside the door and raised his hand to greet Mu Ruffing.
Yes, we meet again.
What is this door?
Mu Ruffing asked.
This is a special passage we opened. All you have to do is throw the pigs, sheep, and cattle in. This door is very special. No one, be it creepy or human, can pass through it. Only dead flesh and blood can pass through. After saying that, Sui walked straight out of the door. However, He disappeared completely. He could no longer be seen from the door, nor did he appear in the real world. Soon, Sui circled back to the door and said, neither you, the contractors nor the living, can pass through this door.
It is actually just an ordinary empty door.
Also, this door can only be opened for half an hour every day. I hope you can prepare the flesh and blood in advance next time and not waste time.
Here are the keys. Without you unlocking the door, we can't open the door ourselves.
As he spoke, Sui took out an old key from his pocket and handed it to Mu Ruffing. After hearing this, Tianlin and others felt relieved. With the key, at least they could take a certain initiative.
There is no time to lose. Hurry and act now. Tane immediately gave orders to the contractors behind him.
Yes, Tabe. Everyone quickly began to move the pigs, cows, and sheep nearby and put them into the door.
There were also many people inside the door busy moving things.
Fortunately, this is a cold storage. After each slaughter, the animals are directly pulled here and wait for the door to open for trading every day. By the way, Mr. Mu, I will transfer the daily income to your bank card. Suhi suddenly said.
Don't transfer the money to my card. Transfer it to the bank card of our relevant department. Mu Ruffing paused and looked at Tian Bu.
After hearing this, Tian Bu immediately stopped what he was doing and gave out the Tiandi bank card number that was used exclusively for their department.
This account was specially prepared by the Beijing headquarters for this cooperation. The account holder is Xia Xian, and the account is jointly supervised by 3 parties.
The first party is the headquarters in Beijing, the second party is the relevant departments in Changsha such as Tianlin, and the third party is Mu Ruffing. After all, Mu Ruffing is the key person in signing the contract.
Lu Mei, have you taken note of it? Su He asked.
I've got it. Lu Mei nodded in response.
Haha, let's set the opening time at 12 noon in the real world. I wish us a pleasant cooperation, Mr. Mu.
It's a pleasure to work with you. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. After Suhi said that, he took Lu Mei away.
From beginning to end, Suhi never looked at Tianlin and Xie Xian directly. It was obvious that Suhi only had Mu Ruffing, the major shareholder, in his eyes.
He simply disdained the contractors of lower status.
Is this the 8th level Ghost King?
His aura is really powerful.
Xie Xian exclaimed.
Yeah, let alone level 8. I'll be satisfied if I can get through the next 2 dungeons safely and reach level 5.
Tianlin said with empathy. This game copy was destroyed by the bloody train, so it was not counted in Tianlin's copy times. Soon, half an hour passed.
The door closed automatically, and Mu Ruffing walked forward with the key and locked the door. At the same time, he also checked the properties of the door.
Magical door. This is a magical door.
Effect, a rule-based item that connects 2 worlds. Once connected, the gate becomes fixed in place and cannot be moved. Only living flesh and blood can pass through the gate. Note, the door can only be opened for half an hour each day, and after closing, it can only be reopened with the matching door key.
Tianlin, Xiaxian and others also came over and checked the properties of the gate one by one. It seems that those strange rumors did not deceive us, Xiaxian said. After seeing the properties of the gate, they felt more at ease. Tianbu, I'll give you the key. Mu Ruffing handed the key to Tianlin. Okay, I'll keep it. Tianlin nodded without refusing. Nothing else, I'll go back first. Mu Ruffing said. It's okay, you can go back first. Tianlin responded with a smile. Soon, Mu Ruffing followed Zhao Daon, Zhu Lianhong and Chang Yulin back to the community by car. Time flies and it is August 4th. Today is Mu Ruffing's 5th dungeon. Team Zhou has reached LV3, so he only enters the dungeon once a month. After Bloody Train, Zhu Lianhong also cleared 2 dungeons and successfully upgraded to LV3. Chang Yulin and Zhu Lianhong joined on the same day and successfully completed both instances, but they remained at level 2. To reach level 3, they had to clear one more instance. Unfortunately, the 2 new players who had just joined the Wancheng division were unable to survive the dungeon and eventually died in it. Xuefan and Shen Yu's situations were different. Xuefan successfully contracted a monster in the 2nd dungeon, passed the 3rd dungeon smoothly, and was promoted to LV2. Shen Yu was unlucky and failed to survive the 3rd copy. Without the weirdness of the contract, one can imagine how difficult it would be for an ordinary person to survive in this weird world. Once you contract the weirdness, your chances of survival will greatly increase. At this moment, Mu Ruffing was sitting in a secret room in the branch. The time was exactly 1913. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing looked down at the black umbrella mark on his left arm. The black umbrella seemed to come alive, and black air slowly spread with a hint of heat. Mu Ruffing knew very well that the time to enter the dungeon had come. The black umbrella suddenly opened, and the ghostly aura spread out, instantly wrapping up Mu Ruffing, and then disappeared into the house. When Mu Ruffing regained his sight, he found himself in a storage room. There are 9 other people around me. In other words, there are 10 players in this dungeon. Mu Ruffing sensed it and found that 3 of them had contracted with strange contractors. There are 2 LV2 players and 4 new players in the team. His eyes fell on a young woman in a floral dress. Mu Ruffing felt that this woman was a LV3 contractor. Total, 1 LV3 contractor, 2 LV2 contractors, 2 LV2 ordinary players, 4 new players, plus Mu Ruffing, the LV2 contractor. While Mu Ruffing was examining them, they were also examining the people around them. When several contractors saw Mu Ruffing's appearance, they were slightly stunned, and then regained their composure. These contractors and LV2 players are not newcomers, so they are naturally calm when facing this situation. Where is this place? Someone couldn't help but ask. I was clearly playing games at home. How did I end up here all of a sudden? Another person said in panic. Wow, this is so scary. I was still sleeping at home. How did you suddenly appear here? A female voice was crying. Damn, where the hell is this? His voice was filled with confusion and fear. Among these 4 new players, there is a young man in his 20s, a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head, a young woman dressed coolly and beautifully, and a strong man with noticeable fat on his face. This is a weird dungeon. If you don't want to die, just wait for the dungeon's prompt. A LV2 player said calmly. Everyone, please introduce yourself first. I am Wang Ziki from the relevant department of Chuancheng. I am level 2 and have not yet signed a strange contract. Wang Ziki stood up and spoke first. I'm Lu Qi from the relevant department of Jiangcheng. I'm level 2 and I don't have any weird contracts. The player who spoke first continued. Boring. The highest level contractor in the team responded with just one word, then turned around and ignored everyone. Changsha Wancheng branch, Mu Ruffing, LV2. Mu Ruffing introduced himself in a calm tone. A ghost. The young woman, the new player, screamed in fear when she saw Mu Ruffing. I couldn't see him because someone blocked my view before. But as soon as Mu Ruffing opened his mouth, everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to him. Mu Ruffing was seen wrapped in bloody bandages all over his body, with only a pair of eyes showing, looking extremely horrifying. Your props are good. I am Zhao Yufeng from Shengtong Group, LV3. Zhao Yufeng looked at Mu Ruffing and said slowly. He hadn't wanted to introduce himself, but for some reason he did. Sanders, Yao Xuanyu, LV2 contractor. A bald man said in a deep voice. Oh Yangli from Huateng Group, LV2 contractor. A woman in her 30s introduced herself. I'm Zhou Bing, the chef. The bald man said a little awkwardly. What weird copy? What relevant departments? What LV1, LV2? What are you talking about? Finally, a guy with a fat face asked indignantly with a puzzled look on his face. Do you know who I am? The fat-faced guy roared angrily. When the bald man heard this, he locked his eyes on him. Without saying anything, he stepped forward, grabbed his neck, and suddenly lifted him up high. I asked you to introduce yourself. What? Do you have any objections? The bald man Yao Xuanyu said coldly. The guy whose neck was being strangled suddenly blushed. He tried to speak but his voice was broken and he couldn't utter a word. Okay, that's enough of the lesson. Mu Ruffing spoke to smooth things over. Yao Xuanyu glanced at him and put the man down without saying anything more. Cough, cough. The guy with a fat face covered his throat and coughed twice, his eyes full of horror. He was 1.85 meters tall, with a sturdy build and
and weighing more than 230 kilograms.
It was completely abnormal, absolutely abnormal, that Yao Xuanyu could easily grab his neck and lift him up.
Soon, several other new players also introduced themselves. The bald uncle is called Zhou Bing, and he is a chef. The cool young woman Shirlan is the owner of a small beauty salon. The young man who was shouting about playing games was Lu Yong, 20 years old, a college student. As for the one with a face full of flesh, his name is Sun Hu. He is a debt collector for a financial company and he has 7 or 8 younger brothers under him.
This time it's a copy for 10 people, and there's a LV31.
It looks like the copy is quite difficult.
Yang Li said. Let's take it one step at a time.
By the way, why hasn't the copy prompt appeared yet?
Yao Xuanyu asked puzzledly. Shu, someone is coming.
Mu Ruffing pointed to the door of the utility room. Before he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The door was pushed open and a strange man in work clothes walked in. He glanced at everyone and said coldly, "I'll give you 5 minutes to change into your work clothes and get ready to start work." After saying that, he closed the door. At this moment, the copy prompt sound suddenly rang in their minds.
Enter the dungeon, blood-boring hotel. Instance type, multiplayer instance. Number of participants, 10.
Please choose your work clothes. Different work clothes correspond to different work contents. Please choose carefully.
Everyone's eyes turned to the work clothes hanging on the left wall.
There were dozens of work clothes, far more than their number. Mu Ruffing discovered that there are actually only 4 types of work clothes. They are the hotel's front desk, kitchen chefs, room service, and cleaners.
I'm a chef by profession, so I choose the chef's uniform.
Zhou Bing took the lead and picked up a set of bloodstained chef's uniforms. Soon, everyone changed into their work clothes.
Mu Ruffing, Sun Hu, Lu Yong and Wang Ziki chose room service. Zhou Bing and Lu Qi chose chefs. Yao Xuanyu actually chose the cleaner.
Zhao Yufeng, Yang Li, and Shirlan stood at the front desk.
5 minutes passed quickly.
The door opened again, and the strange man called everyone out. "This is your work nameplate. Please wear it carefully and don't lose it.
Otherwise, you may suffer the consequences."
He handed out 10 nameplates in turn. Mu Ruffing glanced at the nameplate that read room service, Mu Ruffing, and immediately put it on his chest.
"Follow me, I'll take you to your posts." After saying that, the strange man led everyone away. First he went to the kitchen and left Zhou Bing and Lu Qi there.
Then he went to the bathroom and kept the cleaner Yao Xuanyu. Then they went to the hotel lobby and asked Zhao Yufeng and the other 2 to stand at the front desk.
Finally, Yi brought Mu Ruffing and others to the elevator entrance.
"Mu Ruffing, Lu Yong, you 2 will be in charge of the room service on the 4th floor.
Wang Ziki, Sun Hu, you are responsible for the room service on the 5th floor.
The Shuatang Hotel attaches great importance to the guests' accommodation experience, so we must meet the guests' various requirements and never give rise to complaints. If you receive a bad review, you will be punished. More than 2 negative reviews and you'll be treated like a gift to the customers who complained about you. Of course, if there are good reviews, you will also be rewarded."
Ji said.
"Manager Wang, I'd like to ask, what are our working hours and off-get-off work hours?"
Mu Ruffing glanced at the work nameplate on the strange chest and then asked, "Working hours? You gather in the utility room at 8 o'clock every morning and get off work at 8 o'clock in the evening."
Manager Wang glanced at Mu Ruffing and answered briefly. After saying that, Manager Wang turned around and left.
Do we take the elevator up?" Lu Yong asked.
"Of course, otherwise why would that weirdo bring us to the elevator?"
Sun Hu said as he pressed the elevator button. Mu Ruffing and Wang Ziki didn't say much either.
As soon as the elevator door opened, the 4 of them walked in together.
Mu Ruffing and Lu Yong were in charge of the room service on the 4th floor, so they got off the elevator on the 4th floor. Wang Ziki and Sun Hu went to the 5th floor. "Brother, what should we do?" Lu Yong looked at the gloomy corridor and couldn't help trembling in his heart.
"Don't be too nervous, be brave, and act according to the situation." Mu Ruffing patted Lu Yong's shoulder and comforted him. After saying that, he strode forward. This blood-boring hotel was obviously a new copy, because he did not find any information in the database of the relevant department. Mu Ruffing discovered that except for the bloody train, the other copies were actually new copies.
Sure enough, just as Captain Zhou said, as more and more new copies appear, the survival rate of players will become lower and lower.
Mu Ruffing was not in a hurry to enter the guest room. After all, if he disturbed the customers directly, he would probably get a bad review. So, he began walking around the hallways, watching for clues.
Soon, Mu Ruffing found a warning sign not far away. It says something about room service. Room service notes.
1. Please try your best to meet the needs of customers.
2. Never let customers give you bad reviews. 3. Never enter the room without the customer's permission.
4. When the light above the door lights up, it means the customer needs service.
Please arrive within 2 minutes.
5. Remember to knock on the door when entering. 6. Please note, never assault a customer. Of course, you can fight back if a customer assaults you, but if you do, be sure to defeat
them quickly and get them to leave a positive review.
Remember, the customer is king. Never let a customer die in your hotel. 7. If the light on the door is red, please immediately notify the hotel lobby deputy manager Wang Wang. 8. 8. If 2 red lights come on within a short period of time, please leave the floor as soon as possible and notify the hotel lobby manager, Hua Wenliang, immediately. 8 regulations, 8 in total. Mu Ruffing secretly pondered the meaning behind each precaution. At this time, Lu Yong also came over. Lu Yong, take a look too. Remember, we have to adapt to the situation. Mu Ruffing said, okay, big brother. Lu Yong nodded and quickly read the precautions for room service carefully. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in Mu Ruffing's mind. Host detected entering the instance. Plugin loaded successfully. Host, please choose one of the following 3 plugins. 1. Absolute Defense. Can only be activated for 1 hour per day and can be turned on or off at any time, with time accurate to the second. Once activated, it will ignore all attacks, even those that require elimination. 2. Listen to the inner voice. You can hear the inner voice of monsters or contractors up to level 3 above you. 3. Weird Controller. Can control a weird that is lower than its own level. Ha! Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. All 3 of these plugins look pretty good. The first one is Absolute Defense, which is simply invincible. Although it can only be used for 1 hour a day, it can be turned on and off independently. If used well, it is almost invincible. The second one is the Listening to Inner Voices, which is also very powerful and can hear the inner voices of all beings at level 5 and below. It's definitely a super old 6 plugin. The third option is quite different from the first 2. Mu Ruffing was only at level 2 at the moment, and could only control level 1 weirdness. With time, as his level increased, he would naturally be able to control higher level weirdness. However, Mu Ruffing is considering much more than just this at the moment. He also had to consider the remnants left after the plugin was uninstalled, which was the so-called beggar version of the plugin. After thinking for a long time, Mu Ruffing finally decided to choose the first plugin. 1. Absolute Defense. Can only be activated for 1 hour a day and can be turned on or off at any time, with time accurate to the second. Once activated, it will ignore all attacks, even rule erasure attacks. If used well, this cheat would undoubtedly be a powerful aid to Mu Ruffing. Even if it was just a basic version, its power could not be underestimated. Brother Mu, look, the light in the room is on. Just as Mu Ruffing was lost in thought, Lu Yong tugged at the corner of his clothes and excitedly pointed at the door of room 402 and shouted. Mu Ruffing looked up and saw that, sure enough, the yellow light on the door of room 402 was on. I'll take care of this first. You just wait here. Remember, you must abide by the rules. Mu Ruffing patted Lu Yong's shoulder and strode towards 402, but just as he took a step, he stopped again. He turned around and his eyes fell on Lu Yong. Mu Ruffing knew that once these words came out, Lu Yong would most likely not survive. But it was impossible for him to give Lu Yong props and soul coins. After all, there is no blood relationship and no family affection, and he is not a saint, so he will not take care of others like a nanny. What's more, no matter what, you have to rely on yourself to survive. In this way, he could only silently offer his blessings from where he was. Wait, blessing? Mu Ruffing then pulled out the gambler's dice. Here, throw it. He handed the dice to Lu Yong. Ah, brother Mu, what is this? Hey, I can actually see its properties. How magical. Is this a prop? Lu Yong shouted in surprise. Hurry up and go to the guest room within 2 minutes after the lights come on. Mu Ruffing reminded. The dice can only be thrown once a day, and even if they change hands, they cannot be used again until the next day. Mu Ruffing doesn't need it at the moment, so it doesn't hurt to give it to Lu Yong. Okay, brother Mu. Lu Yong nodded immediately and quickly rolled the dice. 5 points, it's 5 points. Brother Mu, did I increase my luck by 5 points? Lu Yong exclaimed again. Mu Ruffing put away the dice and said calmly, remember what I said. Before he finished speaking, he had already arrived at the door of room 402. Knock, knock, knock. Room service. He knocked on the door. Click. The door opened and a voice came from inside. Come in. After being allowed in, Mu Ruffing pushed the door open and walked into the room. Bang. The door closed immediately. He didn't mind it and looked around the room. The room is about 40 square meters and is simply and plainly decorated, without any sense of luxury. Sitting on the wooden sofa in front was a strange creature with a swollen body that looked like a ball of flesh. A pungent stench spread and filled the entire space. Ha! It's actually a living person. Is this a snack specially prepared by the hotel? Rookie, you seemed surprised that the waiter was a living person. Hello, guest, I am Mu Ruffing, the room attendant. What can I do for you? Mu Ruffing asked expressionlessly. There is a lot of water on the floor of this room. Clean it up, the meatball said strangely. Mu Ruffing looked down and saw that there was indeed a lot of water on the floor. The stench was most likely coming from this water. I'm happy to help, but could you please let me go out and get a mop first? Mu Ruffing said. Mop? Sure, I'll give you 3 minutes. A weird smile appeared on Meatball's face. After saying that, Mu Ruffing pushed open the door. Without stepping out of the room, he turned to Lu Yong, who was not far away, and shouted, Lu Yong, help me get a mop and a bucket. They are over there at the elevator entrance. Okay, brother Mu. Lu Yong was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and immediately walked towards the elevator entrance entrance and found a few tools in the corner on the left. He picked up a mop and bucket and walked back quickly. Here, Brother Moo. Thank you. By the way, if the lights are on, remember to bring some cleaning tools in advance. Moo Ruffing thanked him and then closed the door. Rookie was a little disappointed when he saw that Moo Ruffing did not leave the room. Moo Ruffing naturally noticed his expression. Obviously, this is definitely a trap. As long as Moo Ruffing steps out, something unexpected will definitely happen. Kid, clean up quickly. Seeing that Moo Ruffing didn't take the bait, Meatball didn't care much. Moo Ruffing began to mop the floor and clean up the water stains. Then he put the mop into the bucket and twisted it with all his might, and immediately a large amount of dirty water was twisted into the bucket. I have to say, this water is really smelly. Soon, the bucket was half filled with water and the water stains on the ground were cleaned up. Sir, the water stains have been cleaned up. Moo Ruffing said. Have you finished cleaning? That's impossible. Look, aren't there still a lot of things under my feet? Meatball said strangely, lifting his swollen legs. There was another big puddle of water, and Moo Ruffing could also see water dripping from between the Meatball's strange legs. In this case, how could Moo Ruffing not understand that this water was actually flowing out of his body? It seems that this strange Meatball should be a water ghost, and those water stains are corpse water. If this is true, Moo Ruffing would never be able to finish cleaning even if he cleaned it 24 hours a day. Guest, this water seems to be flowing from your body. Moo Ruffing said. Ha, hurry up and clean it up. If you don't finish it, I'll be angry. If I get angry, you have to leave something here. The Meatball said strangely and sinisterly. Moo Ruffing glanced at him. The level of this weirdness was not high, only level 4. With his strength, he can solve it easily. But because Meatball was a guest of the blood-boring hotel, he couldn't take the initiative to attack him. Then, Moo Ruffing raised his hand and the bandage shot out. He did not attack the strange thing, but let the bandage sink directly into the water stains on the ground. The water stains were quickly absorbed by the bandage. After a while, the ground was clean. Boy, you're quite capable. You can suck this stuff? Then suck all the corpse fluid out of my fat grandpa. Before Rookie could finish his strange words, multiple blisters on his legs burst. A large amount of corpse water gushed out. Soon, the ground was covered with foul-smelling corpse water. Seeing this, Moo Ruffing remained calm and continued to release the bandage. Bandages can absorb blood, and corpse fluid is also liquid, so it can naturally absorb it. It's just that the bandage seems to be resisting, as if saying, this water is too smelly. I can't stand it. Be good. Go ahead. I'll find you some fresh blood to drink. Moo Ruffing comforted. Soon, the bandage absorbed all the corpse fluid. When the bandage was about to be recovered, Moo Ruffing stopped it. There was no way. The stench was too strong. If it lingered on him, he would probably pass out from the suffocation. Your tool is really good. It actually sucked away all my corpse fluid. At this moment, the Meatball looked strange, as if it had released too much corpse fluid, and it had lost a lot of weight, but it could still barely reveal its human form. Guest, is there anything else I can help you with? Moo Ruffing asked with a faint smile. Yes, of course I have it. This bandage is mine. If you give it to me, I will let you go. The Meatball said strangely. Yours? Moo Ruffing looked at him with confusion. What's wrong? Don't believe it? This bandage has my scent all over it, so it's naturally mine. How else could it be yours? The Meatball said strangely and calmly. Your service today is pretty good. Give me the bandage and I'll give you a good review. Meatball said with a weird smile on his face. Moo Ruffing glanced at the open toilet door on the right. He immediately ordered the bandage to fly to the toilet and then sprayed all the absorbed corpse fluid into the toilet. When the corpse water disappeared, the foul smell on the bandage also dissipated. Now that there is no smell, how can it be yours? Or will it respond to you if you call it? Moo Ruffing questioned. Hee, kid, I didn't want to do anything, but now you can't blame me. Meatball stood up from the sofa strangely, and the aura unique to the 4th level of weirdness suddenly burst out from his body. In his opinion, Moo Ruffing was just a 2nd level weirdo. Although he couldn't kill people, he could still steal props. Oh, you want to take action? Moo Ruffing raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He cannot take the initiative to attack, but as long as the other party attacks first, he can fight back. At this moment, Moo Ruffing had already used the rule skill, Life and Death, when the deputy manager was taking them around, and successfully increased his own attributes tenfold. Taste the feeling of suffocation. The Meatball opened its bloody mouth strangely, and a huge ball of corpse fluid gushed out, instantly wrapping Moo Ruffing in it. Suddenly, an extreme stench and a feeling of suffocation came over me. Disgusting, so disgusting. Moo Ruffing felt a chill in his heart and goosebumps all over his body. Without hesitation, he clenched his right hand and punched the pool of corpse water hard, causing it to explode. A large amount of corpse fluid splashed everywhere, and the roof, walls, beds, and sofas were all stained. The stench suddenly became stronger. What? You, a mere 2nd level contractor, can actually break my water prison? Meatball's face changed strangely, and he was extremely shocked. You attacked me for no reason, so I can fight back now. Moo Ruffing smiled and drew out the butcher knife. Want to fight with me? You're still a little naive. Meatball sneered strangely and prepared to continue
continue attacking. However, the next second, Mu Roofing's figure suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the meatball strangely felt a danger approaching from behind. Just as he was about to dodge, a cold light flashed past. Bang! A muffled sound. A thick, swollen arm fell to the ground. Then, a sharp butcher knife was placed on his neck. "What do you think of today's service, sir?" Mu Ruffing whispered in his ear. "Good, very good. Your service is very good. I give you a thumbs up." Meatball swallowed strangely and didn't even dare to move. One could feel a murderous aura eroding the wound on the severed arm. "If this knife hits the head, I'm afraid I will really die." "Damn it, he's just a small second-level contractor. How could he have such a powerful item?" Meatball was filled with resentment. As he gave the positive review, an idea emerged in Mu Roofing's mind. The gist of it is that he has successfully served a guest and received praise, and can now leave the room. Mu Roofing guessed that this should be the rule of the Shuatong Hotel itself, which can monitor the good or bad reviews given by customers. In this way, Mu Roofing didn't worry that the weird meatball would give him a bad review later. "You're lucky. If the hotel hadn't banned guests from dying here, you wouldn't be so lucky today." Mu Roofing tapped the meatball's weird fat face with a butcher knife. Then he raised his hand, released the bandage, and inserted it into the strange wound on the ball of flesh. What are you going to do?" The meatball suddenly became frightened. "It's nothing. I promised the bandage that I would give it some fresh blood. Don't worry, it won't suck you dry," Mu Roofing said with a smile. The meatball felt strange and extremely panicked, and could clearly feel the blood and ghost energy in its body being quickly sucked away. "Stop sucking, I was wrong. Please let me go. If you continue to suck I will drop to level 3. The meatball begged in fear. Mu Roofing turned a deaf ear. Meatball Weird immediately clenched his teeth, endured the slight pain, took out a black bead, and said, "I admit my mistake for today's incident. This prop is my apology." "Oh." Mu Roofing immediately took the bead in his hand. "As soon as I touched it, I felt its heavy weight. Corpse water bead, a bead that has been nurtured by a water ghost for a year, extremely heavy. Effect, compresses a large amount of corpse water, making it extremely heavy. This weight can be used to attack enemies, or the corpse water inside can be released all at once, causing widespread corrosive damage. Note, everything else is fine, except that the smell is really bad, so it is best to keep it in the inventory. It's a pretty good prop, but the smell is really terrible." Mu Roofing frowned slightly, obviously disgusted by the stench. He then waved his hand to recall the bandage, and then carefully stuffed the corpse water beads into the bandage. Even wrapped in bandages, the stench could not be completely concealed. So, Mu Roofing wrapped the bandage around the corpse water beads more than 10 times, and finally he could no longer smell the pungent stench. "Well, Brother Mu, the things have been handed over to you, are you?" asked the meatball with a strange and flattering look. "Well, today's service is complete. I should be leaving now. However, the corpse water in this room, you don't want to take care of it?" Mu Roofing glanced around the room and spoke. Yes. Meatball nodded strangely and opened his mouth to suck. The corpse fluid from all over the room was quickly sucked into his mouth. He even sucked up the corpse water in the bucket in one breath. "It's much cleaner now, and the smell is gone." Mu Roofing nodded with satisfaction, picked up the mop and bucket and walked out of the room. Meatball watched Mu Roofing leave strangely, his face extremely gloomy. Then he bent down, picked up his broken arm, and reinserted it into the wound. But the wound has not healed because there is still a strong evil spirit remaining inside. Suddenly, a large amount of corpse water gushed out, trying to dispel the evil spirit. However, soon the meatball's strange expression changed. "Damn it, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours to get rid of this evil spirit. That knife is at least a level 5 item." He cursed inwardly, sat back on the sofa, and continued to drive away the evil spirit. Mu Roofing returned to the corridor. However, he unexpectedly discovered that Lu Yong was not in the corridor. He glanced around and walked to a corner where tools were placed. Missing the broom and dustpan, as well as the mop and bucket, it looks like the guest room light is back on. "I hope Lu Yong can complete the task safely." Mu Roofing shook his head inside, putting the mop and bucket back in their original places. He rolled the dice and added 5 luck points to Lu Yong, which would probably increase his chances of survival. 10 minutes passed quickly. The door of room 401 opened and Lu Yong walked out with an excited look on his face. Brother Mu, I got a good review." Lu Yong closed the door and saw Mu Roofing not far away, and ran over excitedly. "Oh, you've received good reviews so quickly? What strange thing happened in room 401? Mu Roofing asked curiously. "Brother Mu, the client at 401 is a female ghost, quite strange. I went in and she let me whip her for 10 minutes and gave me a good review. Brother Mu, don't underestimate it. It must be your dice prop that worked." Lu Yong had an unsatisfied look on his face as he spoke. "You kid, you are so lucky," Mu Roofing said with a smile. "That's all thanks to Brother Mu's props." Lu Yong scratched his head embarrassedly. "That's just your luck. I'll go take a look around," Mu Roofing said and started walking in the corridor. "Brother Mu, I'll go with you." Lu Yong seemed afraid to stay alone in this gloomy corridor. "Okay." Mu Roofing didn't care and walked along the corridor on his own. The corridor is very long and there are many rooms. rooms.
There are 10 rooms on each side, a total of 20 rooms. Mu Ruffing was not sure whether all the 20 rooms were occupied by monsters, or only some of them had monsters. Soon, he walked through the corridor and reached the end.
There was a window at the end. Mu Ruffing stood in front of the window and looked downstairs.
This is an ordinary hotel square with a green belt, a parking lot, and even security guards, but the atmosphere seems a bit weird. The hotel's perimeter was shrouded in a layer of black fog, making it impossible to see the outside scene. Mu Ruffing frowned slightly, reached out to open the window, and picked up a small card that was pressed by a stone on the windowsill. Hidden matters of room service. 1. If you want to know if there is a guest in the room, just drop a drop of blood in front of the door. 2. When guests leave the room, ignore whatever they say or do. 3. When the red light on the door is on, do not notify the manager, go to the room service yourself. 4. If 2 red lights are on, ensure that 2 room attendants go there separately. 5. Please note that the guest in room 404 is in extreme danger. If the light comes on, please notify the lobby manager Hua Wenliang or deputy manager Wang Zhen immediately. Mu Ruffing looked at the card carefully. Some of the hidden items on the card were normal, but some of them were obviously inconsistent with the room service instructions I had seen before.
In the hidden items,
3. When the red light comes on, go to serve on your own without notifying the manager. 4. When 2 red lights are on, arrange 2 people to serve separately.
However, the notes say,
buzz buzz buzz. 7. If a red light is on the door, notify deputy lobby manager Wang Wang immediately. 8. If 2 red lights come on within a short period of time, leave the floor immediately and notify the lobby manager Hua Wenliang. When the red light came on, one instructed himself to go serve, while the other told him to notify the manager.
The 5th item about hidden matters also seems extremely strange. Is it extremely dangerous? Mu Ruffing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Brother Mu, what's wrong? Lu Yong asked curiously. Take a look at this. Mu Ruffing handed the card to Lu Yong.
Lu Yong took a look at it and frowned, saying, Brother Mu, this seems to conflict with the precautions.
If the red light comes on later, what should we do? Let's take it one step at a time. Mu Ruffing took the card back and put it in his pocket. However, we still need to confirm whether the content on the card is true or false. Lu Yong, do you mind trying a little blood? Mu Ruffing looked at Lu Yong and said, No problem, Brother Mu. Lu Yong gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Yeah.
Mu Ruffing immediately grabbed Lu Yong's finger and gently scratched a small cut with his fingernail, and blood quickly seeped out.
Go, stop in front of this door.
Mu Ruffing pointed to the door of room 420. Lu Yong immediately walked over, turned his finger over, and dripped a few drops of blood in front of the door. Then he quickly put the finger in his mouth and retreated back to Mu Ruffing. For a long time, there was still no movement in room 420.
Try room 419 again.
Mu Ruffing pointed to another room.
Okay. Lu Yong nodded, turned around and walked to the door of 419, dripped a few more drops of blood, and quickly retreated.
At this moment, a wonderful scene appeared. As soon as the blood fell to the ground, a suction force came from under the door, instantly sucking the blood drops into the room. When Mu Ruffing saw this, he immediately understood that there must be a guest in this room.
However, what happened next is even more intriguing. The light on the door of room 419 suddenly lit up. Brother Mu, the light is on, Lu Yong exclaimed. Mu Ruffing didn't say much and helped Lu Yong wrap his injured finger with a bandage.
After a few seconds, the bandage was removed and the small wound on Lu Yong's hand had healed.
Wow, Brother Mu, my wound has actually healed. That's amazing. You wait outside, I'll go in and take a look.
Mu Ruffing did not bring any cleaning tools this time because he guessed that the service the customer inside needed must be related to bleeding.
Knock, knock, knock. Room service. Mu Ruffing knocked on the door of room 419. Come in.
A voice came from inside the house and the door was pushed open at the right time.
Mu Ruffing pushed the door open and entered, and the door closed automatically.
The layout of this room is exactly the same as the previous room 402. As for the guest in front of him, she was a female ghost with disheveled hair, dressed in white, and had an extremely hot body. The face was obscured by messy hair, making it difficult to see clearly. Sir, what service do you need?
Mu Ruffing asked. You, this look is even weirder than weird. I just smelled a bloody smell. I want to drink your blood. When I've drunk enough, I'll give you a good review.
The female ghost in white said coldly.
Drink blood?
Sorry, sir, we don't have this service here.
Mu Ruffing shook his head and refused. No? Do you believe I will give you a bad review? The female ghost threatened coldly. Mu Ruffing was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. It seems that you agree. Then I won't be polite. The female ghost took a step forward.
The next moment, she appeared in front of Mu Ruffing.
So fast. Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised.
This guy was obviously not teleporting, but his speed was amazing. The female ghost appeared in front of him and then suddenly hugged him. Mu Ruffing did not resist and let her hug him. The female ghost kept sniffing him, looking extremely intoxicated. It smells so good, so good. It's been a long time since I smelled a living person.
Then I won't be polite.
The female ghost said, stroking Mu Ruffing's neck and trying to peel off his bandages. However, the bandages were so tightly wrapped that the female ghost couldn't untie them. The female ghost frowned and shook her hair lightly, revealing a pale and delicate face. Then, she opened her cherry-like mouth and bit Mu Rufeng's neck without hesitation. Just as she was about to suck the blood, she found that she had not bitten through the bandage. "Sir, does this action of yours count as an attack on me?" Mu Rufeng suddenly spoke. The female ghost remained silent, as if she was afraid that he would escape, and her legs and arms were wrapped around Mu Rufeng like a snake. It has to be said that even with the work clothes and bandages blocking him, Mu Rufeng could still feel the coldness on her body. Then, the female ghost's cherry-like mouth turned into a huge mouth of the abyss, and a row of terrifying sharp teeth emerged, biting towards his neck again. But before she could bite down, a ball of bandage was quickly stuffed into her mouth. Then, the bandages on Mu Rufeng's body instantly extended, wrapping the female ghost's entire body in the blink of an eye. The female ghost was shocked and opened her mouth wide to tear the bandage frantically, as if she wanted to tear the bandage in her mouth into pieces. But she underestimated the toughness of the bandage. No matter how much she chewed and tore at it, it only wet the bandage and had no effect. Mu Rufeng raised his foot to stand up. The female ghost's legs wrapped around him tighter, but she couldn't stop him. He took a big step and easily broke free from the female ghost's entanglement. Soon, Mu Rufeng came to the sofa and sat down. Then he took out the butcher knife and gently placed it against the female ghost's neck. "My dear guest, I think my service has been completed. What do you think?" Mu Rufeng stroked her pale face and said lightly. The female ghost's mouth was stuffed with bandages, and she made moo sounds, unable to speak at all. "Oh, I almost forgot." Mu Rufeng immediately took back the bandage. However, due to too much saliva, he squeezed it out of the bandage and put it back into her mouth. The female ghost swallowed subconsciously and swallowed it. After all, it was her own saliva, so it wasn't a big deal. "Can you let me drink a little blood, just a little bit?" the female ghost pleaded. "Ha, what did you say?" Mu Rufeng pressed down the butcher knife slightly, cutting through her skin. "Really? Just a little bit of blood is enough. I have bloodlust, and I could suppress it before, but after drinking a little blood just now, I can't suppress it anymore. Once I lose control, I will lose my mind." The female ghost faced the butcher knife and explained anxiously. "Hemophilia?" Mu Rufeng frowned slightly. He carefully looked at the female ghost in front of him again. Judging from the aura she exuded, she should be at the peak of level 3. However, Mu Rufeng could still feel another faint aura in her body. It was the breath of another strange power, as if it was the residual power after being severely injured by some other strange force, eroding her body all the time. However, that power had been suppressed and did not actually destroy the female ghost's body. "Are you injured? Is your bloodthirstiness caused by the power in your body?" Mu Rufeng asked. "I was fighting with a bitch. She had no martial ethics and called her husband over. I had no chance of beating her. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have been finished," the female ghost said bitterly. "That bitch's husband is a little special. He left a kind of energy in my body. I can't expel it in a short time. I'm afraid they will hunt me down, so I have no choice but to run to the blood-boring hotel. Give it to me, please, let me suck some blood," the female ghost in white clothes pleaded. Give it to me quickly." Suddenly, her tone changed and she became extremely irritable. It seemed that she was beginning to lose control. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her mouth and bit Mu Rufeng's neck. However, the next moment, her mouth was gagged with a bandage. The hotel rooms actually have healing effects? Mu Rufeng wondered secretly in his heart. He thought about it, then cut a bloody wound on his palm. Soon, he felt a faint energy flowing into the wound. This energy is silently helping him recover from his injuries. Sure enough, this hotel really has a healing effect. No wonder the guests staying here seem to be injured. Mu Rufeng guessed in his heart. At this moment, the female ghost in white in his arms suddenly struggled frantically. Her white dress instantly turned black. A layer of black stockings was also draped over the smooth thighs. Her originally loose hair was strangely tied into a bun. Mu Rufeng vaguely felt that something about her had become more attractive. The body also becomes taller, commonly known as growing taller. After the transformation was completed, the female ghost in black began to twist her body wildly and struggle. Hey, stop moving. I can't hold it anymore," Mu Rufeng couldn't help but say. He was not just talking casually. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, it was impossible for him to remain calm in the face of such temptation. What's more, this female ghost is not an extremely ugly evil ghost with a foul smell. She has a good figure, is beautiful, and has a faint fragrance. Mu Rufeng did not hesitate and used the bandage to pull the black-clad female ghost off his body. The expression of the black-clothed female ghost became extremely strange. She stared at Mu Rufeng as if he was the ultimate delicacy. The next second, the female ghost shrank her body and actually crawled out from the bandages. The bandage reacted quickly and immediately rolled towards her again. But the female ghost was extremely flexible and the bandages couldn't hold her at all. Her figure was getting closer and closer to Mu Rufeng. From time to time, a strange laugh came out of his mouth which made people feel cold. "Blood, I want to drink blood," the female
female ghost hung upside down on the roof like Spider-Man and kept muttering about drinking blood. His eyes glowed red. The next second, she pounced towards Mu Ruffing. On the way, she dodged the incoming bandages with strange postures. He easily broke through the bandages' defenses and was about to pounce on Mu Ruffing. But Mu Ruffing's right hand moved as fast as lightning and grabbed the female ghost's neck. However, before he could exert any force, the female ghost's neck was as slippery as a loach and slipped directly out of his hands. Before Mu Ruffing could react, the female ghost had already moved behind him, clamped her legs tightly around his waist, and bit his shoulder. Mu Ruffing reacted quickly and immediately flexed his muscles. In an instant, the muscles in his shoulders became as hard as steel. Sure enough, when the female ghost bit down, only a few drops of saliva were left, and even the skin was not broken. Are you kidding? His physical fitness is close to 1,300 points, and the female ghost is only level 3. How could she possibly bite through it? No, this female ghost has risen to level 4 after her transformation, but even at level 4, she cannot bite through Mu Ruffing's strong and bulging muscles. The black-clothed female ghost was unwilling to give up, so she bit Mu Ruffing's flesh and kept chewing on it. I say, enough. Mu Ruffing grabbed her neck and lifted her up. This time, he held her very tightly. Even if she wanted to change back into that strange form, she would never be able to escape from his grasp. But to Mu Ruffing's surprise, the female ghost escaped from him again. She didn't break free by brute force, but rather used some special ability. This strange ability is quite good. Mu Ruffing didn't care much about her escape, because the female ghost was on top of him again, but this time she didn't bite him. Instead, she scratched his skin with her sharp nails. That's right, the black claws of the black-clothed female ghost were extremely sharp, and actually cut Mu Ruffing's skin. This surprised Mu Ruffing slightly. The nails are really sharp. He shook his whole body and immediately pushed the female ghost away. Then he suddenly reached out to grab her, wanting to completely control her. At the same time, the bandages were quickly spread out, like a dragnet, trying to trap the female ghost again. However, the female ghost's dodging seemed to have reached its limit. Even if Mu Ruffing caught her, she could easily escape with her mysterious ability. As for the bandages, she could easily dodge them no matter how they were wrapped around her. Oh, I really don't believe it. Mu Ruffing simply took out a worn sandbag and smashed it towards the female ghost. The female ghost seemed to be prepared. She twisted her waist slightly and avoided the sandbag. Mu Ruffing looked at the sandbag that returned to his palm, feeling helpless. He simply stood still. Sure enough, the female ghost broke through the bandage barrier again and stuck to his body. This time, Mu Ruffing held a sandbag and hit her easily. A magical scene appeared, and the sandbag disappeared out of thin air. The moment the sandbag hit the female ghost, she froze in place, completely unable to move. This restraint did not just restrict her legs as in the game, but completely confined her entire body. Then, Mu Ruffing pulled the female ghost off his body. As for the missing sandbags, he was not panicked. The properties of the sandbag are clearly described. If it fails to hit the target, it will automatically return to the user's hands. When the restraint ends, the sandbag will also return automatically. This means that the disappearance of the sandbags is a manifestation of the restraint effect. This also completely eliminated Mu Ruffing's idea of using sandbags to restrain her indefinitely. This female ghost has quite good abilities. She should be able to break free from her restraints. He observed carefully and pondered in his mind. However, Mu Ruffing was not worried that the female ghost could completely break free from the sandbag. After all, this is a rule-based prop. No matter how strong she is, it can only shorten the binding time. Speaking of which, he hasn't really tested how long the sandbag restraints last. Blood, I want blood, give me blood. Although the black-clothed female ghost was tied up, her smoky eyes stared at Mu Ruffing and she kept shouting. After thinking for a moment, Mu Ruffing cut his finger and put the blood drop into the female ghost's mouth. As the blood entered her mouth, the female ghost's eyes suddenly brightened, and the expression on her face became unusually peaceful, even enjoyable. The wonderful feeling coming from his fingertips made Mu Ruffing feel a little dizzy, but soon, he calmed down. He could clearly feel his blood draining away rapidly. It sucks blood very quickly and you will probably be drained dry within a few minutes, and he only had a small cut on his finger. If the wound is a little bigger, the blood will probably be sucked out in a short time. Immediately, Mu Ruffing quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing that she had finished drinking all the blood, the black-clothed female ghost immediately showed a pleading expression and looked at Mu Ruffing eagerly. Blood, more blood, give it to me, give me blood. Speak politely. Mu Ruffing said coldly. Whoa, blood, I really want to drink blood. The black-clothed female ghost ignored Mu Ruffing's reminder and continued to beg, her voice full of desire. Mu Ruffing recalled what the white-clothed female ghost had said earlier and speculated in his heart. Is this really what hemophilia is like? Once it strikes, consciousness will be lost. Logically, drinking blood should be enough to restore her. Why hasn't she gotten better yet? Is her blood volume too low? Just as he was thinking, a corner of the sandbag emerged from the body of the black-clad female ghost. Mu Ruffing's eyes focused, and he understood in his heart that as long as the sandbag appeared completely, she would return to his hands and the restraint would end. hand. He immediately ordered the bandage to come forward and wrapped the black-clad woman tightly. Apart from the eyes, not an inch of skin was exposed. Even each finger was wrapped around individually several times, and then the hands and feet were brought together and wrapped tightly again. This time, he didn't believe she could escape. After about 10 seconds, the sandbag really flew out and landed steadily in Mu Roofing's hands. The black-clothed female ghost immediately regained her ability to move and immediately struggled desperately, trying to break free from the bandages. But this time it was too tight. Even if she used her ability, she could only break free from the first layer. When she tried to break free from the second layer, the bandages closed quickly, leaving her no chance. In this way, she was finally captured. Hasn't it changed back yet? Mu Ruffing asked with a frown. He then punched the black-clad female ghost hard on the forehead. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. The black-clothed female ghost's forehead suddenly sunken. Ah! A shrill scream came from her mouth. It's back to normal? Mu Ruffing asked again. It's back, it's back. It hurts so much. Oh, but my mouth feels so sweet. Oh, she answered crying. Hearing this, Mu Ruffing nodded with satisfaction and then untied the bandage. At this moment, the female ghost in black has turned back into the female ghost in white. Her hair is disheveled, her black silk has disappeared, and she has become bald. Can you speak properly now? Mu Ruffing asked. Yes, I can, but it hurts. The woman in white touched her sunken forehead and said with a look of grievance on her face. Mu Ruffing said nothing more. He raised his hand and let the bandage fly away, gently wrapping her forehead. Don't move, the bandage will help you recover, he said. The female ghost in white was a little skeptical at first, but faced with Mu Ruffing's momentum, she remained still. Not long after, she felt the pain in her forehead eased a lot. When the bandage fell off, she touched her forehead and was surprised to find that the wound had completely healed. Wow, that's amazing, he actually recovered. Ha, 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 the poisonous gas left by that stinky smoker is gone, she suddenly exclaimed. It was unclear whether it was because he had drunk Mu Ruffing's blood before, or because of the bandages wrapped around his entire body, or a combination of the two. Okay, let's get down to business now, Mu Ruffing said. Business? What business? Oh, no problem. Your service today was good. I give you a thumbs up. The female ghost in white reacted and said quickly. Just as she gave a positive review, Mu Ruffing's previous thoughts resurfaced in her mind. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking you, are you interested in signing a contract with me? Mu Ruffing asked bluntly. Contract? Contract? The female ghost in white reacted immediately and began to look at him carefully. As if she still couldn't see enough, she parted her hair and looked at Mu Ruffing carefully. Although you are only a level 2 contractor, you are very powerful. I have no problem signing a contract with you, but you have to agree to 2 of my conditions. She thought for a moment and spoke. 2 conditions? Okay, tell me. Mu Ruffing nodded in agreement. First of all, you have to prepare enough blood for me. I need to drink it every day, said the female ghost in white. Any blood will do? Mu Ruffing asked. Human blood is of course the best, but other animal blood is also acceptable as long as the quantity is sufficient. The female ghost in white replied. That's no problem. Mu Ruffing nodded. Just kidding. In reality, there is so much blood from pigs, sheep, and cows in slaughterhouses that it is almost impossible to use it all. Even if all the contractors were given the strange drink of the contract, they would still not be able to drink it all. Secondly, you have to help me kill that bitch and that stinky smoker. The female ghost in white continued. Excuse me, what level are those bitches and stinking smokers? That bitch is level 4, and her husband is level 5. I think you should be able to kill them, right? The female ghost in white asked uncertainly. It doesn't matter if you can't beat them. You can wait until you become stronger and then kill them. Of course, this has to be written into the contract. The female ghost in white added. Okay, but how do I find them? Mu Ruffing asked with a smile. This female ghost in white is indeed quite capable and has great potential. She is definitely worthy of being his second contracted ghost. The white-clothed woman rolled her eyes and then said, sign a contract with me first, and then I'll tell you. That's fine. Mu Ruffing nodded in agreement. With a thought, a piece of parchment shining with blood appeared out of thin air in Mu Ruffing's palm. This parchment is the manifestation of the power of the contract slot. Mu Ruffing then wrote the standard version of the contract on it with his mind. Afterwards, the two discussed modifying or adding some terms. Soon, both parties signed their names and put their bloody fingerprints on each other. Mu Ruffing took a look and realized that the woman in white was named by Jingwei. Okay, now tell me how to find those 2 people. Mu Ruffing said. After signing the contract, Mu Ruffing immediately felt a connection between himself and Bai Jingwei. That bitch and her husband are in room 418 right now. After Bai Jingwei finished speaking, she turned into a black gas and sank into Mu Ruffing's body, entering the contract slot. Okay, I was wondering why you agreed so quickly. Have you been blocked by them? Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment, then questioned Bai Jingwei in the contract slot. I can't help it. I've lived here for almost a month. I've used up all my soul coins and I still owe 10 days rent. You have to help me pay the rent for these 10 days. Bai Jingwei muttered softly. Mu Ruffing was speechless. What are your abilities? He asked coldly. Well, you try it yourself. herself.
Bai Jingwei was afraid that Mu Ruffing would get angry, so she didn't dare to say much and let Mu Ruffing feel it himself.
Mu Ruffing did not hesitate and immediately sensed Bai Jingwei's ability.
Soon, a look of joy appeared on his face.
Bai Jingwei has quite a few abilities, 3 in total. The first one is to escape from the shell. It was this ability that allowed her to easily escape from Mu Ruffing. The second is not taking the beaten path. She can walk freely on walls, roofs, and even cliffs, greatly improving her flexibility. Because of this, she can hang upside down on the roof like Spider-Man and repeatedly evade the bandages. The third one is also her strongest offensive ability. She can infuse sharp power into her nails and even weapons, greatly increasing their sharpness and attack power. As for the transformation ability of the female ghost in white, Mu Ruffing did not feel it. Why didn't I feel your transformation ability? Mu Ruffing asked.
This ability allows her to advance from level 3 to level 4, which is absolutely powerful.
Well, I'm not quite sure either. Bai Jingwei answered in a low voice.
Wait, I thought you said that bitch was level 4, her husband was level 5, and you were only level 3.
I admit that you have a strong ability to escape, but do you dare to provoke them? Mu Ruffing asked.
I was originally a level 4, and that bitch was no match for me.
If it weren't for her husband's special abilities, how could she possibly hurt me? Although I escaped in the end, I was seriously injured and my level dropped, said Bai Jingwei. Mu Ruffing was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that she was already level 4 before.
In this way, didn't he get a great bargain? Moreover, after transforming to level 4, it is likely that one can directly upgrade to level 5. Come out, Mu Ruffing said.
No, I want to stay here. It's very comfortable here.
Bai Jingwei refused. Come out, don't force me to do it. Mu Ruffing urged again.
Just come out, why are you so fierce?
The female ghost in white muttered softly and came out of the contract slot reluctantly. Stay in the room first, Mu Ruffing ordered. I don't want to. I want to follow you.
Bai Jingwei shook her head, her face full of reluctance.
If you follow me like this, what if those two ghosts find you?
Besides, they are guests of the hotel, and I can't do anything to them. You stay here first, I will pay your rent and find an opportunity to help you kill your enemies.
Mu Ruffing said. Really? You can't lie to me.
After hearing this, Bai Jingwei quickly pushed her hair away from her face and looked at Mu Ruffing happily.
I say, can't you tie your hair up? Mu Ruffing asked unhappily.
I also want to tie it up, but I can't.
My hair is special and I need props to do it. Bai Jingwei explained.
Okay, you stay here first, I'm leaving first.
Mu Ruffing said. Oh, Bai Jingwei responded. Then, Mu Ruffing opened the door and walked out. Not far away, Lu Yong, who was waiting, immediately ran over happily.
Brother Mu, you're out.
Are you okay? Do I look like I'm in trouble? By the way, when I went in, was the light on? Mu Ruffing asked.
He was in there for quite some time, at least 10 minutes. No, Brother Mu, the lights have not been on since you went in.
Lu Yong replied. Oh, it's not on? That's good.
Mu Ruffing hadn't finished speaking when he caught a glimpse of the door light opposite 419 being on.
Brother Mu, what's wrong? What should we do? Lu Yong saw Mu Ruffing stunned and looked back following his gaze. Brother Mu, it's on. The light in room 418 is on. Lu Yong pointed over there and said hurriedly. 418, isn't this the room where the two enemies of Bai Jingwei, the evil woman in white, live?
And as soon as Mu Ruffing came out, the lights came on. Obviously they had been staring at this place.
It seems like there's no end to it.
You wait here, I'll go check it out and see how strong they are.
Mu Ruffing prepared to act while contacting Bai Jingwei in his mind. Those two old lovers of yours just ordered room service. Tell me, what are their abilities? He whispered in his mind.
Soon, Bai Jingwei's voice sounded in his heart.
That bitch is a hangman. The best thing about her is her tongue. Not even my fingernails can scratch it.
Her husband is a smoke ghost. He can release extremely toxic smoke and obstruct vision.
Bai Jingwei said. Got it. Mu Ruffing said and disconnected the communication. Knock knock knock. Room service. Mu Ruffing knocked on the door. Come in.
A slightly enchanting voice came from inside the door.
Mu Ruffing pushed the door open and walked in.
As soon as he entered the room, he saw an extremely charming female ghost lying on the sofa with a very comfortable look on her face. Next to him, a thin, pale man was standing there with a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke and filling the room with smoky air. The door closed automatically.
Dear guests, what kind of service do you need? Mu Ruffing asked.
The man strangely ignored him and continued smoking alone.
Instead, the female ghost lying on the sofa turned her head and looked at Mu Ruffing lazily. What a sweet taste. Humans, you are truly a delicious being. You just came out of room 419 to do room service, right? Asked the female ghost. Yes, sir. Mu Ruffing nodded.
Tell me, what kind of services did she ask you to perform? The female ghost asked.
This is just giving her some blood to drink.
Mu Ruffing hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly.
Did she drink his blood? The female ghost sat up immediately. It's okay.
Seeing this kid still so lively, he must not have drunk much. Besides, it doesn't matter even if she recovers. My ability can restrain her. As long as we leave the hotel, I can definitely take her down. The smoker next to him interrupted in a hoarse voice.
Yeah, my man is really awesome. The female ghost smiled and hugged the smoker, stretching out a long tongue, trying to explore downwards. Take it easy, there are outsiders here. The smoker grabbed the tongue and reminded, we are already an old married couple, why are you still shy?
Waiter, go and get rid of the cigarette smell in the room.
If you can't disperse it, then leave one of your arms for me as a snack,
the female ghost said, and lay back on the sofa.
Put away the cigarette?
Moo Ruffing looked around the room, his gaze finally landing on the smoker who was still puffing away. This smoke is indeed not difficult to disperse, but as long as the source of the smoke is not resolved, the smoke will continue to come.
However, Moo Ruffing didn't care. He walked to the bed and opened the window.
A gust of cold wind blew in, immediately dispersing a lot of the smoke in the house. Then he walked up to the smoker and pulled the cigarette but out of his mouth with such speed that people couldn't follow it. Then, Moo Ruffing crushed the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can next to him. Without waiting for the smoker to react, Moo Ruffing opened his mouth and blew out a breath. In an instant, the air in the house was completely refreshed, and the smoky room suddenly became much fresher.
Ha! Are you looking for death? The smoker finally reacted and roared angrily.
Moo Ruffing remained calm, took a few steps back, and said calmly, Sir, the smoke smell in the room has dissipated.
Please give me a good review.
Oh, that's pretty fast. But it seems you've offended my husband.
You have to deal with him first, and then I'll give you a good review.
The female ghost turned sideways, proudly showing off her charming figure, just like a living bodhisattva.
2 streams of thick smoke blew out of the smoker's nostrils. He slowly stood up and stared at Moo Ruffing with a gloomy face.
Guest, what kind of service do you need?
Moo Ruffing looked at the smoker with a faint smile.
Service?
I want to eat some meat. Your meat looks good.
The smoker strode forward, came in front of Moo Ruffing, grabbed his arm and pulled it hard. Logically speaking, this pull was enough to break the arm, but Yen Gue found that Moo Ruffing's arm was still intact. Guest,
can I regard your action just now as an attack on me? Moo Ruffing slightly sideways, staring at the smoker.
The body is quite strong. Good.
This kind of meat is more chewy. The smoker nodded with satisfaction, ignoring Moo Ruffing's words.
Then, he moved his right hand, grabbed Moo Ruffing's arm, activated his ghost power, and pulled with all his strength.
Still indifferent. Ha! What's going on with you? Only then did the smoker realize that Moo Ruffing's body was truly extraordinary.
With his strength, even a level 4 ghost could easily tear his arm off.
And Moo Ruffing is just a small second-level contractor.
At this moment, Moo Ruffing grabbed the smoker's right hand with his backhand. Without waiting for the smoker to react, he pulled hard.
A skinny arm was torn off. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't expect your body to be so fragile. I just pulled it lightly and your hand broke? Moo Ruffing said apologetically.
You. The smoker's face suddenly changed. He had never expected that his arm would be torn off so easily. However, before the smoker could fight back, Moo Ruffing had already grabbed his neck with both hands. Immediately, Moo Ruffing twisted his head suddenly and rotated the smoker's head a full 360 degrees. Then he kicked the smoker away and he fell straight onto the big bed not far away.
Excuse me, sir, is my service complete?
Moo Ruffing looked at the female ghost who had stood up with a faint smile on his face.
Honey, what happened? The female ghost shouted at the smoker. This kid is very evil. Don't confront him head on.
I'll poison him to death with poison gas. The smoker got up from the bed at some point and turned his head with his only remaining left arm. Then, a thick stream of white and green smoke came out of the smoker's nose, mouth, and even ears. However, before the smoke could disperse, Moo Ruffing took out a sandbag and hit the smoker hard. Suddenly, the smoker's body froze in place. Although the mouth and eyes could still move, the smoke had stopped coming out.
Apparently, the sandbag restraints come with an added bonus. Husband, what's wrong with you?
The female ghost noticed that something was wrong with the smoker and quickly turned over and jumped beside him.
No matter how hard she pushed, the smoker couldn't move. This is weird. What kind of magic weapon did this kid use? I can't move now.
Hurry up, take action and kill this guy. The smoker shouted hurriedly. Okay. The female ghost agreed immediately, took out a leather rope from her hair and threw it towards Moo Ruffing.
What is this?
Moo Ruffing frowned and slightly turned sideways to avoid the leather rope, but what was unexpected was that the leather rope suddenly appeared on Moo Ruffing and quickly wrapped around him. After a while, Moo Ruffing was tied up tightly. Is this a magic weapon that is sure to hit the target? Moo Ruffing was slightly surprised. I caught you. A ferocious look appeared on the female ghost's face. She opened her mouth and a soft tongue shot out like an arrow. Open it for me. Moo Ruffing's muscles contracted violently and he struggled desperately to break the leather rope. However, the leather rope was tough and was only slightly stretched by his force, then retracted to its original position. When the tongue attack was about to arrive, Moo Ruffing moved instantly and dodged the attack. The leather rope was still wrapped around him and did not stay in place. It's just right. Let's try out the new contract ability. Seeing this, Moo Ruffing calmed down and immediately used the skill of escaping from the shell. He shrank his body and slid out of the leather rope smoothly.
Ha! Teleportation? And escaped from my rubber band? The female ghost was slightly shocked.
After Moo Ruffing was freed from his restraints, points. He returned to his normal appearance and fell to the ground.
Obviously, this rubber band cannot be retracted automatically.
Once it is broken, if the user does not retract it in time, whoever picks it up will own it.
Sure enough, the female ghost's tongue gave up attacking Moo Ruffing and went straight to the rubber band.
At this moment, Moo Ruffing suddenly appeared next to the rubber band, reached out and grabbed the female ghost's tongue tightly. Then he pulled hard, and a powerful force was transmitted instantly. In an instant, the female ghost was pulled closer, and Moo Ruffing grabbed her neck with his left hand.
Now that my service is completed, could you please give me a good review? Moo Ruffing said. Bug, are you looking for death? You want a good review? Humph, I'm going to give you a bad review right now.
In the distance, the smoker was tied up and roared loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick electric baton flew over and pierced the back of the smoker's head. I saw the electric baton entering from the mouth, and the other end half exposed from the back of the head.
Zzzz. The electric current exploded instantly.
The smoker was so shocked that his eyes rolled back and he couldn't even speak. Although it was a third-level electric baton, it hit the vital point and the effect was still obvious.
Dear guest, please give me a review.
Otherwise, I don't mind cutting off your tongue and using it to make a bowl of taste tongue in the kitchen.
Moo Ruffing drew out his butcher knife and made a few strokes on the female ghost's long tongue.
The female ghost clearly felt the terrifying murderous aura from the butcher knife, and her heart suddenly tightened and she became panicked.
Good, good. I am very satisfied with your service. I give you a very good review. The female ghost said quickly. That's right. Moo Ruffing nodded with satisfaction.
At this moment, he has received the notification that the service has been completed. So far, he has received 3 favorable reviews.
Go and get my electric baton, Moo Ruffing said.
The next second, the bandage flew out like an arrow, spanning a distance of 7 or 8 meters, tightly wrapped around the electric baton, and then quickly returned to his hand.
It's so dirty. Moo Ruffing glanced at the stain on the electric baton with disgust, then took it into the bathroom to rinse it.
Okay, guests, today's service is over.
I'll take my leave now,
Moo Ruffing said politely, then released the female ghost's neck and tongue, opened the door and walked out. As soon as the door was closed, the duration of the sandbag expired, and it flew back into Moo Ruffing's hands regardless of the door's obstruction. I'm so mad. The smoker regained his ability to move and strode towards the door angrily, as if he wanted to fight Moo Ruffing for another 300 rounds.
Husband, wait a minute.
Although that guy is only a second-level contractor, he is really powerful, and this is the blood-boring hotel.
The female ghost stood up and stopped the smoker. Ah,
I must eat him, otherwise I will never be able to get rid of the anger in my heart.
The smoker became a little more sober and said irritably, Hubby, put your hand on the table first.
Our first priority is to kill that bitch. The female ghost picked up the severed arm and handed it to the smoker. Yes, that bitch is the most important. The smoker nodded, then put the broken arm back into the wound.
Oh, my rubber band was taken away by that waiter, the female ghost exclaimed. Damn it.
I'm going to kill him. The female ghost was furious and rushed straight out the door. Hey, wife, don't be impulsive. That guy is really weird. This is the bloody hotel. This time it was the smoker's turn to hold the female ghost.
Moo Ruffing walked out of the room and looked around, but did not see Lu Yong.
Just as he was wondering whether Lu Yong had entered the room for service, he suddenly heard a ding, and the elevator door opened.
Lu Yong hurried out of the elevator. Lu Yong, where have you been? Also, why is there a foul smell? Moo Ruffing walked to the elevator entrance and asked with a frown. Well, brother Moo, I have urgent needs. I really can't hold it any longer.
There's no toilet here, so I'm just going to do it in the bucket.
Then what? Lu Yong hesitated to speak. I was caught by the guest in room 401.
She asked me to go to the front desk and said that the phone in her room was broken and she couldn't make a call. Lu Yong said with a red face.
Can't you just find an empty room? Isn't there anyone at 420? Moo Ruffing said.
I tried, but I don't have the key to room 420 and can't open it, Lu Yong explained.
Okay, go to 401 to reply. Moo Ruffing waved his hand. Yeah, Lu Yong nodded immediately.
By the way, I still don't know what the properties of that rubber band are. Moo Ruffing then took out the rubber band prop from his pocket. The rubber band of the spooky doll, the rubber band that the spooky doll likes most.
Effect, tough and extremely elastic. It has a 100% chance of hitting targets of level 5 and below after being thrown, binding them.
Note, be sure to retract it in time, otherwise if it is tied for more than 1 minute or falls to the ground, the rubber band will become ownerless.
It's a level 5 item. This 100% hit rate is pretty good. Moo Ruffing was quite satisfied with the item. Ah, that's that bitch's rubber band. Brother Fong, can you please give it to me?
Suddenly, a voice sounded in my heart. That was the voice of Bai Jingwei,
the woman in white. Ha, wait, aren't you still in the hotel? Why are you suddenly back to the contract slot? Moo Ruffing asked. I don't know either.
I was about to take a shower, but I came back all of a sudden.
Oh, I understand. It's probably because I can't be 10 meters away from you, Bai Jingwei said. 10 meters? Never mind. I'll take you to check out after get off work.
Moo Ruffing Ruffing actually didn't know that the distance between the contract and the contract could not exceed 10 meters. Since we can't get closer than 10 meters to the contracted ghost, we can't let her stay in the guest room. As for the smoker and the hanged man, there will always be a chance to deal with them. Brother phone, rubber band, give me the rubber band. Bai Jingwei walked out of the contract slot at some point, stood behind Mu Ruffing, and whispered a request in his ear in a soft voice. Mu Ruffing reacted quickly and subconsciously slapped him. Snap! A crisp sound. Bai Jingwei was knocked flying and hit the wall heavily, making a dull sound. Mu Ruffing looked at Bai Jingwei awkwardly as she was slapped away by him. I say, don't suddenly appear behind me. I'm very alert. He silently withdrew his hand. If it were in the real world, he probably wouldn't do this, but in the strange world, he must always be highly vigilant. Bai Jingwei got up from the ground, looked at Mu Ruffing with a face full of grievance, tears flashing in her eyes. Of course, Mu Ruffing couldn't see it because her face was covered by her hair. However, after all, they had a contract, so he could sense her feelings of grievance to some extent. Okay, I was wrong. Here's the rubber band for you. Mu Ruffing immediately took out a small rubber band. Thank you, Brother Fong. Brother Fong is so nice. Bai Jingwei immediately ran over and grabbed the rubber band. Then she started to tie her hair. After a while, a woman with a delicate face appeared in front of Mu Ruffing. I have to say, this look is much better than before. Although the rubber band was a gift for Bai Jingwei, she was his contracted ghost after all, so it was just like passing it from the left hand to the right hand. Go back, Lu Yang is about to come out. Mu Ruffing said. Okay, Brother Fong, call me if you need anything. I'm a little sleepy and want to take a nap. Bai Jingwei nodded quickly and returned to the contract slot. A few seconds later, the door of room 401 opened and Lu Yang walked out. Brother Mu. Lu Yang blurted out when he saw Mu Ruffing. Wipe it. Mu Ruffing said. Ah, what? Lu Yang didn't react for a moment. Wipe your face and mouth. Mu Ruffing pointed. Ah. Lu Yang was shocked and his face turned red quickly. He quickly wiped his face and mouth with his sleeve. There's also the neck. Mu Ruffing reminded again. Lu Yang did not dare to delay and quickly wiped his neck. Boy, you should get along well with this young lady. I think she can become your contracted ghost. Mu Ruffing patted his shoulder. Contract with a ghost? Really? But, Brother Wang seemed to have said that you can only contract with a ghost after clearing the first copy. Lu Yang was happy at first, but then he hesitated. Wang Ziki had taught him a lot of basic knowledge, especially about the strange things about contracts. Of course, this is also what Lu Yang himself wanted to ask. That's the principle, but you're on good terms with that girl. Why don't you just get her phone number and call her next time you have a dungeon and ask her to come find you? Mu Ruffing gave Lu Yang a suggestion. Ah, Brother Mu, is this possible? Lu Yang was shocked. Of course, in the weird world, as long as it's not a special place, those weird phone calls can still be dialed through. Mu Ruffing said with a smile. I understand, Brother Mu, thank you. Lu Yang nodded vigorously. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this strange world, a strange contract was indeed crucial. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10:50 in the morning. During these few hours, the lights didn't come on once. It seems that not all guests need room service. The elevator door slowly opened. There were 3 people standing inside. No, it should be said that there are 2 people and one weird thing. These 3 people are Sun Hu, Wang Ziki, and the lobby deputy manager Wang Zhen. It's almost lunchtime, go to the restaurant and help now. Wang Zhen said to Mu Ruffing and Lu Yang who were not far away. Mu Ruffing and Lu Yang walked into the elevator without saying much. Mu Ruffing glanced at Wang Ziki and Sun Hu. Wang Ziki is still normal and there seems to be nothing abnormal, but Sun Hu looked pale, leaning against the elevator, and looked a little weak. His left hand was gone. Soon, the group arrived at the 2nd floor. This is the restaurant, and guests from the entire hotel will come here to eat. Occasionally there will be guests from outside coming. Your task is very simple, which is to serve the dining customers well. Wang Zhen explained. Manager Wang, when can we have lunch? Mu Ruffing suddenly asked. Wang Zhen glanced at him and said, the restaurant's business hours are from 11 to 1 o'clock. After the restaurant closes, you have an hour to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhen turned around and went back to the elevator. Mu Ruffing looked around the environment on the 2nd floor. They found out they were not the only ones coming. Yang Li and Sherlan from the front desk and cleaner Yao Xuanyu also showed up. They had just come out of a side utility room. As for Zhou Bing and Lu Qi, they were probably still busy in the kitchen. As to why Zhao Yufeng was not there, it is unknown. Everyone put on a loose waiter uniform. Mu Ruffing immediately walked towards the utility room. Seeing this, Lu Yang followed closely. Wang Ziki and Sun Hu were not fools, so they followed him naturally. Soon, Mu Ruffing stood in front of the utility room door. Hurry up and change your clothes. You have to wear the same uniform. Sherlan reminded them. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded and walked straight into the utility room. This place was similar to the storage room they had originally stayed in, the only difference being that only the restaurant waiters' uniforms were hanging here. Mu Ruffing picked one and put it on directly. After putting it on, he was surprised to find that a nameplate
nameplate had appeared on his chest. It says, Restaurant Waiter Mu Ruffing. Soon, the four of them changed their clothes and came out. Yang Li and others were still standing outside, as if they wanted to talk to them. Where is Zhao Yufeng? Why are there only two of you? Mu Ruffing asked first. She is still at the front desk. By the way, have you received any reminders about the clearance conditions? Yang Li asked. No. Mu Ruffing shook his head. Sure enough, we don't have any either. It seems that we may have to stay in this hotel for several days. Yang Li seemed to have expected this. Mu Ruffing nodded without saying anything. Having experienced many copies, he has some understanding of these. If the conditions for passing the level are clear and you have the ability, you can usually pass the level and return to reality on the same day. If the conditions are unclear, you may have to stay in the dungeon for several days. While there is no one in the restaurant, let's quickly look for any precautions. Wang Ziki said. That's right, the restaurant opens at 11 o'clock, and there are still 3 minutes left. Lu Yong immediately agreed. No need to look for it, it's posted here. Yang Li pointed to the side of the utility room and said. When Mu Ruffing heard this, he immediately turned around and looked over. There was an inconspicuous piece of paper on the wall. The writing on the paper was also quite faint. If Yang Li hadn't pointed it out specifically, Mu Ruffing might not have discovered it so quickly. Because of this, Mu Ruffing didn't notice the paper at all when he entered the utility room. Restaurant Waiter Work Guidelines. 1. The restaurant is open from 11 to 1300 hours in the morning and from 17 to 1900 hours in the afternoon. 2. Be sure to strictly abide by the rules and regulations and never leave the restaurant without permission during working hours. 3. You may leave only with permission from the restaurant manager or higher-level management. 4. Guests must be greeted by staff when they enter the restaurant. 5. Guests must be seated in order, starting from table number 1. 6. This restaurant has private rooms with a minimum consumption of 200 yuan. Guests who wish to use them must pay in advance. 7. Customers are God, and we should try our best to meet their requirements. 8. If the guest is unreasonable, you can teach him a lesson appropriately. 9. You can accept tips from guests. 10. The dishes must not be delivered incorrectly, otherwise, part of your body will become the guest's dish. 11. Never rush the guests as long as they have not left the table. This job is so troublesome. Mu Ruffing shook his head and sighed. I hate this kind of copy the most. It's better to fight against Ghoul directly. Yao Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Lu Yong scratched his head and said, although I have to be careful, this situation is still manageable. If I fight Ghoul, I will definitely be a piece of cake. Lu Yong is right. Everyone needs to be more careful. We still have to stay here for several days. Wang Ziki nodded in agreement. I only have one hand left. If I make another mistake, I'm afraid I'll die, Sun Hu said with a pale face. After hearing this, everyone looked at him with sympathy. Sun Hu's arm had been treated in some way, and no blood flowed out. But given his current condition, it is highly likely that he will not survive. Seeing everyone like this, Sun Hu gritted his teeth and remained silent. He wanted to explode, but then he thought there were only two ordinary people here, Lu Yong and Sherlan. The other four people, one is a LV2 veteran player, and the other three are even more powerful contractors. He didn't dare to show up easily, otherwise he would not only die in a strange way, but would also be killed by these people first. I hope there won't be too many guests, Sherlan said. Yes, if there were fewer people, we would be safer, Lu Yong agreed. Just then, the bell above the restaurant's glass door rang. At 11 o'clock, the restaurant officially opened for business. The glass door then opens automatically. A cold wind blew in, making Lu Yong and the other two shiver. Mu Ruffing focused his eyes and saw several hazy figures looming at the restaurant entrance. Guests are coming. Mu Ruffing strode towards the door. Before he even got near the door, a figure has walked into the restaurant. It was a strange creature without eyes, covered in blood, and with half of its face missing. Let's call him a blind and cunning man. Welcome, sir. How many people are there? Mu Ruffing greeted them. I'm blind, and you don't have eyes either? If you don't need them, just give them to me, the blind ghost said in a cold tone. Table 1, one guest, please take a seat, Mu Ruffing shouted without caring. Then he led the blind ghost to table number 1. Guest, do you need me to introduce the dishes to you? Mu Ruffing asked. Give me 1 serving of steamed human eyes and 1 serving of steamed brains, the blind ghost responded coldly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Mu Ruffing nodded, then walked quickly towards the kitchen. On the way, he looked back at the restaurant entrance. Everyone also began to welcome the new guests. In a blink of an eye, 3 guests were seated, including the blind ghost, making a total of 4. Soon, Mu Ruffing arrived at the kitchen window. Table 1, 1 serving of steamed human eyes and 1 serving of steamed brains. Mu Ruffing shouted towards the kitchen. What are you shouting about? Bug, have you written your menu? A fat chef in a chef's uniform suddenly appeared in front of the window and said in a vicious voice. Sorry, I'll write it right away. Mu Ruffing saw a stack of small lists and a pen on the window, so he picked up the small stack of lists and the pen and quickly wrote down the names of the 2 dishes. Wait. The chef took the menu, said something, and turned around to get busy. Mu Ruffing peeked in
through the window and saw Zhou Bing and Lu Qi both busy at work. The bald Zhou Bing was processing some strange ingredients, and everything seemed normal. Lu Qi, on the other hand, was processing a dozen thighs, and the scene looked like a wholesale market. Mu Ruffing immediately understood that these ingredients were probably picked from clones.
Lu Qi seemed to notice Mu Ruffing as well and nodded slightly. Mu Ruffing naturally nodded in response.
In just 3 to 5 minutes, the chef came to the window with a tray containing 2 dishes.
At this time, Ouyang Li came over from behind, obviously here to order food.
Mu Ruffing took the dishes away and saw her, so he reminded her, "You need to write down the order when you order."
"Thank you," Ouyang Li responded politely. Mu Ruffing smiled slightly, then turned and left.
"Sir, your dishes are ready." He placed the dishes in front of the blind ghost. Blind Ghoul ignored him and picked up the spoon and opened the lid. But the next second, his face suddenly changed. He looked up at Mu Ruffing with a gloomy expression. "I don't eat chopped green onions. Why did you put chopped green onions in it?"
Guessed, you didn't tell me before," Mu Ruffing responded.
"I've lived here for a month, and these 2 dishes are my 2 meals a day, without fail. How could the chef not know that I don't eat chopped green onions?" The blind ghost said coldly.
"That must be the chef's mistake, sir. I'll change it for you right away," Mu Ruffing said as he was about to take the dish away. "Humph, you pissed me off. Leave something for me first."
As soon as he finished speaking, the blind ghost attacked Mu Ruffing directly. Although it was the chef's fault,
Blind Ghoul did not blame the chef.
Instead, he appreciated him because it was obvious that the chef wanted to add more dishes to his meal. However, before the blind ghost's attack could land, Mu Ruffing's big hand pressed down on his shoulder. He actually pushed the blind ghost who had just stood up back into the chair.
"Guest, I suggest you sit here and I'll change one for you, okay?" Mu Ruffing said expressionlessly. Okay. Blind Ghoul nodded hesitantly.
His shoulders had been crushed. The blind ghost is a level 4 ghost, and his bones are extremely hard. It is impossible to crush his shoulder with one hand without level 5 physical strength.
Does this mean that the physical strength of this second-level contractor has reached level 5? It's really shocking. Soon, Mu Ruffing walked into the kitchen again.
This time Yao Xuanyu was ordering food.
Mu Ruffing had just arrived when Yao Xuanyu ordered the dishes and left with a bowl of twisting, noodle-like food.
"Chef, why are there chopped green onions in these 2 dishes?"
Mu Ruffing threw the dishes on the windowsill and asked,
"Bug,
you dare to smash dishes in my territory? Don't you want to live?" The chef stared at Mu Ruffing viciously. "I think you don't want to live anymore.
Make me another one immediately without the chopped green onions."
Mu Ruffing said fearlessly.
"Bug, you're really asking for trouble."
"Redo it?"
"Fine, the brains and eyes ingredients just arrived, so I'll use your portion." As soon as the chef finished speaking, a fat hand stretched out from the window and grabbed Mu Ruffing. A cold light flashed. Mu Ruffing slowly put away his knife.
Click, a muffled sound.
The fat hand fell to the ground. "Off my hand, you actually cut off my hand," the chef screamed. Before he could resist, a bandage shot out and instantly wrapped around his head. Mu Ruffing pulled hard and actually pulled the chef's head out of the window.
"I'm giving you one last chance now. Either die or make me a new one." The murderous butcher knife was placed on the chef's neck.
This scene happened to be seen by Shirlan, who had just walked over to order food. She widened her eyes.
"This is amazing."
She looked at Mu Ruffing, her eyes full of admiration. Not only Shirlan, but also Lu Qi and Zhou Bing, who had been paying attention to the situation in the kitchen, were equally shocked. Especially Lu Qi. Although he is not a contractor, he is a veteran LV2 player. He knew very well how powerful the 3rd-level chef Ghoul was, but at the moment, this guy was like a pig to be slaughtered, allowing Mu Ruffing to manipulate him. "Please spare me. I will do it right away. Make a new one right away." The chef felt the coldness of the butcher knife and did not even dare to breathe.
He was extremely panicked.
Mu Ruffing loosened the bandages, retracted the butcher knife, and said coldly, "If you do it again, I will feed you to my contracted ghost." Yes. The chef shuddered and quickly shrank back, not even daring to pick up the broken arm. Mu Ruffing hooked his foot, raised his hand and slapped the fat hand directly into the kitchen. "Hurry up. It will be ready soon. The
chef didn't dare to talk back and could only keep responding. "Brother Mu, you are so awesome. How did you do that? Is this the power of the contract ghost?" Shirlan trotted over and exclaimed close to Mu Ruffing. "About that." Mu Ruffing answered vaguely. "Brother Mu, you were so amazing just now.
You got rid of that weird thing in one go." Shirlan was interrupted by Mu Ruffing before he could finish his words.
"Don't talk too much in a place like this, just order quickly."
"Yes,
write down the menu first."
Oh, okay." Shirlan nodded, took the paper and pen and started writing. Not long after, the chef came over with 2 dishes. "Sir, your dish is ready. I didn't put chopped green onions this time. I also added a bowl of broth which the customer has ordered several times," the chef said cautiously. Mu Ruffing took the dish, opened the lid and saw that there were indeed no chopped green onions.
"Be careful. If there's anything wrong with my companion's food, I'll chop you to pieces too," Mu Ruffing warned coldly. Yes, I will definitely pay attention to it."
The chef nodded repeatedly. After saying that, Mu Ruffing returned to table table 1 with the dishes. Sir, I'm sorry. The chef was confused and misread the menu. This bowl of broth is an apology, Mu Ruffing explained.
Yeah, blind Ghoul nodded and ate silently, not even daring to raise his head.
After serving this customer, Mu Ruffing left table 1 and stood at the door waiting. There was another person at the door, that was Sun Hu.
Everyone else was busy entertaining their guests.
Even when the guests were eating, they kept giving orders to the waiters, and Ouyang Li and others were very busy. In comparison, Mu Ruffing was the most relaxed here, as that blind ghost didn't dare to command him at all.
Brother Mu, there will be guests coming later. Can you help me receive them? I'm missing an arm, so it's difficult for me to do things.
At this time, Sun Hu came to Mu Ruffing and spoke. Mu Ruffing glanced at him and said, you can't do nothing just because you lost an arm.
This job is pretty easy now. I've also taken care of the kitchen. Just be careful, there won't be any problems.
After hearing this, Sun Hu's eyes flashed, but he did not refute.
This guy is still being petty. Mu Ruffing looked down on him at all. If he died, he died. What did it have to do with him? 5 minutes passed in a flash.
At this moment, a strange figure with a hollow stomach walked in. Seeing this, Sun Hu stepped back, apparently wanting Mu Ruffing to receive him. Seeing the scene in front of him, Mu Ruffing couldn't help but shook his head and walked forward to greet this weird person. In the next second, another strange figure walked in from outside the door. It was the person Mu Ruffing knew, the hanged man whose rubber band he had snatched away before. As soon as Sun Hu saw the hanged man, his eyes lit up and he walked quickly up to him.
The weird person that Mu Ruffing received had his stomach hollowed out and looked very scary.
As for the hanged ghost, he was handsome and had a good figure.
He didn't look weird at all. Sun Hu immediately felt that this ghost must be an easy one to deal with.
Mu Ruffing looked at the scene in front of him and shook his head secretly, thinking that Sun Hu would be in great danger this time. In comparison, the strange power brought by Mu Ruffing is actually very weak, only level 1, and is much easier to deal with than that hanged ghost. However, the seemingly weak monster stared at Mu Ruffing with greed in its eyes, and was obviously very interested in Mu Ruffing's body. Sir, what dishes would you like to order?
Mu Ruffing took Gi to table number 7 and asked,
I want a tonic soup with internal organs and stir-fried internal organs. Remember, they must be fresh.
Don't give me clones, he said weirdly. No problem, sir, but the price will be a little higher. You should be aware of that, right? Mu Ruffing pointed to the price description on the menu. Are you afraid that I can't afford to pay? Go quickly, or I'll have to eat you. Gi shouted angrily. You? Mu Ruffing looked this weirdo up and down, shook his head, turned and left. What? Are you looking down on me because I'm only level 1? Gi was a little excited and immediately prepared to take action. As a result, Mu Ruffing was incredibly fast and the butcher knife was already on his neck. Guest, this is a restaurant, a public place. I think it's better not to make loud noises. What do you think? Mu Ruffing reminded softly. Gi didn't dare to move at all and nodded repeatedly. Mu Ruffing then put away the knife and slowly walked towards the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, it was already 12 o'clock. At this time, the restaurant was already half full of guests. According to the number of tables, there are already 25 tables of guests seated. There were still 25 empty tables. I have to say, this restaurant is quite large. More importantly, not a single guest left. Even the blind ghost who arrived at 11 o'clock had already finished 2 dishes and broth but still had no intention of leaving. This situation is really weird. Mu Ruffing recalled the last working rules of the restaurant waiters. 11. Never rush guests as long as they stay at the table. It should be that the restaurant can recover guests' injuries faster? Mu Ruffing guessed in his heart. At this moment, he and Ouyang Li were standing at the door of the restaurant, waiting for the next guest to arrive. As for Lu Yon, Sherlan, and Yao Xuanyu, they were busy handling affairs in the restaurant. That guy's son who was long gone, having been eaten clean by the hanged ghost. We have to thank Mr. Wang for what he said. At this time, a hearty laughter came from outside the door. Then, 5 strange figures walked in. We have a pleasant cooperation this time. You have to accompany me for a drink today, said a multi-eyed monster with eyes all over its head. No problem, eat and drink as much as you want today. It'll all be on my bill. The man in the suit responded with a strange serious tone. Let's go, let's go. Please come in. I'll take Mr. Wang to the Tianzi box. The man in the suit pulled the man with multiple eyes inside. But soon, when the man in the suit saw Mu Ruffing, he was stunned. He and Mu Ruffing were both stunned, because Mu Ruffing knew this guy. Isn't this weird guy in the suit the same nightmare guy from the bloody train? The one he assigned to sing good luck? Mu Ruffing and Meng Yengue raised their eyebrows almost at the same time. A living person? Manager Hua? When did your hotel start recruiting contractors? Duamugi glanced at Mu Ruffing and Ouyang Li and spoke. Mu Ruffing's gaze fell on the nightmare's chest. There was a nameplate hanging there, Lobby Manager Hua Wenliang. Wow, what an amazing person. This time the copy was actually related to the hotel that was related to Hua Wenliang, who had a grudge against him. His position was not low, and it was actually his boss's boss who came in person. The ingredients are a little hard to find, right? Now that you have found the person, the ingredients will
naturally be available.
Nightmare Ghost stared at Mu Ruffing with a sinister smile on his face. That's right, huh? It seems that we, the undead selection, have to recruit some living people. The multi-eyed ghost also laughed. You two, lead the way. At this time, the deputy manager Wang Zhen, who was standing next to Nightmare Gui, pointed at Mu Ruffing and Ouyang Li and said hurriedly, happy to help. Mu Ruffing smiled slightly, without any panic on his face, and walked straight towards the Tianzi box. The Nightmare Ghost is very powerful and is a level 6 ghost. But Mu Ruffing was not afraid at all. Ouyang Li, on the other hand, seemed a little timid. His face was frighteningly pale. The Nightmare Ghost is level 6, while Mr. Wang's multi-eyed ghost is level 7. The two ghosts following the multi-eyed ghost are also not weak. Both are level 5. Now Ouyang Li and Mu Ruffing have to serve them, which naturally makes Ouyang Li feel flustered. The guests and waiters who were dining in the restaurant also noticed the commotion. Everyone looked terrified. There's no way, these people are too powerful. A 7th level ghost general is definitely a hegemon in the strange world. Trying to crush them to death is just like crushing an ant. Soon, Mu Ruffing and a group of people arrived at the door of the Tianzi box. Mr. Wang, what would you like to eat? Hua Wenliang handed the menu to Duamugi. This, and I don't want this, but I want 2 of the others. Duamugi said. By the way, do you have Matai here? I must drink Matai with my meals. Duamugi added. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. I was negligent. Mu Ruffing, right? Go to the Mutai store 5 miles away from the hotel and buy 2 bottles of Feitian. As Hua Wenliang spoke, he threw out 1,000 soul notes to Mu Ruffing. Can I leave the hotel? Mu Ruffing was stunned and asked. I allow you to leave. You can leave naturally. I'll give you half an hour. Hua Wenliang replied. Okay. Mu Ruffing didn't say much, put the 1,000 soul notes into his pocket, turned around and walked out of the box. You, go to the kitchen immediately to order the dishes and ask them to serve them quickly. Hua Wenliang turned to Ouyang Li and said. Yes. Ouyang Li didn't dare to stay in the box any longer and left immediately. I say, Manager Hua, this is too unfair. 1,000 soul coins can't even buy a bottle of Feitian. Duamugi complained. Ha, if this kid is lucky enough to come back, he'll be a great snack for you, Mr. Wang. Hua Wenliang responded with a smile. That's not bad. Duamugi nodded. Xiao Wang, go quickly and get out my treasured Feitian figurine. Hua Wenliang instructed the deputy manager Wang Zhen beside him. Okay, brother Hua, I'll go right away. Wang Zhen nodded repeatedly and quickly left the box. Brother, where did you get this batch of pork for me this time? Tell me the whole story. Duamugi asked Hua Wenliang at this time. Brother Wang, since you have spoken, I will naturally not hide it. Qingshan Pig Farm, you know it, right? Hua Wenliang replied. Qingshan Pig Farm? Are you saying this batch of pork comes from Qingshan Pig Farm? Duamugi frowned slightly. Qingshan Pig Farm used to supply us with pork, and the quality was pretty good. But then they changed the factory manager, and the quality of the meat has deteriorated. A few months ago, a customer complained about it, so I stopped working with them. I heard that Qingshan Pig Farm now mainly supplies the market and retail investors. Oh, by the way, CC Yuxian seems to be his client as well, Duamugi said. Well, speaking of it, I was also badly cheated, and it was the Scarlet selection that cheated me. Nightmare Gui sighed. Scarlet preferred? How is it related to them? Tell me quickly. Duamugi immediately became excited when he heard about Scarlet preferred, so Hua Wenliang told him everything about the deal he had made with the director of Qingshan Pig Farm. Brother Wang, the factory manager originally wanted to sell all that pork to me at a low price. I even arranged the people and the car, but when we got to the pig farm, all the pork had been taken away by the people from Scarlet Optimal. Hua Wenliang said this with anger on his face. I was wondering why there was suddenly so much cheap pork in Scarlet Select a few days ago. So this is what's going on, Duamugi said with sudden enlightenment. But you just said that the pork was taken away by the driver of Scarlet Optimal. Then where did your pork come from? Duamugi asked doubtfully. I was so angry that I stopped half of the car. That driver is quite capable. If it weren't for him, I would have intercepted the entire car long ago. Hua Wenliang said. Brother, you did a great job. It's not a cheat. You got dozens of pigs for free. You made a lot of money. Duamugi said with a big laugh. Let's get rich together. Let's get rich together. Mu Ruffing was completely unaware of the conversation in the box. At this moment, he had already taken the elevator to the first floor. Get out of the way, bug. The elevator had just opened, and before Mu Ruffing came out, a voice came from the front. He looked up and saw a centipede-like creature. First down, then up. Don't you know the rules? Get out of here. Mu Ruffing responded coldly. You. The centipede ghost was about to get angry, but saw Mu Ruffing had already taken out the butcher knife. Seeing his weird appearance and cold eyes, Centipede Gui shuddered for some reason. He didn't dare say anything more and immediately moved aside to make way. He is clearly only a level 2 contractor, yet he exudes the aura of a level 5 contractor and can actually intimidate this level 3 ghost. It is really hard to believe. After getting out of the elevator, Mu Ruffing came to the lobby. I happened to see Zhao Yufeng receiving some strange guests. He didn't
pay much attention, walked straight to the hotel door, pushed it open and walked out. This scene caught Zhao Yofeng's attention.
Ha, isn't that guy still upstairs? Why is he leaving the hotel now? Forget it. It's none of my business. Let me take care of the guests first.
Zhao Yufeng ignored it and continued to busy himself with his own business.
Hey, kid, aren't you a restaurant waiter? How dare you sneak out during working hours?
Hey, there was an unexpected surprise for lunch today. A tall and mighty security guard walked towards them from a distance with a grim smile on his face. Manager Hua Wenliang asked me to go out and buy some wine.
Mu Ruffing replied. Manager Hua?
The security guard stopped in front of him, his face full of suspicion. Of course, look, this is the money he gave me, Mu Ruffing said, taking out 1,000 soul notes.
Let me see.
The security guard snatched it away, took a closer look, and nodded. It seems that Manager Hua asked you to go.
Okay, then go ahead.
The security guard slid the soul note into Mu Ruffing's hand. I say, did you give too little? Mu Ruffing asked, looking at the 500 yuan soul notes left in his hand. This security guard was as shameless as a city wall, and half of the money was gone after he changed hands.
If there were one or two missing, Mu Ruffing would not mind it.
He had no shortage of money anyway, so he would just use it as travel expenses. But now half of it is missing, and Mu Ruffing can't bear it.
Ha, it's just 500. Get out of here.
The security guard waved his hand impatiently.
Mu Ruffing shook his head without saying anything, and a ghostly aura quietly emerged.
Then, he reached out and calmly took out an electric baton from the security guard's waist.
Security guard's electric baton, an electric baton that only discharges electricity.
Please note that I don't want to put myself in a strange place. Effect, pressing the switch releases a powerful electric current that instantly paralyzes those at level 5 and below. Note, if the indicator light turns red, it means the battery is running out.
Remember to charge it.
Mu Ruffing had an electric baton before, which he got from the security guard at Qingshan Pig Farm.
The properties are almost identical, except that it is a level 3 item. This electric baton is obviously much more powerful and is a level 5 item.
He put away the stun gun and strode towards the parking lot gate. The security guard turned around and walked straight to the other side. The electric baton hanging on his waist was quietly taken away by Mu Ruffing without anyone noticing. Soon, Mu Ruffing arrived at the gate of the hotel's open-air parking lot. It was the elevator gate that opened automatically. Just as he was about to pass through, a security guard in the security booth called him.
Stop, a waiter? Looks like I'm in for a treat today.
Mu Ruffing paused and turned to look at the security guard. I'm going to buy some wine.
Manager Hua asked me to go. If I'm delayed, you're responsible. Manager Hua?
The security guard glanced at him suspiciously.
Forget it, go away.
The security guard waved his hand slyly without any hesitation.
Mu Ruffing walked out from the middle of the gate.
The fog that was originally spreading in front of him suddenly dissipated the moment he took a step forward.
Ding ding ding. A whistle sounded from the road not far away.
Many cars are driving in a continuous stream. On the street, many strange creatures are slowly walking through. Mu Ruffing's appearance immediately attracted those strange gazes.
Contractor? A living person's contractor? For a moment, those gazes became extremely greedy. Mu Ruffing looked around and felt a little uneasy.
He was not afraid of these strange things, but was shocked by the scene before him. There are tall buildings, busy traffic, and strange creatures running around, just like in the real world. At this moment, the other side of the strange world was clearly displayed before his eyes. Bandage, please give off some bloody smell to suppress my popularity, he suddenly muttered in a low voice.
The next second, a faint smell of blood emanated from the bandage, mixed with a hint of stench.
At the same time, Mu Ruffing burst out with an aura comparable to that of a level 5. Those monsters who were about to approach and attack suddenly stopped, looked at Mu Ruffing with surprise. The breath of the living has disappeared.
How can this be a contractor? This is clearly a level 5 evil spirit. It was a close call. I didn't make a move, otherwise it would have been over. Run away, run away.
This senior must have eaten a contractor, which is why there's still a trace of life left.
The weird creatures nearby dispersed, not daring to touch Mu Ruffing's majesty at all. Very good.
Mu Ruffing patted the bandage with satisfaction. Then he took out his mobile phone and prepared to record a video of the place. The camera of the original system was not working, but he didn't care and switched to the ghost system. Sure enough, after changing the system, the ghost camera was able to shoot videos without any obstacles. This world outside the strange world copy obviously has great research value. Take some videos and upload them to the relevant departments. Although the reward is unknown, it will definitely help with research. But he only had half an hour, otherwise he would have to explore this strange world. To be honest, he didn't actually believe what Hua Wenliang said. He simply didn't believe that he could leave the hotel with just one sentence. This was because the hotel's rules and regulations came into play, making him realize that he could indeed leave the hotel.
Otherwise, no matter how much Hua Wenliang talked, Mu Ruffing would never leave the Shuatong Hotel. By the way, where is the Mutai store? Suddenly, Mu Ruffing was a little confused. He actually forgot to ask the location of the Matai store. He only knew that it was 5 miles away from the Shuetong Hotel, but he was not sure whether it was 5 miles to the left or 5 miles to the right. By the way, the Matai in the weird world is completely different from the Matai in the real world. The name is the same, but the ingredients are completely different. Of course, wine has an equal status in both worlds. It also has some special effects, which is why this wine is so expensive. When Mu Ruffing heard the name Matai, he thought he was in the real world. Little ghost, let me ask you, do you know how to get to the Matai store? Mu Ruffing stopped a passing child and took out a 100 yuan soul note and handed it to him. Are you blind? How can you tell that I look like a child? The little ghost's originally cute face suddenly turned gloomy and full of anger. But when he saw the 100 yuan soul note handed over, his face changed immediately. Brother, the Matai store is just ahead. You can see it if you walk 4 or 5 miles along this road. As soon as the little ghost took the money, he immediately became harmless and so cute that it would melt your heart. Don't point the way, kid, or I'll twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Mu Ruffing patted the kid's head and walked forward. He only had half an hour, and the Matai store was about 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers, whether riding a bike or walking, is very stressful. It takes 7 or 8 minutes to ride an electric scooter, and walking is even slower. It probably takes more than half an hour to go back and forth. Mu Ruffing glanced at the bare, unknown, rotten trees on the roadside. What's strange is that there are 7 or 8 shared electric scooters parked under the tree. This strange world is developing really fast. But looking at these broken little electric scooters, some of them have lost their wheels, and I wonder if they can still be used. Mu Ruffing originally planned to go to the Matai store, but when he saw this little electric scooter, he immediately lost all interest. He immediately walked forward and prepared to take out his mobile phone to scan the code. Unexpectedly, before I had time to scan the code, the e-mule spoke first. Brother, are you blind? Which eye of yours can tell that I'm still a child? The little ghost's originally cute face suddenly turned gloomy and full of anger. However, when he saw the 100 yuan soul note handed over, his expression immediately changed 180 degrees. Brother, the Matai store is just ahead. You'll see it after walking 4 or 5 miles down this road. As soon as the kid got the money, he immediately turned into a harmless and cute little boy. Little boy, don't point the way without permission, or else the big brother might twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Mu Ruffing patted the little boy's head and strode forward. He only had half an hour, and the Matai store was about 5 kilometers away. 5 kilometers would take 7 or 8 minutes even by electric scooter. If I walk, it will be even slower. I might not even be able to make it back and forth in half an hour. Mu Ruffing glanced at the bare trees on the roadside. They were full of the smell of decay and he couldn't recognize what kind of trees they were. There were actually 7 or 8 shared electric scooters parked under the tree. Can you believe that this strange world is developing at a very fast speed? However, looking at the tattered appearance of those electric scooters, one of them even has no wheels. I wonder if they can still be used. Mu Ruffing originally wanted to run to the Matai store, but when he saw the electric scooter, he suddenly didn't want to run anymore. He immediately walked forward and prepared to take out his mobile phone to scan the code. Before he could scan the code, the electric scooter actually spoke. Brother, no need to scan the code, just give me the money directly. $1 for 10 minutes. Ah, Mu Ruffing was stunned for a moment. He thought he really had to scan the code, and there was actually a QR code on the front of the car. I didn't expect that this little electric donkey was actually alive. After realizing what was happening, he immediately took out 10 yuan and prepared to pay it to e-mule. Brother, I'll pay $1 for 11 minutes. Another electric scooter next to him said quickly. I have 12 minutes, big brother. Choose me. Huh, I have 13 minutes. Big brother, you have to choose me. Stop arguing. I'll charge $1 for 20 minutes. Suddenly, 7 or 8 small electric scooters surrounded Mu Ruffing and chattered non-stop. What are you doing? This is my customer, big brother. I have $1, and I will give it all to you today. I will just issue a bill. The electric scooter that Mu Ruffing first came into contact with was called Machio, who shouted, I say, Machio, you don't even have wheels, and you still dare to carry people? Even without wheels, I can still run, right? Machio said reluctantly. That's right, big brother. Look, this thing doesn't even have wheels. How can it run faster than us? Don't choose him. Choose me. Choose me. Choose me, big brother. A group of electric scooters started making noise again. Shut up, it's so annoying. Mu Ruffing shouted. Feeling his frightening aura, the e-donkey users fell silent instantly, and no one dared to say a word. Although they can speak and have their own thoughts, they are ultimately just first-level vehicles. And don't underestimate them because they are only level 1. In terms of combat power, they may not be able to defeat even powerful humans, let alone level 1 ghosts. Where should I put this money? Mu Ruffing looked left and right with the 10 yuan, but couldn't see where to put it. Here. Macho was so happy that he opened his mouth quickly in the middle of the front of the car, where the QR code was located. Mu Ruffing immediately stuffed 10 yuan in. It immediately began to chew and swallowed the money. Brother, get in the car quickly. Macho called out quickly. Mu Ruffing sat on it without hesitation. Beep beep. beep beep. Machio honked the horn and glanced proudly at the other e-donkeys. Those e-donkey riders didn't dare to say anything more and could only scatter while cursing in their hearts. I took the wrong road. That's the right way. I want to go to the Mutai store. Moo Ruffing said. Oh. Machio responded and turned around immediately. Moo Ruffing took a quick glance and saw that although the front wheel of the electric scooter was missing, it could still be ridden. The speed is a little slower than normal e-mule, but it's no big deal. Hey, wait, brother, I remember the Mutai store is not here, it's on the other side. Machio suddenly stopped and spoke. What? Moo Ruffing was shocked. Damn little brat, don't let me see you again. Moo Ruffing's face suddenly became gloomy and black. That son of a bitch, he even took out 100 soul notes as travel expenses, but he still dared to cheat him. Hurry up and go faster. Moo Ruffing took out the flame vehicle without saying a word and hit Machio directly. In an instant, fierce flames erupted from the small electric scooter. I'm on fire, I'm on fire. Machio screamed. Brother, I feel full of strength. Machio shouted excitedly. Go! Moo Ruffing suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Suddenly, the electric scooter burst out at a terrifying speed and flew out in an instant. Even though the front wheel was empty, it now turned into a flaming tire. The electric scooter, which originally had a speed of 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, suddenly soared to 100 kilometers per hour. When passing by those electric scooters, Machio even honked his horn to show off his presence. Is that a sesame ball? What's on fire? Wait, is that hellfire? Why did Machio's aura suddenly become stronger? Those who were riding the electric scooters suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the flaming electric scooter going away with shock on their faces. Great! I haven't felt this good in a long time. Moo Ruffing was riding his fiery electric scooter on the road, feeling extremely happy. In the real world, riding an electric scooter every day is so slow that it is really frustrating to drive. I finally got a car and went to Yang City to drive on the highway, but the dice only showed one. Now I can finally enjoy myself without any worries. Moreover, this flame vehicle can really increase the speed when used on a small electric scooter. Brother, what is this? It's amazing. Brother, I'm so fast. Brother, you're awesome. You can even drift. Brother, can you drive fast? There's a sloping wall ahead. Okay, I was just thinking of having some fun. Moo Ruffing laughed loudly and soon saw a wall about 100 meters away that was tilted at 40 degrees and was 4 or 5 meters high. He rushed up the wall without hesitation. With the high speed and the lightweight electric scooter, the whole car flew up without any accidents. Wow. Machio exclaimed excitedly. Moo Ruffing was also extremely happy. Oh no, it's the traffic officer from the Netherworld police station. Machio suddenly shouted. What? Netherworld police station? Moo Ruffing also saw a fully armed skeleton leaning on a cool iron horse and smoking not far away. The skeleton looked up and saw Moo Ruffing and the burning hemp ball. Okay, you dare to drive illegally and fast in my territory? The skeleton angrily flicked the cigarette butt and mounted the iron horse. Brother, run. If we get caught, we'll be fined a lot. I'm afraid I'll have to pay for it. Machio shouted hurriedly. Okay. Moo Ruffing nodded. As soon as the sesame ball landed on the ground, Moo Ruffing stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward at high speed. The cavalry roared and their speed increased rapidly, and they were actually on par with Machio. As the speed increased, the two quickly closed the distance between them. It's over, we're going to be caught. Machio's face was pale. The cavalry in this strange world is so fast? Moo Ruffing was a little surprised. The road was wide and although there were many cars, it was not crowded. Moo Ruffing showed off his driving skills, but the cavalry was still chasing him closely. What's worse, he still had things to do and the Mutai shop was long gone. Big brother, don't you know the Nether Police Department? Their cavalry are all level 3 vehicles. Even though you gave me props, I could only barely upgrade my vehicle to level 3, and it's still slower than the cavalry, Machio said. From the beginning to the end, Machio always thought that Moo Ruffing was a local strange creature. Machio himself is only at level 1, and can be upgraded to level 3 with the help of the fire vehicle card, but it is obvious that this guy's performance is still a bit lame. Don't worry, it doesn't matter how fast or slow we are, this is a city. Moo Ruffing chuckled, immediately turned around, turned off the road, and drove straight towards the building next to him. He didn't forget that the fire vehicle card also had special abilities. Big brother, slow down, big brother, we hit it, Machio screamed. Just as Machio exclaimed, the fiery electric scooter actually drove straight up the building. Wherever it passed, it left behind some burning hellfire. Fortunately, the flames went out after a few seconds, otherwise any area where the sesame ball passed would have been burned by the flames. Squeak! The scooter braked suddenly and stopped under the building, staring blankly at the fiery electric scooter above. If it were on the road, it would be difficult to shake off the motorcycle, but his electric scooter can climb walls. So, they quickly got rid of the cavalry. Afterwards, Moo Ruffing walked around for 5 or 6 minutes before finally arriving at the door of the Mutai store. He took off the flame vehicle card and said calmly, wait outside. Okay, big brother. Machio nodded repeatedly. At some point, it its missing wheels reappeared, and its originally shabby style was completely renewed. Mu Ruffing walked straight into the Mutai store. "Welcome, sir. What can I do for you?" A pretty, tall woman in a black business suit stood up from behind the counter and came forward. "Is there Fei Tian here? Give me 2 bottles." Mu Ruffing was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. After buying the wine, he also wanted to go shopping at Baibaolu, so time was very tight. Just now, when he was galloping with the cavalry, he saw the huge sign of Baibao Tower, which was only more than 300 meters away from here. "Okay, sir, please wait." The female ghost nodded and calmly took out 2 bottles of beautifully packaged wine from the counter. The 2 big words Fei Tian were clearly written on the bottles. "Sir, the total amount is 3,776 soul coins. Cash or card?" the female ghost said in a steady tone. "How much?" Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned. 1 bottle of Fei Tian costs 1888 soul coins, and 2 bottles cost a total of 3,776 yuan. The female ghost's expression changed slightly, as if the temperature in the air had dropped a little. "Can I take a look?" Mu Ruffing asked. "Of course, but please be careful," the female ghost reminded. Mu Ruffing picked up a bottle. Fei Tian Mutai, the lowest grade of wine in the Mutai series, but also a fine product. Net content, 500 milliliters. Ingredients, confidential. Effect, after drinking it, you can enter a state of intoxication, in which you can stimulate your bravery attributes, improve your combat effectiveness, and enhance your ghost power. Shelf life, 12 months. Production date, XX year XX month XX day. Market price, 1,888 yuan per bottle. Can humans drink it? Does it really work? Mu Ruffing asked. "Sir, only the contractor with ghost power can take it," the female ghost replied. I don't know if it was Mu Ruffing's illusion, but the female ghost's aura seemed to have changed. "Okay, how much stock do you have here?" "I want them all," Mu Ruffing said. "Sir, what did you say?" The female ghost had no expression on her face, and her face fluctuated slightly. "How much stock do you have?" "I'll buy them all." Mu Ruffing spoke again. "Sir, are you sure? We have 70 bottles in stock, and we also have a lot of higher-end wines." The female ghost couldn't believe that Mu Ruffing could come up with so much money. Although the store is not small, Mutai is expensive and there is a daily quota limit. The store's daily quota is 100 bottles. We sold 30 bottles this morning and now have 70 bottles left. It sells out almost every day. Although the materials used are extremely precious, mass production is still no problem. The quota limit is mainly to create hunger marketing and take a high-end route. After all, Mutai is also one of the top wine groups in the weird world. "I want them all." Mu Ruffing nodded, took out his Tiandi Bank Platinum card, and put it on the counter with a bang. "This wine is a treasure that can improve combat effectiveness and enhance ghost power. It is definitely a good thing. Moreover, this is just the most ordinary one in the Fei Tian series, and the wines in other series are definitely stronger." Platinum card? "Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you right away." The strange aura of the female ghost suddenly disappeared, replaced by a smile on her face. In a short while, 70 gift boxes were neatly placed on the counter, densely packed. Mu Ruffing walked over and checked the properties one by one. The attributes are similar, but each series is stronger than the previous one in enhancing ghost power and combat effectiveness. Like the Ghost Emperor series of Mutai liquor, 1 sip can double your combat power. Of course, this also depends on the level, but even the strongest 9th level Ghost Emperor can increase his combat power by half after drinking a few sips. If you drink the whole bottle, your combat power can be increased by a full 10%. Don't underestimate this 1%. The 9th level Ghost Emperor is already the top existence in the weird world. "Hello sir, there are 33 bottles of the Fei Tian series, each priced at 1,888 yuan, for a total of 62,304 yuan. There are 17 bottles in the Ghost General series, each bottle is 3,888 yuan, totaling 66,096 yuan. There are 15 bottles of the Ghost King series, each bottle is 8,888 yuan, totaling 133,320 yuan. 5 bottles of the Ghost Emperor series, each bottle is 18,888 yuan, a total of 94,440 yuan. Together with the 2 bottles of wine you bought earlier, the total is 359,936 yuan. Please pay by card." Drop. With the sound of the machine, the money has arrived. "Paid, sir, here's your bank card." The female ghost handed the Tiandi bank card back to Mu Ruffing with a flattering look on her face. He took the card and took out Xiaoying, who was still sleeping. "Xiaoying, wake up, it's time to work." Mu Ruffing patted her forehead gently. Xiaoying turned over in his arms and continued to sleep. "Wake up quickly, or I'll feed you soul money." Mu Ruffing took out a stack of money and shook it in front of Xiaoying. "Ugh." Xiaoying seemed to have reacted. She retched and woke up immediately. Wow, daddy is so bad, take it away, take it away." She looked at the pile of soul notes with disgust. The female ghost standing by saw this and was filled with envy. Just kidding, if she had a good father like this who gave her money to eat, she would be so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, but she actually complained about it. Hurry
hurry up, Daddy is running out of time, hurry up and drink all this wine, Mu Ruffing urged. Okay, Dad. Xiao Ying responded with a pout, opened her mouth and sucked, and the 70 bottles of gift box were instantly sucked into her stomach.
Xiao Ying puffed out her cheeks and looked very cute. Yawn. Dad, I'm still sleepy. I want to go back to sleep.
After saying that, she ran back to the contract slot and continued to sleep.
Sir, your daughter is so cute, the female ghost exclaimed.
Although she didn't know where Mu Ruffing hid her daughter, she wasn't stupid enough to ask.
From beginning to end, the female ghost never thought that Mu Ruffing was a contractor. Yeah, Mu Ruffing responded and left the store with 2 bottles of wine in his hand.
Although it's a bit of a loss, these 2 bottles have to be given to Hua Winning.
No one can tell what he's planning.
Anyway, Mu Ruffing has decided to kill that guy. As soon as I walked out of the store, Ma Qiu came over.
Brother, shall we go back now?
There was a bit more respect in Ma Qiu's eyes. After all, it saw the scene clearly just now and bought hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of wine at once, which was very impressive.
Let's go to Baibao Tower first, Mu Ruffing said.
I glanced at the time and saw there were still 12 minutes left until half an hour. If we go back, 2 minutes will be more than enough if we step on full speed. These 10 minutes were enough for him to check out the situation. Mu Ruffing placed the gift box on the bandage on his back, then rode on his horsetail and headed towards the treasure house a few hundred meters away. The Baibao Tower is actually not that tall, only having more than 20 floors. But compared to other buildings, it is particularly unique. Most buildings have only a dozen floors, or even only 7 or 8 floors. Even the blood-boring hotel only has 9 floors. Mu Ruffing parked the sesame ball, walked up the steps, and came to the entrance. On each side of the wall was a ferocious animal head, a dragon, and a tiger. Please stop. Baibao was not accepting guests today. The dragon head spoke slowly.
Not receiving guests from outside?
Why? Mu Ruffing stopped, looked at the dragon head and asked. Today is inventory day, so we are closed to the public.
Please come back tomorrow.
The dragon head replied. Okay.
Mu Ruffing had no choice but to leave with disappointment.
I wanted to take the opportunity to visit Baibao, but I didn't expect to catch up with the inventory.
It's really annoying. He mounted the ball and turned away.
This time he didn't use the fire vehicle card, but rode leisurely. Ma Qiu, you are a first-level vehicle, so you should be considered a prop, right?
Mu Ruffing asked.
Yes.
Ma Qiu responded.
You are just a vehicle. How can you speak and have your own thoughts?
Mu Ruffing asked curiously.
I don't know either, but it was like this when we made it, said Ma Qiu.
Manufacturing. Do you have another company? Mu Ruffing continued to ask.
Yes, but our company has gone bankrupt, and we little e-scooters are all poor abandoned creatures, Ma Qiu said with some pity.
It seems like your competition is very fierce. Mu Ruffing sighed. That's not the case. The competition is too fierce.
Brother, my front wheel was broken by an electric scooter produced by other regular companies.
Damn it. Ma Qiu couldn't help cursing.
Before long, they were back to a place not far from the blood-boring hotel. At this time, a group of electric scooters were fighting. Strictly speaking, it was a group of brand new orange electric scooters chasing the worn-out electric scooters that came from the same batch as Ma Qiu.
Damn it, why did those guys chase us here and even want to steal our business?
Ma Qiu cursed when he saw this. Ma Qiu, your friends don't look well,
Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Alas, there's nothing we can do. We can't beat them, and even if we win, their company will send out powerful people.
Ma Qiu sighed.
Do you want me to help you? Mu Ruffing suggested.
No need, big brother, this is the general trend.
Sooner or later, our old electric scooters will be eliminated.
Even the residents don't want money-eating things like us, so we can only rot in the corners of the city.
Ma Qiu's words were full of loneliness. I just need a vehicle. How about you follow me? Mu Ruffing suggested, touching his chin.
This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but something he had planned for a long time, and now was the perfect opportunity.
Really? Big brother, can I follow you?
Ma Qiu was so surprised that he could hardly believe it. Even the residents don't want these money-consuming junk, and no one would want them even if they were given away for free. It's okay if someone pays to ride it occasionally, but if you take it home and find one that can talk and eats money every day, it will definitely be torn down. After the company went bankrupt, a large number of electric scooters were acquired by other companies, and many were scrapped. Ma Qiu and his friends were among the scrapped batch, but luckily they escaped. There were originally hundreds of partners, but now there are only 8 left. They should have had a close relationship, but their relationship became distant due to repeated competition for customers. Even so, we still stay together, because if we don't stay together, we will only decay faster. Of course, follow me and I will never treat you unfairly. Mu Ruffing said affirmatively. This kid Ma Qiu is different from those weird contracts, so bringing him back to the real world is a good choice. Of course, it is not certain whether Ma Qiu can be brought back to reality.
Thank you, big brother. Oh, no, thank you, master.
Ma Qiu immediately became excited and even changed the address from big brother to master. Mu Ruffing chuckled and then returned to the entrance of the Shueton Hotel.
At this time, 20 brand new electric scooters were neatly placed under the tree. The 7 dilapidated electric scooters had already left to look for their next habitat. After getting out of the car, Mu Ruffing said, "Go into my inventory first. The hotel is not suitable for you to stay." Inventory? Ma Chao didn't react for a moment. "Ah, master, are you the contractor?" Ma Chao came back to his senses and asked hurriedly. "Yes, I'm a contractor. Here's what I'll give you. Take some soul notes and maintain the car. It's so worn out, it's embarrassing for me."
Mu Ruffing said, taking out 10,000 soul notes and sticking them directly on the QR code.
Master, thank you, whoa, thank you, master." Ma Chao was so moved that she was about to cry. Then, Mu Ruffing put the sesame ball into the inventory. To be honest, the sesame ball was really taken in.
I have to admit that bringing Ma Chao back to the real world is almost a certainty.
Afterwards, Mu Ruffing walked into the Shuatong Hotel.
The security guard was still sitting in the security booth. Seeing Mu Ruffing coming back, the security guard was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect him to come back safely.
Mu Ruffing ignored him and walked straight into the hotel.
When I returned to the lobby, I saw Zhao Yufeng receiving two strange guests.
Zhao Yufeng also noticed Mu Ruffing and was obviously surprised to see him appear. Mu Ruffing smiled and nodded to her, then took the elevator to the second-floor restaurant.
It was already 12:30 and the restaurant would close in only half an hour. Surprisingly, within the 20 minutes that Mu Ruffing was away, the entire restaurant was already full. When Lu Yong and others saw him come back, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes, and they wanted to come over and ask about the situation, but they were all busy with their own work and couldn't get away.
Mu Ruffing nodded and greeted them one by one, then quickly walked towards the Tianzi box. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the box door. "Come in." Hua Wenliang's voice came from inside. Mu Ruffing pushed the door open and went in. "Hey, brother Wan, look, didn't Chow Chow appear as soon as we mentioned him?" Hua Wenliang pointed at him and said, "That's true, but this kid can actually come back alive. He's quite capable." Duamugi narrowed his eyes, shook them, and praised.
The box was filled with smoke and the smell of alcohol, but both the host and the guests were having a great time. "Manager Hua, a bottle of mutai costs 1,888 yuan, but you only gave me 1,000 yuan and asked me to buy 2 bottles.
What does this mean?" Mu Ruffing asked. "Oh, you actually went there, not bad. But since you didn't buy anything back, you've disappointed our hotel's most distinguished guest. The guests are disappointed, so you have to make amends with yourself. Brother Wang, please come in." Hua Wenliang smiled and made a gesture of invitation.
"It's a good time to eat something to get rid of the alcohol in my stomach."
Duamugi also stood up with a smile, shaking. Mu Ruffing looked at the level 7 multi-eyed monster with some fear.
He is quite strong now, but he is not confident that he can defeat him. So he took out 2 bottles of Feitian from behind and put them on the table.
"Please ask Manager Hua to reimburse me 2,776 yuan. Mu Ruffing said. "Ah, you actually bought it back, kid. You have quite a bit of savings. Okay, get out and get to work."
Hua Wenliang sneered and waved at him. "Brother Wang, come here, these 2 bottles of wine are just full."
"Okay, I won't fill my stomach anymore, just keep drinking."
Seeing 2 more bottles of wine, Duamugi sat down and continued eating and drinking.
"What are you still standing there for? Get out of here!"
Wang Zhen shouted from the side. Mu Ruffing sneered, turned around and left the box without saying anything else.
After leaving the box, he found Ouyang Li pouring water for the guests.
He didn't rush forward, but waited until she finished the work at hand before approaching.
"Ouyang Li, did you hear any news in the box?" Mu Ruffing asked.
He knew that the multi-eyed ghost was the preferred one of the undead, and the undead and the scarlet predator were irreconcilable. So, he wanted to see if he could get some clues from her.
"News? I only heard a little bit.
I just heard that Hua Wenliang seemed to have robbed half a truck of pigs from someone."
Ouyang Li's words seemed vague, and it was obvious that she didn't hear too many details. "Ha?
They stole half a cart of pigs?" Mu Ruffing frowned slightly, and a memory slowly emerged in his mind. Lu Mei once told him that when Lin Xin drove to transport pigs for the first time, 10 pigs seemed to be detained by the Netherworld police station. When it came to the second car, I heard that someone stole half of the pigs. It was because of this incident that Lu Mei specially apologized to Mu Ruffing, and even took on the responsibility of taking away their share. Mu Ruffing didn't care at that time, after all, they were not short of money.
But now thinking back, wasn't it this Hua Wenliang who stole their pigs? Damn it, this Hua Wenliang. Mu Ruffing couldn't help but curse in a low voice.
That was his money, half a truckload of pigs, roughly estimated to be worth at least $1 million. Even if it is sold at a discount, it is definitely worth hundreds of thousands.
"Ha, in that case." Mu Ruffing sneered. Then he thanked Ouyang Li and walked straight to the utility room.
He took out his phone and dialed Lu Mei's number directly.
"Mr. Mu, have you entered the copy again?" Lu Mei asked as soon as the phone was connected.
"Even with a ghost phone card, you cannot communicate directly between the real world and the strange world."
"Yes, that's right. Manager Lu, do you remember what happened at Qingshan Pig Farm last time?" "Qingshan Pig Farm? Of course I remember.
Lin Chen and I were attacked when we were escorting the second car, and dozens of pigs were stolen."
Lu Mei said indignantly.
"I just received news news that the person who attacked you was Hua Wenliang, the lobby manager of the Shuatong Hotel. He's a level 6 red-clothed ghost.
What? Is it Hua Wenliang from the Shuatong Hotel? Lu Mei stood up immediately after hearing this.
Yes,
I'm working as a waiter in this hotel now.
I happened to hear it at the dinner table with Hua Wenliang and Mr. Wang from the Undead Preferred Club.
Mu Ruffing said.
It turns out to be this guy. It seems that he is planning to sell pork to Wang Ji, the Undead's favorite. Lu Mei said, gritting her teeth.
No, I can't swallow this. I'll take people there now.
Mr. Mu, by the way, I'll bring you the blind box of rules props that I promised you before.
Lu Mei said.
Okay.
Mu Ruffing nodded in response.
The reason why he told Lu Mei this news was, on the one hand, to make Hua Wenliang suffer a little, and on the other hand, it was also for the blind box of rule props. The time soon came to 12:50.
The guests in the restaurant left one after another.
Mu Ruffing and others pushed a large cart and began to clear the dishes from the table. Fortunately, I only had to clean up and wipe the table, not wash the dishes. At this moment, the door of the box was opened.
Duamugi and his group left the restaurant happily. Mu Ruffing and others also followed him out.
Restaurants were closed and they were not allowed to stay inside.
They were given a 1-hour break. Brother Mu, where are we going to eat? Lu Yong approached Mu Ruffing and asked.
I asked the kitchen, and they said our food will be provided by a free bucket of instant noodles from the vending machine in the lobby on the first floor, said Ouyangli. Well, let's go to the lobby on the first floor first.
Mu Ruffing nodded.
He wasn't just there to eat. Judging by the time, Lu Mei and the others should be here soon.
The show will start soon. When Mu Ruffing and his group arrived at the first floor, Hua Wenliang and Duamugi and his group were still talking in the lobby. Brother Mu, the vending machine is over there. Lu Yong pointed to the machine in the corner. Yeah. Mu Ruffing nodded and walked towards the vending machine.
This vending machine was similar to the ones he had seen, except for an extra button for temporary employee meals. Nothing went wrong and everyone easily got a bucket of instant noodles.
Hey, wake up, do you have hot water? Mu Ruffing knocked on the vending machine and asked tentatively.
Yes, 5 yuan for a bucket of instant noodles.
The vending machine actually answered. Ah, Brother Mu, the vending machine is talking, the vending machine is talking. Lu Yong exclaimed suddenly. Sherlan also cried out in surprise. $5? Tell me again, how much do you want?
Mu Rufeng's momentum suddenly rose, his eyes became sharp, and he was not good at showing it to others.
If this vending machine is not sensible, he doesn't mind emptying its body. Just kidding, big brother, you are all free.
The vending machine immediately responded flatteringly. Soon, everyone in the group had made instant noodles.
Yao Xuanyu even used soul money to buy an extra loaf of bread and a bottle of water. There is no way.
Water and food in the real world cannot be put into the inventory and can only be purchased with soul coins in this strange world. Just at this moment, Wang Zhen, who had never appeared. He held an exquisite gift box in his hand and handed it to Duamugi. Then they burst into laughter again and walked towards the gate. They were obviously preparing to leave. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing saw 2 cars driving into the hotel's ground parking lot through the huge glass curtain.
I'm coming.
He finished the instant noodles in one breath and walked quickly towards the door with the mineral water.
Brother Mu, where are you going? What happened?
Lu Yong saw him leave and immediately followed him with instant noodles. Seeing this, the others quickly finished their instant noodles and soup. Instead of littering, they threw the empty buckets into the trash can and hurriedly followed Mu Ruffing out the door. Zhao Yufeng, who had just finished work, saw the scene and turned around to follow. It was obvious that something big was happening.
We could eat at any time, so it was more important to watch the fun first. Mu Ruffing, what happened?
Zhao Yufeng walked out of the door, came to Mu Ruffing and asked.
Hee, the show is about to begin. Mu Ruffing pointed downwards.
At this time, Hua Wenliang and his group walked down the stairs and came to an extremely cool and high-end car. The multi-eyed ghost was about to get on the car, but suddenly stopped and looked at a few people who had just gotten off the car not far away. He knew these people, they were all members of the Scarlet Order, and they were inherently incompatible with the Undead Order.
Damn it, how could it be them? Why are they here? Did I get caught robbing their pigs? No way.
I was in disguise, and there's no way they knew me. The moment Hua Wenliang saw Ling Shan and Lu Mei get out of the car, his heart tightened slightly.
Hua Wenliang, you are so brave that you dare to rob our Scarlet Select car. Lin Shen shouted angrily and took the initiative. Who are you?
Hua Wenliang cursed inwardly but spoke coldly on the surface.
Who am I? I'm your father.
Lin Shen had a hot temper and rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. TSK, the people at Scarlet Preferred are really getting worse and worse, while Manager Lu Mei is getting more and more beautiful.
Manager Lu Mei, why don't you come to work at Undead Optimal and be my secretary? I guarantee you'll have a good life. Duamugi looked at Lu Mei and said with a strange smile. As soon as Duamugi opened his mouth, Lin Chen's arrogance was instantly suppressed.
One is level 6, the other is level 7. Although there is only one level difference, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Without special props or regular skills, a level 7 can easily kill a level 6. I didn't expect that Mr. Wang is here too, but I'm doing well at Scarlet Optimal now. so I decided not to go.
Lu Mei responded. Hee, now that I meet you outside, it's not up to you, burp. Duomugi burped.
Lu Mei took a step back and Lin Chen immediately stood in front of her.
Just then, someone got out of the second car.
I say, Wang Ji, you're going backwards as you get older. Why are you still here scaring little girls? An old man about 1 meter tall, wearing a black training suit and with a wrinkled face walked over.
Grandpa Su, Lu Mei shouted.
I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be Old Man Su.
Duomugi glanced at Suin with fear on his face. Obviously, the seemingly amiable old man is definitely a tough guy. Mr. Wang, there is nothing for you to do here, you can leave, Suin said. Whether I leave or not is none of your business? Duomugi responded coldly. Whatever you say. Suin shrugged. Who is Hua Wenliang, the manager of Shuetong Hotel? Suin continued to ask. It's me, Hua Wenliang responded.
Although he is only a level 6 ghost, this is his territory. Even if the 8th level of weirdness comes, you have to think twice before acting.
You are the one who stole our Scarlet preferred car?
Suin narrowed his eyes and stared at Hua Wenliang.
Mr. Su, what you said is not right.
When did I steal your Scarlet preferred car?
We need evidence to do things, Hua Wenliang argued. Evidence?
They stole dozens of our pigs, and Wang Ji is here now. I guess he's planning to sell them to the undead Optimal. Then you must have hidden these pigs in a cold storage somewhere. Since you're the manager of the blood-boring hotel, I'm guessing there must be quite a few pigs in your hotel's cold storage. Manager Hua, don't say you purchased them from somewhere else. The pigs from Qingshan Pig Farm are all officially stamped.
Lu Mei said slowly. Hua Wenliang was speechless when he heard this. What else could he say? Lu Mei was absolutely right.
The pigs he robbed were lying in the cold storage of the Bloody Hole Hotel.
There is no evidence, then please go back. Hua Wenliang snorted coldly. This is his territory.
He doesn't allow anyone to enter the cold storage for inspection, and no one else can enter.
Without evidence, we naturally cannot say that he did anything. So, you are sure to defeat us? Lin Chen asked with a cold face.
If you send those pigs back now, I will forgive you for what happened, Suin said slowly.
This is my territory. So what if you are Scarlet Selection? Am I afraid of you? Hua Wenliang sneered, not giving them any face at all. Well said. Since you are so bold, let's find out the truth.
Wang Ji nodded in agreement.
With Wang Ji's support, Hua Wenliang also straightened his chest. So, you think this is your territory and you can do whatever you want?
Suin looked up at Hua Wenliang, his tone still calm. Hua Wenliang said nonchalantly, even if your general manager comes, I'm not afraid.
Hua Wenliang is level 6, while Shuetong Hotel is level 7.
Simply put, the level of a group company or special vehicle can be equal to or even exceed that of a higher level weirdness. In the level 7 blood-boring hotel, level 7 monsters have to behave properly when they come, level 8 monsters can enter and exit freely when they come, and only the level 9 Ghost Emperor can break into the blood-boring hotel.
This is also the reason why Hua Wenliang is so presumptuous.
Suin still had a smile on his face as he said, as the manager of the Shuetong Hotel, you must also be one of the shareholders. Then you should know that if you hold more than 5% of the shares, you can use shareholder privileges. If I use this privilege, can Scarlet Select destroy your blood-boring hotel?
Hua Wenliang's face changed when he heard this.
That's right, he holds 10% of the shares of the Blood Bolt Hotel and naturally knows the shareholder privileges.
However, what is usually used is just to summon a phantom, which is about 1 level lower.
Manager Hua, don't listen to what this old man says. As far as I know, he only holds 3% of the shares. It is impossible for him to summon Scarlet Preferred.
Wang Ji sneered.
After hearing what he said, Hua Wenliang calmed down a little.
Don't you know that Scarlet Optimum is also absorbing high-level funds?
Thanks to you, my shares have reached 5%, Suin said with a smile. In fact, Suin was just trying to scare people. This time he only increased his stake by 1%, and his actual shareholding was only 4%. What you summoned is not the real body, but just an illusion. With the strength of the blood-boring hotel, it can be easily blocked. Wang Ji snorted coldly. Although he could summon his real body, the cost was too high, and Wang Ji would never use his real body for such a small matter. After hearing this, Hua Wenliang still said with some uncertainty, Brother Wang, Scarlet Optimum is a level 9 group.
Even if they summon a phantom, it is only level 8. You probably don't know yet, but I don't know what Scarlet Selection has done recently. The level has been reduced from level 9 to level 8. What are you afraid of?
Wang Ji said with a chuckle. To be honest, when the undead Optimal learned the news, their first reaction was whether to directly attack the Scarlet Optimal. I'm just worried that Scarlet Yuxian has some conspiracy or hidden card, so I plan to bring CC Yuxian into action together.
But CC Yuxian did not agree, so the matter was temporarily dropped. Really? Hua Wenliang's confidence suddenly increased after hearing this. Have you really thought it through? Are you going to become our enemy just for those pork?
Su Yin's smile gradually faded, and there was a warning in his tone. I said, I didn't rob your car.
If you have any evidence, bring it out. Hua Wenliang did not give in. Okay, I'll find the evidence. A terrifying aura suddenly suddenly burst out from Su Yin's body. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the top of his head. Immediately afterwards, a layer of skin split from the head and extended to the waist and abdomen, just like taking off a piece of clothing and wrapping it around the waist. At this moment, Su Yin, who had taken off his human skin, appeared in front of everyone in a brand new look. The lower half of the body remained normal, but the upper half had transformed into a spider monster. His hands turned into sharp spikes, his body was covered with hard bones, and his head turned into a spider head. You dare to attack me on my territory. So what if you are level 7? A terrifying aura also erupted from Hua Wenlian's body. The rules of the Shuatong Hotel descended and merged into his body, and his aura rose to level 7, comparable to Su Yin. Spider Den. Su Yin took a step forward, and the deep red area instantly spread around. Are you the only one with evil intentions? A dark aura burst out from Hua Wenlian's body and quickly swept around. At the entrance of Shuatong Hotel, Mu Rufeng and his group stared closely at the fierce battle in the parking lot. Not only them, but many guests in the hotel were also watching. Whether it was the guests upstairs or in the hall, they were all attracted by the contest between these 7-level ghost generals and were amazed by what they saw. So powerful, is this the ghost den? Zhao Yufeng whispered to himself, I wish I could be this strong in the future. Lu Yong's face was full of anticipation. If Hua Wenliang loses, what will happen to our copy? Yao Xuanyu asked worriedly. It should be impossible to lose, after all, this is Hua Wenliang's territory. Lu Qi said. Ha, when did you two come? Wang Ziki asked in surprise. Chefs Lu Qi and Zhou Bing were standing beside them at some point. I've been here for a long time, but you were too busy watching the fun to notice. Lu Qi replied. Lu Yong, Shirlan, and Zhou Bing, you three are ordinary people. Go to the hotel and watch for a while. It's safer. Wang Ziki and Lu Qi, you come in too. Mu Rufeng said. At this moment, Mu Rufeng had taken out his mobile phone and started recording the battle between the two. Okay. Lu Yong nodded, without saying much, turned and entered the hotel, watching the situation outside through the glass. Shirlan and Zhou Bing were stunned for a moment, then quickly followed. Although Wang Ziki and Lu Qi hesitated, they ultimately chose safety first and entered the hotel. Although they have reached level 2, ghost power has not yet been born in their bodies. Because there is no strange contract, ghost power cannot be born in ordinary people's bodies. Mu Rufeng placed his phone on his shoulder, motioning for you to raise the bandage and point the camera forward. At this time, the ghosts of both sides have touched each other, and the battle has entered a white-hot stage. The terrifying energy instantly spread in all directions. The people on the stairs couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only Mu Rufeng remained motionless, standing firmly in place. In contrast, Lu Mei and others had already retreated to a safe distance. Seeing this, Mu Rufeng strode towards Lu Mei, who had retreated to the side. Hey, Mu Rufeng, what are you doing? Are you trying to live? Oh, Yang Li was shocked when she saw this, but Mu Rufeng just waved his hand and ignored her. Soon he walked to Lu Mei's side. Manager Lu, long time no see, and Brother Lin. He greeted the two with a smile. Mu Rufeng, what exactly do you want to do? What are you doing over there? Lu Mei and Lin Chen were about to respond, but on the other side, Wang Zhen, the deputy manager of the hotel lobby, pointed at Mu Rufeng and shouted angrily. Nothing, just catching up with old friends. Mu Rufeng replied with a smile. Mr. Mu, long time no see. Lu Mei also responded with a smile. Mr. Mu, don't be so polite, just call me Lin. Lin Chen was humble and had no airs. Hey, I'm only 2 levels higher than you, so it's right to call you Brother Lin. Mu Rufeng said with a smile. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and didn't refute. Seeing that Lu Mei and Lin Chen seemed to really know Mu Rufeng, Wang Zhen gritted his teeth and remained silent. After all, he was also afraid that Lin Chen would suddenly rush over and cause trouble for him. Although he could rely on the local advantages of the blood-boring hotel to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, he did not have the magical powers of Lin Chen. If he really encountered him, he would be in big trouble. Mu Rufeng, right? Once this is over, just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you. Wang Zhen gritted his teeth in his heart. By the way, Mr. Mu, this is the blind box of rules and props that I promised you. I couldn't give it to you before, so I brought it to you now. Lu Mei took out a black box. The blind box was the size of a fist, with a bright red square body and a large black question mark on several sides. It is exactly the same as the one Mu Rufeng got before. It's a pleasure to work with you. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Mu Rufeng took the blind box of rules props with a smile. Rule props blind box. After use, you can randomly obtain a rule prop. Not only are they the same in appearance, but their properties are also exactly the same. Obviously, these things are all produced in the same way. By the way, Manager Lu, how much is the market price of this rule prop blind box in the weird world in soul coins? Mu Rufeng asked curiously. If this were on the black market, it would be worth 2 million soul coins each, but in Baibalu, it's only 1 million. Lu Mei replied. Ha, the price is twice as much? Why is that? Mu Rufeng asked in confusion. Because the official price of Baibalu is 1 million, and only 3 are sold every month at Baibalu branches around the world. And if you want to buy one, you have to enter a lottery. As long as you are qualified in the lottery, you can buy a blind box for 1 million, and then some people will spend 2 million to buy it. This blind box was obtained by our general manager because he was lucky enough to win the purchase qualification. Lu Mei explained. Boom! There was a loud noise. The ghosts of both sides collided again, and several cars around were blown away. However, before it hit the ground, Wang Zhen caught it in time. If any car is damaged, the loss will be huge. So, Wang Zhen immediately ordered the security guards and some strange employees, including Zhao Yufeng and several other contractors, to move all the surrounding vehicles away. Mu Ruffing didn't care about it at all. I see. How do I get the purchasing qualification? Can I also draw? Mu Ruffing asked again. Of course you can, but you have to go to Baibala first and spend money there before you can officially become a member. Only after becoming a member can you download the Baibalu app, and the lottery qualification is in the app. Lu Mei said. Well, it seems I have to wait until next time. Thinking that today was the inventory day of Baibao Tower, Mu Ruffing felt a little regretful. By the way, Manager Lu, are you sure you can take down Hua Wenlian? Mu Ruffing continued to ask. The chances are actually not very high. It may be difficult for us to get back these dozens of pigs, Lu Mei admitted. But we can't just sit there and keep silent. We need to find a place first. We can't let outsiders look down on our Scarlet selection. Besides, do you think we can't deal with them? Lu Mei said with a sneer. What method? Mu Ruffing asked curiously. 2 drivers have been sent outside with 2 large trucks to block their gate completely. As long as this matter is not resolved, there is no need for the Shuatong Hotel to open for business, Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Haha, that way our work will be a lot easier, Mu Ruffing said with a smile. There are quite a few guests in this Shuatong Hotel. Don't worry, I will give them a warning. Maybe it will help you complete the copy smoothly, Lu Mei added. There's no need for that. You don't know if there are any powerful or strange creatures in the hotel. Mu Ruffing refused immediately after hearing that. No one knows what kind of big boss is hiding in this Shuatong Hotel. If they are angered, they will directly kill Suyin and the others, and then there will be no place to complain. Be careful. At this moment, Lin Chen was suddenly startled, reached out to grab Mu Ruffing and Lu Mei, and suddenly jumped high, actually jumping onto the glass roof above the hotel entrance. A series of roars erupted where Mu Ruffing and his companions had just stepped. Thanks, Brother Lin. Mu Ruffing was still in shock and didn't react at all. I have to say that the 7th level combat power is really terrifying. Even the aftermath can easily hurt someone like Mu Ruffing. Ha, old man, is your ghost power not enough? Do you want to take a break? Hua Wanlian was suspended in the air, his lower body turned into black smoke, leaving only the upper body. A large black ghost seemed to be spreading out from his body. At this moment, Hua Wenliang looked forward and laughed unscrupulously. He drank a lot of Feitian Mutai, which improved his fighting power, and he was not afraid at all. Humph, you dare compare the power of a mere nightmare to the power of my spider? Suyin snorted coldly, breathing heavily. The next second, he stabbed 2 sharp spikes directly into his heart. This scene startled the spectators slightly. Wang Ji, who was far away, saw this and quickly reminded Manager Hua, this old guy is about to attack with all his might. He's injected spider venom into his heart, stimulating his body and completely transforming into a spider monster. His strength will skyrocket. Whatever tricks you have, use them now. Hua Wenliang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect Suyin hadn't used his full strength yet. At this moment, he no longer hesitated, took out a bottle of black glass, and put it directly into his mouth without opening the cap. Click! A crisp sound. He bit the glass bottle into pieces and swallowed the fragments. A large number of black runes appeared on Hua Wenliang's body. At the same time, Su Yin's body had already lost its human form and completely transformed into a giant spider monster over 3 meters tall. A pair of compound eyes stared at Hua Wenliang, and the spider ghosts around him seemed even more powerful. Countless small spiders emerged from the ghost den and rushed towards Hua Wenliang. At this moment, Hua Wenliang's whole body swelled up and his aura became more terrifying. At this moment, countless black shadows emerged from the den and pounced on the little spiders. The fierce competition between the two sides once again reached a stalemate. Manager Lu, why don't they use props? Mu Ruffing asked. Items? Low-level items are useless in a battle like this. High-level props are extremely rare and expensive. I remember Grandpa Su has a level 7 prop, but it's not the time to use it yet, Lu Mei explained. Really? So that's the case. Mu Ruffing nodded and fell into deep thought. He looked at some of his props. To be honest, the low-level ones are no longer of any use to him. For example, the 3rd-level security baton. The props used to deal with 3rd-level ghosts or contractors are indeed accurate in every strike. But if you face a level 4 or even level 5 monster, those props will be completely useless. Unless you rush directly into the other person's head and electrocute him like Mu Ruffing did last time, it will be barely effective. Otherwise, only some special items are useful. For example, his gambler's dice, let alone the 1st level. Even if he upgrades it to the 9th level in the future, the props that can increase the luck
value are still very practical. As for those rule-based props, whether they are level 1 or level 9, they are all universal. The battle raged below. The strength of both sides has increased again, making the battle scenes more grand. The parking lot was horribly damaged. This is a parking lot after all. If it were inside the hotel, even the 7th level Ghost General Suin would have to abide by the rules of the Shuatong Hotel.
Mr. Wang, are we leaving now?
A man in a suit came up strangely from behind Wang Ji and asked in a low voice.
Leave? Why should we leave? Isn't this a good time to watch a show?
Wang Ji sat in the car, smoking his cigarette and looking at the spectacular scene in front of him comfortably through the window. But, Mr. Wang, we have a meeting at 2 o'clock, so it's just about time to go back now. Another person said strangely.
Hold a meeting? Isn't that just talking some useless nonsense?
Hurry up and make a phone call to cancel the meeting and say that I was fighting with Old Man Su. Wang Ji said coldly.
This is Mr. Su.
The weird man agreed under Wang Ji's sharp gaze. On the other side, Mu Ruffing watched the battle and estimated that it would not end in a short time. So he quietly stepped behind the two of them, took out the blind box of rule props, and crushed it directly with a pinch of his hand. The blind box was easily crushed, and a strange symbol emerged from it. The symbol gathered in Mu Ruffing's palm and eventually transformed into a tablecloth.
What is this? Mu Ruffing frowned.
But when he understood the properties of this rule prop, a look of surprise appeared on his face.
Gourmet's tablecloth, a tablecloth that gourmets love very much. Effect, rule-based props.
After unfolding the tablecloth, put in soul notes or RMB, and random delicacies will appear.
Note, the type of food is determined by the amount of money you put in.
Of course, you don't have to put in any money and it will still provide free food.
A tablecloth for gourmets?
A hint of joy flashed in Mu Ruffing's eyes. To be honest, every time he ate in the strange world, he was always nervous, worrying whether the food was edible or whether there was anything to eat. Now with this gourmet tablecloth, the problem of eating is easily solved.
What's more, it even provides free food. Not only can I put soul notes, I can also put RMB. Does this mean that when I put soul notes, delicious food that can improve my attributes will appear? Mu Ruffing couldn't help but think of the priceless food in the dining car of the bloody train.
He couldn't wait to try it, but considering the occasion was not suitable, he could only put away the tablecloth and try it when he was free.
Squeak, squeak, squeak. Did you draw it? Mr. Mu, what rule prop did you draw? Lu Mei noticed Mu Ruffing and asked curiously. Alas, I'm unlucky. I only got a prop that can produce food. Mu Ruffing sighed.
These rule-based props are indeed less valuable, but at least they mean Mr. Mu doesn't have to worry about food in our world.
This kind of rule props should be very popular among the contractors, right? Lu Mei comforted.
Yeah, it helps me solve the problem of eating.
Mu Ruffing nodded in agreement. I'll ask you again, do you really want to fight to the death with a Scarlet Optimal? Suin shouted sternly.
The voice was sharp and piercing, perhaps because of the way he looked at the moment.
Fight to the death?
It's you, the Scarlet Elite, who want to fight me to the death.
Do you think I'm afraid of you?
Hua Wanliang had disappeared at this moment, turning into a black aura and merging with the ghost den. At this moment, the two sides finally started to fight.
Okay, in that case, don't blame me.
Suin took out a familiar prop with his backhand. It turned out to be a grenade. Without hesitation, he pulled the bolt and threw it towards Hua Wanliang.
The grenade pierced the darkness and flew into the depths of the nightmare. What is this? Hua Wanliang's face changed and he hurriedly tried to use his supernatural power to throw the grenade away. But it's too late. Boom! A loud bang exploded.
The thick black aura vibrated and quickly spread in all directions.
Ka.
Even the hotel's glass curtain wall had fine cracks.
Hua Wanliang fell from a high altitude and recovered his original body.
His nightmare realm was completely shattered, but the ground remained unscathed, as if the explosion did not cause any harm to the human body. At the same time, Su Yin's spider field was also shattered.
It's a spooky grenade. This old guy's gadgets are really hard to deal with, Wang Ji said with a slightly gloomy expression. What's going on?
I feel that the ghost power in my body has become chaotic. Mu Ruffing, who was standing on the glass roof, also had a strange look on his face. This is caused by Grandpa Su's props.
Lu Mei explained. Is it that grenade? Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised.
Yes, that's a level 7 item, the strange explosion grenade. After unplugging and throwing, the explosion can shock the ghost power of both parties, making them unable to perform ghost tricks for a certain period of time. However, this effect only affects the ghost power and has no harm to the human body. It is also recyclable and can only be used once a day. Of course, it can also be used as a disposable prop. If used as a disposable item, its power could affect a level 8 Ghost King. Lu Mei was clearly very familiar with the ghost explosion grenade.
There is actually such a thing. It really opens my eyes. Mu Ruffing was shocked. To be honest, if I could buy 10 or 8 of them, it would be very convenient for me to use them.
The most important thing is that after using it, neither party will be able to use ghost power for a short period of time. Mu Ruffing became excited when he thought of this. His ghost power was not strong to begin with. He was just an auxiliary, but he had a rule skill, life and death, which allowed him to to possess a powerful physical strength exceeding level 5.
The combination of the two is a perfect match.
He stroked his chin, looking at Suin, who had automatically retracted the grenade below him, and thought to himself, I wonder if this grenade will be sold.
What? Lu Mei didn't hear clearly and asked quickly. Manager Lu, do you think you can sell Grandpa Su's spooky grenade?
I think it's quite suitable and I want to buy one for fun,
Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Mr. Mu, do you really want to buy Grandpa Su's grenade? Lu Mei asked in surprise.
Only then did she remember that Mu Ruffing was a super rich man who spent money without hesitation. In order to keep in touch with her, I topped up my phone bill with 1 million yuan. Without knowing much about it, just to make her believe that he was rich, he actually transferred a full 10 million soul notes into her bank card. That's 10 million soul notes, not some ghost money with a face value of 10 million. I'll ask Grandpa Su for you later, but Mr. Mu, don't get your hopes up too much.
Grandpa Su also likes this prop very much, Lu Mei added. It's okay. As long as the money is in place, I guess he can even sell me his underwear, Mu Ruffing said with a smile.
This, hee.
Lu Mei smiled awkwardly. What kind of prop is this? Why can't I use my ghost power and nightmare ability?
Hua Wenliang's face suddenly changed, and his eyes stared at Suin.
This is my treasure. Without your ghost power, do you think you can still be my opponent? Suin sneered.
Then, the terrifying aura of level 7 erupted again. At this moment, Suin was temporarily unable to use his ghost power due to the aftermath of the strange grenade, but he could still use some of his ghost power. After all, he was not at the center of the explosion. The real core was Hua Wenliang.
Hua Wenliang ran towards the hotel gate without hesitation.
Having lost his ghost power, he could only rely on his physical body, and his physical strength was only equivalent to the third level of weirdness. If a level 3 monster goes against a level 7 monster, that is not a fight at all, but a way to death.
Run? Do you think you can still escape?
Suin sneered, his figure flashed, and he quickly approached Hua Wenliang.
Hey, old man, have you forgotten I'm still here?
At this moment, Wang Ji's voice rang out, and his figure seemed to have appeared beside Hua Wenliang. The two men collided with their fists, and terrifying energy burst out instantly. However, unexpectedly, Suin was the one who retreated, while Wang Ji remained motionless, obviously having the upper hand.
This is not surprising.
After all, Suin had been affected by the ghost grenade before. Although he could still use ghost power, his strength had been weakened a lot.
Old man, you haven't taken action for a long time. Has your strength declined?
Wang Ji looked at Suin with a hint of temptation and excitement in his eyes.
Brother Wang is so awesome.
Hua Wenliang stopped, turned around and walked to Wang Ji, saying with a flattering face,
Decline? Why not try my grenade and let's fight again?
Suin took out a strange explosive grenade from his arms.
Wang Ji looked at the grenade with fear.
The daily usage limit has been used up, leaving only this permanent one. If he were to be affected by the explosion, although he would not be truly hurt, he would definitely be instantly transformed into a monster with only physical strength left. At that time, he had completely become a lamb to be slaughtered. More importantly, once the spooky grenade is launched at full power, it will definitely be a life and death situation.
I'm just afraid you won't be willing to use it.
Wang Ji smiled faintly. He was not panicked, because Suin had always regarded this grenade as a treasure, and he did not believe that Suin would use it easily.
Are you reluctant to use it?
Suin raised his hand and suddenly pulled out the pin of the grenade.
Wang Ji's pupils suddenly shrank, and he flew out of the parking lot without hesitation.
Just as Wang Ji flew out, he saw Suin reinserting the pin.
The explosive grenade could actually be operated in this way.
As soon as the bolt was inserted, Suin quickly walked up to Hua Wenliang. Before he could react, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck.
Run? Can you still run away?
Suin said with a ferocious face.
Hua Wenliang was strangled so hard that he couldn't speak.
Bastard, old man, you lied to me. Wang Ji turned around and flew back, landing not far away, his face full of anger, staring at Suin fiercely.
You look tall and strong, but you are quite timid.
Suin replied sarcastically.
Boy, tell me now, can we check the cold storage of this hotel?
Suin lifted Hua Wenliang and brought his head close to him. It seemed as if he could swallow it all in one gulp as long as he disagreed. Hua Wenliang, you are also a waste. Hurry up and use your shareholder privileges. Wang Ji did not take action, fearing that Suin would kill Hua Wenliang directly, and shouted anxiously. Suin's face was gloomy, and he suddenly increased his strength, actually strangling Hua Wenliang's neck. The head separated from the body in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from the side of the Shuetong Hotel and pressed directly towards Suin. Obviously, Hua Wenliang exercised his shareholder privileges.
Suin's expression did not change at all.
He pulled out the pin of the explosive grenade without hesitation and threw it towards the blood-boring hotel. Wang Ji's face became gloomy again, and he quickly rushed to the periphery with his two level 5 subordinates and deputy manager Wang Zhen. This battle is basically a fight between gods, and mortals suffer.
Boom! There was a loud noise. The spooky grenade exploded. The power of this explosion was even more terrifying than before. A strange atmosphere instantly enveloped the the entire parking lot. The Shuatong Hotel was completely disrupted by this aura, and the suppressive force disappeared in an instant. The lights inside the entire hotel flickered, and the atmosphere became extremely unstable. Even an 8th level Ghost King could not escape the effects of a one-time strange explosive grenade. Their Shuatong Hotel was naturally also affected, but after all, it was backed by a group company, so the fluctuations soon subsided. However, the shareholder privileges exercised by Hua Wenliang have been offset and are completely ineffective. A level 7 item actually directly broke the attack of the blood-boring hotel, and because the distance was too close, the attack effect was almost the same as using the main body. Suing jumped out from the green belt. At this moment, he has returned to his previous appearance as the little old man. There is no trace of ghost power in his body, only pure physical strength. Because the distance was too close, he was also affected and his chaotic ghost power could no longer be used. On the other side, at some point, the headless corpse holding Hua Wenliang's head quietly appeared in front of the hotel gate. The distance was less than half a meter, making it difficult for Suing to pursue him. It seemed that Hua Wenliang had successfully escaped back to the hotel. Once he entered the hotel, even if he could not use his ghost power at the moment, he would be safe due to his identity as the lobby manager and no one would dare to threaten him. But before Hua Wenliang stepped into the hotel, Mu Ruffing suddenly appeared at the door. Before Hua Wenliang could react, Mu Ruffing raised his foot and kicked out hard. Ah! Hua Wenliang screamed, and was kicked dozens of meters away, rolling to Su Yin's feet. Mu Ruffing smiled and nodded at Su Yin. Su Yin was slightly surprised, then smiled, and nodded in response. Then, Su Yin stepped on Hua Wenliang's body with one foot and brought his head close to him with one hand. Manager Hua, do you want to live or die now? Su Yin asked with a smile on his face. Hua Wenliang did not answer, but glanced towards the parking lot exit. There was Wang Ji with two of his men and the hotel's deputy manager Wang Zhen. Ha, don't look at it. The explosion range of my ghost grenade is not small. That guy has also lost his ghost power and doesn't dare to come over. Su Yin said to Wang Ji with a smile. Humph, old man, you've run out of grenades. Just wait and see how I deal with you next time. Wang Ji snorted coldly, turned around and left the parking lot without even taking the car. His two subordinates followed closely behind, leaving only the 5th level Ghost King Zhen behind. However, Wang Zhen was also affected by the strange explosive grenade and had no ghost power to use. He quietly hid in the security booth, not wanting to get involved anymore and letting the situation develop. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Those pigs are kept in the hotel's cold storage. I will have someone move them all out immediately. Hua Wenliang said with a sad face. Now, it's not just about those pigs. Let's talk about the shares of the Shuatong Hotel. Su Yin showed a ferocious smile. Before he could finish his words, Su Yin took Hua Wenliang back to his car. As soon as the car door closed, Calm returned outside. Mu Ruffing, are you crazy? How dare you do that? Oh, Yang Li screamed. You shouldn't interfere. This is none of our business. Zhao Yufeng shook his head. Brother Mu, you are so powerful. You kicked manager Hua away with just one kick. Lu Yong came over excitedly. Others also looked at him in amazement. I have to say that Mu Ruffing is really brave. He just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Mr. Mu, let's go out and take a look. At this time, Lu Mei walked forward and said, Mr. Mu, thanks to you. Otherwise it would not be so easy for Mr. Su to catch that kid. Lin Chen also said, Ha, I've disliked this guy for a long time and have always wanted to kill him. Now I have the chance. Mu Ruffing responded with a smile. Then the three of them walked out together. In fact, when the battle was at its most intense, Mu Ruffing let Lin Chen and Lu Mei enter the hotel first. At first, Lin Chen was hesitant because the Shuatong Hotel was Hua Wenliang's territory after all, and he was worried that he would control it. But Mu Ruffing said that as long as they checked in as guests, Hua Wenliang would not be able to do anything to them. This is not just a casual remark but a fixed rule of the bloody hotel. The customer is God. This is no joke. Not long after they entered the hotel, the explosive grenade suddenly exploded. Fortunately, the door was closed and no one in the hotel was affected. Soon, Mu Ruffing and two others came to the two cars of Scarlet Optimal. I don't know if it was because of the car film on Su Yin's car, or because of Su Yin's special ability, but the inside of the car could not be seen clearly from the outside. Even the front windshield was pitch black, and the car was silent and motionless. The three of them were not in a hurry and stood quietly outside waiting. By the way, Manager Lu, I just heard from Wang Ji that the level of Scarlet Preferred has been reduced to level 8? Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly. Well, yes. We opened up new channels last week and mobilized extraordinary forces, resulting in a drop in level, Lu Mei explained. But it doesn't matter. Tomorrow is the weekend and a big event will be held in the next 2 days. The traffic and transaction volume will increase, and the level will naturally rise again. She continued. Oh, I see. I was wondering why the materials traded these days were not recorded in the account. It turns out that you are saving them for an event. Mu Ruffing suddenly realized. This morning, Mu Ruffing suddenly had an idea and wanted to check the transaction amount with Scarlet Optimal. When I checked, I found that not a single
candle scent had been recorded.
He asked Tian Lin, but Tian Lin didn't know either. He even asked Yi, who was in charge of the transportation, but those weird creatures ignored them and did not communicate at all. When the contract was signed, the money was settled the next day. Everyone was a little anxious, but they couldn't contact anyone from Scarlet Preferred.
I didn't expect that the contract was confirmed, but there was a bug. Mu Ruffing sighed in his heart. It was said that settlement would be made the next day, but Scarlet Preferred simply refused to sell, and the situation got stuck.
However, he was not panicked.
After all, he had the supply in his hands and could cut off the supply whenever he wanted.
He had complete control over it.
As we were chatting, the car door suddenly opened.
Suyin walked out holding Hua Wenliang's head.
At this moment, Hua Wenliang's eyes rolled back, his expression was dull, and his face was covered with blue and black spots. Obviously he was poisoned.
Let's go. His shareholding contract is in the safe in his office. Suyin threw the head to the ground, ready to crush it. Mu Ruffing quickly blocked him. Mr. Su, why don't you let me do it, he said. Suyin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Mr. Mu, please. Mu Ruffing nodded slightly, stepped down, and crushed Hua Wenliang's head directly.
Trigger successfully, Constitution plus 0.1, Ghost Chi plus 0.1.
This place is not like a pig farm. It's good enough to be able to kill pigs, and it's rare to kill a monster. Huh, he's already dead?
It seems this head is his real body.
Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. Mr. Mu, why don't we go to Hua Wenliang's office together? Suyin suggested. Okay. Mu Ruffing nodded with a smile. Soon, they came to the headless body. Xiao Lu, deal with the body. Suyin ordered. Okay, Grandpa Su. Lu Mei responded and took out the corpse powder and sprinkled it on the corpse.
Soon, the body disappeared into thin air.
Everyone then entered the hotel.
In the hotel, whether it was the weird ones or the contractors, they all took the initiative to make way for them. Especially those weird ones, they looked at Suyin and the others with fear.
The employees were even more panicked than the guests because their boss Hua Wenliang was killed. Is the hotel going to change hands? This is the question in their minds. Not long after, the group arrived at the door of Hua Wenliang's office on the 3rd floor. The door is locked, but that didn't stop them.
Of course, we can't force our way in, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Suyin took out a key from Hua Wenliang and opened the door directly.
After entering the office, Suyin walked straight behind the desk and pushed open a bookshelf. Suddenly, a safe appeared before everyone.
A section of the wall was hollowed out specifically to house the safe.
Xiao Lin, take the safe down, Suyin said.
Because he was short and had lost his ghost power, he could not reach the safe.
Okay, Mr. Su.
Lin Chen hurried forward, took out the safe and put it on the ground. Suyin immediately took action and began to rotate the combination of the safe. A few seconds later, with a click, the safe was opened. There wasn't much inside: a contract, an official seal, and a withered ghost hand. Suyin had no interest in the official seal or the strange hand. He reached out and picked up the contract. After looking through it for a while, Suyin's face lit up with joy. This is the share contract of the Shuatong Hotel. Mu Ruffing had no interest in the official seal, but was very interested in the ghost hand. He immediately reached out and held the ghost hand in his hand.
Nameless ghost hand, a ghost hand of an unknown evil spirit. The person who owns it will lose 2 points of luck. Effect: a level 5 item, worn on the right hand, grants the ability to suppress enemies. Enemies of level 5 or below that are caught by the ghost hand will be instantly suppressed and unable to move.
It also enhances the power of the right hand.
This ghost hand is pretty good. I want it. I'll give you some soul coins myself. Mu Ruffing put the ghost hand on his right hand without hesitation.
In an instant, the ghost hand seemed to merge into his skin and become a part of his body. He clearly felt that his right hand had gained special power, and even had a hint of coldness, like a dead object, but it feels no different from an ordinary person's hand.
Mr. Mu, you are too polite. This is your spoils of war. You don't have to compensate us,
Lu Mei said with a smile.
That's right, Mr. Mu. We feel embarrassed to hear you say that.
After all, Manager Lu and I couldn't help at all. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand to express his gratitude.
It's just a little thing, Mr. Mu. There's no need to take it too seriously. Mr. Mu, how about we split this 10% stake equally between us? Suyin looked at Mu Ruffing with a smile. Ha, I'd be happy to.
Mu Ruffing also followed, and it was obvious that he had been tempted by the shares of Shuatong Hotel for a long time.
Let me see how much this share costs. Suyin immediately erased Hua Wenliang's name and began to search for information.
Soon, he got the data and said, the valuation of the Shuatong Hotel is approximately 300 million yuan. This 10% stake will cost 30 million yuan to buy.
No problem. Mu Ruffing nodded readily. Well, I wonder if Mr. Mu could pay the 30 million first and then transfer 5% of the shares to me? I only have 16 million in funds right now.
Suyin said a little embarrassedly.
Of course, no problem. Mu Ruffing responded with a smile.
After saying that, Mu Ruffing took out the Tiandi Bank Platinum card and swiped it lightly on the contract. 30 million was immediately deducted, and he then easily signed his name on the contract and left his fingerprints. Then, Suyin took out a blank contract and copied copied it according to the original contract but changed the share ratio from 10% to 5%. Without wasting any time, he also took out his TND Bank Platinum card and transferred 15 million to Mu Roofing's account. He then signed his name and pressed his fingerprint. Mr. Mu, congratulations on becoming a major shareholder of the Shuetong Hotel, Suyin said with a smile.
Congratulations, congratulations. Mu Ruffing also responded with a smile. Lu Mei and Lin Chen on the side looked at them with envy.
He casually spent 30 million, half of which was directly transferred to others.
It was truly an astonishing amount of wealth. Mr. Mu, do you have any plans for the management of the hotel? Suyin asked.
Mr. Su, you should also know that I am a contractor. After completing the copy, I will return to the real world. I'll trouble Mr. Su with the management matters. I'll just wait for the dividends.
Mu Ruffing replied with a smile.
Very good, very good. Suyin nodded with satisfaction. By the way, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you. When you recruit people in the future, can you take more care of human employees?
Mu Ruffing suddenly remembered this and spoke.
Ha, of course there is no problem. After all, Mr. Mu, you are also a human being.
Suyin agreed readily.
There was no loss for him in taking care of a few humans.
Lu Mei, you will temporarily take over the position of manager of the Shuetong Hotel and appease the employees.
That deputy manager, Wang Zhen, has no shares, so just fire him. I will send someone to take over the management of Shuetong Hotel tomorrow,
Suyin said. No problem, Grandpa Su. Lu Mei responded immediately. Well, you guys chat. I'm leaving first. Lin Chen, take me home, Suyin said. Okay, Mr. Su.
Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. Suyin is very weak now, so it would be better for him to have someone to protect him.
Mr. Su, excuse me, where did you get that grenade? Mu Ruffing couldn't help asking when Suyin was about to leave. My grenade?
Suyin looked surprised. It's like this, Grandpa Su. Mr. Mu saw that the explosive grenade you used was very powerful and wanted to buy one. I wanted to ask you, but since you had already used it, I didn't feel comfortable asking.
Lu Mei quickly explained. Haha, I picked it up on the battlefield. It's out of print,
Suyin said with a smile.
Out of print? What a pity, Mu Ruffing said with some regret.
Unfortunately, I still have some on hand. Suyin's palm suddenly turned black and 2 explosive grenades appeared in his palm.
Two? Mu Ruffing was surprised. He never expected that Suyin actually had 2 more.
In that battle, I got a total of 3 grenades, level 6, level 7, and level 8 items. I'm keeping the level 8 for myself.
It's not appropriate to sell it to you because I don't have any use for it.
I've already used the level 7, and this level 6 is of no use to me. Just take it if you pay 100,000,
Suyin said.
100,000 to buy a level 6 ghostly explosive grenade is already a bargain.
After all, this grenade has extremely strong properties. An ordinary level 6 item is only worth about 100,000.
If it has good properties, it is not uncommon to triple or 5 times its value. If you sell this strange explosive grenade, you can easily get 300,000 soul coins.
The higher the level, the more expensive the items.
A level 7 explosive grenade could easily sell for 1 million or more. The auction reserve price for the 8th level strange explosive grenade in Suyin's hand is probably 3 million.
The reason is simple. The attributes are just too powerful. Thank you very much.
Mu Ruffing was not a polite person and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Suyin. It's yours now, so be careful when using it, Suyin reminded. As long as it is not used up at once, this grenade can be used once a day.
Soon, Suyin and Lin Chen left the office. Manager Lu, you have to take better care of me today, Mu Ruffing said to Lu Mei with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Mu, I will take good care of you. Lu Mei also smiled. By the way, you are now the acting manager of the hotel. Do you know what our mission is this time? Mu Ruffing asked. I know,
Lu Mei replied immediately.
It is easy for the human employees of the blood-boring hotel to return.
They just need to work here for 3 days.
If you are a room attendant, you must get at least 3 positive reviews to complete the task. The initial completion rate when completing a game is 300 percentage points.
For every additional positive review, the completion rate increases by 100%. If you are at the front desk, you have to receive at least 3 customers. The initial completion rate is 100 percentage points. For each additional customer received, the completion rate increases by 20%. If you are a chef, you need to prepare at least 5 dishes, and the guests cannot complain.
The initial completion rate is 200 percentage points.
For every additional dish you make, the completion rate increases by 30%. If you are a cleaner, the initial completion rate is 100%. For every additional room that is checked out or corridor on a floor that is cleaned, the completion rate will increase by 10%.
These sound simple, but they are not easy to do. The key still depends on personal ability. For Mu Ruffing, this matter was extremely easy.
Mr. Mu, I will fire the deputy manager Wang Hong later.
Why don't you take over the position of deputy manager temporarily?
I will put all the contractors under your command,
Lu Mei said.
Okay. Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. This Lu Mei is really good. Not only does she have an outstanding figure and looks, but she also has excellent work methods and emotional intelligence. Then, Lu Mei sat down in the office and picked up a microphone on the desk. This microphone is obviously connected to the entire hotel's PA system. She turned on the microphone and said,
"Hello everyone, I'm Lu Mei.
Just now, the shareholding contract has been officially changed. I have been appointed by Director Su as acting manager, temporarily acting as the lobby manager of the Shuatong Hotel. Dear guests, I am deeply sorry for the inconvenience caused to you by what happened before. To express our apology, we have decided to waive the room charges for all guests for 3 days. Due to the upcoming staff adjustments, the service may be delayed. Please understand. Now, all employees, please put down your work for the time being and gather in the conference room on the 3rd floor." After turning off the microphone, Lu Mei said, "Okay, Mr. Mu, let's go to the next meeting room first."
Yeah, Mu Ruffing nodded and left the office with Lu Mei. The 3rd floor is not open to the public. In addition to the general manager's office, there is a conference room and many rooms. Those rooms are the dormitories for those weird employees.
As for Hua Wenliang, he did not live in a separate dormitory, but lived directly in the office, which saved him some rent money and put it into his own pocket. About 5 minutes later, all the employees of the Shuatong Hotel appeared in the conference room. There are quite a lot of people, if we don't count the living contractors like Zhao Yufeng. There are a total of 16 mysterious employees in the blood-boring hotel. 3 security guards, 2 front desk staff, 2 cleaners, 2 restaurant waiters, 2 room attendants, 2 chefs, 2 chef assistants, and the deputy manager Wang Heng.
Because of the arrival of Mu Ruffing and others, some employees can rest during the day.
However, at the call of Lu Mei, the acting manager, everyone gathered.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Mei, the acting lobby manager. The official manager will take over tomorrow.
I don't care what you did in the past, but you are under my command now and must obey my orders. If you disobey, I don't mind letting you taste my methods. Lu Mei's face was ice cold, completely losing the older sister look she had shown in front of Mu Ruffing.
Manager Lu, don't worry. As long as you ask, we guarantee to complete the task.
The fat chef was the first to respond.
Yes, Manager Lu, we will definitely listen to you. Another strange employee took over. Soon, all the weird employees expressed their attitudes.
Only Deputy Manager Wang Hong stood there, looking a little embarrassed.
You are Deputy Manager Wang Hong, right? From now on, you are fired.
Go back to your room, pack your things, and leave immediately. Your salary will be deposited into your card on the payment date.
Lu Mei said coldly.
Yes.
Wang Hong lowered his head and didn't dare to talk back.
He agreed and turned to leave.
A group of strange employees looked at Wang Hong, their eyes full of gloating.
After all, Wang Hong exploited them a lot when he was on duty.
He deserves to be fired now.
Zhao Yufeng and other players didn't dare to say a word. They just stood aside and listened quietly. Mr. Mu, from now on, you are the deputy manager of Shuatong Hotel.
Thank you for your concern these days. Lu Mei suddenly turned to Mu Ruffing and said, "No problem, I'll do my best." Mu Ruffing responded with a smile.
Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Mu Ruffing. Whether it was those strange employees or the players, their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Mu Ruffing.
A human contractor actually became their immediate superior?
These weird employees never expected such an outcome. The players opened their mouths wide in disbelief. In this strange world, they have always just been trying to survive and have never thought about actually working here to make money. Now, a player has become their immediate boss, even the boss of the weirdos, which is simply unacceptable. But soon, everyone figured it out.
It must be because of Mu Ruffing's previous kick.
It was that kick that completely defeated Hua Wenliang, allowing the old man to successfully move into the Shuatong Hotel and become a major shareholder. It was thanks to this kick that Mu Ruffing became the deputy manager of the Shuatong Hotel without any problem. Afterwards, Lu Mei said some words of encouragement and rewards and punishments, which instantly ignited the morale of the weird employees, and everyone seemed to be injected with chicken blood.
Okay, everyone get back to work now. Lu Mei waved to the employees.
Just as the employees were about to leave, Lu Mei added, "By the way, all of you temporary workers will temporarily follow the orders of Manager Mu. Apart from Manager Mu and me, you don't have to listen to anyone else's orders."
Yes, Manager Lu.
The players couldn't hide their excitement and agreed in unison.
Manager Lu, the pork in the cold storage should be transported to Scarlet Selection first, right? Mu Ruffing asked.
That's right. There's a truck parked outside the hotel. You can assign some people to move the pork to the cold storage now. Manager Lu immediately said to the strange employee who had not left yet.
Yes, Manager Lu, the employees responded quickly.
Manager Lu, let us temporary workers take care of this matter, Mu Ruffing said confidently.
Okay, Manager Mu has made the right arrangements. I'll go to the office to check the account book first, Lu Mei said and turned to leave. Okay, then everyone disperse and follow me.
Mu Ruffing pointed at the players and then strode out of the meeting room.
The contractors quickly followed and left the meeting room. Walking down the carpeted corridor, my footsteps were almost silent. The 9 of them walked quietly to the elevator entrance. boss. After everyone entered the elevator, Lu Yong finally couldn't help but say, "Brother Mu, you are really awesome, super awesome.
You actually became our boss, and one of those weird bosses at that."
"That's awesome, haha, don't be so excited, little brat." Mu Ruffing smiled and patted Lu Yong's head. "Mu, Manager Mu, how did you do it? Is it really because of that kick that you became a manager?"
Zhao Yufeng still felt that this was a dreamlike and incredible thing.
Others also started talking about it. The originally quiet atmosphere in the elevator suddenly became lively. "Okay, let's talk about this later. Let's go to the cold storage first. We have plenty of time after get off work tonight."
Mu Rufeng's ears felt a little sore from the noise, so he immediately interrupted everyone.
"Okay, Brother Mu," Wang Ziki responded quickly. Everyone immediately returned to silence.
Now, Mu Rufeng is their immediate superior. To be honest, with him around, their sense of security in the future will be greatly enhanced.
The elevator stopped at the second floor.
The hotel's cold storage is on the second floor, or rather, hidden in the kitchen. They walked around the restaurant and quickly found the kitchen, and soon found the cold storage door. The cold storage door is not big, only slightly larger than a double-door refrigerator. When the door opened, there was only about 5 square meters of space inside. It's not that the cold storage is small, but that it is filled with pork. Sherlan, Zhou Bing, Lu Yon, the three of you go downstairs and go to the door now. Call in the scarlet red pick truck. Tell them it's here to transport pork.
Zhao Yufeng, you contractors, start moving the pork now. Wang Ziki and Lu Qi, you two, help out. Mu Ruffing arranged.
At this moment, a side quest suddenly popped up in everyone's mind at the same time. Brother Mu, I received a side quest asking me to go downstairs to notify the truck to come in. After completing it, the clearance rate will increase by 50%.
Lu Yong shouted excitedly. "I have the same task here."
Sherlan and Zhou Bing said in unison.
"It's the same for me, but my task is to transport pork. After completing it, I can increase my clearance rate by 100%. Zhao Yufeng looked at Mu Ruffing with a firm gaze. "Ha, these are just small benefits for everyone. Okay, stop smiling and get to work," Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Mu Ruffing is happy to provide some convenience to these players within his ability.
This was a privilege he learned about after becoming the deputy manager of the Shueton Hotel. He can issue some side quests, and players can get a higher level of completion after completing them. Of course, this kind of side quest can only be issued once a day, which means that he can issue it 3 times in 3 days.
He couldn't give himself any tasks, but he didn't care.
After all, as a deputy manager, he can naturally get a high bonus.
Moreover, the completion rate of the game will likely be linked to the customer flow of the blood-boring hotel. By the way, if you can't move it, you can use the inventory to transport it. If you are strong, you can even carry one end directly. Mu Ruffing reminded. "Okay, Manager Mu."
The players nodded in response. Afterwards, Mu Ruffing walked out of the kitchen and headed straight to the hotel entrance on the first floor. You can see the security guard directing a truck to reverse. Sherlan and the other two also walked quickly towards the hotel. They have already called the truck out, which means they have completed the task assigned by Mu Ruffing.
"Brother Mu, the truck is coming in." Lu Yong walked closer and said,
"Well, you guys should clean up the green belt in the parking lot first,"
Mu Ruffing said, pointing to the messy parking lot.
"Yes, Brother Mu," several people responded. "These jobs are really easy and simple, and there is no danger at all. In comparison, jobs like receiving customers and providing room service are much more risky." After a while, the rear end of the truck fell in front of the gate of the Shueton Hotel.
"Manager Mu, the car is parked. I'll go on patrol."
A security guard stepped forward, bent over, and looked respectful. This security guard was the one who had received 500 soul notes from Mu Ruffing before. "You, go move those cars to the parking spaces,"
Mu Ruffing ordered. "Okay, Manager Mu." The security guard nodded repeatedly, fearing that Mu Ruffing would be unhappy.
"By the way, Manager Mu, I just found 5,000 soul coins.
I wonder if it was dropped by you."
The security guard came forward and took out a small stack of soul coins and handed it to Mu Ruffing.
Mu Ruffing glanced at him and took it. "Well, not bad.
Go to work."
"Okay."
When the security guard saw Mu Ruffing accept the money, he immediately went back to work with satisfaction. Taking the money meant that he would not be held accountable for his previous actions, and he felt much more at ease. "Hello, Mr. Mu, I am Changshan, the driver of Scarlet Optimal." At this time, the truck driver got out of the car and introduced himself to Mu Ruffing. Mu Ruffing looked him over and found that he was indeed a level 5 weirdo.
However, the shape is indeed a bit scary.
The whole body is covered with exposed dark red muscles and there is no skin at all, even on the face.
"Well, thank you for your help. We have dozens of pigs to transport this time," Mu Ruffing said. "No trouble," Changshan replied with a smile. Just the smile is really creepy.
Mu Ruffing had seen it so many times that he got used to it. But ordinary players like Lu Yong who were cleaning the green belt nearby were almost scared to death when they saw his smile. At this time, Zhao Yufeng and others also went downstairs.
They did not come empty-handed. The contractors were carrying half a pig.
Wang Ziki and Lu Qi
Chi worked together to carry half a piece of frozen pork. After all, half a pork loin was frozen like a piece of iron, and it was too difficult for one person to carry it. Manager Mu, the pork has arrived. Should we put it directly in the truck? Zhao Yufeng asked Mu Ruffing, carrying half a pig. Well, throw them all in. Have a few people go up and help stack the pork. Mu Ruffing ordered. Mr. Mu, I can load the goods. You just need to let them throw the pork at the back of the truck first. Chan Chan rolled over and jumped directly into the truck. Okay, thank you for your help. Mu Ruffing nodded. Then, everyone quickly threw all the pork in their hands and in their inventory into the back of the truck. After more than 10 minutes, all 48 pigs were loaded onto the truck. Boom! The truck started and Changshan drove away from the Shuatong Hotel. Okay, everyone should go back to their previous positions and continue working. Mu Ruffing instructed everyone. Everyone nodded in understanding without saying much. Mu Ruffing was not idle either. He took the elevator with Wang Ziki. The praise rate of room service directly affects the completion rate of customs clearance, which is an important indicator. But he didn't go to the 4th floor. After all, with him there, Lu Yong wouldn't be able to get many good reviews. As Lu Yong was about to exit the elevator, Mu Ruffing said to him, if you encounter difficult guests, tell them that a good review will get them a free day's rent extension. The same goes for you, Wang Ziki. Thank you, brother Mu. After hearing this, Lu Yong and Wang Ziki looked at Mu Ruffing gratefully. To be honest, with Mu Ruffing's promise, their praise rate will definitely increase significantly. Even if you encounter unreasonable guests, one day of free rent will make them prefer not to give a bad review. There are only 3 types of guest reviews: good, average, and bad. Oh, there's one more thing. To avoid the situation where a second door light is on when you enter the room for service, I've asked Manager Lu to change the rules. When the first service is not completed, the second light will not light up. If the light turns red, remember to notify me immediately. I'm on the 6th floor. Mu Ruffing instructed. Okay, brother Mu. Don't worry, brother Mu. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 6th floor, and only Mu Ruffing was left. Manager Mu, why are you here? A strange waiter not far away was surprised when he saw him walk out of the elevator and hurried over. You go to the 7th floor. I'll take care of this floor. Mu Ruffing said. Ah, Manager Mu, what are you going to do? The strange waiter looked at him in confusion. I'm responsible for the room service on this floor. You go to the 7th floor and work with another employee on that floor. Mu Ruffing explained. Unlike players, the spooky staff can handle room service for an entire floor on their own. Even if a second light comes on outside the door during the service, they can still find out the situation through the mobile app associated with the Shuatong Hotel. If this happens, they can simply exit the original room and go to the second guest to continue serving. Compared to the strict work regulations of players, their freedom is much more relaxed. More importantly, as geeks, they won't be troubled by customers and can complete the service relatively easily. Not to mention the 1st floor. Before Mu Ruffing and the others came, one Guiyang was usually responsible for 2 floors. As for the 8th and 9th floors, they are not yet open to the public. As the deputy manager, Mu Ruffing also understood the situation on these 2 floors. These 2 floors appear to be newly built and are more upscale than the floors below. The effect of recovering injuries is stronger, and it is considered a higher-level VIP room. It's still under renovation and it will take about half a month before it can be officially opened. By then, Shuatong Hotel will attract more high-end guests, and both passenger flow and revenue will increase significantly. To be honest, once the renovation is completed, Hua Wanliang may be able to take this opportunity to leverage the hotel's resources to reach level 7. And now, this can be considered a benefit for Mu Ruffing and Suin. Yes, Manager Mu. Gigi didn't say much and took the elevator directly to the 7th floor. To be honest, having 2 weird people in charge of room service on the 7th floor did make their lives a lot easier. After all, there is no mechanism for giving good reviews here. As long as you don't receive bad reviews, it's fine. In the blink of an eye, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know if there was some big mess at the Shuatong Hotel today, but there was no room service the entire afternoon. It's 5 o'clock now and the restaurant is opening time. Except for Zhao Yufeng, other players gathered in the restaurant one after another. How was your work this afternoon? Mu Ruffing asked everyone. Brother Mu, I don't know what happened this afternoon. There was no room service at all. Lu Yong said. I did meet someone who asked me to clean the toilet. The toilet was stinking. After I finally cleaned it up, the man actually accused me of stealing his things and asked me to pay compensation with my hands. Wang Ziki said with a sigh. Fortunately, I told him to renew the lease for 1 day for free, and then he let me go. But in the end, he only gave me an average evaluation. Wang Ziki said helplessly. It's okay, as long as nothing serious happens. Mu Ruffing responded with a smile. Others also shared their work progress in the afternoon, and basically nothing went wrong. Even Sherlan and Ouyangli at the front desk received quite a few guests this afternoon. Okay, the guests are here. Everyone come up, be smart and ask the guests if they have any taboos. As for the chefs, they dare not make trouble with me here. Mu Ruffing reminded. Okay, brother Mu. The players nodded in response.
response. This time, customers arrived at the restaurant much faster than in the morning. Within about 20 minutes, all the tables were filled.
Even among the 8 private rooms, 4 were full. This time, nothing went wrong.
I waited until the restaurant closed smoothly. Strictly speaking, it's time to get off work.
Let's go eat first. After that, I'll assign dormitories to everyone, Mu Ruffing said.
Wang Zhen said in the morning that he would not get off work until 8 p.m., but that was completely nonsense. 1900 hours is the official time to get off work, and 19 to 2000 hours is their lunchtime.
Remember, you are not allowed to leave the dormitory after 8 o'clock in the evening. You can only leave after 7 o'clock in the morning, Mu Ruffing reminded again.
As the acting deputy manager, Mu Ruffing mastered most of the rules. If he was willing to spend more time, he would be able to understand most of the hotel's rules.
I understand.
Everyone nodded in response. After finishing the free instant noodles, the group went up to the 3rd floor of the hotel.
Sherlan, Ouyangli, and Zhao Yufeng,
the 3 of you will stay in room 310.
Okay, Manager Mu.
The 3 agreed in succession. They are all girls, so there is no problem living together. Especially Sherlan, she is just an ordinary person, and she feels very safe living with 2 contractors. Lu Yong, Zhou Bing, and Yao Xuanyu, the 3 of you will live in room 309, and Wang Ziki and Lu Qi will live in room 308.
Mu Ruffing continued to allocate. Okay, Brother Mu. Several people responded quickly. By the way, Brother Mu, where do you live? Lu Yong asked.
I have my own room, 307.
Mu Ruffing replied.
There are not many rooms on the 3rd floor, only 10, all of which are dormitories for hotel staff. There are only 15 employees in the Shuetong Hotel, and 3 of them share a room. Taking into account the strange female character, the 15 people were divided into 6 rooms.
The remaining 4 rooms are just right for distribution.
Mu Ruffing would naturally not miss the opportunity to live in a room of his own without having to squeeze with others. After a busy and exciting day of work, Mu Ruffing returned to his room 307. This room was originally occupied by Wang Zhen, who moved out all his belongings after being fired. Before entering the door, Mu Ruffing had already asked the cleaning staff to clean the room.
I have to say, this room is pretty nice.
Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
My stomach suddenly growled.
I only ate a bucket of instant noodles at noon and another bucket at night, and I was already starving. It's not that Mu Ruffing didn't want to buy more food, but he was thinking that he had a gourmet tablecloth. He walked to the table, took out the gourmet tablecloth, and spread it on the table.
Gourmet's tablecloth, give me some free food first, Mu Ruffing said.
As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of black mist rose from the tablecloth. After the black fog dissipated, a large bowl of steaming white rice and a plate of fragrant fried pork with chili peppers came into view.
The free food is actually fried pork with chili peppers? So good? Mu Ruffing was slightly stunned, then prepared to eat. However, it wasn't long before he was dumbfounded, because he has no chopsticks.
This gourmet tablecloth only provides bowls and dishes, but no chopsticks. In desperation, Mu Ruffing had to go upstairs and get a pair of chopsticks from the kitchen. When he took the first bite of the fried pork with chili peppers, his eyes suddenly lit up. This taste is absolutely authentic fried pork with peppers, and is in no way inferior to the dishes made by the chefs of star-rated hotels. Even the white rice was of excellent quality, soft and fragrant.
Soon, Mu Ruffing finished all the food. I'm still a little hungry.
Give me some more free food, he added. At this moment, a line of words appeared on the tablecloth. Free breakfast, lunch, and dinner are provided once a day, for a maximum of 5 people.
It's actually calculated based on the number of people and times? Mu Ruffing whispered to himself. However, he didn't care. Being able to have 3 free meals a day was already pretty good. But should I put in RMB or soul coins? Mu Ruffing thought.
Soon, he decided to release the soul coins. After all, he had no cash on him, only soul notes. He took out $100 soul note and placed it directly on the tablecloth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, the black mist rose again, covering the entire tablecloth.
When the black fog dissipated, a large bowl of ink-black soup appeared in front of Mu Ruffing. Soup? It's so black, can I eat it? He looked at the bowl of soup, feeling a little nervous. He leaned over and smelled the soup, but there was no smell. Mu Ruffing reached out and lightly touched the bowl, and immediately, the soup's attribute information appeared before his eyes. Earth meat soup, a fresh soup made with the first-level spiritual object earth meat. Effect: after taking it, it speeds up physical and mental recovery and slightly increases ghost power. Spiritual object? What is this? Is it a specialty of this strange world? Forget it, since there is a description of the properties, let's give it a try.
With the explanation, Mu Ruffing had fewer concerns. He picked up the broth and took a sip.
The soup tasted delicious and fragrant, which instantly lifted his spirits.
Then he drank the soup in big gulps, with tiny bits of meat in his mouth. He chewed for a while, and a special meaty aroma filled his mouth. The taste is not strange, but delicious. It is a bit like beef and mutton, with the freshness of fish.
Not bad, really good. Mu Ruffing drank the earth meat soup in one breath. My stomach felt a little full immediately.
Brr! A full burp sounded, and he immediately felt much more comfortable.
Then, Mu Mu Ruffing put away the tablecloth. Something unexpected happened. The dishes he placed aside also disappeared. Ah, that's great. It can handle dishes automatically, saving me the trouble of washing dishes. Mu Ruffing smiled. Then he checked the time and saw that it was almost 8 o'clock. He glanced at the bathroom and walked straight in. Soon, he changed into fresh clothes and walked out of the bathroom. I have to say, it's so relaxing to take a shower and lie back in bed after get off work. Sleep, sleep, tomorrow will be another beautiful day. Mu Ruffing adjusted the alarm clock and fell into a deep sleep. At this time, the time in the real world was already past 8 in the morning. He had been up almost all night and was already feeling sleepy. He fell into a deep sleep soon after lying down. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a chill in his body while he was drowsy. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that a white figure had appeared in his arms. It was this figure that made Mu Ruffing feel like he had fallen into an ice cave, and he woke up instantly. Bai Jingwei. Mu Ruffing called out word by word. Bai Jingwei let out a soft moan and woke up from her sleep in a daze. But when she saw Mu Ruffing's gloomy face, she shuddered immediately. Brother Mu, what's wrong? What's wrong? You are not in the contract slot, why did you run into my arms? Mu Ruffing asked with a cold face. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to sleep this way? And I think it's also quite comfortable to have Brother Mu holding me. Bai Jingwei explained in a low voice. Comfort your head, your body is freezing. Do you want to freeze me to death and then inherit my inheritance? Mu Ruffing said unhappily. No, if Brother Mu died, I would die too. Bai Jingwei quickly defended herself. Is that what I'm talking about? Can you please get the point? Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Remember, don't lie in the same bed with me without my permission. Mu Ruffing said coldly. I understand. I'll go back first. Bai Jingwei responded softly and then returned to the contract slot. It's so cold. Mu Ruffing shivered and then wrapped the quilt tighter. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mu Ruffing was startled and immediately stood up and quickly wrapped his whole body with bandages. He also took out the butcher knife and the singing mouth at the first opportunity. Knock, knock, knock. There was another knock on the door. Mr. Mu, are you asleep? Mu Ruffing's eyes suddenly became a little strange. He recognized this voice. It was Lu Mei's. I looked at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Why would Lu Mei knock on his door so late? After 8 o'clock, not only the customers but even the hotel staff will not go out, because the Shuetong Hotel has this iron rule. The blood-boring hotel will randomly devour people who wander around the hotel in the middle of the night, or strange events will occur, so this rule exists. However, after becoming a shareholder, he knew more inside information. As long as you are a shareholder of the Shuetong Hotel, as well as the manager and deputy manager, you will be protected by the hotel and can walk freely at night. Manager Lu, it's so late, why haven't you slept yet? Mu Ruffing asked. There's a tricky guy trying to break through the hotel's secrets. He'll be able to come in 2 or 3 minutes. Lu Mei replied. What? Someone broke into the Shuetong Hotel at night? Mu Ruffing was slightly startled. Yes, you can see it from the window. Lu Mei continued. Mu Ruffing didn't answer, but stood up and walked to the window. He was in a position where he could see what was happening downstairs. Sure enough, there was a tall and strange creature covered in black smoke, which was encroaching on the ghost den of the blood-boring hotel. There are 3 weird people beside him. It wasn't his men, but the 3 security guards of the bloody hotel, all lying on the ground, unconscious. Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing immediately used his life and death fighting skills on the 3 security guards and the strange intruder. Feeling the improvement in his attributes, Mu Ruffing walked to the door and opened it directly. Manager Lu, who is that guy? Can you mobilize the power of the Shuetong Hotel to suppress him? Mu Ruffing asked. Lu Mei shook her head. I'm just a manager, responsible for daily maintenance and management. I can't mobilize the power of the Shuetong Hotel at all. That weirdo dares to be so arrogant. He must be at least an 8th level ghost king. Not to mention the acting manager, even the real manager is unable to use the power of the blood-boring hotel. At most, you can only get a bonus from the hotel's strength. For example, a level 6 Hua Wenliang can be upgraded to level 7. A level 5 monster like Lu Mei can also be promoted to level 7, but it is just barely passing and probably cannot be Hua Wenliang. Not to mention going up against this guy who can stand up to the bloody hotel field. Mu Ruffing frowned and said in a deep voice, I can't understand why the Shuetong Hotel would allow that guy to invade the ghost den. Could it be that even the Shuetong Hotel is unwilling to provoke this ghost king? Lu Mei guessed. How about this, let's go and ask first to see what that guy is trying to do. Mu Ruffing spoke after thinking for a moment. The situation is unclear at the moment. Facing an 8th level ghost king, Mu Ruffing is not sure that he can easily deal with the other party. He's just an 8th level ghost king, and the blood-boring hotel is an 8th level one. Even if we can't kill him, we can still remain invincible. Mu Ruffing said. Okay. Lu Mei nodded. One of the rules of the bloody hole hotel is that you cannot hit employees, let alone managers and deputy managers. The 2 of them quickly walked out of the room. However, Mu Ruffing did not go downstairs immediately, but knocked on the doors of the 2 mysterious mysterious employees.
These weird guys were so scared that they didn't dare to open the door or even respond. In the end, Mu Ruffing forced them to open the door with an imperative tone. After giving a few simple instructions and adding 10 times the attributes, Mu Ruffing and Lu Mei walked towards the hotel lobby together. As soon as Mu Ruffing stepped into the lobby, he felt a strange breath. Especially at the door, it felt like someone was scraping nails on a blackboard. Although there was no sound, the stinging sensation was clearly felt in my mind. The blood-boring hotel was surrounded by a layer of blood-red aura, and another black aura was intertwined with it. The blood-red aura is slowly turning into black. Once the blood-red aura at the gate is completely transformed, even if someone successfully invades, the evil can still force its way into the blood-boring hotel.
Mu Ruffing was very brave and walked straight to the gate. A tall figure vaguely appeared in the black fog.
Although Mu Ruffing could not accurately perceive the specific level of this weirdness, he could clearly feel the powerful force, and the panic in his heart could not deceive himself. Even the three weirdos Suyin, Hua Wenliang and Wang Ji from yesterday were far less powerful than the guy in front of him.
I'm Lu Mei, the lobby manager of the Shuatong Hotel. I wonder what this gentleman is doing breaking into the hotel in the middle of the night.
Lu Mei, who was standing behind Mu Ruffing, spoke first. However, the tall figure ignored her, and the encroaching speed of the black mist even accelerated. At this time, Mu Ruffing raised the rule prop in his hand and spoke in a serious voice. Sir, please answer immediately, otherwise I will use the rules and props. Just as he finished speaking, the tall figure slowly turned his head and seemed to be looking over here. Obviously, he could feel the pressure from the tool in Mu Ruffing's hand.
Open the door, I want to check into the hotel.
A hoarse voice came. Sure enough, Mu Ruffing's rule props had a deterrent effect, causing him to reveal his true intentions. After hearing this, Mu Ruffing and Lu Mei felt a little relieved. Sir, the hotel does not allow guests to enter at night.
How about you come before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning? Lu Mei said.
It's not that they don't want to open the door, but they simply can't open it. The hotel stipulates that guests cannot be received outside of working hours. The strange thing did not respond, but instead exerted a stronger force to accelerate the erosion of the ghost fog. Lu Mei was about to say something else, but was stopped by Mu Ruffing. Forget it, let's wait for him to come in. Mu Ruffing pulled her back a few steps. Half a minute later, the bloody atmosphere at the hotel entrance was completely replaced by black corrosion. A strong smell of the sea hit the air, and the atmosphere in the lobby suddenly dropped to freezing point. At this time, a tall figure walked in from the gate. He exuded a terrifying aura that made people dare not look directly at him. But when Mu Ruffing saw the figure clearly, his heart trembled slightly. It wasn't because he knew the other person, but because of what he was wearing, a captain's uniform.
Get me a room.
He stared at Lu Mei and Mu Ruffing strangely and said in a low voice, Sorry, sir, it's time to get off work.
The hotel system cannot be started and check-in is temporarily unavailable.
Lu Mei replied apologetically, Get me a room. The weirdo took a step forward and spoke in a harsher tone. The temperature around seemed to drop a few degrees. Lu Mei was about to speak when Mu Ruffing came over and said, Sir, how about this? I'll help you register your information manually and then take you to the 8th floor of the hotel. The VIP rooms there are still under renovation, but the restoration effect is more robust. Although it has not yet been officially open to the public, its effect will definitely not be compromised.
Okay. Yi thought for a moment and agreed.
Mu Ruffing then walked to the front desk, rummaged around for a while, and took out a registration book and a pen.
Lu Mei didn't say much, followed Mu Ruffing to the front desk and stood beside him. What's your name, sir? Mu Ruffing asked.
Zhu Shixian. Your occupation, rank, and ID number.
If it's inconvenient to tell me your ID card, you don't have to tell me your occupation and level, Mu Ruffing explained.
He was not talking nonsense, for these were indeed the items on the register. Of course, some customers are unwilling to disclose information, and they don't actually have to register. As long as they pay, they can just give a fake name and no one will check.
Captain, level 8.
Weird responded indifferently.
8th level Ghost King? Mr. Ghost King, how many days do you plan to stay? The VIP room is 500 yuan a night.
Mu Ruffing was slightly surprised. Sure enough, he guessed right. This weirdo was really an 8th level Ghost King. This price was not something he made up, but was set by the Shuatong Hotel itself. Although it was not open to the public, he, as the deputy manager, knew about it. 10 days. After saying this, Yi took out 5,000 soul notes and slammed them on the front desk.
A regular room costs 100 yuan a night.
If you are not satisfied with the VIP room, I will never give up, Yi said coldly. He had obviously been to the blood-boring inn before and knew the price as well. Don't worry, I promise to make you satisfied.
Mu Ruffing took the money with a smile. Afterwards, he and Lu Mei accompanied Yi in the elevator directly to the 8th floor. After getting out of the elevator, I soon arrived at room 801.
The corridor was filled with decoration materials and furniture, and it was obvious that this floor was still under renovation. The door to room 801 was open and not locked. After entering, the room was about the same size as an ordinary room, but the decoration and furniture were obviously more refined. Sir, the renovation
renovation of room 801 is almost finished. I'll help you clean it and you can move in directly, okay? Mu Ruffing asked. No need, this is fine, you can leave. Gigi seemed to feel the special effect of the VIP room and directly ordered them to leave. Even though the ground was covered with dust and debris, he did not ask Mu Ruffing to clean it up. Guest, this is the key. If you need service, you can press the service bell on the table. But it's after get off work now, so room service is only available during the day. Mu Ruffing said. Gigi didn't answer, just stared at the two of them. Suddenly, Gigi waved his hand violently and a gust of cold wind blew up. The dust, debris, and construction waste in the room were blown out of the door in an instant. Mu Ruffing and Lu Mei were also blown out of the room helplessly. Then, the door closed instantly, leaving only two people standing there in shock. Let's go, Manager Lu. Mu Ruffing shouted. Yeah, Lu Mei nodded, and the two immediately walked into the elevator and returned to the third floor. Manager Lu, I'm going to go back and rest first. Tomorrow you can ask someone to enter this guest's information into the system. Mu Ruffing said. Okay. Lu Mei nodded and turned to walk towards the office. Mu Ruffing returned to the room, closed the door and locked it. Captain, Zhu Shixian, the 8th level Ghost King. This is impossible? How could it be such a coincidence? He muttered to himself. The captain of the Gluttony Cruise is also an 8th level Ghost King, and seems to have been injured in the previous battle with the Bloody Train. Are they the same person? And shouldn't the Gluttony Cruise be docked in the Dead Sea? Is the captain allowed to leave the ship at will? I can't figure it out, so I might as well call the conductor and ask. Mu Ruffing immediately took out his cell phone and called the train conductor. Beep beep beep. A minute later, the phone was automatically hung up and no one answered. In desperation, Mu Ruffing had to use the special permissions of the phone card. As a user of the Black Gold phone card, he has the privilege of being forced to make a call once a day. This time after using the privilege, the call was connected directly. But what came from the other end of the phone was a loud snoring sound. Apparently, the conductor was fast asleep. Even weird things have to sleep? Mu Ruffing shook his head helplessly. He began to cry out, wake up, conductor. But what responded to him was still that loud snoring. At this moment, Mu Ruffing was really at a loss. Although the call could be forced through, he was unable to wake up the train conductor by phone. Even the Black Gold card doesn't have that function. Mu Ruffing called a few more times, but still no one responded, so he had no choice but to hang up the phone. Then he edited a text message and sent it to the train conductor. Worried that the other party didn't see it, he sent 5 consecutive text messages with exactly the same content. After sending the message, Mu Ruffing lay back on the bed and continued to rest. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang on time to wake him up. He got up, washed, went to the toilet, and then had breakfast. What happened last night did not affect Lu Yong and others. In fact, because of Mu Ruffing, they slept particularly soundly last night. It can be said that this was the most comfortable and peaceful night. Everyone slept in the weird copy, and no one had a sad face. Mu Ruffing inspected the hotel and the external parking lot as usual. The 3 security guards were still patrolling diligently and had reported what happened last night to Lu Mei. Lu Mei did not punish them, but instead compensated them with several hundred yuan for medical expenses. Just as Mu Ruffing and others were waiting for work time, 3 strange people in unusual formal attire walked into the hotel. Lu Mei seemed to be prepared and immediately went forward to greet them when she saw them arriving. She also called Mu Ruffing over. Is there any need to guess? It must be someone sent by Suyin to take over as hotel manager. After all, Lu Mei is just a temporary agent. She is the human resources manager in Scarlet Optimal, and her position is much higher than here. A group with a scale of tens of billions is naturally not comparable to the Shuetong Hotel with a scale of only 300 million. Hello, Manager Lu, I'm Han Shun, assigned by President Su to be the lobby manager of the Shuetong Hotel. This must be Mr. Mu. Hello. Mr. Su specifically instructed that you and your friends can move freely around the hotel, and we will fully cooperate. We will also try our best to take care of the temporary players we recruit in the future, said Han Shun. Thank you very much, Manager Han. Mu Ruffing responded with a smile. Zhao Yufeng and others beside him also showed joy on their faces after hearing this. Originally, they just hoped to pass the level safely, but now, thanks to Mu Ruffing, they even have the opportunity to complete it with a very high level of clearance, which is simply unbelievable. Manager Han, Mr. Mu will temporarily serve as the deputy manager of the hotel. I'll take my leave first. There are still many things to deal with at Scarlet Select, Lu Mei said. Okay, Miss Lu, please. Although Han Shun is a level 6 weirdo, he still respects Lu Mei, a level 5 weirdo. Facing Mu Ruffing, who was 2 levels higher, he was even more respectful, even treated him completely as a subordinate. Mr. Mu, you can do whatever you want these days, and you can arrange everything for your friends. If you want to manage the hotel, I can. Before Han Shun could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mu Ruffing. I don't have that much time to manage. Anyway, I will be back after tomorrow. You should take good care of this hotel. It has a very good future. By the way, let me tell you, there's an 8th level Ghost King staying in room 801 of the Shuetong Hotel. It's not open to the the public yet. Please send an employee to guard it. Mu Ruffing said. Level 8 Ghost King? Not open to the public yet? Han Chun's expression showed a hint of surprise. Okay, Mr. Mu. Han Chun nodded respectfully. Mr. Mu, I have just taken office and there are still many matters to deal with. Please feel free to ask for anything you need. I will serve you as soon as possible. Han Chun said. Well, it's time for us to go to work. Mu Ruffing nodded. After saying that, Han Chun led the two people behind him and walked towards the office. At the same time, before work, they gathered those weird employees again. When a new official takes office, he naturally has to get to know everyone. Not only does Han Chun need to understand the employees, but the employees also need to be familiar with Han Chun and others. Time gradually came to 8 o'clock. Mu Ruffing had already arranged for everyone to return to their respective posts. He was still guarding the 6th floor alone. The 4th and 5th floors are managed by Lu Yong and Wang Ziki respectively. As for the 7th floor, it is guarded by a strange employee, and there is another strange waiter who guards the 8th floor to serve the 8th level Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Within 2 hours, there was still no news from room service. Bai Jingwei, do you have any way to lure out that hanged man and the smoker? Mu Ruffing thought for a moment and asked. There's no need for any special methods. As long as I walk out of the hotel openly, they will definitely follow me. Bai Jingwei replied. Really? Okay, I happen to be going out this afternoon. I'll see if I can get rid of them then. Mu Ruffing said. As a dungeon player, he cannot leave the blood-boring hotel dungeon, but now he is the deputy manager of the hotel and can arrange some outbound tasks for himself. Although this type of task will not increase the clearance level, being able to go out is already a good thing. It's a good time to go to Bai Bailu. Thank you, Brother Mu. Bai Jingwei hurriedly thanked him, feeling very grateful. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing's cell phone rang rapidly. He took out his phone and saw that it was a notification from the hotel app. When I opened it, I immediately understood that the light on the 4th floor was on, and it was red. Mu Ruffing pressed the elevator button without hesitation. After a while, he took the elevator to the 4th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Lu Yong strode in. Seeing Mu Ruffing, Lu Yong stopped in his tracks, his face full of surprise. He pointed to a door at the back and said, Brother Mu, you're coming down. I was just looking for you when the red light came on. The red light came on. Mu Ruffing nodded and walked quickly towards that direction. Soon, he stood in front of room 404. The red light is on, which means that the guests inside are out of control. If the injury worsens to the point of losing sanity, the hotel manager and deputy manager will need to go and deal with it personally. The higher the position, the stronger the strength. This is why the manager and assistant manager should be notified immediately if a red light comes on. As for the little card on the windowsill, the 1st, 2nd and 5th articles are all correct, but the 3rd and 4th items were completely traps deliberately written by the previous deputy manager Wang Zhen, who wanted to kill his players. 3. When the red light in the guest room is on, do not notify the manager, but go into the room yourself to perform room service. For when 2 red lights are on, 2 room attendants must enter to provide service. This out-of-control monster has completely lost its mind and only knows how to kill crazily. It is impossible to communicate at all. Anyone who goes in is doomed. Even if they were contractors, they would most likely be trapped and killed if they were at the same level. Mu Ruffing took out his mobile phone, opened the hotel app, and retrieved the detailed information of room 404. You wait outside. He instructed Lu Yong and prepared to go in. At this time, the elevator door opened again and Han Chun walked out. Mr. Mu, wait, let me go. The out-of-control monster inside is a level 6 red-clothed ghost. It is extremely dangerous. Han Chun did not dare to let Mu Ruffing take risks. The most important thing is that he is a level 6 monster himself, and with the support of the hotel's power, his strength instantly increases to level 7 combat power, allowing him to easily deal with this out-of-control level 6 monster. Manager Han, don't worry. I also want to experience the power of the 6th level ghost myself. Mu Ruffing smiled indifferently and pushed open the door of room 404 without hesitation. As soon as the door opened, a burst of blazing flames gushed out. Mu Ruffing's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly teleported and disappeared from the spot. Then, the door was closed with a bang. Seeing this, Han Chun didn't know what to do for a moment. He wanted to just barge in, but he felt that would be quite rude. Forget it, since Mr. Mu dares to go in, he must have a trump card. 3 minutes. If he doesn't come out after 3 minutes, I will go in and take a look. Han Chun made up his mind and waited quietly at the door. Mu Ruffing cleverly avoided the blazing will-o'-the-wisp fire with the help of teleportation and successfully entered room 404. The whole room was filled with thick smoke and suffocating heat. Some furniture had already started burning. Before my eyes, a tall figure stood, with thick smoke and flames continuously emerging from his body. It was a level 6 red-clothed ghost that controlled the power of fire. However, Mu Ruffing vaguely felt that this monster looked familiar. Wait, you are Zhang Xiaojie? His eyes narrowed, and he recognized the evil ghost, a look of shock on his face. He knew this man. It was the Jiao Gui to whom Mu Ruffing had lent
spent 10 million on the bloody train. In his previous life he was a firefighter who died in a fire, a level 6 burnt ghost. Due to failed investments, or perhaps being scammed, he lost all his money and even owed the bank $500,000. He was also severely beaten by the accomplices of the person who defrauded him because he went to settle the score. Unexpectedly, half a month later, I met him here again.
What's even more coincidental is that the location is actually the Shuatong Hotel, and he is facing Zhang Xiajie, who is out of control. Mu Ruffing called out his name, but what responded was a roar. A blazing flame suddenly rushed over, trying to engulf Mu Ruffing. As long as Weird remains rational, communication is possible. Even if you want to cause it serious injury, you won't let it completely lose control. What really makes the weirdness out of control is that the mind is polluted and becomes completely weird. Once you become weird, it is almost impossible to regain sanity. In this case, they are either killed by other weird things, or they kill indiscriminately in a certain area and are eventually eliminated by the weird things. Of course, they may also flee according to their instinct, drift into the wilderness outside the city, and become wandering evil spirits. What on earth happened? Mu Ruffing dodged the flames and looked at Zhang Xiajie with a serious expression. One after another, terrifying flames hit him. Every time the flames almost hit him, Mu Ruffing cleverly dodged with the help of teleportation. However, the attack range was too large and the space was too small. If the ghost cave had not been activated in time, I would have been hit long ago. When Mu Ruffing activated the ghost rebound ability, the flames were miraculously bounced back. However, due to his extremely strong attack power, Mu Ruffing's ghost power is consumed very quickly, and he is afraid that it will run out after just a few times. This is the gap between level 5 and level 6. Immediately, Mu Ruffing mobilized the hotel's power to temporarily upgrade his ability to level 7. Almost instantly, he felt a qualitative leap in strength. The ghost den has a wider range, stronger power, and greatly enhanced physical strength. Vaguely, he felt that he had reached the peak of level 7. He had an imposing aura, not inferior to Suyin and Wang Ji at all, and even surpassed them. The high temperature in the room was dissipated in an instant, because the entire room was covered by Mu Ruffing's ghost den. The flames, smoke, and scorching heat disappeared in an instant. Even though the fire ghost cave was still spreading, it was instantly suppressed by Mu Ruffing's ghost cave and was finally taken back into Zhang Xiajie's body. The ghost cave not only has special abilities, but also has multiple functions, such as suppression. People who possess the power of ghosts can exert strong suppression on those monsters without ghosts, leaving the opponent helpless. This is also the reason why the weirdness of the ghost cave has an advantage in the battle. At this moment, Zhang Xiajie was firmly pinned to the spot, and every movement he made was extremely strenuous. Roar! Zhang Xiajie roared again, and his whole body suddenly rose higher, wrapped in flames, like a fire giant. Zhang Xiajie, wake up! Mu Ruffing slapped the fire giant's head hard with his fist. However, even though the slap directly knocked off half of Zhang Xiajie's face, his face was still ferocious and he roared at Mu Ruffing angrily. He was almost able to break free from Mu Ruffing's evil suppression. Is it possible that once we are contaminated and lose our sanity, we will never be able to recover? Mu Ruffing's face became heavy. To be honest, he had already designated Zhang Xiajie as his own weirdo, and would contract him after his level was raised. However, now that Zhang Xiajie has become like this, coupled with his original identity, Mu Ruffing feels extremely heavy. After thinking for a moment, Mu Ruffing decided to go to Han Chun to ask. As a level 6 weirdo, Han Chun must have more information than him. At this moment, the door suddenly made a click sound and was pushed open. Han Chun was seen with ghost power surging all over his body, and the powerful aura of a 7th level ghost general emanated from him. Manager Han? Mu Ruffing looked at Han Chun in surprise as he pushed the door open. Mr. Mu? You? Han Chun glanced around the room, then looked at Zhang Xiajie, who was being suppressed and roaring angrily, and finally his gaze stopped on Mu Ruffing. Why did you come in? It's just right, I have something to ask you. Mu Ruffing said. Mr. Mu, you've been in there for several minutes. I was quite worried, but I didn't expect that I was worrying too much. Mr. Mu is extremely capable. If you have any questions, I will answer them with all my heart. Han Chun's attitude became even more respectful. In a situation like this, is there any way to make him regain his sanity? Mu Ruffing pointed at Zhang Xiajie and asked. Mr. Mu, do you know him? Han Chun did not answer directly, but asked first. Yes, I just found out when I came in that he is a friend of mine. Mu Ruffing nodded. It seems your friend has been contaminated by some force and has completely lost his sanity. To make him recover, we need a precious 7th level spiritual object, but this kind of spiritual object is only sold in Baibao Tower. Han Chun said. Is it sold in Baibaolu? Could you please buy one for me, Mr. Han? Money is not a problem. Mu Ruffing did not ask about the price, thinking that even if it was hundreds of thousands or millions, he could afford it. Mr. Mu, although there is a Baibao building in Qingshan City, these spiritual objects are not usually stocked in the branch buildings. They are all centrally allocated by the headquarters in Beijing. If you want to buy, you usually need to apply 3 days in advance before they can transfer the goods
goods from the headquarters, Han Chun explained.
You mean we have to wait 3 days? Mu Ruffing frowned slightly.
Yes, the spiritual item will arrive in 3 days and will help your friend recover. But we still have to suppress him during these 3 days. Otherwise, if he escaped, he would either be shot dead by the Public Security Bureau or run into the wilderness, making him difficult to find, said Han Chun.
I have to go back tomorrow. I can't wait 3 days. Is there any other way? Mu Ruffing continued to ask.
Well, if you can help him regain some consciousness temporarily, then take him to the VIP room on the 8th floor. There, we can suppress the contamination in him. Relying on the effects of the VIP room, combined with some level 5 or 6 spiritual objects, there's a high probability that he can recover. But the most difficult thing is how to let him recover his consciousness briefly, even if it's only for 1 second, so that the effect of the VIP room can be brought into play.
Han Chun said. Is the VIP room really useful? Mu Ruffing immediately looked at Han Chun.
It does work. I looked up some hotel information, and the VIP suites are a key future project. They have a strong restoration effect and can significantly suppress pollution.
But if it's completely contaminated and out of control, then it's completely useless.
For it to work, he must regain consciousness, even for a second, Han Chun added.
Mu Ruffing suddenly fell into deep thought.
It was indeed difficult for Mu Ruffing to make him regain consciousness. He seemed unable to find a suitable solution for a while.
Should we trouble Lu Mei or Han Chun?
7th level spiritual objects must be applied for 3 days in advance, and there are too many variables within 3 days, making it difficult to grasp. Daddy, you can try that mouth that loves to sing. Suddenly, Xiao Ying's voice sounded in Mu Ruffing's heart.
Ha, Xiao Ying, are you awake? A mouth that loves to sing? What's the use of that? Mu Ruffing asked in surprise.
Dad, I slept for a long time.
How come there is a beautiful big sister in your body? Xiao Ying's voice sounded again.
I saw that you were bored alone, so I contracted an older sister to play with you.
Mu Ruffing explained. Brother Mu, you actually contracted your daughter as well? Bai Jingwei asked at the right time.
Little sister, I'm not your older sister. You have to call me Auntie.
Bai Jingwei corrected. Not big sister? Hello, Auntie, my name is Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying greeted Bai Jingwei politely.
Okay, Xiao Ying, let's talk about these things later.
Tell me, why do you let me use that mouth that loves to sing? Mu Ruffing asked.
Dad, that's a rule prop that forces the target to sing.
Once that uncle sings, won't he be able to regain his sanity? Xiao Ying replied. It seems this is indeed possible. Mu Ruffing's eyes lit up.
At this time, Han Chun said, Mr. Mu, if you trust me, when you come back, I can help you keep an eye on him until the spiritual object arrives in 3 days.
Thank you, Manager Han, but I already have an idea. Let me try it first to see if it works. Mu Ruffing said, walked forward, stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhang Xiujia's arm directly.
The power of the ghost hand exploded instantly, and the fire giant who was originally roaring and struggling was suppressed in an instant, completely unable to move, like a lamb to be slaughtered.
Afterwards, the flames outside Zhang Xiujia's body slowly dissipated and eventually returned to its charred appearance. Mu Ruffing then pulled Zhang Xiujia out. Wait, Mr. Mu, do you have a rule prop that can restore people's sanity? Han Chun suddenly thought of a possibility. I think so. I have to try it to know. Mu Ruffing nodded slightly. Manager Han, go ahead and do what you need to do.
If I can't solve it, I will still need your help.
Mu Ruffing said. Okay. Han Chun nodded without saying anything more. Brother Mu, what's going on?
Lu Yong, who was outside the door, saw Mu Ruffing pulling the strange guy out and asked hurriedly, Lu Yong, you continue to be responsible for this matter. If you see the red light flashing again, notify me or Manager Han immediately.
Mu Ruffing reminded. Yes, Brother Mu.
Seeing that Mu Ruffing didn't say much, Lu Yong didn't ask any more questions.
Soon, Mu Ruffing took Zhang Xiujia to the 8th floor by elevator.
He looked around and found that except for room 801, the rest of the 8th floor was shrouded in black mist. At the same time, you can also hear some unique sounds of decoration. Obviously, these rooms are being renovated, but the sound is suppressed by the black fog and can hardly be heard outside the range of the black fog. Seeing this scene, Mu Ruffing frowned. He immediately used his privileges to forcibly open room 802, which was under renovation. Of course, this was not free, so he readily paid 500 soul coins to book it for a whole month. Before he could even enter the information, the black fog slowly dissipated, revealing the full view of room 802.
Mu Ruffing pulled Zhang Xiujia into the room.
Then he activated his ghost power to blow away all the garbage and dust in the room, and then closed the door. Please specify the target audience and the songs to be sung. Designated target, Zhang Xiujia. Designated song, Burning Ambition. The moment the prop was activated, the singing mouth turned into a black light and drilled into Zhang Xiujia's body. Once again, you rushed into the wind and rain. Once again, embarking on a journey without regrets. Once again, facing the rising flames. This is a war of blood and fire. Every time, facing many difficulties. Every time, we must move forward firmly. Every time, sweat and tears surged. Save lives from fire and water. Zhang Xiujia sang these powerful lyrics. The pair of eyes that were originally full of red light light and violent now slowly glowed and became lively. As Zhang Xiajie sang and moved with precision, Mu Ruffing clearly felt that he seemed to have regained his sanity, because he found that Zhang Xiajie's eyes were fixed on him. That look was not filled with hatred and ferocity, but was filled with gratitude and thanks. This is... Mu Ruffing's eyes focused, and he noticed that there were invisible energies in the room, which were being rapidly absorbed by Zhang Xiajie. The violet aura within the body was also slowly fading away. It really works. Xiaoying, you really helped me a lot. Mu Ruffing praised with a smile. Hee, I'm glad I can help Dad. Xiaoying answered with a smile. Soon, the singing stopped. The singing mouth returned to Mu Ruffing's hands, and he put it away. Are you awake? Mu Ruffing asked. I'm awake now. Thank you for saving me again. Zhang Xiajie's voice was hoarse, as if something was pressing on his throat. The flame vehicle card you gave me helped me a lot. Mu Ruffing smiled and said, what's wrong with you? When I lent you 10 million, shouldn't you have gone to the hospital to treat your injuries? It's a long story, and it's just my bad luck. Zhang Xiaojie said slowly. Soon, Zhang Xiaojie told his previous experience in detail. After receiving financial support from Mu Ruffing, he got off at the horror hospital, spent 300,000 soul coins, and finally recovered from his injuries. Afterwards, he bought some spiritual objects and props, raised his strength to the peak of level 6, and then set out again to seek revenge on his enemies. This time, he was well prepared and even called a good friend to go with him to find the strange person who had defrauded and seriously injured him. The two level 6 ghosts worked together and killed the ghost and his accomplices without any surprise, successfully taking revenge. Not only that, he also recovered the money he was defrauded of, and even made over 1 million more. But unexpectedly, after the incident, the friend actually attacked him. He was beaten severely, but fortunately Zhang Xiajie used the 6th level item transfer card in time and managed to escape. However, the strange sneak attack ability was special and contaminated his body, making it difficult to suppress. Finally, he came to the hotel and bought a lot of level 5 spiritual objects to suppress it. Unfortunately, he was unable to suppress it and was eventually completely contaminated and lost his mind. You've been through so much trouble. Mu Ruffing shook his head inside. That guy must be after the money I have, otherwise he wouldn't have attacked me. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise I would be hopeless now. Zhang Xiajie was full of respect for Mu Ruffing at this moment. It's just a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be in the blood-boring hotel. And you're lucky. Although the VIP room at the Shuetong Hotel hasn't been renovated yet, it's already available. You are not out of danger yet. You need to stay here for a while and swallow some specific level 5 and level 6 spiritual objects to fully recover. Mu Ruffing said, well, I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhang Xiajie nodded with a choked voice. Haha, what's there to repay? I've already decided that you're my contracted monster. Just wait until you reach level 5. Mu Ruffing said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Xiajie nodded solemnly. You stay here first. I just need to go to Baibaolu to buy some spiritual items for you. No need, I have some here. I bought a lot before coming to the hotel, but I couldn't suppress it before. It should be no problem here now. Zhang Xiaojie said. Okay then. Mu Ruffing nodded. Mr. Mu, why are you here? Is this copy the blood-boring hotel? Zhang Xiaojie asked curiously. Well, yes, today is the second day, and it will be over after get off work tomorrow. I have bought some shares of the blood-boring hotel. I am now a shareholder of the blood-boring hotel and also the deputy manager. I've also talked to manager Han. If you have any problems, you can contact him. I've already paid 1 month's rent for you, said Mu Ruffing. Thank you very much. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me directly. I will go through fire and water to help you and will never refuse. Zhang Xiaojie said solemnly. Just recuperate here. Mu Ruffing waved his hand, turned around and left the room. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After Mu Ruffing arranged the work for all the players, he set himself the task of going out to purchase food. The stipulated time was 3 hours, which gave him ample leeway. After walking out of the bloody hotel, he deliberately let the bandages smell of blood to cover up his popularity. Then he glanced under a tree not far away. There were more than 10 brand new electric scooters parked there, but there was still no trace of Ma Chio's companions. Obviously, this territory has been occupied by these brand new electric scooters. Mu Ruffing didn't care about it and took out the sesame ball directly. At this moment, the sesame ball is no longer the shabby look it had before, but looks brand new. Even its level was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Electric Donkey Machio, a level 2 vehicle. This is a reborn electric donkey. Effect, it has automatic driving function, is familiar with all roads in Qingshan City, and can reach a maximum speed of 100 km per hour. Note, 100 kilometers only costs 10 soul coins. It's a level 2 vehicle? The upgrade speed is quite fast. Mu Ruffing nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Ma Chio was still sleeping soundly and had no reaction to being taken out. Wake up, it's time to work. Mu Ruffing sat directly on it. As for the flame vehicle card, it's too conspicuous, so it's better not to use it. Master, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry. The inventory was too boring, so I took a nap. Ma Chiu said apologetically as soon as he woke up. Okay, let's go to Baibao Tower. Mu Ruffing said. Okay, master. Ma Chiu started immediately and drove quickly forward. In less than half a minute, the ball stopped in front of the Baibao Tower. This time, Mu Ruffing did not let Ma Chiu stop by the roadside, but directly took back the inventory. When he came yesterday, he didn't see anyone. Apparently, everyone knew that Baibaolu was closed during the inventory period. After opening today, there are obviously many more people coming. At this time, people were coming and going at the door of Baibaolu, with all kinds of strange people coming in and out, and business seemed to be very good. There were quite a few guests and staff inside Baibaolu, but most of them were behind the windows, and there were only 5 employees in the lobby. Many guests had no staff accompanying them, but at this time, an employee walked up to Mu Ruffing. Welcome, sir. Is this your first time visiting our Baibaolu? A pale-faced woman in a business suit came up strangely. Yes. Mu Ruffing looked around and nodded. Hello, this is your first time here. As long as you purchase any item, you will become a customer of our Baibaolu. You can select the items you want to purchase in the operation area. The staff led Mu Ruffing to a self-service machine. Thank you. Mu Ruffing responded politely and stood in front of the self-service machine. I have to say, this equipment is very modern. The operation is not difficult. There are multiple partitions on the self-service machine. First there is a partition for levels 1 to 9, and then there is a special partition for rules and props. There are multiple categories under each level division. For example, props, spiritual objects, etc. And under the props category, they are further divided into more specific categories such as attack and auxiliary. Even spiritual creatures were divided into many categories, and Mu Ruffing was dazzled by the sight. He thought about it and directly clicked on the section for rule-based props. However, to his surprise, he did not have the authority to enter and had to spend 100,000 yuan in Baibaolu to unlock the rule-based props partition. Mu Ruffing immediately clicked on the 9th level partition again, but still couldn't view it, which made him quite disappointed. He clicked all the way through and found that he could only open the 1st level partition. The staff member next to him seemed to notice his confusion and said, Sir, you need to purchase a level 1 item before you can open an account at Baibaolu. After downloading our Baibaolu app, you can view the props section that does not exceed your level. As for the more advanced partitions and rules props, as long as you spend 100,000 yuan, you can unlock them all. Mu Ruffing nodded. Thank you, I understand. Then, he looked through the 1st level props area and clicked on the offensive props. My goodness, it seems like no one wants the stuff in here even if I give it away for free. Such as a broken kitchen knife, a broken steel ruler, a bloodstained brick, a rusty nail clippers, etc. These things were all sold at a uniform price of 10 yuan, and he secretly wondered if anyone would really buy them. Then, Mu Ruffing turned to the 1st level spiritual object area and began to browse. To be honest, the 1st level spiritual objects were still worth a look, but the 1st level props really left him speechless. Ha! There's a flesh fruit, and also a soul fruit and a strength fruit? He exclaimed in surprise. He was quite surprised that these 3 kinds of fruits were actually 1st level spiritual objects. After all, these fruits with enhanced attributes are very powerful. Soul fruit increases spirit by 1, up to a maximum of 5. Price, 1,000 soul coins. Flesh fruit increases constitution by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. Price, 1,000 soul coins. Fruit of strength increases strength by 1, up to a maximum of 5. Price, 1,000 soul coins. Suddenly, Mu Ruffing's eyes focused and he saw the selling price. 1,000 soul coins? Only 1,000? His pupils shrank slightly. Just kidding, the 3 kinds of fruits he bought on the bloody train cost 10,000 soul coins each. It turns out that the prices on the bloody train are 10 times higher? He finally understood the astonishing profits of the bloody train. Of course, only he, a sucker, would buy them. Who wouldn't see those fruits piled up on the bloody train for several years? He turned to look at the staff who hadn't left yet and asked, Excuse me, is there a purchase limit for these 3 kinds of fruit? Sir, there are no restrictions on these fruits. Only higher grade ones have purchase limits, the staff member replied. There are restrictions only at higher levels? Mu Ruffing was a little surprised. Yes, sir, starting from level 3, there is a purchase limit for these 3 kinds of fruits. Each customer can only buy a maximum of 10 pieces, the staff explained. Mu Ruffing didn't say much and directly clicked to buy a fruit of strength. He was a little stunned when the payment page appeared. There are 4 payment options: cash, card, face payment, and fingerprint payment. Sir, you can choose any one. Facial recognition payment is the most convenient and the payment will be automatically deducted from your linked TND bank card, the staff introduced. Ha, this is really smart. Mu Ruffing smiled and chose face scanning payment. Soon, 1,000 soul coins were successfully deducted from his account. He felt the TND bank card tremble slightly, and a message was directly imprinted in his mind. Your bank card pays 1,000 soul notes in Baibaolu, Jingshan City. The next moment, a ball of black mist appeared out of thin air, and then the fruit of power appeared in Mu Ruffing's hand. Sir, you are are now a Baibalu user. You can download the app and purchase products directly on the app in the future. As long as you buy in Baibalu, the goods will appear directly in your hands. Even if it's outside the country, if you set the address, as long as it's in Qingshan City, it will be delivered within an hour, said the staff. Thank you for your answer. Where can I download this app? Mu Ruffing asked. The staff member quickly took out his phone and handed over a QR code. Please scan this. Mu Ruffing nodded and immediately scanned the QR code with his mobile phone. Guest, you have downloaded it and can log in by scanning your face. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, the staff member left this sentence. Mu Ruffing didn't think much about it because the app had been installed successfully. He clicked the login button, scanned his face, and logged into his account successfully. Congratulations to our new user, Mu Ruffing, for entering the Baibalu app. Your level is 2, and you can currently view and purchase items in level 3 and below. Current consumption amount, 1000 yuan. Your user level is level 1. Click Details to view the upgrade rules and corresponding permissions. Mu Ruffing directly clicked on the ellipsis next to the user level. Upgrade to level 1 with any purchase. Click the ellipsis to view level permissions. Spend 10,000 yuan to upgrade to level 2. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 20,000 yuan to upgrade to level 3. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 30,000 yuan to upgrade to level 4. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 50,000 yuan to upgrade to level 5. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 100,000 yuan to upgrade to level 6. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 1 million yuan to upgrade to level 7. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 5 million yuan to upgrade to level 8. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Spend 10 million yuan to upgrade to level 9. Click the ellipsis to view the level permissions. Mu Ruffing was a little dazzled by these levels and permissions. After thinking for a moment, he decided to spend 100,000 first. After all, what he wanted to know most were the props related to the rules. By the way, that staff member said that things like the Fruit of Strength are also divided into levels 1, 2, and 3, he thought to himself. So Mu Ruffing came to the second level division and searched directly for the Fruit of Power. Soul Fruit, a level 2 spiritual item. Consuming it increases spirit by 1, up to a maximum of 5. Price, 10,000. Flesh Fruit, a level 2 spirit item. Consuming it increases your constitution by 1 point, up to a maximum of 5 points. Price, 10,000. Fruit of Strength, a level 2 spiritual item. Consuming it increases strength by 1, up to a maximum of 5 points. Price, 10,000. Seeing the properties of these 3 fruits, Mu Ruffing's face suddenly brightened with joy. Obviously, fruits of different levels can be stacked. For example, the effect of a first level strength fruit will stop after eating 5. But if you eat the second level strength fruit, you can increase your strength by another 5 points. Without hesitation, Mu Ruffing placed orders for 5 of them, totaling 150,000 soul notes, and spent them all at once. Price is not an issue for him at all. 15 fruits appeared out of thin air. Mu Ruffing reacted quickly weaving a bag with bandages and putting all the fruits into it. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him, but it was still too conspicuous after all. He looked around, found the location of the toilet, and walked in. Who knew that all the dozen or so seats inside were filled with strange people? Apparently, these weirdos also felt that shopping in the lobby was too conspicuous, so they secretly hid in the toilet. At this moment, there was a noise coming from the 5th pit, and a strange figure walked out. He glanced at Mu Ruffing, didn't care much, and left. Mu Ruffing then entered a pit and closed the door. I have to say that the sound insulation of this pit is excellent, and I can't hear any sound from outside at all. And the environment is pretty good, not dirty or smelly. He sat on the toilet, picked up a fruit of power and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The fruit is not big, about the size of a ping pong ball. It melts in the mouth as soon as it touches it. There is no need to chew. The pure energy quickly flows through every part of your body. Edible strength fruit, strength attribute increased by 1 point. Wow, this feels so comfortable. Feeling the energy flowing through his body, Mu Ruffing felt extremely happy. He held the fruits in his hand and stuffed them into his mouth one by one. Edible strength fruit, strength attribute increased by 1 point. Eat the meat fruit, increase your physical attributes by 1 point. Eat soul fruit, increase spiritual attribute by 1 point. After a while, he had eaten all 15 fruits. Mu Ruffing was full of energy and his strength increased. His body is a little stronger than before. Although the properties of these fruits are exactly the same as those of the first level fruits, their effects are clearly different. He recalled what Xiao Fei, the train conductor, had said, that this kind of fruit could only be eaten by the contractors, which was complete nonsense. In fact, the so-called lack of contractors and inability to sell the fruit is simply because the fruit is too expensive. Those weirdos are aware of the normal price, so no one will buy it. The only one who is truly stupid is Mu Ruffing himself. Name, Mu Ruffing. Age, 24. Level, LV2, 1/3. Strength, 1000. 1543.3, 140.3 plus 1403. Spirit, 1388.2, 126.2 plus 1262. Constitution, 1344.2, 122.2 plus 1222. Contract slot, LV3 Ghost Infant, Mu Guiying, /